What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku was betrayed and had a massive harem with Class B girls. A heart shattered into pieces, a heart that no longer feels the same as before, and a hope that fades away. Sadly, after the capture and downfall of the League of Villains, poor Midoriya Izuku was forgotten, cast aside, never to be spoken to again. This led him to even question whether being a hero was worth it. The feeling of saving and protecting people still burned deep within him, but who would save him? When everything seemed dark and lonely, even he didn't know how to go on. He reached a point where he didn't care about anything, transforming into a cold and solitary person whom no one cared about. Fortunately, all is not lost, and amidst the shadows, great lights will appear to change his path. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Izuku of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Welp, with that out, let's get into the story. A new day at High Alliance for the now 3A, one of the best generations ever, that class that was once 1A soon gained strength, power and intelligence, and entered their second year they achieved the unthinkable, defeating the League of Villains. Of course, it wasn't just them, but it still made an impact that some simple students were capable of so much. Today was a new day because soon a new school year will begin and they will be in their final year. They have all changed, shaped by tough training and adverse situations that endowed them with great ingenuity. Even the positions of power changed drastically. Currently, Bakugo Katsuki, better known as Dynamic, is the strongest in the class. When he put aside his arrogant and conceited attitude, a great hero emerged. Next after Bakugo was, of course, Todoroki Shoto, the son of the current number 1, who managed to control his two sides almost perfectly and is considered a great hero, and according to the girls, a Greek god in every sense of the word, simply beautiful. Third was the unwavering hero, Kirishima Ijiro, better known as Red Riot, the impenetrable wall that can withstand anything, and withstands everything with his great willpower and endurance. He earned the title of the third strongest through blood, sweat and tears. These three make up the current big three of UA, and to no one's surprise, all three achieved feats that placed them at this point. But to get so high, they had to make someone go very, very low. Midoriya Izuku, known 2 years ago as the strongest in his class, a noble, caring, and kind boy with a desire to be a hero that was only surpassed by his great intellect, whom the very symbol of peace noticed and made his successor, by giving him the precious one for all, the greatest power that ever existed, is currently not even noticed by his classmates. Everyone ignores him or overlooks him, they have simply forgotten about him. And that is why they were not able to see that the great hero Deku was 3 times better than Dynamic. The old Midoriya would be nervous about this. Surpassing the great Bakugo Katsuki would be considered a grave violation of the rules. The current Midoriya, on the other hand, doesn't care. His feelings diminished long ago, and from being that kind and affectionate boy, he became someone cold and serious, almost on par with the cynic he had as a classmate. Now, he didn't care what happened to Bakugo or anyone else in his class. Classes would soon start again, and frankly, his enthusiasm for going plummeted, if not further. He didn't even get out of bed that day. It wasn't worth it, and anyway, what was the point of getting up? To go to his friends? No, he didn't have any anymore. They all left one by one. First, Iida, who after the war was so busy that he simply forgot about him, preferring to be with Uraraka and Bakugo. Uraraka herself also drifted away. Her responsibilities as one of the 3 strongest in the class and a part-time hero consumed everything. She quickly gained fame and more friends, so she too distanced herself from him. Todoroki was next. Endeavor tried tooth and nail to win his love and eventually succeeded. With him came people and friendships that were more important than Izuku. In the end, only Bakugo remained as a friend figure, of course, before the aforementioned joined the big 3 and gained many people who supported him, forgetting who his first support and friend was. With this, his other classmates also left with him and he was left alone. It didn't matter if he managed to surpass everyone to make himself noticed once again. They acted as if he didn't exist, and after a few months he stopped trying. The strength to get up every morning faded away. He wasn't even sure he wanted to be a hero anymore, but he was already in his final year, so it was impossible to change his course. He finally got up at midday, rubbing his head trying to get rid of that hangover. That's another thing that changed in him. He became an alcoholic, feeling relief and peace when drinking beer. For a moment he let all his problems go away. The bad thing was its adverse effects. Izuku. Shit. He rubbed his eyes, trying to keep a little light coming into his room from blinding him. Oh god, what time is it? He picked up his alarm clock from the floor. 12:30 p.m, not as late as he thought. A good bath might help. He got up listlessly and headed to the private bathroom in his room. His room was very different from when they first moved in. The posters of the blonde hero had completely disappeared, as had all the other merchandise. Now there were only light gray walls, a nightstand with bottles scattered on it, an open and messy wardrobe, a desk with a laptop and several books scattered on the table, and a monotonous and simple bed with black sheets. That crazy fan attitude for heroes had died with everything else from his past. Izuku. That was good. Came out of the bathroom stark naked. No one was coming to his room, so it didn't matter. It worked. Now what should I wear? Who cares? He grabbed the first thing he saw in the closet. A tight-fitting short-sleeved blue shirt, black jeans, and his iconic red sneakers. He'd never trade those for anything. They were a gift from his father before he left for America. They were a reminder that somewhere in the world, he had someone who loved him. He went down to the common room and saw the usual scene. Kaminari carrying everyone, Siro looking at his cell phone, Ashido chatting happily with Hagakure and Asui, Yaoi Rozu talking with Jiro and Todoroki enjoying tea, Uraraka, Iida, Kirishima and Bakugo training outside. As always, no one seemed interested in Izuku, which was strange because he had changed a lot in recent years. His face, though still retaining its tenderness, now had an adult complexion. His rigorous and extreme training only served to shape his body well, his muscles perfectly defined beneath that shirt. His height went from being a dwarf to someone who would be considered tall, 1.79 meters to be precise. This, combined with his serious gaze, made him imposing and respectable, someone who stood out, but the reality was that nobody cared. He walked towards the kitchen ready to have his well-deserved breakfast, and then he would train until his limbs exploded or his heart stopped from not being able to endure his training, whichever came first. He quickly finished his egg with bacon and orange juice to head to the range training field. There, he quickly began his exercises, starting with a warm-up. 40 laps around the area without using his quirk, carrying 10-kilo weight strapped to his feet while dodging lasers fired from strategically placed robots. Adding to the challenge, he had to complete an extra lap for every laser that hit him, and there were many robots around. After the warm-up came push-ups, carrying a pile of 15-kilo stones and boulders on one hand. Following this, he performed a one-handed balancing exercise. The opposite hand from the one he used for push-ups. While carrying 3 stones, all while robots electrocuted him in specific parts of his body. Then came combat training, mainly kung fu for a long time. After 4:30 p.m. Izuku was in a deplorable state with wounds on various parts of his body and sweating profusely. He was kicking a rock with bare legs and was tearing them apart. Soon exhaustion and hunger took their toll, and he fell like an oak tree to the cold ground, hopefully never to wake up. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on their side, and they found him within a minute. An orange-haired girl entered the gamma field intending to train, and she was greatly surprised to find a green-haired boy in pretty bad shape on the ground. She quickly picked him up with her quirk and took him to recovery. Whoever he was had gone too far. Kendo was having a happy day. She had woken up early to make the most of it. A healthy breakfast, hitting Monoma so he wouldn't do anything stupid, preparing what she needed when she became class president again for her final year, and training to become even stronger than she already was. This changed slightly when he found a teammate in a deplorable state on the field he was going to use for training. He looked like he had been tortured for hours, although the reality was that he trained like that and ended up completely exhausted. He quickly took him to the infirmary, and recovery calmly set about attending to him. Kendo. Shouldn't I be worrying anymore? He looked at the old woman calmly reading a magazine while the boy lay unconscious on the stretcher. Recovery. It would be if it were more serious. He replied calmly, and Kendo got angry. This wasn't serious. The guy is literally covered in blood and his skin looks purple. Kendo. I think it's very serious. She crossed her arms, glaring at the nurse. Recovery. The reason I'm not worried is simple, child. Grandma got up from her chair and went to check on Izuku who was asleep. It's not the first time this boy has come in like this, and actually. She examined him from head to toe. He's surprisingly less injured than usual. This last comment worried the retard. Was this the least injured? Could you call a racer? He's his teacher, and I have to notify him. Kendo. Of course. The president ran straight out to find the teacher who was sleeping in the shade of a tree in his sleeping bag. A few simple words were enough, and the flagship teacher of Class A was in the infirmary. Azawa. How serious is it? Looked worried about his student. Recovery. Not as much as the other times, and that's already worrying. Kendo looked at the nurse strangely. How could being injured less be worrying? Kendo. Excuse me, recovery, but shouldn't it be good that he's not so badly hurt? Besides, why is he hurting himself like that? He looked at Izuku who seemed to be having nightmares, judging by the faces he was making. Recovery. Quite the opposite, given Midoriya's nature, the fact that he didn't arrive mortally wounded means he's losing more and more muscle mass and fluids. He's pushing himself twice, maybe 3 times as hard in his training. They approached the heart monitor, looking at it seriously. It's clear this time, Aizawa, he's determined to die. Student and teacher were shocked. He wanted to die. Aizawa. I suppose it was only a matter of time. He let out a tired huff. Many months ago, the unruly problem child had become a silent boy. He didn't speak even when the teachers ordered him to, always lost in his own thoughts and rambling, not even uttering a murmur. I'll inform Nezu. The black hair popped out, and Kendo finally snapped out of his shock, chasing after him. Kendo. Aizawa-sensei, wait. The green-eyed girl stopped the eraser hero as they left. What's going on? How is it possible that Midoriya wants to die? Aizawa. Do you mind? The teacher glared angrily at the student. He could barely tolerate the hypocrisy of his own class, let alone someone from another class playing with his student. He wasn't going to let the troubled kid suffer anymore. Kendo. Of course. She replied angrily. He's my classmate, yes he might be from the other class, but he's still my classmate, besides. She confronted her teacher who looked annoyed. What kind of hero would I be if I just let him die, the one who has shown that nothing else matters as long as he saves someone? The conviction in Kendo's green eyes could only make Aizawa happy. Aizawa. Alright, follow me. Without another word, the teacher walked ahead, and the orange-haired girl followed, a little confused. It's something quite personal to Midoriya, but if you don't know him, it's vital to understand him, and he'll never say it. His sad tone was very noticeable. To begin with, what do you know about Midoriya? Kendo. A good guy, heroic like very few others, who doesn't mind dying if it's to save others, friendly, kind, and shy, besides being very strong and considered the strongest in Class A. The hero looked neutrally at the girl. It was clear she knew very little about him. Aizawa. That was before, currently the most powerful is Bakugo, followed by Todoroki and Kirishima. The president of Class B stopped abruptly and looked at her teacher in surprise. Kendo. And him? From what I understand, his quirk and strategic mind make him the strongest. He saw how his sensei suddenly became saddened. Aizawa. Midoriya is considered one of the weakest. The shock didn't leave her face. It was impossible for her to understand. Everything happened so fast, but to summarize, after the league fell to the class, they gained popularity, and most were fascinated by it. As you might have guessed, some got carried away by the fame, while others barely noticed. A lump formed in her throat. The next part was very bad. Those few who didn't get carried away were soon hailed as the victors over evil, for being at the forefront of the league's defeat, overshadowing Midoriya. From one day to the next, everyone except Midoriya had many things, and those things consumed them until they simply forgot about him. Kendo. Did you forget? Surprise didn't leave her face. She wondered if that was possible. Aizawa. Yes, everyone distanced themselves from him and started treating him like a freak. He lowered his head, containing his fury. In a couple of months Midoriya changed, and now he's what you see. A simple boy with no purpose or friends, whose only focus is training to death, that's all. He continued walking, leaving Kendo in the hallway analyzing everything. Kendo. Were they able to forget him? A memory of Midoriya during joint training, saving his classmates. Did they forget their teammate who only ever helped them? He clenched his hands into fists until they almost bled. He didn't like what was happening. Recovery. Stay still, boy. The shout from the infirmary pulled her from her thoughts and she went to see. Kendo. What do you think you're doing? The scene before her made her blood boil. Izuku stood bandaged in multiple places, his gaze fixed on the floor, trying to leave the infirmary. Stay still, you'll reopen the wounds if you continue. She stopped Izuku, who for the first time realized who she was. Izuku. Kendo-san. Could you please let me go? The girl was annoyed by his calm and subdued demeanor. Kendo. No. With the same authoritarian voice he used with his class, he answered Izuku. You're hurt and you need to rest. He pushed him lightly and the green hair fell onto the cot. Izuku. I'm completely fine and I want to go train. He was about to get up but was stopped again by the older sister of Class B. Kendo. Can't you see the state you're in? Now I'm really going to yell at him. I'm not going to let a promising hero kill himself like this. You're badly hurt, I won't let you go Midoriya. He crossed his arms over his chest and glared at him. Izuku. Ah. He groaned and rubbed his hands on his face. I'm perfectly fine and I'm going to train. He stood up, lightly pushed Kendo, and walked towards the exit when Kendo stopped him by grabbing his wrist. What? He was irritated with the orange-haired girl's behavior, couldn't she just ignore him like the others? Kendo. You need to rest, please Midoriya. I don't like seeing you like this. His grip trembled, and Midoriya was surprised. I'm not going to let a good kid kill himself training. What kind of human being would I be if I allowed it? His voice slowly broke, and Izuku was already doubting himself. Izuku. Don't trust anyone. The voice sounded in his head, and Izuku constantly shook his head trying to stop it. Stop. He hit his head hard and Izuku fell unconscious. Kendo stared at Izuku on the stretcher, a mixture of astonishment and sadness in her eyes. Just a few minutes ago, the boy had lost consciousness from hitting his own head. The green-eyed girl thought that this would finally help him relax, but the truth was that he looked just as bad. His face was sad, and he was closing his eyes tightly. It was clear that whatever he was dreaming was bad. Izuku. Please no. A tear escaped him and he stretched out his hand trying to reach something. Don't go, don't forget me, come back. Go. He let out a couple more tears, and this was enough for the president of Class B to approach and try to calm him down. Kendo, calm down, Midoriya-san. She whispered directly into his ear while stroking his head. You're okay, you're safe, and I'm not going anywhere. Her soft calming words seemed to echo in the mind of the green-haired boy, who finally calmed down. Recovery. It's becoming more and more frequent. Wrote something in a notebook and watched the interaction between the two. Kendo. Which is more common? She still had her hand in his hair. It was actually softer and fluffier than she thought. Recovery. The nightmares and attempts to fall asleep. She looked seriously at both of them. Midoriya suffers from insomnia and depression, he has done this many times. That surprised Kendo. It's clear that Midoriya's mind is taking a toll, and I'm not sure how long it will take for it to completely break. Kendo. When do you think it might happen? He looked at the relaxed Izuku next to him. Recovery. It could be months, weeks, or days, maybe I'm already at a point of no return. He looked sadly at the one who was once All Might's successor. Kendo. Is there anything I can do? She asked hopefully and with conviction. Recovery. I don't know, the mind, unlike the body, has to be treated differently and takes longer to heal. He thought about it for a while, was there a solution? Let me think. Nezu. The solution is right in front of us. Recovery. The principal mouse entered riding on Izawa's bandages, surprising the two women. Recovery. What does you mean Principal Nezu? Nezu. Young Midoriya is going through a severe depression because of his current classmates. Added to this are the cases of past abuse at his previous school, resulting in an emotionally unstable boy. He climbed down from his comfortable seat on Izawa's shoulders and onto Midoriya's bed. The solution is simple, I'll change his class. This shocked everyone. Kendo. Would that help? She asked, somewhere between excited and scared. She didn't quite know how to take this matter. Nezu. Yes, since in the current Class A they only keep him to one side, if this continues we will only cause young Midoriya to commit suicide sooner rather than later. This made Eraser tense, he felt guilty about this. That's why putting him in a different environment can make him feel better or worse, that will depend on who he spends time with. Kendo. What do you think, recovery girl? They turned to look at the old woman who was thinking coldly. Recovery. Given the state of his body and how constantly he ends up hurting himself, if the principal believes this can help him, I don't see why deny it, it might work. The Redeed became excited. Nezu. Izawa, do you agree with this? The three watched as the teacher of Class A looked lost in thought, staring at his student, pondering whether it was the right decision. Izawa. Well. He gave in surprisingly easily, much to Nezu's surprise. If that makes him Midoriya again, then do it, principal. Nezu. Alright, I'll take care of the necessary paperwork. Midoriya Izuku will be transferred to Class B in 2 days or less. With a smile on his face, he went straight to his office. The sooner he does it, the better. While they were deciding what to do with Izuku inside, there was a discussion about his recent actions. The former holders were aware of Midoriya's mental instability and did everything they could to help him whenever they could. Nana. Izuku. Izuku looked at her quite sadly. He had lost the ability to smile a long time ago, it wasn't worth it anymore. Calm down, I'm not going to scold you or anything like that, but you don't need to take your training to such extremes. I don't want anything serious to happen to you. She placed a hand on Izuku's head, trying to make him feel better. She's lying. All she cares about is not disappearing. If you die, she and everyone else will too. Izuku's shadow projected outward, making him feel unsafe. Nana. Shut up, I really care about him, unlike others who just want him to destroy himself. She retorted to the shadow who was just moving in place. Izuku. Stop it, both of you. He said, his voice dry and cold. This saddened Nana. The bravest hero, the one who could bring a smile to everyone's face, had now been extinguished. I don't care what you two say. It's my damn body, and I'll use it however I want. And if I want to train until my eyes burst, I will. He walked away from them, disappearing into the total darkness. It was better than listening to the delusions of his own mind, born from his insecurities. Time passed and Midoriya finally woke up, this time calmer and still bandaged, slowly opening his eyes until he got used to the dim light. Kendo. You're finally awake. A smiling Itsuka Kendo appeared in the doorway with a tray full of food. I thought you'd be hungry, so enjoy. She placed the tray on Izuku's lap, who looked at his companion's actions in surprise. Izuku. Thank you. Took the spoon and began to eat. He didn't speak, and Kendo's smile didn't leave, so it became awkward for the orange-haired girl. Izuku didn't care. Kendo. And Midoriya. Izuku ignored him, lost in thought. Midoriya. Not a single movement. Midoriya. He lightly touched his shoulder, and Izuku reacted. Izuku. Yes. He was discouraged and sad, the orange-haired girl didn't know why. Kendo. Are you okay? She looked worriedly at her partner, who just looked at her, holding back his tears. Izuku. Yes, I am. He looked at his food again, as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. Nezu. Young Midoriya. The rat entered the infirmary with his eternal smile, looking at the two of them. Izuku. Yes, principal. He was afraid of what he would say. What if they finally expelled him because they realized he was useless? What would his parents say? Would they even speak to him? Did he deserve to hear from them? Nezu. I'm very happy to say that you've been transferred to Class B for future heroes. Izuku froze, had he heard right? Izuku. Huh. I didn't understand the reason for this decision. Nezu. Due to certain internal matters, we have decided to transfer him to Class B. His potential seems to be wasted in Class A. He looked happily at Kendo. Miss Kendo, could you please take him to his new dormitory in Class B? Kendo. Of course, principal. She replied happily. When you're finished we'll go rest. She smiled at Izuku, who was still confused. Izuku. But what about my things? He turned to look at the principal. Nezu. They're already in their new dorm, don't worry about that, young Midoriya. He was leaving when he spoke again. Consider this a new beginning with new friends. The principal left, leaving the two of them there, one very happy and the other very confused. For the next 15 minutes, Izuku analyzed what had happened, and he didn't know how to feel. On one hand, he was terrified. A new class meant new people, which meant he would be ignored again, and he didn't know if he could endure that. On the other hand, a very deep part of him was excited and hopeful to have a friend. He didn't even notice when Kendo was basically dragging him to the B dorms, raving about her class without realizing that Izuku wasn't listening. Kendo. And it's here. They stopped at a building exactly like the one in Class A. Midoriya Izuku, welcome to Class B. They both entered and revealed. Upon entering, almost the entire Class B was there. Except for Monoma, who was gagged, tied up, and put in the laundry room for now. They had a welcome sign and plenty of food. Vlad King mentioned the integration of Izuku into the class, who, due to personal reasons, was transferred to live with them. It had a warm family-like atmosphere. He hadn't felt like that in a long time. It was genuinely pleasant, but the voice in his head kept telling him that they were just pretending, and that they would forget him at the slightest provocation, just like before. Class B. Welcome Midoriya. The class shouted in unison, delighted to have a new classmate. Izuku. Thank you. He said curtly, not knowing how to act in the situation, so he just fearfully retreated to his room. Tetsu. What's wrong with him? Can't he see this is for him? The metallic metapod was angry. He considered what Izuku had just done disrespectful. Yanagi. Maybe he's tired. The silver-haired girl pointed out, stating the obvious, and everyone seemed to agree. Kendo. I don't think that's it. The president spoke, quite displeased with what had happened. Monoma. Finally. The blonde boy stormed out, angry at his classmates for not letting them make fun of the idiot from Class A. Where is he? Where is the idiot from Class A? A loud slap echoed throughout the room. Kendo. That's enough, Monoma. The icy stare and firm, serious voice made the human photocopier tremble slightly. You don't know the reason for the change, and as far as you know, you don't know anything about him. Stop acting like an idiot for 2 seconds. She ordered, completely enraged by the blonde's behavior. Monoma. Why are you defending him? Was annoyed. She wasn't supposed to defend the idiots in Class A. Kendo. Because she needs help and I'm willing to give it to her. Clenched her fists, trying to push away the thought of hitting the class. Yui. What happened to her? The dark-haired woman asked, as stoic as ever. Kendo. Simple words, I need your help to restore Midoriya's confidence. Everyone looked at their friend strangely. I'm not going to tell you what happened, that would be invading his personal life, so you'll have to find out for yourselves. Setsuna. Are you seriously not going to tell us anything? The orange-haired girl shook her head. Not even a little bit. She put on her best face, and the president continued to shake her head. A waste. At least a simple clue. Kendo. I'm just going to tell you to give him his space and not pressure him. At first, he won't speak to you, and no, Monoma, it's not because he thinks he's better. The blonde lowered his hand. Actually, it's the opposite. He thinks he's inferior to everyone. That's all I'll say. The president went straight to her newest classmate's room. Kamakiri. Does anyone understand what's happening? Almost everyone shook their head. Kasei. Not even a little. Scratched his head, very confused. Yui. It seems that Midoriya-san had a traumatic event that shattered his confidence and hope, and now he withdraws into himself, waiting for the day he will no longer wake up because of the weight he carries deep within his being. The stoic girl tried to give an opinion, and everyone stared at her. What? Juzo. Nothing, it's just that we're surprised you figured all that out just from watching him for a little while. He ate a potato chip that was meant for Midoriya. Yui. I guess I'm good at reading people. Raised her right arm in a victory gesture, though with her poker face, it was hard to tell if that was it or something else. While everyone was trying to figure out what was bothering Izuku, he was, of course, in his room. He had fixed everything and was currently drinking from a beer bottle. It was the only thing that seemed to silence the voice in his head. Kendo. Midoriya-san. Came a voice through the door, much to Izuku's annoyance. I'm sorry your arrival was like this, but are you all excited to have a new classmate? Izuku. Don't worry, Kendo-san, I understand. He took another sip, it was starting to take effect. It's not their fault they're so lively. Kendo. Midoriya-san, are you alright? Izuku's tone was so different from a few moments ago that he didn't let it go. Izuku. Perfectly fine he. Hiccup. The strange hiccups worried her. Kendo. I'm coming in, I want to see if you're okay. The orange-haired girl entered the room, ignoring how it was decorated. What are you doing? She yelled at the green-haired boy, and her shout could be heard all the way to the first floor. Everyone came upstairs to see what was happening. Kinoko. What's going on? The brunette, followed by the whole class, watched the scene of Kendo with a bottle of liquor in her hands, moving it away from a half-drunk Izuku who was stretching to reach such a precious bottle. Izuku. Give it to me please. Izuku was being held by a giant hand and sounded desperate. Kendo. No. Do you know what this does to your body? The Redeed exclaimed, and Izuku looked like he was about to cry. Izuku. Yes, it completely relaxes me and stops that damn voice from speaking. He sounded desperate, trying to break free from his now president's grip. Give it to me. Izuku demanded. Kendo. Midoriya, this is wrong, it's damaging your body. She tightened her grip slightly so he wouldn't let go. Izuku. Please. He began to whimper, to everyone's surprise. It's all I have, please. Tears began to flow from his eyes. He felt dizzy and tired, he knew that the only thing that would make him sleep would be the drink. Manama. Kendo, give it back. The blonde ordered the president. To add to the surprises, the serious look only made Kendo return the bottle, and Izuku drank it desperately, then drank another, and soon the exhaustion and the alcohol overcame him, ending up asleep in his bed. It's better to talk downstairs. Everyone obeyed the order and went down, some trying to put together the puzzle they had, and others looking out for the mental health of their new companion. Kendo. Can you explain why you argued for giving him back the liquor? She sounded annoyed, and that scared almost everyone, except Manama. Manama. I could see it in his eyes. He sounded distressed. He's not the main actor in his life, not even the supporting actor, he's just a replaceable extra. Juzo. How are you so sure? The fanged one looked at his friend, puzzled. Manama. After basically being considered second-rate because of my quirk, it's easy for me to identify how people feel about themselves. He clenched his fists. He didn't like the idea of seeing someone so desperate. No games, what happened to him? He confronted the green-eyed girl, who put on a serious face. Kendo. Class A forgot about him and treated him like a freak after the league was defeated. The impression was obvious in Class B. Hiraiko. But wasn't he the one who defeated the most dangerous one of all? Kendo. They didn't care about that, apparently they got carried away by that fame and glory. I don't know all the details, but… She rubbed her arm uncomfortably. Midoriya is mentally unstable and… A lump in her throat stopped her from continuing. Satsuna. So what? Didn't like this kind of suspense. Kendo. Attempting suicide. He blurted it out, and the class was shocked. Ibarra. What? Was the first to come out of the shock and say something. Kendo. What you heard, Midoriya wants to die. Recovery made that clear to me today. She lowered her gaze sadly. Today I even had to save him from himself. Yui. Looked at her friend, confused. Kendo. I was going to train when I found him in a pool of his own blood. It seems the method he chose is to train until death. She raised her gaze determinedly. No matter what happens, I will help, and will you help me? The class looked at each other. Were they willing to help Izuku? The silence was incredible in the Class B living room. They wondered if they would be able to help the new member, Midoriya Izuku. The answer soon arrived in the hands of someone unexpected. Manama. I'll help. The conviction in the blonde's eyes was both incredible and surprising, it only served as motivation for the rest. Juzo. The boy has already broken his back helping without asking for anything in return, it's time he got his just reward. More and more affirmative answers were heard, much to Kendo's delight. She felt incredibly proud of her class. What they were doing for this boy was amazing. Kendo. Well, I've thought about how we'll proceed. Everyone was attentive to their president. The first thing we must do is gain Midoriya-san's trust enough for him to allow us to help. In these cases, it's best if the person actually wants help. Tetsu. And how will we do that? He raised his hand enthusiastically, helping your comrades is what men do. Kendo. Let's give him his space. If he feels too much in the spotlight, we'll scare him, and if it seems like we're leaving him out, he'll withdraw into himself again. Shota. It sounds complicated. The silver-haired dwarf scratched his head, a little confused. Kendo. Try to make this place and this class your home and your family, don't overwhelm him, but do show enough interest, so that he doesn't drift away in the long run he'll let us into his life. She sounded confident, which only encouraged her classmates. Yui. If that's what you think, fine, we'll do it. The dark-haired girl stood up. She already had a plan to help her new classmate. For now we need to sleep, classes will start soon and we have a lot to do. They all followed the dark-haired girl straight to their rooms so they could get some proper rest. They all had an idea of how to integrate Izuku into the class. All that was needed was for him to want to go with them. The next morning Izuku got out of bed because of a fascinating smell that entered his nose. It was incredibly exquisite, and so much so that he barely remembered that right now he lived with a B class. He followed his nose until he reached his table where there was a pile of pancakes with whipped cream and strawberries on it, along with orange juice, simple but delicious, and next to it a note. I hope you slept well. I know we didn't get off to a great start, but we'll be here for you, Midoriya. Enjoy the pancakes. Peace, Kinoko. A very sweet gesture from her new partner, which she readily accepted despite the attempts of her inner voice telling her not to get too comfortable. Her hunger was stronger. It was a delicious 10 minutes of enjoying breakfast. When he finally finished, he was full and felt quite good, but he stank, so he went to his shower to take a well-deserved bath. He still had bandages and was quite hurt, so he would have to be careful. So he went to take a well-deserved bath that would relieve the pain he felt throughout his body. He came out a few minutes later, as usual, naked. The months in which his former classmates only ignored him made him develop unique skills, such as coming out of the bathroom naked and changing with all the calm in the world. This led him to forget that he was now in another class. Ibara. Midoriya-san, I was wondering if. She burst into Izuku's room, as she normally would with her classmates, and what she found made her feel embarrassed. Excuse me. She quickly closed the door and ran back to her room. She hadn't meant to see him like this. Izuku. Huh. The green-haired boy looked at the interaction, not understanding anything that had happened. He was just in his room. That's strange. Anyway. He put on his clothes and left his room. There wasn't much for him to do there, and no matter how much he wanted to train until he died, Kendo would surely stop him, so it wasn't an option. Tetsu. Midoriya. The Tin Man quickly approached his new partner. He felt very excited to help him. Good morning. Izuku. Good morning. He looked curiously at his classmate's smile. It was strange to be spoken to like that suddenly, and with apprehension, he quickly left the hallway and headed straight for the living room. Perhaps there was something to do there. Tetsu wasn't discouraged. It was clear that Izuku would feel strange if someone suddenly spoke to him, so he would have to be patient with everything related to his new partner, so he just had to be there for him. Izuku finally entered the room and saw that part of Class B was at peace and in harmony. Some were talking animatedly, others were watching television. It was clear he had nothing to do there, but he still didn't want to go back to his room. There was nothing to do there. He immersed himself in his own thoughts about what to do, ignoring the determined looks of his classmates. Awais. Midoriya. The dark-haired boy spoke, drawing Izuku's attention. If you want, come along and we can all watch movies. Yui has antique jewelry. Yui. They're classic and very good. The expressionless black-haired woman was eating popcorn with a strange plush toy by her side. Izuku. I guess. Slowly approached the sofa, his insecurity was too obvious, it didn't help that the voice in his head whispered that it was a trap. He managed to sit apart from the rest, hoping the movie would start and everyone would ignore him, but surprisingly, that didn't happen. On the contrary, those present sat next to him, causing fear that they might do something to him. This was not overlooked by Yui, who sat to the left of Izuku and extended the plushie to him. It was a rather battered bear that was missing an eye. Yui. This will help you calm down, we don't want you to think strange things or that will hurt you, we just want to spend a pleasant time with you. She smiled, causing a warm feeling in Izuku. He hadn't felt that warmth in a long time. Izuku. Thank you. He grabbed the plushie and hugged it tightly. It worked to his surprise. The movie was very old, a time travel trilogy that Izuku liked. For a while he felt again the warmth he had lost months ago when his supposed friends abandoned him. Back then, that warmth he felt with them changed into a horrible cold that hurt his chest. Sen. Do you want something to eat, Midoriya? The brunette stood up with an empty bowl, ready to bring more sweets. Izuku. A soda please. Continued hugging the security bear, he didn't feel ready to let go, and apparently that silenced the voice in his head. Sen, on her way, went to the kitchen to get everything her companions had asked for. Yui. Don't feel pressured to be here, Midoriya. You're free to go anywhere, including staying here. The dark-haired girl clearly saw how Izuku felt more tense and nervous from receiving more attention than he was normally used to. Izuku. I understand. He thought for a moment, the warmth he felt now and the icy sensation of being alone, it was clear he preferred this 1,000 times over. I'm very comfortable here, so sorry for staying. Manga. Don't apologize, you're always welcome here, we're partners and we support each other. That didn't seem to relax Izuku, who continued squeezing the bear in his death hug. Rin. Relax, it's a perfect day for watching movies. Look. The dark-haired man pointed to the window where it was raining. It's the perfect day to watch movies with friends and colleagues, that includes you. Everyone smiled at him brightly, and Izuku seemed to finally relax. It was comforting to be considered at least one of their classmates. He was beginning to believe that he did have a place in the class. After what felt like hours, the movies ended and Izuku never let go of the teddy bear. He glanced occasionally at all his new classmates who, upon noticing him, simply smiled at him, unlike before when he was in Class A, and they barely looked at him. At some point he fell asleep with the bear in his arms, without dreaming anything. There was no core, no arguments with shadows, finally a point of silence and peace that he enjoyed like never before. Of course, before waking up to the exquisite smell of food that invaded his nose and surprise, there were his new companions serving the food, and Yui was about to wake him up. Izuku. He looked a little confused and with some saliva in his mouth. Yui. It's time to eat, Midoriya-san. Said the stoic girl, to which Izuku stood up, extending the teddy bear. Keep it, it's a welcome gift. Izuku. Thank you. With a bear in one hand and food in the other, he began his stay in Class B. After that, the oldest sister in the class kidnapped him to change his bandages and check his wounds. The idea was that Abara would do it since she had more knowledge of first aid and nursing, but for some reason she just blushed and preferred not to do it. She didn't understand much, so she and Setsuna would do it. Izuku. This really isn't necessary, President. He replied with complete neutrality, without a hint of shame. Kendo. Not that I don't trust you, Midoriya, but it's much safer to do it this way. The president and her friend were in the green-haired boy's room, one paying attention to Izuku and the other snooping around. Could you stop, Setsuna? Setsuna. Excuse me. Stopped her search in her partner's closet and turned to look at him. Well. Izuku had taken off his shirt and was standing in front of them both, looking very closely. Abara-chan wasn't lying. Kendo. Come on, we need to change the bandages. He approached Setsuna and carefully removed the bandages. Your turn. Setsuna. Oh yes. With a cream for wounds she contented herself as she touched every muscle of Izuku, his strength felt perfectly in her fingers. Kendo. Are you finished? She had finished applying the cream about 5 minutes ago and was just content to fondle Izuku. Setsuna. Sorry. Withdrew her hands from aboard Izuku who just wanted to do something else. I got carried away. She smiled at the orange-haired girl who just sighed. Kendo. It doesn't matter. She bandaged Izuku with utmost care, ignoring Setsuna. Tell me, Midoriya, are you feeling better? Izuku. I guess. He said vaguely, still unsure what to think about what was happening. Kendo. I'm glad. He smiled at Izuku who just yawned. Do you want to do something, Midoriya-san? Besides training? Izuku closed his mouth and shook his head. Setsuna. Do you want to play video games? She said excitedly, to which Izuku nodded slowly. Let's go. The green-haired girl took her new companion to her room, and Izuku, very uncomfortable, let himself be led by the excited girl. Setsuna. Sorry for the mess, Midoriya. Upon entering, the place was very clean and organized, with a console under a large television. It's very clean. Izuku said as the green-haired girl took his hand and they sat down together on the floor. Setsuna. Go ahead, choose any game. The green-haired girl smiled at him, and Izuku thought for a moment before choosing what he wanted. Horizon. With stars in their eyes they both started playing. They wasted time on that and only stopped when the clock struck past midnight, at which point Izuku went straight to his room. Kendo was strict with her classmates and their sleep schedule, so it wasn't surprising that he ran into her halfway there. Izuku expected to be scolded, but instead of getting yelled at, the president accompanied him to his room and simply recommended he sleep, as he needed all the energy he could for what would happen in a few days. The next day Izuku woke up with a severe headache. His beer was gone, and with the president's sharp eyesight, it would be impossible to go and get more, so he opted for the second thing that occurred to him and banged his head until he fainted. Now his wall had a very important hole, and he had one more area to bandage. Ibara. Midoriya-san. She spoke from the other side of the door, nervous at finding him naked again. May I come in? Izuku. Oh, sure. Izuku didn't even feel like getting up from the floor, so he looked at the upside-down plant-haired girl. Ibara. Are you okay? She hurried to help Izuku up, who reluctantly led her. Izuku. Completely fine, Shiozaki-san. Now standing, Izuku sat down on the bed to lie back. I don't want to do anything. Ibara. I understand. Ignoring Izuku for the moment, she checked his most recent injury, a bruise easily healed by her. Wait a moment, I'll get the first aid kit. Izuku just stared at the ceiling as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. You need to take better care of yourself, Midoriya-san. Izuku. Yeah, whatever. He was tired of hearing the same thing from everyone around him. Not to sound like a damn idiot, but could you leave, Shiozaki-san? I want to sleep more. Ibara. I'm sure, Midoriya-san, just try not to overexert yourself. The plant-haired girl smiled at him before remembering why she came. By the way, when you feel better and ready to come down, Kinoko and I would like you to help us. Izuku. Of course, it's the least you can do for helping me, I suppose. The nun smiled before leaving. Izuku continued sleeping until 4 p.m. when he woke up hungry and cautiously went downstairs to see what he could eat. To his surprise, Yanagi was waiting for him with a plate of freshly prepared katsudon. It seems his classmates were too worried when they didn't see him go downstairs, and she went to check on him and feed him. Yanagi. I'm glad you're alright, Midoriya-san. Said the spectral girl to her companion, who was voraciously devouring that food of the gods. Izuku. Thank you for the food. He wiped the food off his face and turned to go to Ibara's room to help her. Yanagi. Ibara and Kinoko are outside if you're looking for them. Izuku just turned on his heels and went towards the door without saying anything else. When they arrived, both girls were jumping for joy because Izuku had agreed to help them with a training session, even though he didn't know it. Izuku. A training session. His excitement grew a little. Training not only relaxed him, but was enough to silence the voices in his head. Kinoko. Yes, we know you're a genius at this, please. She gave Izuku her best puppy dog eyes, who didn't understand why she was doing it. Izuku. Of course I'll help you. I like the idea of training, whether I do it myself or train someone else. With that, both friends bumped fists and got ready. I suppose you'll start with a sparring match. The day passed quickly between that and Monoma and Juzo challenging him to a game of Uno, which he won by the skin of his teeth. The warmth in his chest was pleasant, despite his madness's attempts to make him fall into pointless doubts. Tomorrow they would have to go back to classes, so nerves overwhelmed him. He didn't feel capable of being a hero again. The new day began, and with it, a new hope. Of course, Kendo had a plan ready to help Izuku, and the first thing she had to do was raise that heroic will he possessed. To do this, she was going to boost his lost discipline, starting with his wake-up call and nutrition. Recovery had informed her that Izuku tended not to eat for days when he truly felt more miserable than usual, so she would make sure he ate well, or at least more than usual for the green-haired boy. Kendo. Midoriya-san. He didn't even bother knocking on the door knowing his partner wouldn't answer, and surprise, he was alone wearing his pants with several bottles around him. How the heck did he get the liquor? Izuku. He looked at the blurry shape in front of him with a slight orange tint. Knowing who it was, he just let out a sound of exasperation. Hello, President. Kendo. Time to wake up, Midoriya-san. You'll be late for your first day. Izuku let out another sound of exasperation. Oh come on, we're going to be late. Izuku. Just tell sensei I'm sick or something. It's not like I want to go, it's not worth it. He lay back on the floor to fall back asleep under Kendo's sad gaze. He really was unwell. Kendo. Don't say that, it's worth it, it's another step to climb in your journey to becoming the great hero you will be. He said hopefully that Izuku would get up. Izuku. In that case, I'd rather not be a hero. Now go away. Continued sleeping under Kendo's gaze, who didn't like that answer. Kendo. If you go, I won't stop you when you go to train. There was a silence before Izuku got up and went to the shower. I expected it. I'll wait for you downstairs, Midoriya-san. The orange-haired girl left the room, leaving Izuku thinking about his new president's insistence. He could only compare her to Ida Tenya. They are two completely different people. While Iida lets everyone do whatever they want, Kendo does her best to guide them in what they are doing wrong, including Monoma, who, despite his eccentricities, stays on the sidelines when she is around. One image is that of a leader, and the other that of the king's jester, which is his class. After showering and changing into her uniform, she went downstairs and found Kendo in the kitchen and a breakfast like she rarely saw lately. Fruit, pancakes, coffee, almost everything was on the table. Kendo. Come on, let's eat. She smiled at Izuku, who just wanted to go back to sleep, so he was slowly heading towards the stairs when the president sat him down next to her. You need to eat well, Midoriya, otherwise you won't perform well enough. Izuku. I'm not hungry. He said just as his stomach betrayed him, clamoring for food. Ahem. Under the amused gaze of the president and with a barely noticeable blush, he prepared to eat. The president tried to get Izuku to talk, which proved a bit difficult given how closed off he was and the vague answers he gave. After that, Izuku went to clean his mouth and then went to the academy accompanied by Kendo and Pony, both trying to make him feel more accepted and better. Upon arriving at Class B, the atmosphere was different from Class A. While the other class was somewhat separated into small groups, this class stayed together and chatted amongst themselves about any crazy thing they found fun or interesting, that is, until teacher Vlad King arrived with his usual serious expression, looking at his students, stopping at Midoriya sitting near Kasei and Tetsu. Vlad King. First of all, Midoriya, welcome to Class B. I hope you strive, like all your classmates, to always improve and grow not only as a hero, but also as a person. Izuku nodded, somewhat disinterested. Second, I hope you prepare yourselves because this year will be tougher than the last. Demonstrate your progress through the tests you will face, don't let your guard down, and above all, expect anything. With that said, we'll start off gently so Midoriya can get used to our teaching style. The students responded with a force and seriousness that Izuku never saw in his class. Of course, they had great respect for their teacher and even considered him a second father, but Class B looked at their teacher with somewhat more respect from their point of view. Meanwhile, in Class A, things were normal. Many students were making noise, there were murmurs, and some were exchanging furtive glances. The homeroom teacher entered with a tired look and everyone immediately sat down, expecting a scolding that never came. Aizawa was too lost in thought and sad for anything. He continued to blame himself for Midoriya's state. If only he had been stricter with his teaching, none of his students would have let power go to their heads, and Midoriya would still be in his class. Uraraka-sensei, are you alright? The brunette asked with concern. In these 2 years, she had barely changed. Perhaps the only difference was her hair, which was shorter. Aizawa. Perfectly fine, nothing to worry about. He scanned his class, feeling a certain pride in how they had reached this point, the power they had demonstrated, and their courage in the face of danger. On the other hand, he felt a certain annoyance looking at them as if there wasn't an empty chair behind Bakugo. Put on your gym clothes and go out to the courtyard. Just like the first day of classes 2 years ago, but with much more experience, they went to where their sensei was calling them and saw him very thoughtful. Aizawa. Alright, to see your progress in quirk use and overall strength, you'll be doing the same tests as 2 years ago. Give it your all, you hear me? He shouted with a slight anger they couldn't quite place. Bakugo, to the front. The blonde boy calmly approached and looked at his sensei. You know what to do. He handed him a ball and left. Kitsuki. Let's see how I've progressed. With a spin he launched the ball, propelled with a highly concentrated explosion in his palm, causing it to go very far. How was it, sensei? Everyone looked at the teacher who was looking at his phone. Aizawa. 3680 meters. The blonde clicked his tongue, he was sure he had achieved more, the others only celebrated their score. Kirishima. As expected of Bakubaro, the greatest. Said happily for his brother from another mother. Mina. Just as powerful as ever, Katsu. She spoke in an enamored tone. Lately, Katsuki seemed even more handsome to her. Aizawa. This is the benchmark you must surpass, even if you go beyond your limits. With renewed energy, Class A once again performed the tests their sensei had set, with a slight modification. As the tests progressed, it became clear that something was different, but they couldn't quite put their finger on what it could be. No matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't quite pinpoint what was happening. Each time Katsuki came in first on the test, it became more obvious that something was missing. Uraraka. Hey, don't you feel like something's missing? She asked the electric blonde boy beside her who was breathing heavily, still unable to fully control his electricity. Kaminari. Yes, but everything's the same. Maybe it's because of the difficulty of Aizawa-sensei's test. He replied wearily. Iida. I'm sure it's because of our progress that we feel the change, Achako. He assured the brunette, who thought about it. Uraraka. I suppose. That wasn't it, and she knew it very well. While all this was happening, Izuku was in the gamma field. Vlad King also wanted to see his new performance, so he brought them to a deadly obstacle course. He was certain that his students could pass it. Of course, Midoriya wouldn't be taking part for now, not because he didn't trust his abilities, but because he wanted to see what his power was like separately from everyone else. Kendo. Everyone ready, sensei? The orange-haired girl said as soon as Kinoko arrived last. The continuous use of her quirk exhausted her almost at the end, which delayed her a little. Vlad King. Alright. Midoriya, your turn. Izuku just stared at the starting line, waiting for the order. Push yourself and surpass your limits. With that, the race began. Izuku positioned himself to start running, letting the power flow through every cell in his body. The feeling of power had always been pleasant since the first time he used One for All. He let that feeling linger and ran off at full speed. As his classmates left, they were surprised by the speed of the green-haired boy. The control of his quirk had changed too much to the surprise of Vlad King and Class B. It was clear that Midoriya had greater control of his quirk. Not only his speed, but his reflexes and strength had all improved to limits that the records given by Aizawa did not do justice. He arrived far surpassing Juzo, who was the first to arrive, not just by thousandths of a second, but by minutes to finish a circuit made specifically to slow down the entire class, including its most recent acquisition. Midoriya was on another level, that much was clear. Izuku. So, how did I do? He spoke completely normally, as if he hadn't just completed a haunted house in less than 2 minutes. Vlad King. You're exceptional, Midoriya. With this demonstration, I can create an optimal routine and precise exercises to help you. The teacher ruffled his hair, much to Izuku's discomfort. Go with your classmates. Izuku. Well. He replied irritably, he didn't like them playing with his hair. Kinoko. You're amazing, Midoriya. Said the brunette, surprised by her partner's power. Jiroda said. It'll be nice training with you, Midoriya. Izuku simply ignored them, unsure how to react to so much attention. Vlad King. You'd better be prepared for anything, you can go to your classes. The students nodded and went to change. After that, classes continued as normal. There was no real difference between the studies and topics to be covered. Class B was slightly more advanced in their studies, thanks to Yui and Kendo, who both organized the classes well and helped those who didn't understand, including Izuku, whom they brought up to date as much as possible. After much review and the fact that the broccoli brain was practically smoking, they could finally go eat, and of course, to avoid Class A, they already had a plan of action. Pony and Izuku would be the last to leave, and the blonde would take him to the meeting point on the rooftop, while Kamakiri and Tetsutetsu bought food in the cafeteria, according to Kendo's specifications. Pony. Are you ready, Midoriya? Izuku nodded, not understanding what was happening. He only knew that the president had told him to go out alone with Pony, and after all. Izuku. Yes. He finished packing his things when the door was opened by Kasei, who had been sent as reinforcements, in case things got out of control. The three of them left somewhat hurriedly, always watching Izuku's back. He watched their actions with a puzzled expression, but he wouldn't jump to conclusions. They were doing this for any reason other than to prevent him from running into any of his former classmates. They quickly reached the rooftop, and with big smiles and a plate of katsudon, Class B was ready to spend this free time. They clearly let Midoriya be himself and didn't force him to do anything, so the green-haired boy cautiously sat down a little away from everyone. Finally, after classes they had free time which Izuku took advantage of to train as only he knows how, only this time he had someone watching him and it wasn't the president, it was Tetsutetsu and Shota who were there in case he went too far when using his power. Shota. Isn't this too extreme? He said worriedly as he saw Izuku holding a stack of robots pointing at him and electrocuting his hands. Tetsutetsu. Maybe, but Kendo made it clear to us. Only stop him when you really see he can't go on. He said seriously. It was true the green-haired boy was pushing himself to the limit, but he didn't look that tired. If you see a single movement that reveals fatigue, stop him. Minutes passed and Izuku lowered the pile of metal, panting from the effort. He was beginning to see double. It was clear he was at his limit. Not caring at all, he took a step ready to continue when Tetsutetsu and Shota stopped him. Tetsutetsu. That's enough, Midoriya, you need to rest. Before Izuku could respond, he knocked him unconscious and carried him to the dormitories. He really puts in a lot of effort. Shota. He even almost continued, it's a little scary when you think about it. Upon entering, Kendo quickly took him to his room along with a bara to treat him and change his bandages. The orange-haired girl was quite sure that Izuku had opened some wound. Izuku woke up a few hours later intending to continue training, but this proved impossible as Jiroda and Juzo stood at the door to stop him. The powerful Izuku Midoriya was too exhausted to fight those two, so he resigned himself to staying in his room, bored out of his mind. On the other hand, Vlad King was analyzing recordings of Midoriya's career. According to Izawa, Midoriya required the most attention because he didn't fully control his quirk, but what he was seeing was incomparable. Izawa. How was it? He asked his partner, who only glanced at him for a second before looking back at the monitor. Vlad King. That kid is amazing. His fluid movements and focus on his surroundings are exceptional, not to mention his quirk mastery. Without a doubt, Midoriya will be an incredible hero. Izawa. Can I see? He said curiously. Midoriya had never spoken to him about training, and the dark-haired man had never said anything or forced anything on him. He didn't quite know how to deal with Izuku. Vlad King. I suppose you were his teacher, maybe you can help with his training. He stepped aside and let the dark-haired man watch Midoriya's run, surprising the Class A teacher. Is something wrong? Izawa. I've never seen Midoriya do things so quickly and precisely, not to mention his almost perfect quirk control. Vlad King. Almost perfect. Wipe those eyes and look again, almost is an understatement, Izawa. Midoriya has perfect control over his quirk. He retorted with some force in his voice. Izawa. Believe me, no. There are slight movements in his legs when he kicks and in his fists that show he's not using his full power. Train him better than I can, Vlad. With that said, the dark-haired man left the teacher's lounge, leaving a rather confused Vlad King behind. It was clear that he needed to know the limits of Midoriya and his quirk, and he already had a way to find out. He was just waiting for the principal to give him the go-ahead. The afternoon arrived on the second day with Class B. Today, compared to yesterday, the classes and training were calmer since Vlad King still needed to refine the individual training of each one and organize them in such a way that when the time comes for the test, everyone will give their best in adverse situations. Yui. There's something I wanted to ask Midoriya-san. The expressionless girl spoke just as they entered the living room in the dormitories. Izuku. Yes. Yui. How does your quirk work? The room fell silent. The entire class was very interested in knowing exactly how the power they hadn't seen worked. Izuku. My quirk is an energy mutation. It allows me to store seemingly infinite energy, and it's because of this energy that my body can't handle 100% of it, damaging my body too much. He explained and went to the kitchen. He was extremely hungry. Yanagi. And those black whips from our first encounter? He asked, following Izuku into the kitchen. Izuku. At that moment I had accumulated a lot of energy, so when I couldn't withstand its release, my body mutated, allowing me to develop whips, a way to divert energy and use it without harming myself. He explained while preparing katsudon. It's not the only mutation, I can assure you. Monoma. So how much did you use in yesterday's race? He asked, intrigued, to the green-haired boy who was listlessly drinking water. Izuku. Only 2% didn't require any more energy. This surprised everyone. That circuit was created to slow them down, so the fact that he only had to use the smallest part to pass it without difficulty left them with even bigger doubts. Kinoko. And how much control do you have over your quirk? Izuku. 95%. If I reach 100%, the energy will be so great that my current body wouldn't be able to handle it, and it would cause my organs, bones, and brain to implode. There was an odd silence until Izuku had a light bulb moment. I'm going to do something. Kendo. Don't even try it, Midoriya. The orange-haired girl grabbed his arm before he could even leave the kitchen. You won't use 100% to implode, we're going to help you control it, and you'll be a great hero who saves many, is that clear? She looked seriously at Izuku who just nodded with a pout. Izuku. I'm hungry. He went to the kitchen to finish making the perfect katsudon. The president was very sharp with her thinking, and he was pretty sure that the idea of escaping wouldn't be possible. Ibara. I'll help you, Midoriya-san. The plant-haired girl happily went to help her newest classmate. On the other hand, in Class A, the atmosphere was tense. The day had been more exhausting and intense than the previous day, and that feeling of emptiness still lingered. Izawa was being more tyrannical with the training, leaving them worse off than ever. Not even the powerful Bakugo Katsuki could withstand the grueling training their teacher put them through. It seemed he wanted to make them suffer for no apparent reason. Iida. I can't feel my legs. Exclaimed the president, completely exhausted, with smoke billowing from his engines. Uraraka. I'm about to throw up. She said, dizzy. Her sensei really went overboard with the training. Shoto. Izawa sensei is really overdoing it with the training. The bi-colored boy was on the ground breathing heavily. Sigh. Is he angry about something? Of everyone, the frog was the only one who wasn't so affected by such hellish training. Momo. It's possible, since what happened with Shinso-san. The class fell silent for a moment, remembering the great battle where the purple-haired boy and a green-haired boy fought furiously against a powerful villain, although they only remember the one with the brainwashing quirk. Kirishima. Still hasn't recovered. Momo. From what little sensei said, his recovery is slow. she said bitterly, knowing the purple-haired boy's condition at the end of such a battle. Katsuki. The idiot did well, thanks to that I landed the final blow on the damn multi-quirk. He said proudly of delivering the final blow. Mina. That was so cool, Katsu. Nobody can beat you. She said sweetly, getting closer to the blonde boy. Katsuki. Whatever, I'm going to sleep. He went upstairs without caring much about anything else, passing through an empty room that the explosive boy swore belonged to someone. What the hell? Mina. Is something wrong, Katsu? She asked, looking at the empty room. Was anyone here? The following days were exhausting for both classes. Both Aizawa and Vlad proved to be relentless in their teaching about the various situations they could find themselves in. Of course, there was no shortage of surprise tests from time to time involving enemy attacks in zero-tension situations. In terms of wanting to help Izuku, there was progress, minimal, but they were progressing towards Izuku's trust. Yui was the one Izuku talked to the most, since with her usual expressionless face, it was easy for him to establish a minimum of communication. With Abara was another one with whom he got along well, since she was usually the one who woke him up and healed him, so after a week he at least spoke more than 2 words to her. Kamakiri and Juzo were 2 others he was usually seen with. They were always with Izuku, who was starting to think he actually had friends. Kendo. I'm still surprised at how quickly you healed, Midoriya-san. Both of them, Green and Orange, were in the infirmary checking on Izuku, who had entered the class 2 weeks ago. Only small scars remain. Izuku. I suppose. The orange-haired girl removed the last bandage. Finally, Izuku was recovered. Thank you for your care, President. The green-haired boy received a light tap on the head from the orange-haired girl, who only let out a tired sigh. Kendo. I already told you not to call me that, I prefer you refer to me as Kendo or Itsuka. She spoke seriously to Izuku, who nodded. Izuku. I understand, President. Gave him another tap on the head, and Izuku looked at the older sister. Kendo. You're just doing this to annoy me. He let the green-haired boy put on his uniform and took his hand. Come on, we're going to be late. Izuku. Well. The green-haired boy simply let himself be dragged by his partner towards the gamma field. The sensei had the perfect idea to measure Midoriya's abilities. Hatsum. After a while, they arrived where they were, and there was the mad inventor next to the sensei. Vlad King. Alright Midoriya, step forward. Izuku put down his kendo stick and went to his sensei. You've been difficult to train because of your quirk, so I arranged for the inventor to create something to give you a good training session. Izuku. What is it? May. This is for you, Midoriya. With the push of a button, a strange robot fell to the ground, a spherical head with multiple cameras and a cylindrical body with several compartments. I don't understand why Sensei put so much effort into something like this. It's clear it'll end up killing him. I wish it were for those 3. She muttered, quite frustrated at creating something for the weakest student at UA. Vlad King. Shut up, inventor. He said seriously to the girl, who quickly retreated. I'll report this to Power Loader. Midoriya, you can begin. Izuku. Yes, Sensei. Izuku let the power flow and went to hit the machine, which detected the movement and stopped him easily. Very good. He tried again, this time faster, passing by again. But what? Vlad King. I told you, this will be your training. Defeat the all-seeing robot. Izuku spent the entire afternoon with his new robotic companion, whom he could not easily hit or destroy. The metallic material and the mechanism it possessed meant that each impact was less powerful, absorbing a large part of the blow and diverting it to a special cylinder to recycle that energy as its second battery. Kendo. Midoriya-san, it's time for dinner. The orange-haired girl had gone out to the patio watching as the green-haired boy continued attacking the robot without stopping. Midoriya-san. Izuku. He looked seriously at the robot before using the black whips to hit it, unable to move the robot. Shit. Kendo. That's enough, Midoriya-san. The president grabbed Izuku's forearm before he could land another blow. That's fine for today. Izuku, but, he looked at his partner who was smiling kindly, yes President. Kendo. You know it doesn't matter anymore. She grabbed his forearm tightly and dragged him inside. She didn't like being called president. You know, you just need a different angle to destroy the robot. I know you can do it, Midoriya-san. Izuku. I guess. He got lost in his thoughts again, his president might be right and she needs a different look at the robot. Kendo. What if you ask Vlad-sensei? That might help. He smiled at her just as Jiroda served his self-proclaimed best curry in the world. Izuku took a bite of his food and ate it with a lot of ideas to develop. Rin. Midoriya was able to eat this. She whispered to Sen who was next to her fighting back the urge to vomit. Izuku. He looked at the class. Very few could handle the curry that the beast was preparing. Kasei. You're amazing, Midoriya, enduring this level of intoxication. he spoke, completely astonished. Jiroda, in the distance, was eating normally. He knew very well that his companions didn't have stomachs of iron like him. Izuku. Oh. Compared to what Bakugo or Todoroki make, this is food fit for the gods. He replied simply and continued eating, remembering the times they left behind the large quantities of food prepared by the two strongest. The green-haired boy was the only one who tasted it, believing that in this way he could at least help his friends improve their cooking skills. Setsuna. Are they really that bad? That's something no one expected, the most powerful perfect villains in the kitchen. Kamakiri. And you, Midoriya, how good are you at cooking? The green-haired boy looked seriously at the green-skinned one. You know, I challenge you to cook something better than this curry. Jiroda. There's nothing better than this curry. He said before tasting more of his curry. Izuku simply got up from his seat and went to the kitchen, intriguing the class, who crowded around watching him go back and forth, throwing ingredients and catching things with his whips. Kinoko. What do you think he'll do? She whispered so as not to distract Izuku. Hiroiko. Whatever she's doing smells really good. At this, everyone paid attention to what was coming out, and the smell only made their mouths water. Kendo. We'd better go sit down and wait, it looks like it'll take a while. They obeyed and sat down impatiently, only listening to the sound of the pan and the delicious smell that spread in the dining room. Izuku. And that's it. Izuku said before his whips carried plates to the table, then he himself came out with more plates. Tonkatsu. The class stared at the dish for a moment before tasting it, swearing that their taste buds went to culinary heaven only to return when Izuku sat down to eat curry. Tetsu. This is delicious. He declared with his mouth full. Yui said. Midoriya-san has a real knack for cooking. She spoke with a small smile of pure satisfaction. Jiroda. It's not bad. She said, already trying to steal something from the other plates. Monoma. Don't even try it. He yelled at the giant who was trying to steal the meat. Izuku. If you think so. A bit of pride had been born in Izuku that night, at least he knew what to do when he was imminently expelled from UA for being weak. The next day, the students went to their classes with more enthusiasm. One tactic that Kasei came up with was for Izuku to teach his classmates how to cook so they would spend more time together and he would realize that they weren't bad and wouldn't be capable of doing him any harm. Of course, he would only start with one of them and then the others would join sporadically after a while. Vlad King. Do you want me to help Midoriya? In front of the teacher was Kendo, who knew very well that her classmate wouldn't say anything to their teacher. Kendo. He'll never come looking for help, sensei, and he needs it, I'm sure of it. She spoke with conviction. Vlad King. Good. The professor approached Midoriya, who was kicking the robot, blocking it once again. You need more speed and precision if you want your kick to connect properly. Izuku-sensei. Izuku looked startled at the teacher, who had a calm expression. Thank you. Vlad King. I see you haven't had any luck tearing this metal thing apart. The green-haired boy lowered his gaze, thinking he was being scolded. Izuku. Sorry, I'm pretty useless. Izuku was about to leave, but the albino wouldn't let him. Sensei. Vlad King. Never say that, brat. He spoke seriously and looked at the machine. You know, this thing is made to be a wall to overcome, something you're trying to get through, and that's exactly what you're doing. Izuku. It doesn't matter, no matter what angle I hit it from or how hard I use, this thing just takes it. He said, frustrated with his lack of progress. I give up. He was about to leave, but a blow to the machine stopped him. His sensei had tried the same thing as him and failed in the process. Vlad King. Oh, I failed again. Without saying anything, he tried again and again, even using his quirk to make his hand strong bloody hammers that still failed to hit the machine. I failed again. Midoriya, do you know why this happens? Izuku. You're using powerful blows instead of doing. The light bulb went off in his head and he walked to the machine under the watchful eyes of his classmates and his teacher. All I had to do was concentrate the blow on a single point, making it impossible for it to absorb the blow. With the Fajin charged in 2 fingers he struck the robot, shattering its infinite resistance and destroying its core. Kuroiko. Incredible. Like his companions, the one from the shadows was quite surprised by what his companion achieved in such a short time. Vlad King. Listen carefully, kid. It doesn't matter if your feet hurt or your muscles burn, never give up. And if you do, be persistent in continuing to learn from what happened. Izuku was still lost in thought, staring at the destroyed robot. Listen carefully, everyone. In 1 month, it will be the sports festival. You have until then to show not others, but yourselves what you're made of. Overcome every obstacle, even if it seems impossible, to have a glorious and honorable tomorrow. He placed his hand on Izuku's hair, who looked at him. Midoriya, this is your chance to prove to yourself and to everyone what you're made of. What you've been through has only forged you, and it will continue to do so. He took him by the shoulders, continuing his monologue. Show the world how unbreakable you are. Izuku looked at him. That willpower he seemed to exude was like when All Might told him he could be a hero. On that occasion, he cried like never before. Now there was only conviction in his eyes. He would do what his sensei said and show not only that he was there, but also how much willpower he possessed. Their teacher gave them the rest of the class time free to train or plan something for the long-awaited sports festival. A year ago, it was one of the biggest events ever held, taking place right after the defeat of the Paranormal Liberation Army and the League of Villains. Izuku couldn't participate because he was so badly injured after defeating Tamura and his sensei. This was one of the reasons why no one recognized the name Deku, much less Midoriya Izuku. It didn't help that the press turned a blind eye and focused more on his old class and the upcoming event. Kendo. Midoriya-san. The president approached Izuku, who had his gaze fixed on the robot, lost in his memories. Izuku. President. He didn't continue, he could perfectly hear the whispers of his deranged mind, urging him to end his life. Do you need something? Kendo. Would you like to train? You need someone to challenge you, and I need to test my techniques. What do you say? He smiled at the green-haired man who was just staring at the ground. Izuku. I don't know. His nerves got the better of him, and he just walked quickly away towards the academy, too many emotions for one day. Kendo. I saw it coming. She sighed, a little defeated. This situation with her new partner was difficult, a challenge she would undoubtedly overcome. Tetsu. Kendo, I have an idea. The metallic one suddenly appeared with a grin from ear to ear. Meanwhile, Class A was also notified of this year's sports festival. Many saw it as an opportunity to stand out once again, while others felt it would be fun enough to pass the time. Their final year was meant to give the world another glimpse into the next top 30 heroes. Aizawa. Don't relax for anything in the world, this year I have something planned for you. He smiled macabrely, he was going to torture them a little. Mina. What do you mean, sensei? The rose spoke just as she was about to jump towards Bakugo. Aizawa. I have a special assignment for you this month, and if you don't complete it, I'll expel you. The surprises were immediate. Their senseis sometimes seemed to hate them. Toru. You can't do that. The master glared at her angrily, and the invisible girl shrank back in her place. Aizawa. Alright, that'll be 2 4,000-page essays on the history of quirks and the creation of heroes, due the day before the festival. The murmurs of injustice continued until someone had the bold idea to motivate their classmates. Kaminari. Relax, guys. We're the best of the best. It's impossible for anyone to compete with us. Mina's agile enough to overcome anything, Kirishima can withstand anything, even if a building falls on him, and don't even get me started on Todoroki or Kaken. He smiled at his classmates, who seemed convinced. Momo. Class B is powerful, don't you remember 2 years ago? They'll be difficult to beat. She spoke calmly, knowing that a rival was training right now to overcome any obstacle. Kaminari. Nonsense, it'll be easy, just a few stones in the path, right Kaken? He looked at his friend who was irritated by what his sensei did. Kitsuki. Shut up, Pikachu. Every minute you spend talking is wasting time that could be used to get things done. He said, starting to think about how to get the job done. Kaminari. Sorry. With this, Aizawa could finally confirm just how much his class had changed. Could they stand up not only to Class B but also to Midoriya? Or would they fall under their own weight? He would just have to wait and see. Thus, this month began with the promise of a great event. Obviously, as soon as news of the event spread, some of the second and first year classes began betting on who would win this year's third year events. The favorite was Bakugo Kitsuki, since he had already won the previous 2 years, followed by Todoroki Shoto, and then Tokoyami Fumikichi, who usually came in third. The surprise they were in for would be one for the ages. The afternoon after the sports festival announcement, Izuku was dragged by Yui and Kamakiri to the USJ. They had something planned for Izuku, who didn't understand what was happening. He just let himself be led, knowing that it would cause his inner voice to only be silent for a while. It was funny that that voice was wrong more than it was right. To Izuku's surprise, Kendo was there with a calm smile, and beside him was Tetsu, who had some bags with him. Yes, they were up to something, and the green-haired boy didn't know if it was good or bad. He still distrusted everyone around him, even his. Could he consider Yui and Kamakiri his friends? Izuku. What are we supposed to do? He said, distrustful of what would happen and ready to run in the opposite direction from where he was. Tetsu. I had a really good idea that I'd like you to participate in, Midoriya. He smiled at the green-haired boy who was still on his guard. Izuku. What is it? He said seriously, ready to leave. Kendo. Let's play hide and seek. He smiled at the confused green-haired boy. Inside the USJ are all our classmates. They have a bag full of paint-filled balloons. We have to find them and hit them with a balloon before they hit them. Simple, right? He held out a balloon to the green-haired boy who stared incredulously. Izuku. No thanks, I'd rather go train. He put down the balloon with Kendo before he had to dodge one coming from inside the facility. But what? Tetsu. Shota and Ryuko make a really good combo, don't you think? He smiled at Izuku, who narrowly dodged the second impact of the balloon. Kendo. This isn't just for fun, Midoriya. It helps improve our reflexes and awareness of our surroundings. You can train, enjoy time with friends, and have fun all at once. What do you say? Izuku thought for a moment while the four from Class B looked at him hopefully. Yui. Midoriya. The dark-haired girl touched his shoulder, and Izuku looked at her in a start. If you don't want to do it, that's fine, we like you, and we hope you'll help us with this. She smiled at the green-haired boy who looked at the floor. Izuku. I want to do it. He admitted, looking down so they wouldn't see his blush of embarrassment. It had taken more courage than he had right now to say that. Kendo. Very well, thank you for helping us, Midoriya. She smiled at the green-haired boy who only nodded without looking at her. Kamakiri. How will we divide ourselves? The green-eyed girl's smile gave a bad feeling. She already had a plan of action. They spent 2 hours going back and forth looking for their companions, divided into 2 groups. Kendo, Izuku and Yui on one side, and Tetsu and Kamakiri on the other. Obviously, it resulted in everyone laughing and playing in a big free-for-all, in which Midoriya protected his 2 companions with everything he could. It wasn't because they couldn't protect themselves, he just wanted to feel useful. Yui. Midoriya-san. The black-haired girl launched herself at the green-haired girl, both avoiding the balloon sent by Ibara's vines. Izuku. Thank you, Kadai. He said, a little dazed, to which the dark-haired girl just smiled at him, even though she was still on top of him. Yui. I already told you that you can call me Yui, we're friends after all. She stood up to help Izuku. Izuku. We're friends. He said in great surprise, not remembering where they were, and soon a barrage of paint-filled balloons rained down on them, completely covering them. Yui. Hey, we had a moment here. She said angrily, only to receive a balloon to the face in return. Manama. Ha ha ha. Laughed before the dark-haired girl hit him in the face with a balloon. Kinoko. PFFF. Tried to hold back her laughter when she received a balloon on her head. Hey. Soon, Class B, laughing, threw balloons at each other until one landed on the head of the stunned green-haired boy, at which point everyone looked at him with a friendly smile, waiting for his reaction. Izuku looked at the floor instead of his classmates, Nana's voice echoed in his head. Nana. Just give them a chance, Izuku, they're worth it. Kendo. Midoriya-san. She looked worriedly at her partner who just kept his head down. Izuku, without saying anything, he threw a balloon at the president, who was amazed. Kendo. Midoriya. She continued until she saw slight spasms in Izuku. Are you okay? He clutched his stomach before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. That laugh surprised everyone who looked at him. That was funny. Finally, after months and months of solitude, with no possibility of having anything but indifferent glances, it had finally happened. Izuku had smiled and laughed again, for some reason. Well, maybe using the UA facilities for a playing field wasn't such a good idea, but at least they saw Midoriya's smile for a moment. It was working, and they were slowly breaking through the cold shell he hid in. They were on the right track. Sensei, you know, it could have been worse. He said, trying to improve the atmosphere. Sensei didn't like them using the USJ as their playground, and they were currently cleaning the place. A waste. And how exactly? The black-haired boy was hanging from Izuku's black whips while cleaning part of the ceiling. He didn't know how they had managed to get so high up. Sen. That we might have to clean entire classrooms without using our quirks, or maybe clean the bathrooms with a toothbrush. She shuddered at the thought. Yui said. You're exaggerating a little. From Izuku's back, who was slowly falling so she could easily clean the building where most of the paint was. Kendo. Stop talking and work to finish quickly. He spoke forcefully in his voice, and everyone continued with their task, cleaning what they could. None of them took into account that they were being watched the whole time by the 2 teachers of the 3rd grade classes and the principal himself, who was quite pleased with how things were going. Seeing Midoriya at a greater point of progress in just 1 month was gratifying. Nezu. Azawa, how are things going in 3A? He asked without taking his eyes off the screen. Amakiri and Juzo had started another funny commotion, causing the president's anger and forcing Midoriya to intervene a little. Azawa. Exactly the same as always, exceptional grades and extensive training that keeps them in shape. Said tired from the day. Nezu. Haven't they asked about the empty seat? Azawa. I suppose they think it belongs to Shinso, and out of respect we'll leave it at that. Nezu. Well. He said with a touch of grace, the students were in another paint battle. Vlad, it's your turn. Vlad King. The 1-minute principal. left unsure whether to feel proud of his class or want to punish them for the mess. When the teacher of Class B left, the place fell into a slightly awkward silence. The teacher of Class A didn't think it was a good idea to ask about his former student. He considered him somewhat hypocritical after practically leaving him to rot in his misery. His internal debate ended when the last person the principal wanted to see at that moment entered. All Might. Azawa-kun, principal, it's great to find you all. He smiled at his classmate and superior, having a very good idea he'd like to share. Nezu. We're busy right now, Toshinori. We'll talk another time. The cold tone surprised both masters, who looked at him in surprise. All Might. It's important, principal. Tried to sound serious, but the impression wouldn't let him. Nezu. Have you finished training your successor, Toshinori? He asked, his tone serious, causing the former symbol of peace to become nervous. All Might. About that. His nerves got the better of him. How could he say he wanted to change successors after seeing no progress with Midoriya? Nezu. If it's not regarding that responsibility, All Might, you can leave. The American was surprised but didn't disobey and left, followed by Aizawa, who needed to find a place to sleep. Night fell and with it the tired Class B finally entered their dormitories. It wasn't a good idea to start the second paint war in the middle of cleaning. They ended up worse and had to clean without using their quirks under the supervision of Lad King and number 13. Exhausting hours and they had barely eaten anything. Juzo. How come Midoriya and Kendo are still as fresh as daisies? He said, leaning back on the sofa, watching as his president and his friend made sandwiches for everyone. Tetsu. Think of it this way, both of them train the most, they're the ones who push themselves the hardest and even train when they're on the verge of collapse, it's normal that they have more strength and endurance. He murmured, almost asleep on the floor. Kinoko. I'm doing quite well. She said cheerfully while drinking a bottle of juice. The brunette had done something that her classmates called unfair. Setsuna. I still say that using Midoriya as your horse isn't fair. Complained the green-haired girl, to which the brunette just stuck out her tongue. Kinoko. Hey, I'm not cut out for such long jobs. If Midoriya-san hadn't brought me, I would have fainted halfway there. She pouted indignantly just as Kendo and Midoriya entered with 2 trays of food. Izuku. They really need more training, they can't even handle more than 2 hours of hard work without a quirk, they're too dependent. He spoke bluntly, causing a massive depressive aura. Setsuna. If you're so strong without using your power, how about we train? She smiled at Izuku, who remained frozen. I was just kidding, Midoriya. You don't have to if you don't want to. She quickly added, glaring angrily at her president. Izuku. He thought for a moment before taking a bite of the sandwich. I guess I could try it. He said sheepishly. Juzo. Are you serious, man? He said excitedly, and Izuku nodded shyly. Tetsu. Thank you, Midoriya. I promise to do my best so as not to disappoint. He exclaimed excitedly. This year would be the one in which he would finally defeat Kirishima if they ever met. Izuku. I'll try not to disappoint you. He spoke nervously, had he never trained someone the way it was supposed to be done before. Kendo. Midoriya-san. She gently took his shoulder, pulling the green-haired boy out of his mental fog. If you need help with anything, just say so. We're here to help. She smiled at Izuku, who simply nodded. Izuku. I'd like your help, President. The surprised orange-haired woman nodded, and Izuku simply took her arm and led her to the kitchen. Yanagi is progressing very well, he said, holding a half-eaten sandwich. Setsuna joked. It seems Kendo wants to take Yui's place as her best friend. The dark-haired girl stood up, looking slightly indignant. Yui. I don't think that's it. She went to investigate, followed by Class B, who wanted to know what was happening. Izuku. You know, spying is bad. He said without even looking at them, he was very red from having mustered up the courage to drag the orange-haired girl with him to the kitchen. Yanagi. You never cease to amaze me, Midoriya-san. She was the first to leave, it didn't matter anymore. Ibara. I apologize for my actions, Midoriya-san. She left looking embarrassed. Izuku. It doesn't matter, I guess. We'll talk later, President. He ran off towards the stairs, paying close attention today. Setsuna. Is it okay if I ask? She said playfully to her friend, who sighed. I'll take that as a no, good night. That night Izuku slept happily as soon as he touched the mattress. The emotional, mental, and physical exhaustion finally got the better of him, and he ended up where he always did in the core of One for All, with Nana smiling at him from ear to ear. Izuku felt tempted to hug the shadow of the argument as he looked at Nana so happy. Izuku. How scary. Clung to the shadow which was smaller than normal in his mental space. Nana. I'm not scary. She shouted indignantly at the green-haired boy who had put up his shadow as a shield. Don't think I won't hit this stupid guy. More respect. Murmured the indignant conscience. Izuku. Anyway, what am I supposed to be doing here? He asked, sitting down on the hypothetical floor. Nana. I just wanted to see your progress, Izuku. I'm glad you finally have a friend. She hugged Izuku, who tried unsuccessfully to push her away. Just wait and see how they abandon you as always. He said with hatred in his voice, to which Nana only blew on him in an attempt to make him leave. Nana. Don't listen to him, Izuku, you'll see they won't go far. She smiled at Izuku, who didn't seem entirely convinced. Have faith. She gave him a light push, and Izuku shot off into the darkness just as something sounded outside. It was time to wake up. Hatsume did not expect this when she arrived at her workshop. The data in the robot's memory indicated that it was not someone else who did it. A robot made to withstand even Dynamic's Hotzer impact could not withstand the damage from the so-called weakest at UA. A triple check and the data still gave the same result. Midoriya Izuku had managed to generate such force that, in theory, only a meteor 1.5 times its diameter could match it. He destroyed his best baby in one blow a day after being given the machine. Something was wrong. Dynamite is supposed to be the pinnacle of heroes at UA, an unattainable mountain that everyone else aspires to but can never surpass, no matter how hard they try. But what I was seeing not only reached the same level, it far surpassed the current Big Three. If I had to compare these two mountains of power, Midoriya is the freaking Mount Everest and Bakugo a mere mound in the middle of nowhere, power and control united in perfect harmony. I'd get to the bottom of this. Nothing they told me was true. What was I supposed to do now? Vlad King. Hatsume. The teacher watched as the inventor hid while he watched Class B endure the rapid blows that Izuku was delivering in the gamma field without even using his quirk. Mei-sensei. She said without looking at him, her eyes were currently analyzing every minute movement of the green-haired boy who had just knocked Jirota down in his beast state. The tests Izuku put himself through were strange and dangerous for his own good. Vlad King. What are you doing? The pink-haired girl just jotted something down before continuing to stare at Izuku. Mei. There's something I don't understand. If Midoriya is considered the worst hero, why does he have more destructive power and better control than that blonde bomb-wielding guy? She asked, not missing a second of how Izuku had trapped Kinoko in a hold, leaving her in a compromising position. There's a mystery I'm determined to solve. Vlad King. You know, you can come closer if you want, as long as you don't distract them. The inventor widened her vision slightly with her quirk and nodded, followed by the professor who was checking on his students' progress. Kendo-sensei. The whole class looked at the hero and his inventor companion who approached the green-haired boy, touching him a lot. What's going on? Vlad King. The inventor here has a certain experiment, so she'll be keeping a close eye on you and your training. The class watched as the inventor thoroughly examined Izuku's abdomen, causing his classmates to blush. She was touching the green-haired boy too much, and he wasn't doing anything to stop her. Carry on with what you were doing and act like I'm not here. Yui said, annoyed by how the pink-haired girl was groping her friend. It's difficult to do it when she's violating Midoriya-san with her fingers. Izuku. Oh no, that's just how she is, she gathers data from my body to make her inventions more precise. He said, completely relaxed from having the pink-haired girl on his back giving his shoulders a few taps. Kinoko. Hey. That's my spot. She said indignantly, pouting. Mei. Interesting. She jumped to the side and muttered to herself as she typed quickly. Ibarra. Are you alright, Midoriya-san? The plant-haired girl went to make sure her partner wasn't hurt, sighing when she saw that he was actually completely fine. Izuku. Can we continue training? Hatsume won't do anything, I assure you. He walked past the green-haired girl and went to the front of the class. Let's continue looking at your strength so we can help you. Okay, it's my turn. He approached Izuku and attacked with a right-handed punch, easily dodged by the green-haired boy, then knocked him down with a kick. Well, I saw that coming. Izuku. They have almost no foundation in how to fight beyond using their quirks to facilitate their victory. We have a lot to do. He sighed wearily, not wanting so much responsibility. Kamakiri. I'm going to put on the music for training. The green guy went to get the equipment so he could work much better. Meanwhile, in the support course, Uraraka and Iida were heading there to obtain a gadget Hatsume had promised to make, a special analyzer to make them stronger and faster. They wouldn't let the jobs they'd been given get in the way of their training. Kaminari might be very confident, but the class president knew very well that they shouldn't be overconfident and that they should be better than they already were. There was only one slight flaw in their plans. The inventor wasn't in her workshop, and it seemed none of her classmates knew exactly where she had gone. They could wait for her to hand over the device, but that would be wasting time they could be using to do their work, and they didn't want their sensei to expel them for it. Uraraka. Iida-kun, why don't you go and look for her? I'll stay here and wait for her and let you know if she shows up. Iida. That sounds like a good plan, Achako-chan. The president ran off, wondering where to look first. He didn't know the pink-haired girl well enough to say where she might be if not at her workplace. It took him 2 hours to search the academy from end to end, and there was no trace of the inventor. Tired, he went to the last place he expected her to be, in the Gamma Gym, and to his surprise, there she was, sitting to one side of Class B, analyzing a fight between the president and someone he couldn't see. Iida. Hatsume. He shouted, drawing the attention of the class who rushed to form a wall to shield Midoriya. He was the ace up their sleeve, the one who would only be revealed at the festival, proving that the great Midoriya Izuku was still here. Kendo. Do you need something, Class A president? She spoke with clear irritation and hatred in her words. Iida. I need to talk to Hatsume, there was an invention I needed. He said, a little confused by the orange-haired girl's attitude. Is something wrong? Kendo. That's Class B stuff, none of your business. He said, heading off to join his group, who were somewhere between angry and nervous. In the background, Izuku was eating a sandwich, like the good kid he is. Iida. I understand. He approached the crazy inventor so they could chat normally. Hatsume. May. Huh. Yes, I don't have time right now. She continued on her laptop. Midoriya's data was far superior to Bakugo's, Todoroki's, and Kirishima's. Without using their quirks, it was clear who would win. Iida. But what we're asking for is important. He said impatiently and somewhat angrily. May. I'm sorry, but I don't remember them leaving their request anywhere. She typed quickly, looking at her orders. There was nothing from 3A. Iida. What are you saying? We always ask in front of you, it's your duty to do what we ask, you're our inventor. He said angrily. May. Correction, I'm an inventor who gets orders from heroes not just of your class. If you have an order, don't break the rules. She said, continuing with her work, causing the president of 3A to glare at her furiously. Iida. We're the best class at UA, and you prefer to waste your time with mere fifth-rate heroes like them. He said, pointing at Class B, which was getting angry. May. To be better. Their stats have been declining since the fight against the League of Villains. They're the superiors, and yet they still place orders without believing they're the best. She spoke without looking at him. Geralda. Like, the best, huh? Went into beast mode and wanted to go and hit the idiot who didn't reconsider because of his anger. Iida. We were the ones who defeated the League of Villains, or have you already forgotten? What did you do, huh? He shouted euphorically to the class who wanted to hit him. On that occasion, they prioritized saving and protecting lives before fighting. Juzo. We did what heroes do and saved people. He replied coldly, to which the one with glasses snorted amusedly. Iida. Excuses from an idiot who's beneath us, you wouldn't even be able to touch me, and that's without my quirk active. He mocked the class who were about to attack. Come on, what are you waiting for? Go ahead, I can handle you. He couldn't continue because a black whip made him hit the ceiling with such force that it made him vomit his lunch, then sent him crashing to the floor, leaving him unconscious. The class and May turned to look at Izuku, who had a very unfriendly expression. Kendo. Midoriya-san. Did your classmate just protect the class or was it just a reflex? Izuku. No one should talk about good people like that. I won't let anyone be treated as less than, especially if it's against Class 3B. He said seriously, to which the shocked class only smiled. Iida woke up in the infirmary quite confused by what had just happened. Something or someone had attacked him and he couldn't remember who it was. He cleared that mental fog to look around. The night was clearly visible through the window. Perhaps he had been out for about 2 hours if he wasn't mistaken. He reached for his glasses on a nearby table and finally put them on, observing with clarity and pleasant surprise that Ichako was there, asleep on one side of the bed. She looked adorable and innocent, made even more so by the perpetual blush she possessed. If everything went well after the festival, they would both reveal their relationship to everyone. He could finally say that he was Ichako's boyfriend and they would live happily ever after. Iida whispered to the brunette, who frowned slightly. It's time to wake up. He gently shook her shoulder and she seemed to finally wake up. Ichako. Hey. Iida. She threw herself into his arms, startled, especially since they hadn't told her who had caused this. Are you okay? Does anything hurt? Iida. Fully recovered. Smiled at Ichako, who couldn't resist any longer and kissed him. Recovery. If you're going to behave like this, you'd better go to the dorms. This isn't the place for your romantic moments. She said seriously, to which both lovers only blushed. Since you're feeling better, you can leave. Ichako. Aren't you going to check him? She asked angrily. Her boyfriend at least needs to be checked out to find out how he is. Recovery. It was a blow to the pit of her stomach, she'll only have a bruise that's already healed, child, she just needed rest. She said wearily. It was very late and she wanted to go to sleep. Iida. I understand, thank you for healing me, recovery girl. She bowed and got out of bed, her abdomen still had a slight pain, but nothing out of the ordinary. By the way, what time is it? Achako. Almost midnight. Responded, to which her boyfriend looked at her in shock. Iida. Midnight. He checked his phone, 11:43, indeed almost midnight. But. Achako. The blow you received was very strong. They both came out, the one with glasses quite out of it. Did you fight with Katsuki or Shoto? He joked a little, but his boyfriend didn't answer. Iida-kun. Iida. It was when I was looking for Hatsune, I was with Class B and then. He couldn't remember much, just a kind of black thing that grabbed him tightly. Achako. Class B? She exclaimed in surprise. She knew Class B had great potential, but the idea that they could take down her boyfriend, who was the closest to the big three in terms of power, sounded impossible. I'm sure the blow was very strong, Iida-kun. Iida. I'm sure of it, that class has someone with brutal strength. The last thing I remember is that he knocked me out with a single blow. He said angrily. This changed things a lot. Things were clear for Iida, who would make sure to uncover the secret of Class B no matter the cost. He wouldn't let this humiliation go unpunished. It was far worse than when he fought Stain and almost died. Fortunately, Todoroki was nearby and helped him. Those two were the heroes that night. It was a shame Endeavor took all the credit. The following days, Iida, accompanied by Uraraka, went to harass the rival class. They didn't understand what they were doing. They went to a place accompanied by Mei, always huddled together as if they were hiding something in the center. They would do individual training sessions that Achako swore not even Bakugo could endure, and then they would rest for a moment before starting friendly matches among themselves. Afterwards, they would chat with Mei, who gave instructions that they couldn't quite hear, but that made Class B happy. That was the first day. The second was similar, only some students had things that made them worse in combat and training. Amakiri had a blindfold and could barely perform like yesterday. Monoma had his hands tied which greatly hampered him. Rin had gloves that were too heavy. Everyone had something that made them worse in battle. The one who suffered the least was Setsuna for a reason that neither Iida nor Uraraka understood. She was fine. They spent the whole week like that, one less than the 4 they had before the sports festival started, so they stopped doing it and instead focused on their own training and the hellish work their sensei left behind. No matter how secret it was, Iida and Uraraka were sure it wouldn't be enough to surpass them. After all, Class A has the 3 big boys of UA, it will be easy to win. Yui. No. I feel. My legs. She said wearily. The day was Monday of the second week, and she thought it would be a good idea to go for a run like her green-haired friend did. Very bad idea. Izuku. I told you it wasn't easy and you still came, cod. The dark-haired girl narrowed her eyes, looking at him reproachfully. Why Yui? Yui. I didn't think you'd run almost 10 kilometers to start the day. She said tiredly and somewhat annoyed. This week she tried to get the green-haired boy to call her by her name, but he didn't seem to want to. Izuku. I used to do it, now. It's strange. He looked at the sky, which was turning orange. Dawn had arrived. Yui. I understand. She tried to get up but couldn't. She was very tired. Could you give me a ride? She asked without a trace of embarrassment. She knew from Kinoko that the green-haired boy's back was like a pillow, and today she was going to find out if it was true. Izuku. Oh, sure. Izuku picked her up like a princess, managing to make the expressionless girl blush a little. Yui. I'm sorry for waking you up so early, Midoriya-san. She spoke normally, trying to calm her nervousness. Izuku. No problem, cod. The dark-haired girl's gaze promised trouble if he continued not to call her by her name. Why Yui? The walk continued with the dark-haired girl trying to get her friend to loosen up and be more relaxed. She wanted him to know that she would be there for him. Fortunately, Izuku lowered his guard a little, not enough to say that he felt relaxed with her, but a little. It was noticeable in the tension of his muscles, which Yui felt perfectly against herself. Setsuna. Well, Yui-chan, in Midoriya-kun's arms. Did you let her rest, tiger? She said playfully, causing the dark-haired girl to blush and hide her face in Izuku's chest. Izuku. Rest. Cod. A pinch on his arm made him reevaluate his words. Yui woke me up and asked me to help her, that's all. Setsuna. And what help? She said, increasing the embarrassment in the dark-haired girl. You left her disabled, Midoriya-kun. Izuku looked at the girl in his arms with some fear. Izuku. I wasn't that rough, was I? He asked the girl, who coughed fakely in an attempt to calm down. Yui. Ignore her, Midoriya-san, she's just a fool who doesn't understand anything. The dark-haired girl carefully climbed down from her friend's arms and stretched. Thanks for running with me. Izuku. You're welcome. Left them both and went to his room. He stank really bad, and he was sure that if the president saw him, she would scold him or at least throw a bucket of water on his head. The third week arrived, and the tension was palpable between the two classes of heroes in their final year. The outlook was clear to everyone else. Class A was going to win easily, or so the marketing classes believed, as they sought to get their share of the pie. What no one knew was the grueling training the Class B students underwent to beat their classmates, each training specifically to become strong with or without their quirk. Their personal trainer was incredibly demanding, and it was starting to pay off. One more week, and everyone would see true fighters emerge. Aizawa. I didn't think they'd manage it. Looked in surprise at the mountain of papers on his desk. His class had done it. Iida. Don't doubt us, Aizawa-sensei. Whether it's a mountain or a simple task, we're the best and we'll prove it. He declared, causing pride among his classmates. Aizawa. I wonder where you learned that from. He muttered, only audible to a girl who looked at her teacher in confusion. Well done, you have the rest of the day free. The class left the room happily, unaware that the teacher was throwing the papers in the trash. He wasn't about to look through those more than 4,000 sheets. He had done his part. His class hadn't trained enough, so he let Class B train. Maybe this would give him enough courage to talk to Midoriya. Shoto. And where will we train? He asked, somewhat anxiously. He hadn't trained for 3 weeks because of his hellish job and was eager for a good training session. Momo. We can ask the principal which gym or place is available. The class nodded and went to the principal. Nezu. I regret to say that the Gamma Gym is occupied by Class 3B and the USJ is being used by Class 2A, the Beta Gym by 1A, I'm very sorry, but there's no room. The class representative and his partner looked at each other, they hadn't expected this. Iida. Is there no place left? I didn't mean to sound desperate or anything, but I needed a place to train. I still had that bad taste in my mouth from being knocked out by an inferior in one punch. Nezu. I'm very sorry, 13 requested the USJ in advance for his class, and 3B requested the 4 weeks of the month to train. He said calmly. Midoriya was meticulous with his request, and Nezu didn't refuse. He wanted to see the results the green-haired boy could produce. Momo. I understand, principal, thank you very much for your time. She took the Robocut before filming a scene. Iida. I can't believe this. He said, frustrated with the principal. This was unacceptable. Toru. What happened? Like everyone else, they looked with interest at their companions, puzzled by Iida's frown. Momo. All the seats are taken. The class looked at each other in surprise as Kaminari came up with a very great idea. Kaminari. Maybe Kakin can talk to All Might and get us a spot, after all, he's his successor. He smiled at the blonde, who smiled wildly. Kyoka. Is that really a good idea? Can't we just wait until they finish what they're doing and then ask for it? She offered her opinion, at which point the president approached her in a somewhat threatening manner. Iida. Well, we wait, the others are getting stronger, we must do our best to become stronger too. He looked at Kitsuki seriously. Bakugo, ask All Might. Kitsuki. Calm down already, I would do it even if you didn't ask, idiots. He calmly walked down the hallways while his classmates went to their dorm. At least they'd get some training there. Kitsuki advanced, watched by the others at UA. The girls looked at him with a slight blush, and the boys with excitement at having the next symbol of peace nearby. Just a week ago, the former symbol of peace, All Might, declared that he was personally entering the blonde, and the press was already labeling him as his successor. Luckily for All Might, the news hadn't reached Nezu's ears. Kitsuki. All Might. Entered his mentor's office, where he was drinking tea, thinking about how to tell Midoriya to give up one for all. All Might. Bakugo Shonen. Smiling, he let the blonde boy sit on the sofa in front of him. What brings you here? Kitsuki. I need a favor. I have nowhere to train, and Nezu says every spot is taken. The retired hero nodded, understanding what he wanted. All Might. I understand. Go to Gym Gamma while I talk to the principal. He stood up and went straight to his superior's office. Even though the mouse was the principal, his successor needed to train. The explosive blonde, on the other hand, came out smiling to the bedroom. He had managed to get a place to train, and his excitement was greater than it seemed at first glance. He hated not being able to train and cursed his sensei under his breath. His indignation was such that he went to the principal to accuse him of not letting them train, but the rat was clever, and any argument the blonde boy had was easily dismissed. He'd fire him when he was number 1 and had enough influence. He just had to wait and that rat would return to the lab. Mina. Katsu. The pink-haired girl approached the blonde flirtatiously. She had a very fun idea that she would like to develop with the most powerful one. Kitsuki. What do you want, raccoon eyes? He asked tiredly to the pink-haired girl who smiled. Mina. Since we have a little time, I'd like you to help me with something. She grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and dragged him to her room. They had things to talk about. About 20 minutes later Kitsuki arrived with Mina, both looking somewhat exhausted and disheveled. No one in the class said anything, they just looked hopefully at the powerful Kitsuki, who smiled arrogantly. Kitsuki. Let's go to Gym Gamma, All Might will take care of everything else. An excited shout rang out and the class headed straight to the gym. In Gym Gamma, Class B and their teacher were resting. Today had been a tougher day than usual. Izuku had pushed them to double their efforts, tricking them with food to give 200%, and it had worked. Kamakiri was able to summon blades more quickly and with greater versatility. Monoma could use his copying quirks for longer periods, and even two simultaneously for 3 minutes. Kendo had improved his martial art and grown an inch and a half taller. Kinoko was able to spread her spores further in less humid environments. They were ready. The class watched in amazement as Izuku trained, swinging back and forth with his whips, perfecting the art of floating for greater control. His classmate was clearly a beast. On the other side of the door, the very excited Class A was opening the door with Uraraka in front. She wanted to be the first to try out her new move. Uraraka. Huh. Class A looked at Class B and their teacher. Kitsuki, didn't you say I'd be alone? The blonde boy stepped forward and looked at the extras, somewhat angrily. Kitsuki. What are you doing here? He shouted angrily. This place is supposed to be ours. Kendo. Principal Nezu let us use the gym this week, Bakugo. The cold, serious tone didn't intimidate the blonde, who approached. You shouldn't be here. Kitsuki. And who's going to stop me, you? He mocked the president who was about to raise her hand and crush him. Vlad King. Not her, but I am, Bakugo. The teacher stood in front of his students seriously. Go away, this is for Class B. Kitsuki. Don't make me laugh again, one more call, and I'll have you in a garbage dump for eternity. He mocked the teacher who remained serious. Get lost, losers, true heroes go to train. Izuku. A true hero doesn't treat others like that. Everyone looked up in shock, a wave of memories washing over Iida, Uraraka, Todoroki, and Bakugo. You're nothing but an idiot with delusions of grandeur, Bakugo. He declared angrily, leaving Class A stunned. Kitsuki. No. It can't be. The shock wouldn't let him. Midoriya Izuku was standing there on the roof with whips on his arms and radiating a faint green aura. Iida. You. Midoriya. Shoto hadn't expected to see him like this, much less with such hatred coming from Izuku. Uraraka. Deku-kun. Uraraka. Deku-kun. She was overcome with surprise. She hadn't seen him in a long time, and the shock was extreme. Iida. Midoriya. Surprised, he looked at the green-haired boy hanging like a bat. What are you doing? Why are you with Class B? Kitsuki. So you finally realized how useless you are and went after the weak, huh? He blurted out sarcastically. You said you'd stop me, please. You're a worthless piece of trash, seriously, do you think you can beat me? He shouted arrogantly. 2 years ago, maybe he'd beaten him a few times, but now it was like comparing apples and oranges. The useless Deku had no chance of winning. Let's do something useless, you against me. Whoever lands a hit first wins. He grinned at Izuku, who just nodded. The blonde boy walked to the center of the area, waiting for the green-haired boy to be taken down, but to his surprise, he was already in his place with a bored expression. Damn idiot, just mocking the greatness of the almighty Bakugo Kitsuki. Kaminari. This will be over quickly, that idiot won't even be able to get near Kakin. He said confidently, and his friend, this was child's play. Mina. It's impossible for Katsu to lose. She shouted, excited by her. Could she still call him her boyfriend after that moment? Vlad King declared. Never sell the bear's skin before hunting it. But this fell on deaf ears. Kitsuki. I hope you're ready, Deku. This will be over quickly, just like before. He smiled, unleashing an explosion to scare his opponent, but Deku didn't even flinch. Ready to lose. Not a sound. Now. In the middle of a second, the all-powerful Bakugo Kitsuki, the next number 1, the first of the big 3, successor to All Might, the great hero Dynamite. He passed through the gym wall, leaving a trail where his unconscious body passed until he stopped at a point very close to the main facilities of the academy. That's right, the most powerful in everyone's eyes was defeated by a single blow from Midoriya Izuku, who looked calm even with his fist raised and, most notably, 2 fingers extended. It only took him 2 fingers to defeat Kitsuki. Nobody could believe it. Mina. Huh. Where's Katsu? She said, not believing what had happened. Iida. Impossible. He said with surprise and excitement in his voice. Shoto. With a single blow. He didn't quite know how to feel. Achako. Kitsuki, where is he? This must be a tactic, right? To make him overconfident and then attack him when his guard is down, right? She looked at her boyfriend to confirm her thoughts, but only saw surprise. Vlad King. Midoriya. Izuku looked at him, bored with the situation, even daring to yawn, as if he hadn't just sent the best of the best flying. Bring the bleached blonde here. Izuku. Well. The black whip emerged from his arm and went to find Kitsuki, grabbing him by one leg and lifting him up in front of the green-haired boy. Mina. Kitsuki. She screamed in fear, the blonde had blood running down his head as well as his arms and legs. Sigh. Disgusting Kiro. Momo. And he could do that with one blow. The dark-haired girl looked at Izuku who was leaving the unconscious blonde boy on a stretcher. Kirishima. Bakubro. Irideed quickly went to his friend and brother from another mother, followed by Mina and Siro. Kaminari was in shock, still smiling. Mina. The principal will find out about this, and when he does, he'll expel you, you damn Deku. She declared before leaving, followed by her class. Izuku's expression was too terrifying to say anything. Kendo. I'm not in favor of using extreme force against Izuku. Extreme strength. He looked at the president, confused, not understanding what she meant. President, I only used 1% plus the Fajin in minimal action, I gave the least I could. The class stared at the green-haired boy in amazement. Kinoko. You mean even the minimum power causes that? I couldn't even think about what would happen if I used everything I had. Ibara. May God protect such horrible souls from crossing your path, Midoriya-san. Izuku. I guess. With that said, Izuku yawned and started to leave. I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep, good night. Kuroiko. It's barely 10 in the morning. She murmured with a touch of grace. This obviously became known, and almost no one believed it. It was unthinkable that the great Bakugo Kitsuki would lose to someone like the weirdo in 3B, and no one refuted it either. Mainly because Midoriya's blank stare made them back down. That's how the rumor of someone superior to the big three spread like wildfire. Mina obviously spoke up, and to her surprise, the principal did nothing. The excuse he gave was simple. Both of you supported the idea. If someone got hurt, it would just be an obvious conclusion. This upset her, and she wanted to get revenge on Izuku, but seeing him so empty, she put that aside. Fear overwhelmed her. With that, the week of rumors passed and soon the most anticipated sports festival began, and as every year for the third-year students, Principal Nezu was the presenter. No one could deny that for being the most intelligent being on the planet, he looked adorable on stage, and with the mini microphone he had. Nezu. Welcome to the third-year sports festival. Shouts of excitement filled the stadium, things were starting strong. Please let all students enter. Present Mick. Okay, let's get ready. He said excitedly. Introducing Class 3A, the mighty victors for 2 years running. Can they maintain their triumph for another year? Class A entered the stadium with honor and pride, led by Bakugo. Followed by them, the teamwork specialists. Will they achieve victory or fall short like last year? Class B. The nervous class entered, led by Kendo, followed by Tetsu and Midoriya, who looked bored. Followed by these classes of monumental power. The general education classes and others. He said disdainfully. At this point, the students didn't care anymore. It wasn't like winning mattered in third year. Nezu. Thank you, everyone. I ask for your full attention for what's about to happen. He said, and the stadium fell silent. As every year, and to make it more fun, the first and second tests will be randomly selected by a roulette wheel. Will it be a walk in the park, or will it be an uphill battle? Only the roulette wheel will decide. The wheel appeared on the big screen, and everyone just hoped it would be easy like in first year. Bakugo was just waiting for the moment to strike back at the green-haired boy. With a slow walk, he finally stopped, causing a smile to appear on the mouse-dog-bear face. Nezu. We have our first event. Maze of Danger. Excited shouts filled the air. The students had a feeling what was coming. It's simple. The students will have to enter a maze created near the stadium, right underneath it, actually. The first 42 to arrive will advance to the next round. Are you ready for this? You have 5 minutes to get into position while the maze is being prepared. The classes dispersed into their own groups, figuring out how to get through, or some who had a certain rivalry for some reason. The most striking were the rivalries that existed between 3A, Todoroki and Bakugo, Mina and Uraraka. For that reason, both Momo and Kirishima approached their rivals from the other class to talk more as friends than as rivals. Kirishima. Let's give it our all, Tetsu bro. The silver-haired boy looked at him and just turned away, ignoring the Riteed's raised fist. What's wrong? Tetsu. Ask your beloved Bakugo, apparently some friends are more important than others. With that said he withdrew near Izuku, having managed to get a little closer to Izuku. Momo. Kendo, let's work hard together. She said to the Riteed who ignored her, causing confusion in the vice president. Kendo. Don't you have anyone better to tell words of encouragement to? With this said, he went to Yui. Everyone had to be prepared. 5 minutes passed and, to bring some fairness to the class, everyone was randomly assigned to a seat, and unfortunately for Izuku, he ended up next to Mina, who looked suspiciously at the green-haired boy. Nezu. On your marks. Everyone except Izuku took their positions. Ready. The excitement was palpable. Go. All but one ran straight towards the dark laboratory that provided the event. 1 minute before the event begins. Mina glared at Midoriya with boundless hatred. Because of the humiliating defeat a romantic interest had suffered, they couldn't rekindle their relationship. The blonde boy had gone mad with his training, to the point that Izawa had to rein him in, otherwise he'd surely end up without arms. She had to act now and show how useless Deku was. So, knowing he was right beside her, she didn't hesitate to begin her incredible plan. Mina. You'd better leave, you idiot. You won't even make it past here. She mocked Izuku, who was staring at the sky. What's wrong? Are you so stupid you can't understand anything? They probably only accepted you out of pity, you useless bone breaker. She continued her taunt, trying to crush the green-haired boy's already fragile confidence so he would leave, but there was no reaction. Izuku. Huh? Did she say something? I don't usually listen to bitches talk. He replied with some anger. He wasn't Deku anymore, he wasn't the one who let himself be walked all over, he wouldn't let it happen anymore. Mina. You damn. She narrowed her eyes and just as they left she threw acid at Izuku's shoes, which he quickly took off and stood still watching as the others left. Present Mick. Huh. Midoriya Izuku is the last one standing. What's going on? People stared at Izuku. Many didn't recognize him. Some thought he'd given up and was going to leave, but to their surprise, Izuku, barefoot, calmly walked towards the entrance of the labyrinth. I guess that's a strange way to start. Izuku advanced slowly into the dimly lit area, just enough to see where he was going, a prominent darkness that Kawara would surely know how to use to his advantage to get out of there quickly. He didn't dwell on it and continued following his plan to leave among the first 42. Mazes are easy to cross. You just have to hold onto a wall and follow it. That way, you ensure you explore the entire place and eventually find the exit. There was just one slight problem. Izuku. The walls are moving. It was a slight movement, barely visible in the darkness, but Izuku could feel it beneath his feet. The mechanism shifted the walls to change the maze every 2 minutes. There must be a pattern. Without another word, he slowly advanced, losing himself in the place until he reached a spot where many students were gathered, including Bakugo, who was cursing because he didn't know where to go. Kitsuki. It's definitely this way. He propelled himself with the explosions down the lane to the right, he was starting to go crazy with this. Let's follow Dynamite, he surely knows the way. A girl from the support corps said, and they all went like lambs following their shepherd. Izuku. In a minute and a half it will change, but where to? He said softly and sat down to wait. There was time to get out, he just had to understand the place. The ground vibrated a little and the lane to the right and in front of Izuku closed, opening 2 behind him and 1 to his left, from which Bakugo emerged, surprised to see Izuku in the same circular place. Kitsuki. Ah. He let out an explosion. He'd been there for 2 minutes and still didn't understand anything. This way. He continued down the corridor behind Izuku, followed by the others who were giving Izuku strange looks. He'd probably already given up. He analyzed the place, watching Bakugo go from one place to another without getting anywhere other than the same point, and despair overwhelmed him just from seeing the total calm on the green-haired boy's face. Kitsuki. This is all your fault. He was about to attack Izuku, but he got up and went back to the lane he had come from, disappearing just as the blonde boy saw the wall move. Damn Deku. The green-haired boy walked calmly, following the wall that had closed behind him. The mechanism was simple. It turned clockwise 3 times before moving randomly for 5 turns, and then another 3 turns counterclockwise. Izuku kept counting the seconds until he stopped in front of the exit door, walking slowly and thinking that that his class had already left. Present Mick. And in second place, Midoriya Izuku. He declared in surprise, causing everyone to look puzzled. Incredible, the last one was among the first, only behind Kawara Shihai. He exclaimed excitedly, at which point Izuku looked at his classmate who was smiling, sitting on the ground waiting for the others. Izuku. I'm sure it was easy for you, after all, it was almost completely dark. He slowly went to sit next to his partner. Kawara. Not really, maybe you taught me to move between the smallest shadows between the tiniest hinges, but doing it in such a complex mechanism was difficult. He looked at Izuku who was lying back peacefully. Thanks for the training, Midoriya. Izuku. Don't even mention it. He said, letting himself be carried away by this moment of peace. Present Mick. Third place. Yayoi Rozumomo. Declared excitedly. The black-haired girl emerged tired. That labyrinthine mechanism was confusing to understand, and to her surprise, the green-haired boy was sleeping next to the gray-haired boy in the middle of the field. Fourth place. Yanagi Ryuko. Fifth place. Kendo Itsuka. And so more and more came out until finally the last one emerged, with a lot of pent-up anger, and to everyone's surprise. Present Mick. Last place. Bakugo Katsuki. He declared in surprise. If this first event has taught me anything, it's not to get carried away by the rankings. The last were first and the first were last. The crowd's cheers of excitement rang out as Bakugo looked at the leaderboard. He was at the very bottom, and at the top, the scum of Class B. He would pay for this and whatever came next. It took him a long time to figure out the trick to the maze, and if it weren't for an extra credit from the general course, he wouldn't have made it through. Nezu. Your attention please, winners of the first event, said the principal, traces of cheese on his cheeks, which somehow made him look even more adorable. It's time to decide the second event of the day. I hope it's just as exciting. The roulette wheel began to spin, causing tension among the 42 participants. And it is. Ring hunt. The shout was immediate and the participants exchanged puzzled and nervous glances. The game is simple. In teams of 4, you'll have to collect rings from the other teams or those lying around the field. The first 4 teams with the most points win. For obvious reasons, each participant has a ring of value that increases according to your placement in the previous event. Present Mick. These are the values for each participant, starting from last to first. Bakugo Katsuki. 200 points. Iida Tenya. 300 points. Uraraka Achako. 400 points. Kawaro Shihai. 8,400 points. All eyes were on the silver-haired boy who felt intimidated by all the attention. Bakugo was going to be first no matter what, and surely no one would want to be with the one with a dark quirk because he had so many points and he would have to drop out of the competition. Izuku. Kawaro. The Salvation appeared, offering him a hand. Behind him, Yanagi and Kendo smiled at him. Time to play. Kawaro. Yes. He approached his team. They had some time while they prepared for the test, and there were things to plan. The test will take place in the woods near the stadium. Participants will be randomly spaced apart, and when it starts, everyone will go to collect the rings scattered around the area, or the most valuable ones that all participants possess. The first 4 with the most points win. Something so simple that it could easily derail into a war between students. Nezu. Alright, the preparation time is over, and the teams are more than ready to begin. He said, causing cheers for the favorites Todoroki and Bakugo together. Alright. The stadium screen revealed various angles of all the teams. Let the second event of this sports festival begin. An alarm sounded and it began, everyone looking for that first place and their team which were Midoriya, Kendo and Yanagi, followed by them those with the most points were Iida, Uraraka, Yaoi Rozu and Tokoyami, both were white, given the amount of points they had. Then there was the wonder team of 3B, Monoma, Jiroda, Juzo and Tetsutetsu, also to everyone's surprise, and the most supported was the one of the big 3 united in the same team, only accompanied by Kaminari, who attached himself to them like a parasite as soon as they said it was in teams, so that he could absorb some fame from the big 3 and thus make himself noticed in order to have pretty girls in a harem all to himself. Unfortunately, Mina didn't even manage to reach the middle of the labyrinth as the mechanism was so intrinsic to the rows that her fevered brain couldn't deduce what was happening. Kendo. You understand the plan, right? The orange-haired girl assumed the role of leader as usual and came up with the craziest plan Izuku had ever heard of. Izuku. The president scares me, he said, hiding behind Ryuko, who was only using Izuku's unruly hair as a way to soothe him. It was fluffy. Kendo. I know, that's why you should stop drinking if you don't want to suffer my wrath, Midoriya-san. She smiled very kindly, much to Izuku's dismay, who continued to stay by the side of the ghostly girl. Ryuko. Kendo, don't scare him like that, she said, placing Midoriya on her lap and caressing him. She's lying, Midoriya-san, she wouldn't be capable of doing anything against you. Kendo. Can you stop coddling him? He shouted angrily. This is a serious situation. Izuku. Just because it's him doesn't mean we have to get tense. A slight pain in his neck betrayed who was nearby, an idiot with extreme hatred and a desire to kill. 400 meters away Bakugo is heading from south to northwest. Kendo. Well, they've started to move. She looked seriously at the wooded area, sooner or later they'll be close. Midoriya-san, you know what to do. Izuku. Understood, President. He stood up and fired an air bullet into the sky, slightly damaging the trees and revealing his location. Time for mind games. Kendo. Kawaro must be near the other place. How long do you think it will take us to get there? He asked Izuku, who could perfectly sense that almost the entire team was heading in his direction. Izuku. 1 minute if I go with both, he said, dodging a piece of ice that got stuck in a tree. From the depths emerged Todoroki and Bakugo with unfriendly expressions. To their left stood Iida with Uraraka in his arms, and beside them, Sai with Shoji. The members of Class A glared at the 3 from Class B. Neither Uraraka nor Iida understood why the green-haired boy was with them, and they were about to find out. Katsuki. Deku. he said angrily to Izuku, who was looking bored at the blonde. "This time I'm going to leave you in a hospital bed permanently. Uraraka. Deku-kun." The girl spoke anxiously, looking at the disinterested green-haired boy. "Shoto. I don't understand why you switched to the other class, but you're making a mistake, Midoriya. Sigh. Whatever happened, we can solve it together, Midoriya-chan, Kiro," she said, ready to flick her tongue and take the rings from Ryuko's hands. "Izuku. Tell me something, Class A." He spoke, causing nervousness among his former friends. "When did I change classes? Uraraka. It's been 2 weeks and I don't understand why you did it, Deku-kun," she said, hurt. Her friend was acting strange. "Izuku. 2 weeks, huh?" he said, hurt. It took them a month and a half to realize he was gone. "You're wrong. Asui." The frog girl was startled. Her friend hadn't called her that since they met. "You're saying you'll solve the problem together?" "I don't think so. This doesn't interest you, and even less me," she said, easily dodging a point-blank explosion from Bakugo and then kicking him back. "I don't regret changing classes. Yanagi, now." The silver-haired girl threw the 4 rings she was holding and guided them away. "You have to do a more exciting search, Class A." With that, she threw a smokescreen that covered everything, carrying Ryuko on her back and bridal Kendo. "Ryuko. They'll notice instantly." Spoke to her leader, who was keeping a watchful eye on her surroundings. "Kendo. When they do, we'll be safely on the other side of the field, trust me, Ryuko-chan," she said to reassure her teammate, who was still trying to maintain her quirk as best she could. It took them 5 minutes to get to the meeting point with Kawaro, who was installed in a hollow tree in the southern part of the area. Ryuko sent the rings north so that when they realized the trap they would be so absurdly far away that they wouldn't have time to follow them. They managed to reach 7 minutes due to a slight disruption on their route, 2 support teams fighting each other for a 100-point golden ring on a rock, so they had to take a route that took them 1 more minute, but finally they were in the hollow tree with Kawaro, a perfect hiding place that takes great advantage of the team's quirks. "Kawaro. They took a long time," he said half-mockingly, watching as Izuku left the president on the ground and the ghost on a piece of wood. "Kendo. There were some mishaps, but everything is ready," he said, glancing discreetly outside. "Do you have them?" Kawaro. "Of course, Kendo." Smiled at the president, taking out 4 rings of exceptional value from the darkness, the rings of the team's value. "Ryuko. An idea that might have cost us a lot, but it's very good," she said, resting in her seat. "Right, Midoriya-san." She looked at Izuku, who was staring at some point outside. "Midoriya-san. Izuku. Someone's coming," he said, extending his whips to cover Kendo and Yanagi along with himself. Kawaro just hid behind a wall with the whips as Dark Shadow entered through a small opening, carefully observing the place. "Dark Shadow. Nothing this way," he shouted to his host and friend and left. Kawaro. "That was close." Sighed just as the tree shattered and Tokoyami looked at Team 3B. "Tokoyami. I'm not that easy to fool. If there are no rings, it's perfect for hiding," he said as his quirk merged with him. "Midoriya, I don't want to do this, no matter how great a friend you are, but I have to." "Izuku. Friend." He spoke with a touch of irritation. "If you're such a friend, where were you the month I was in the hospital? Where were you when Shinso went into critical condition? Where were you when they forgot about me?" he said angrily, to which the bird looked astonished. "You're not my friend, just an idiot who thought it would be funny to play with my friendship." He was about to hit him, but an alarm sounded. "Present Mick. Time," he said happily, to which Izuku simply retreated, followed by his team. When Bakugo arrived at the stadium, he was pretty sure he'd be among the first. After all, not only did he have his own points intact, but also the ones Deku had uselessly thrown away. The idiot probably thought he'd recover them later during the free-for-all, but it didn't happen that way. The free-for-all was him and Todoroki, wiping everyone out. Shoto. Bakugo. The bi-colored boy pointed at the screen in surprise. Kitsuki. What's wrong, half and half? What? What he saw was clear and there was nothing wrong with it, but to him it was stupid. Kirishima. Now that I think about it, Bakupro, these rings are worth 10 points for all 4 of them. The screen displayed who was advancing to the next round, and Bakugo couldn't have been angrier. First place. Kawaro Shihai. Kendo Itsuka. Midoriya Izuku. Yanagi Ryuko. Second place. Manama Nido. Shishida Jirauta. Hananuki Juzo. Tetsu Tetsu. Third place. Bakugo Kitsuki. Todoroki Shoto. Kirishima Ijiro. Kaminari Denki. Fourth place. Yayoi Rozu Momo. Iida Tenya. Uraraka Ichako. Tokoyami Fumikage. Nezu. These are the ones who advanced to the next and final event of the day. The shout of excitement could be heard, despite the shock of the big 3 being in third place. The roulette wheel will reveal the one-on-one matches in a moment, he said with a smile. It wasn't long before the fight started, and Kaminari smiled arrogantly. He had an easy match against one of the B-level fighters, and he'd easily defeat him. And the best part was that he was first. Lots of girls would be watching to see how amazing he was. Midoriya Izuku vs Kaminari Denki. Tetsu vs Kirishima Ijiro. Kendo Itsuka vs Yaoi Rozu Momo. Hananuki Juzo vs Todoroki Shoto. Yanagi Ryuko vs Uraraka Ichako. Kawaro Shihai vs Ida Tenya. Monoma Nido vs Shishida Jirauta. Bakugo Katsuki vs Tokoyami Fumikichi. Nezu. The battles will begin in an hour, you have until then to prepare, and as usual for those who didn't make it to the final event, mini contests and small-scale events have been prepared in which to participate. The excitement and tension were palpable. Who would win and who would lose? Could Bakugo maintain his undefeated streak for the third year, or would he finally be defeated? So many questions, so few answers. The classes went to different places. Now that the pressure had eased and they had a moment of peace, they would make the most of it. Class B went to their designated place to wait for the fights, while Class A had to drag Bakugo with them after he almost charged at the winning team of the previous event. Pony. Sorry Midoriya-kun, after all that effort training we couldn't pass. She said sadly and frustrated, her friend's effort hadn't been worth much. Izuku. Don't say that. He placed his hand on the girl's head, gently stroking it. You all did your best, and that's what matters, much more than winning. I'm proud of you all. Pony. Thank you Midoriya-kun. She said with a blush, it was the first time she had been petted like that, and it felt good. Izuku. Don't you feel like an entire army wants to claim your head over something trivial? He asked, puzzled, as his danger sense was active, and he couldn't even pinpoint where it was coming from. Yui. I wonder why that is. She spoke neutrally, trying to dispel her jealousy. She too wanted to be pampered. Yanagi. It must be your imagination, Midoriya-san. She said with a pout. Izuku. I guess. He didn't dwell on it any longer and walked calmly towards the classroom balcony. Shall we? On the other side, in Class A, the atmosphere was tense. Not only were the big three beaten, but they were also beaten by the useless Deku. Their pride was deeply wounded and they were determined not to lose again. Kaminari. Guys, calm down. He said cheerfully. Midoriya is facing me, it's more than certain he won't even be able to touch me. He spoke arrogantly and very sure of winning. Momo. I remember Midoriya defeating Bakugo with a single punch. Do you really think you can? She asked doubtfully of her classmate. Kaminari. That was just a stroke of luck. Kakin got something in his eye and couldn't do anything about it. He excused his friend, who let out an angry huff. Besides, he's probably still breaking bones with the slightest use of his quirk. A loser who will always be a loser. Kirishima. I'm sure Kaminari can do it, let's trust him. The hour passed and soon the long-awaited encounter between the two fighters of different classes was about to begin. The excitement was palpable in the air and the murmurs of the people who couldn't wait any longer for it to start. Present mic. Testing. He tapped the microphone lightly to check if it was working. Good. I hope you're all ready because the final event of the UA Sports Festival is about to begin. He said joyfully, causing a roar of approval from the audience. On one side we have the Titan of Thunder, the one who shocks you with one touch, the one who managed to defeat a squad of villains with a single blow. Kaminari Denki. The blonde man came on stage to a great ovation, looking at his fans, some of them very beautiful girls who were encouraging him to end this fight with a single blow like against the villains, when that fight against the League of Villains broke out. Present mic. On the other side, the surprise of the festival, the one who doesn't give up to anything or anyone, with a mind as vast and incredible as director Nezu himself, presenting Midoriya Izuku. Izuku came out looking like he wanted to sleep, stretching his legs after Kinoko had used him as a chair. There was no cheering, just murmurs and indiscreet glances from the crowd. Nobody recognized his name, much less his face. The green-haired boy was sure that several girls in the stands had already raped him more than 3 times. Present mic. As usual, Midnight will be the referee in these cases. The +18 heroine entered with a flirty look and calmly walked into the place. Midnight. Alright, listen up. He cracked his whip against the ground. Neither of them paid full attention. They knew exactly what he was going to say. The rules are simple. If you step out of the ring, you lose. If you immobilize your opponent for a few seconds, you win. There's also the option to surrender if you can't fight anymore. Are you ready? He looked at both competitors. Kaminari nodded arrogantly, while Izuku did so lazily. Alright. Begin. Kaminari instantly extended 2 of his fingers, launching a beam at Izuku, who easily dodged it, surprising the blonde. Perhaps this will take more than one hit. Kaminari. Surrender Deku, you're no match for me. he said gleefully as he launched more beams from his fingers which Izuku dodged with ease. Pony's horns were going faster. Against my great power you can do nothing. Izuku didn't answer, he just stared at the blonde boy, watching as his fingers seemed to go numb. It was time. Kaminari. This is extremely easy. He said with a laugh, trying to launch a lightning bolt, but nothing came out. Huh? He looked at his fingers, which were numb. He didn't notice that Izuku appeared in an instant in front of him and punched him, sending him flying to the edge. The people were immediately surprised. The great Chargebolt was in trouble. Izuku. What kind of idiot uses electricity so stupidly? He asked in a low voice as the blonde slowly stood up. Izuku didn't want it to end so quickly. He wanted to have some fun. Kaminari. Relax, everyone, I just let him hit me as a goodwill gesture. He told his fans, who were praising his behavior. That almost broke my nose, I hadn't counted on that. He thought nervously. His plan to scare Midoriya with his quirk control had completely failed. As the great fighter I am, I've decided, Midoriya, I'll show you that attack I used against the villains that time. Feel honored by it. He said arrogantly, and the crowd gasped. The great Chargebolt is going to delight us with his most powerful attack. Said a fan who was very much in love with the blonde boy. Come on Chargebolt, defeat him and show how great you are. Shouted another. Kaminari. What an honor to be defeated by me, don't you think? He raised his hands, gathering electricity in them, much more than when he started at UA. It took me a long time to create and control it, control you'll never have for being a useless Deku. A white light was in his hands, the attack was at its maximum power. Say hello to the Thor. A powerful giant beam was launched at Izuku. There was no way to avoid it. It covered a lot of ground, and if he dodged it, it would surely hit everyone behind him. He only had one option. There was a lot of smoke and you could barely see anything. None of the spectators knew what had happened, not even Midnight, who was on the lookout for anything. The mist dissipated, revealing Kaminari. Embedded in the wall, he was missing the top part of his gym suit. It had been ripped apart by his devastating attack. People couldn't believe it. The great Chargebolt had been defeated. Midnight. Midoriya-kun? She asked from the other side. It was then that Izuku came out smoking and without part of his uniform, revealing how ripped he was, much more so than the blonde boy. His angry gaze was clear. Are you okay? Izuku walked to the center just as a glass hit him on the head. Huh? Goo. Contrary to what Class B believed, Izuku received the hatred of the people who threw things at him. You damn idiot, you almost killed him. A girl shouted hatefully. He cheated. Said another. Izuku just let the person continue while he waited for his teacher to react. See? This is what you gain by making yourself noticed, everyone's hatred, what are you trying so hard for? For them who only hit you despite you saving them. Izuku thought for a moment, just then someone spoke into the microphone in the mic booth. Azawa. Shut up. Shouted the Class A teacher. Can't you see that the one you're insulting saved you? If that attack had continued, IT would have killed you on contact. We took the blow for you ungrateful people. The booing stopped for a moment. The people had finally come to their senses. Their adoration of a hero had blinded them. Midnight. The winner is Midoriya Izuku. Finally snapping out of his shock, he said, and Izuku left. So much pent-up anger would come out sooner or later. The stadium fell silent, except for the few who truly knew the truth and the heroes present who were surprised to have withstood such an attack. Upon reaching the corridor, Izuku was greeted by Ibara, who was carrying a towel to clean him. Izuku. Shiosaki-san, this. Izuku thought she would say something against him, but instead she just approached with the towel and lovingly cleaned his hair. Ibara. You did well, Midoriya-san. She said calmly. No matter what others say, you won fairly, don't doubt it. Izuku simply let himself be cleaned and hugged. The green-haired girl knew very well how her partner felt. Ibara. Don't torment yourself, Midoriya-san, you did well. She stroked his hair and then took his hand. Come on, soon Tetsu will have to fight. They both left to go to the Class B area. Izuku was a little dazed, but luckily his classmates were there to help him. Class A fell silent as they watched their former classmate so easily defeat Kaminari Denki, the fifth most powerful student in the class, and what was worse, he withstood Kaminari's full power, emerging unscathed from a beam of power and energy so concentrated that it could leave a large squad in the hospital for months. Izuku proved to be a tough nut to crack, one they hadn't expected. Kirishima. Okay, now it's my turn. He said excitedly. He didn't quite know why his metallic brother was acting so distant from him and hoped the fight would reveal something. Katsuki. You better not lose, idiot. We still have to fight and see how far I've come. He smiled at the one he considered his best friend, who simply nodded. On the other side, in Class B, a tense moment was unfolding. Tetsu was very nervous and doubts overwhelmed him. Last year, he didn't even pass the first test because of the redeed from Class A. When he needed his help, the Redeed ignored him to help Bakugo, and their friendship deteriorated after that. Kirishima also received too much attention when the league fell and slowly drifted away from Tetsu. Izuku. Don't overthink it. He said, taking a carton of juice. What's bothering you will only be resolved in this fight, so go ahead and let's see which wall is more insurmountable. Tetsu. I suppose you're right, Midoriya. He glanced at the screen advertising his fight and then at his friends. Alright. I'll do what's right and win the fight. With renewed energy he went straight to the place. It took about 5 whole minutes before the next fight was finally announced, both walls of the classes facing off again, and there was already a clear winner in the eyes of the people. Present Mick. Already everybody. Here comes our first participant. He said excitedly, almost shattering the booth glass. From Class 3A comes the unbreakable wall, the one in the big 3 position. A true man who with great courage defends everyone. Dramatic pause. Kirishima Ijiro. The Redeed entered to a standing ovation from everyone, some of whom he had saved on occasion, shouting the name Red Riot. Present Mick. Our second participant from Class 3B is the greatest defense, the greatest guardian of the innocent, a barrier of molten metal that won't break no matter how much you hit it. He gave a big smile. Tetsu. The gray-haired boy entered seriously looking at his opponent, he was going to overcome him no matter what. Midnight. Alright, you know the rules. I expect a fair battle. She looked at both of them and smiled. Begin. Tetsu immediately took the first blow, advancing towards Kirishima and punching him in the stomach, with his quirk activated. The surprise was slight, and the Redeed was able to withstand only being slightly pushed back. Kirishima tried to talk to his friend, but he responded with punches, causing people to get bored. The Great Red Riot seemed scared of his counterpart, which was stupid, but they believed it. Kirishima. If that's what you want, fine, Tetsu. He activated his unbreakable mode, knowing that the Tin Man wouldn't do any harm, and if he did, it would be minimal. Tetsu. That won't help you. His body made a strange sound, and the metal seemed to compress within the gray-haired man's muscles, soon revealing its latest form. Heavy metal compressor. The attack achieved the unthinkable and hurt the Redeed, who stepped back in surprise. His shoulder hurt like hell. His opponent focused on that part and hit him as if there were no tomorrow and left him broken. Impossible. Said a purple-haired man in the audience of fans of the Redeed. Red Riot was. He couldn't even finish the sentence, it was so unthinkable. Kirishima. What? He asked, holding the spot where he'd been hit. Tetsu. This is the value of boundless effort. While you were constantly giving interviews recounting how you defeated so many villains, I was training like crazy to catch up to you. He said with a serious expression. But when Midoriya arrived and revealed what you did, my great respect for you vanished, and now I'm the one who's above you, Kirishima. He declared excitedly and went to punch the Redeed. Kirishima. I don't know what you're talking about, Midoriya just abandoned us. He shouted, entering unbreakable mode and resisting the barrage of blows. Those interviews gave me incredible friends and recognition, now more people know who defends them. Tetsu. It doesn't matter if you're not with the one who supported you from the beginning. He said, grabbing the Redeed's arm and lifting it above his head. This ends here. He forcefully threw the Redeed into the air, where he slowly fell. I'll show you my most powerful attack, Iron Maiden. The silver-haired man squeezed his enemy into a tight hug, who could no longer withstand his unbreakable form and fell unconscious. Midnight. Winner Tetsu. Declared, and the people looked on in surprise. Present Mick. Incredible fight, 2 walls considered equal, only one surpassing the other. Well done. He exclaimed excitedly, still buzzing from the day's events. The silver-haired man left tired and headed straight to the infirmary. One more minute and his strategy would surely fail because he couldn't hold on to his transformation any longer. A difficult encounter overcome, now the most complicated part was yet to come. In the Class A box, surprises were not left for anyone. The wall of the Big 3 was defeated by someone of lesser resistance. The unthinkable was happening, and they didn't know what would happen next. It was clear that they would not let it go any further. Present Mick announced. Next opponents, prepare for your match. And both the brunette and the orange-haired girl left their seats, promising victory as they headed to their classes. After a couple of minutes and once the surprises had subsided, they were finally ready for the third match in this event, Creedy against the orange-haired girl from Class B, rivals according to the dark-haired girl, and the main favorite to win. Present Mick. Okay, let's get this started. On one side, and to change things a bit, we have a woman with powerful punches. Villains fear her lethal martial art. She is Kendo Itsuka. The orange-haired woman entered seriously, not caring that she wasn't receiving any flattery. Present Mick. Okay, now we'll go to the woman who creates everything. Her great intellect places her among the greatest minds of the academy. Elegance and strength all in one. She is Yayoi Rozumomo. The excited shout was heard, and the dark-haired woman left, more serious and confident than ever, ignoring the numerous compliments from the fantastic men and their requests for them to go out together. Midnight. Alright ladies, I want a fair fight. She smiled and excitedly slammed her fist on the ground. Begin. The rivals saw each other before going against the other. The air of her palm took out her faithful cane, directly to hit the orange-haired woman who avoided the weapon by ducking and pushing the black-haired woman with her palm enlarged 3 times. Momo. I don't understand why you're so angry with me, Kendo-san, but I'll win this. She said, positioning herself with her staff, ready to attack. Kendo. It doesn't matter anymore, Yayoi Rozu. She said seriously. There was no point in talking after the great Yayoi Rozu was so busy with the rich kids her mother introduced her to and the many parties she never invited herself to. They weren't friends anymore. The fight began to turn savage. Momo was on the ropes, throwing devices to the ground and trying to lure her opponent into traps from which she emerged with minimal damage or no damage at all. She didn't understand why her enemy wasn't using her quirk to attack, but it was driving her crazy. Did that mean how different they were? How far apart were they? Kendo. This ends here. With a kick to the stomach, the dark-haired woman fell defeated. What happened, Yayoi Rozu, is that you pushed me aside when I thought we were friends. You pushed me away, and that hurt. She left the place, as she had already been declared the winner. 3 winners from Class B and none from Class A. Nobody expected this, and some were even angry with the results. They had bet that this year was Kirishima's year, others didn't even know what would happen, and that caused them a certain fear and excitement in equal measure. Present Mick. Okay, it's time to announce the next fight. Everyone stop their murmurs and theories to pay attention. We have the Lord of Two Temperatures, member of the Big Three, son of number 1, you already know him, he is Todoroki Shot. The bi-colored boy came out stoically as always, ignoring the shouts of excitement and support he received. The pride of the class and his friends was at stake. It was time to tip the scales. Present Mick. And now on the other side is one of the most elusive of the third. If you lose sight of him for a second you've surely fallen into his traps, from the 3P Hananuki Juzo. The fanged one entered the scene looking at his opponent. The pressure was too much, and he felt that at any moment he would fall. He wouldn't, but that's how he felt. Midnight. In this match there will be a special rule. He looked at the bi-colored boy seriously. Todoroki is not allowed to use expansion attacks beyond the limits of the arena like he did a year ago. He announced seriously. The principal didn't much like that the stadium was an ice floe or a cooking oven every time the number 1 son fought. With that said, begin. Instantly, the bi-colored boy launched a wave of ice towards the Class B student, who simply stretched out his arm, and at the slightest touch the ice turned into liquid, so Juzo entered the substance, passing through at great speed until he reached Todoroki. Swimming in that pool with changing molecular slime did pay off. Almost landing the first blow, he had to back away when Todoroki used fire to repel his rival, who returned to the ice and subsequently came out of it touching the ground without going in. It was necessary to play with the mind of the bi-colored one to beat him. Juzo. You're still as predictable as ever, Todoroki. He said calmly, avoiding a burst of flames and touching the ground again. Shoto. And you're as annoying as ever, Hananuki. He launched another wave of ice that sank halfway down. Juzo. It might be true. Submerged again and slowly reached the ice, turning it into liquid. Shoto. That trick won't work twice. He warned, unleashing a torrent of fire that melted the ice, creating a thin layer of steam. I've got you. He approached what he thought was his enemy, only to find himself trapped. What? Juzo. Sorry, it's just a clone. He spoke from below just as he went to punch the jaw of the perfect Shoto. He could already hear the fans cursing him for touching their prince. One technique he developed with Midoriya's help is the ability to combine liquid and solid pieces to make strange mannequins that, with enough blurring, he could pass off as people. A trick that was extremely useful at this point. The fanged one recoiled from the bi-colored boy's fiery fist, then dodged an ice blade that nearly hit his shoulder. Todoroki was losing control and getting angry. He could use that to his advantage. Juzo. What happened, Todoroki? You're nothing without your father. He mocked before hiding in the ground, avoiding the bi-colored boy, emerging from another puddle on the other side. Even a blind man has better aim than you. This time he avoided ice. He continued with his jokes without the bi-colored one knowing. He was slowly sinking to the ground as if it were quicksand. He just needed time and to make the bi-colored one focus his attention on him. Shoto. Enough. He launched ice from beneath him, lifting and injuring Juzo, who was barely conscious, in the air. You're nothing, Hananuki, neither you nor your damn class. He extended his left hand and a powerful burst of flame hit his opponent, who fell like a dead weight to the fighting arena. The match is over, he surrenders. He said coldly, turning to leave, only to feel a weight on his foot. Juzo. Midoriya expects us to be strong. He trained us for days on end, grueling hours and hours. With effort, he gripped the bi-colored boy tighter. No. I won't let that be for nothing. He got up as best he could and weakly punched the bi-colored boy, who glared angrily at the Class B student. Shoto. Trash. He unleashed a torrent of ice that knocked Juzo out of the arena, deafening screams echoed. Midnight. Juzo is out, Todoroki wins. She said, stunned, as Juzo was carried on a stretcher to the infirmary. In the Class A box, everyone was celebrating the victory of the second most powerful in their class. Now their enemies will be so scared they won't be able to move a muscle and will retreat. Perhaps that's why they aren't in their corresponding box. Class B was outside the infirmary waiting for news about their classmate, praying that nothing serious had happened to him. Izuku was clenching his hand tightly. Juzo was the first to approach and talk, even though Izuku wasn't saying anything and was just talking to himself. Juzo was his friend, that much was clear, and he wouldn't let them treat him like that. Present Mick. Okay, now that we've fixed the arena, we're ready to continue. He said a few minutes after Juzo left. In the end, nothing serious happened and he just needed to rest. On one side, with a ghostly power, the one who can bewitch you with just a look, from Class B, Yanagi Ryuko. The girl came out, looking at the people who were just murmuring to themselves. She already knew what was coming next when the girl from the other class entered. Present Mick. From Class A comes she, one of the three strongest, with a lethal combat and a gravity quirk. We have Uraraka Achako. The brunette came out with a smile, greeting everyone who either melted with cuteness or flattered her. Midnight. Alright ladies, same rules, just make sure you don't hit your opponent too hard. They both nodded, Uraraka slightly more confident. Ready, begin. Uraraka lunged forward in an attempt to apply her most faithful ki learned 2 years ago. It would be easy to defeat someone who requires things to use their quirk, but unfortunately for her opponent, there was nothing to use. As Ryuko waited, the brunette launched her attack and waited just as she grabbed her and tried to make her fall. Ryuko clung to Uraraka's arm, wrapping her legs around her opponent's neck, and both fell to the ground. Uraraka couldn't breathe or even think about using her quirk. Her great technique was defeated. Hey, she's killing her. Do something. Shouted a Uravity fan. Uravity is going to die right in front of you, separate them. Another one shouted, and slowly the stadium filled with indignation. You're saying this now, but not when the other kid suffered a burn from the hero Shoto. Another person in the audience shouted angrily. Or what about when that blonde guy tried to fry us with one punch, huh? You'd better shut your mouths if you don't know what's going on. He yelled angrily, and the crowd seemed to quiet down. Uraraka. I surrender. She said with a little strength she had left before fainting. Midnight. Uraraka surrenders. Victory for Yanagi. She declared, somewhat irritated with everyone. It was going to be a very long day. Iida was the first to recover from the shock and went to check on his girlfriend. He would take care of making the ghostly bitch who beat him suffer. Iida. Achako. The one with glasses approached his girlfriend who was somewhat dazed, walking towards her class's box. Uraraka. Iida-kun. Without thinking much she went to hug her boyfriend who stroked her hair. Iida. I swear I'll win, Achako. He said while smiling at his girlfriend, who seemed to calm down. On the other side, Kawara was preparing in the resting place. Nerves were getting the better of him, and he had no idea what to do to win. His enemy was so fast that it would be impossible to enter his shadow, and besides, he couldn't hit him because of how fast he was moving. Everything was against him. Izuku. Kawara. The green-haired boy entered, drinking his juice. He knew well how the gloomy boy felt about his fight. Trust in your power and your potential. Remember what Vlad-sensei said. Kawara. I know. I'm nervous, but I don't plan on giving up. That's all we have, right? He smiled at his partner, who nodded, drinking his juice. I'll win, and if I don't, I'll make both you and your sensei proud. Izuku. Good luck. He said as they both left. It was time. Present Mick. It's time for the duel. He shouted with excitement that the audience responded to. We have an interesting match. Will Shadow be able to overcome Speed? On one side, the one closest to the big three, king of speed and great leader of Class A, Iida Tenya. The one with glasses entered with a serious expression looking to the other side. He would make Class B suffer and show his brother who was in the audience his effort. Present Mick. Against the festival's surprise, the living shadow of Class B, the one who will make you tremble in the darkness Kawara Shihai. The white-haired boy entered a little nervously. Some were looking at him with excitement, waiting for a show. Midnight. Okay, the rules are the same as in other fights. Try to avoid attacks that cause extreme damage to your opponent. She said seriously and a little fed up with the day. Begin. Iida moved quickly towards the boy who just ducked, avoiding the kick that would surely knock him out of the arena. He had to think fast if he wanted to have a chance. The speedster glared at the enemy with hatred and charged again with even more speed, but was dodged once more. Compared to Izuku, who made him suffer through a torment of speed, Iida was a turtle, or even slower if that's possible. Iida. Classic B-class inferiors escaping like the rats they are. He exclaimed hatefully, surprising Tensei. His brother had never acted like this before. Kurwaro. Don't you have anywhere else to spout nonsense? He replied, eyeing his enemy's calves. The simple plan that required angering the bespectacled man, which was easy. Iida. I'll make all the idiots in your damn class pay for beating a Chaco. His exhaust pipes showed blue flames. Recipro burst. In a burst of speed he hit the white-haired boy who was anchored to the ground. Huh. Kurwaro. It's not so easy to defeat us. Grabbed Iida by the foot and threw him far away in the middle of the field. I'm not easy to beat. He pulled one foot out of his own shadow and then the other, a tactic that scared him quite a bit since he didn't know how his body would react to it entering his own shadow. Iida. They're just wannabes, nothing more. They'll never get as far as me. His exhaust pipes erupted again, spewing flames that spread farther, turning the metal on his leg red. They'll pay. Another burst of speed and Kurwaro was pummeled with a barrage of kicks from Iida from all angles. The blue-haired boy, clearly angry, wouldn't stop. The spectacle was horrible even for the fans. Tensei just looked at his brother with sadness and disappointment. After a minute, Kurwaro collapsed, barely aware of his surroundings, but still with his will intact. A small memory urged him on. A phrase his sensei had once spoken echoed within him. Vlad. You just have to make yourselves seen, to have a proud tomorrow. You will fight, you will fail, but surrendering is a privilege you don't have. Live your all to overcome your limits. Iida was enjoying his supposed victory when people fell silent watching Kurwaro struggle to his feet. His leg was broken and he had a broken rib, yet he still stood up, staring seriously at the angry blue-haired boy. That rat dared to get up. Kurwaro. This isn't over yet. He murmured, about to do what he never thought possible, and let himself fall into his shadow. The sensation was strange, as if he were separating from the world, but at the same time still being in it. It was strange. In the arena they only saw a dark point remain in the center of the place, before quickly moving into Iida's shadow. Kurwaro emerged from there, hitting and breaking Iida's glasses, and instantly a scream sounded. Kurwaro. Shadow Haunter. He whispered as he slipped back into the shadows and unleashed a barrage of blows from every possible angle. Iida. You bastard. He ran, trying in vain to dodge the blows as Kurwaro appeared from where he least expected him and right in his blind spots. This ends here. Midnight. Iida is out of bounds, Kurwaro wins. He declared, shocking the blue-haired boy who was staring at his misplaced foot. Kurwaro. The plan was never to beat you in speed, it was a bluff. He left with weariness on his face. Guiding you was easy. He said before fainting. Iida. Damn it. He charged angrily to kick him in the head and end his suffering, but someone stopped him. Izuku. Don't be such a sore loser, Iida Tenya. He declared, holding his leg which was still shooting blue fire. The green-haired boy easily stopped his star attack. Go to sleep. He said when Midnight made his appearance. Another blazing victory for 3B, people didn't quite know what to make of it anymore, the festival of surprises just kept going. Present Mick. Okay, let's continue with this festival, shall we? He said minutes later when the atmosphere had calmed down a bit. This time it's a fight between classmates. On one side, the hero of 1,000 techniques, who copies everything he sees to defeat his rivals, Monoma Nido. The blonde boy went up with a smile on his face. If he managed to beat Jiroda, he would fight someone from the opposing class and show the power of his class once again. Present Mick. On the other side is the ferocious beast, be careful because with its strength and brutality it will leave you on the ground. Shishida Jiroda. The boy entered cleaning some hair from his nose and looked at his friend and rival. Midnight. There's not much more to say, just begin. He shouted excitedly, finally a battle without hatred for the other. They both grinned wildly and lunged at each other. Jiroda grew in size and speed, charging at Monoma, who blew to create a wall of wind to avoid his friend's attack. Then his hair spread with roots that went underground beneath the great beast, pushing it towards the sky. Jiroda, looking at his friend, wrapped himself up, turning into a furry wrecking ball to impact his friend, who withstood it with his metallic form. The battle was even. When it stopped rolling, he grabbed Monoma and threw him out, but he didn't get far because Monoma, with his root hair, clung to the ground. Shouts of excitement sounded at such a fair battle. Jiroda. Not bad, switching from one quirk to another with great speed. Smiled at his friend who was slowly falling to the ground. Monoma. Did I really curl up in a ball? I almost got chopped into mince. He complained to his friend who burst out laughing. Well done. After that, blows were exchanged between both contenders, their smiles never left, the fun they were having was so great that they forgot where they were at one point when Jiroda came out to avoid a whiplash of hair. Midnight. Jiroda went out of bounds, Monoma wins. He declared, and finally they both snapped out of their focus, shook hands as a sign of friendship, and left the place with smiles, making jokes along the way. After the fight between the two participants from 3rd B, only one fight remained, none other than the fight between the powerful Dynamite, successor to All Might, and Tsukiyomi, also known as the successor to Hawks. Midnight. Tokoyami has been defeated, victory for Bakugo. Announced the last winner in these fights, and just like a year ago the explosive blonde easily won against the chicken. Present Mick. Alright, now that we have the last winner, here are the next matches, which will begin in 15 minutes. He announced happily as the screen revealed the new matches. Midoriya Izuku vs Tetsutetsu. Todoroki Shoto vs Kendo Itsuka. Yanagi Ryuko vs Kawaro Shihai. Monoma Nido vs Bakugo Katsuki. The excitement overwhelmed the opponents, especially Bakugo, who knew it would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. After all, it was obvious that the blonde with photocopier powers would want the most powerful quirk at UA. Too bad he would be defeated so quickly that he wouldn't give him a chance. Monoma. Well. He smiled at his companions who were serious. Gentlemen, I'm sorry to say this, but. He gave a sly smile. Royal flush. He showed his cards and his friends just threw them down. Rin. How the hell do you do it? You always win. He said angrily, handing over his candy. Just luck. He said confidently, to which his friends snorted in defeat. Monoma. One of these days. He said with a twitch in his eye, the promise to defeat Sen was written in stone. A waste. How much longer will it take for the fights to start? He asked, playing a game with Setsuna, who was winning. Yui. They're actually ready. She pointed out as the fight between Izuku and Tetsutetsu was announced. The sound of impatient people soon rang out. They couldn't wait much longer to see the great potential among 3B if they were wrong not to look beyond the victors of the League of Villains. Present Mick. Alright everyone, I hope you're ready for what's coming. The crowd roared, the next fight was promising. Here comes the first opponent, with a broccoli head and enormous strength from Class 3B, Midoriya Izuku. He declared as Izuku came out, unlike when he fought Kaminari, he was more alert and excited. Present Mick. The second opponent is a strong man, he won against someone who was at the top in UA, Tetsutetsu. The silver-haired man came out with an excited smile, he will try to win this rematch. Midnight. You know the drill, no blows that could mortally wound your enemy, begin. Both rivals lunged at each other, ending up in the middle of the arena, struggling for dominance. Tetsutetsu had to make a great effort to prevent Izuku from easily pushing him out of the arena, and it was proving difficult. Izuku. Not bad, Tetsutetsu. He jumped and kicked the silver-haired boy with both legs, who stumbled back slightly. You managed to harden yourself without changing into your metal form with more ease, well done. Tetsutetsu. And this is just the beginning, Midoriya. With a smile on his face, he went towards his friend, this time at least he'd land a hit. I'll make you use at least 5%. He shouted, surprising everyone. Izuku. We'll see. Stopped his tin companion with one hand and punched him in the face, which was slightly more metallic. This will take a while. Blows flew back and forth from Izuku, who put his rival in trouble, who was using his quirk more recently to withstand what he could. In the end he did push Izuku to the limit by using 5%, and he withstood it like a champion. Tetsutetsu. At least one hit. Enduring his friend's constant precise blows, the silver-haired boy punched Izuku in the cheek before collapsing, unable to withstand the compression mode any longer. Izuku. Well done Tetsutetsu, you managed to land a hit on me. He said with a smile to the boy on the ground who only extended his fist in a sign of victory. Midnight. Tetsutetsu is unable to continue, Midoriya wins. He declared, and shouts of excitement rang out. Izuku. Do you want help? He asked a silver-haired boy, who simply nodded. Okay. In a show of camaraderie, they both withdrew, each supporting the other. Present Mick. Those are true comrades. He said happily, seeing the positive change in Izuku. Next fighters, get ready. Kendo and Shoto went down to their waiting rooms, one more nervous than the other. The orange-haired girl knew very well how powerful Todoroki was and had to be extremely careful if she wanted a chance of winning. She knew it well, and yet she was still afraid and angry. Juzo was badly injured and was still in the infirmary. Izuku. President. His partner entered unexpectedly after leaving Tetsutetsu with his classmates. Are you alright? Kendo. A little nervous, that's all. She admitted with a trembling smile. Todoroki is very powerful, and I'm a little afraid of what will happen. She spoke nervously, getting lost in a mental fog when she felt something on her shoulders. Izuku. Maybe a massage will help him calm down. He said, a little embarrassed. I'm not very good at this, so don't expect the best. He spoke with a slight blush. His senses, which always compelled him to help others, were slowly returning. Kendo. I appreciate the gesture. He spoke just as Izuku began his relaxation session. So the two of them got lost for a couple of minutes, Izuku doing his job decently paying attention to her neck and shoulders. The president's skin was soft to the touch, and Izuku liked it. Present Mick. Okay, get ready for a new show. Sounded in the distance, and both emerged from their relaxing world. The Redeed left more relaxed, thanking Izuku, who retreated to his class's box to watch the matches. Present Mick. He's back for more. From Class 3A we have the emerging volcano of ice and fire, Todoroki Shodo. He exclaimed excitedly as the bi-colored boy entered, as serious as ever, ignoring his crazy fans, one of whom almost threw her bra at him. Present Mick. On the other side is her, the great leader of Class 3B, the deadliest martial artist in this place. Dramatic pause. Kendo Itsuka. The orange-haired girl came out with the most neutral face she could manage, trying not to let her nerves get the better of her. Midnight. You know this, Todoroki. You're forbidden from using attacks that go beyond the arena. If you do, you'll be disqualified immediately. The bi-colored boy clicked his tongue and looked seriously at his opponent. Alright, ready. He looked at both of them, who were just concentrating. Begin. The first to strike was Todoroki, launching a large amount of ice that Kendo destroyed with a single swipe without his quirk. Just as Izuku said, the bi-colored boy's ice tends to break the more he creates it at a single point, so if a blow is struck at a precise point, all the ice would break under its own weight. The surprise was immediate for Todoroki, who, in a moment of inattention, stopped generating his trusty ice wall, and the orange-haired girl approached with a right hook that connected with his abdomen, pushing him to the limit. It will be more complicated than he thought. Without saying a word, the bi-colored boy launched ice towards the orange-haired girl, who simply ducked, dodging the attack, and letting the Redeed fall onto the ice and end up on the other side of the field, leaving Kendo trapped between the ice and Todoroki with his stoic gaze. Shodo. That's it. He launched a torrent of ice at the Redeed, who in her haste, knocked down the ice and used it as a wall generating steam. TSK. Kendo. It won't be that easy, Todoroki. The orange-haired girl, taking advantage of the cloud of steam, approached the bi-colored boy, delivering punches and kicks to the enemy's abdomen and arms. She knew well that Todoroki was too dependent on his arms for his deadly techniques, focusing more on the use of his quirk than on physical training. The bi-colored one, as best he could, moved away from his enemy and put a great wall of ice between them, several layers of fragile ice between them, and instantly his arm hurt. The orange-haired one managed to make it hurt by using her power. Shodo. With this, at least I have a chance to. Sar. Looked in amazement as the ice wall that only Bakugo had broken was shattered with a single punch from the mid-sized class president, who was on the ropes. Kendo. I can only win if I don't let him use his quirk as he pleases. I need to get close. Seriously used two pieces of ice as if skating and arrived in less time than the rival thought. Shodo defended himself as best he could, but the orange-haired girl was ferocious with her attacks and barely allowed him to think about anything other than defending himself from the constant blows his enemy was delivering. She was humiliating him greatly, and he couldn't stand it. Just when he was about to lose, something happened. Midnight. Kendo went beyond the limits, victory for Todoroki. She announced, surprised, as were all the others. Kendo knew that the bi-colored one deserved to fall for his green-haired companion, not for her, so at the last moment she turned the bi-colored one around and threw him into the arena, and she got out. Kendo. Then I want my payment for helping you, Shodo-kun. He winked at the confused bi-colored boy. A simple plan to ruin the hero's popularity. He can't win unless he pays for it. That means. A fan exclaimed in surprise. Shodo paid to win. Outraged shouts and indiscreet murmurs echoed through the stadium as Kendo retreated with a triumphant smile towards his class, leaving the bi-colored boy angry. He only did one thing. Shodo. Damn it. He sent his most dangerous and destructive attack at Kendo, who was caught off guard. Midnight. Todoroki no. It was very late, a large part of the stadium was covered in ice, and fortunately for the spectators, Class B defended everyone as best they could. Jiroda held up a large part of the great pillar of ice, Ibara and Monoma were holding up most of it, and Sen made the biggest wall of air in his life. In the Kendo combat arena, Izuku was protecting her, extending an arm to break the ice and black whips that protected the lower part of the stadium. Izuku. Are you alright, President? He asked without looking back. Kendo was more surprised than anything. And ever. Shodo. The number one hero yelled angrily from his seat at his son. We'll talk at home. He shouted before turning up the temperature and evaporating the ice in one fell swoop. Midnight. Todoroki Shodo is disqualified. she declared angrily to the bi-colored boy who was stunned. Present Mick. We regret to inform you, but the matches will be postponed for 1 hour. We sincerely apologize to everyone present here. He said, sounding a little dazed. The Redeed carried her partner to recovery because his fist was bleeding and half frozen. She saw the attack coming and led the class to protect, while he launched himself directly to protect his partner. Kendo. Thank you for saving me, Midoriya-san. She smiled at Izuku, whose right hand was being bandaged. Is something wrong? She looked at Izuku, who was lost in his thoughts. Izuku. My legs moved on their own. He said softly, the hero instinct returning to him. Kendo. The Redeed didn't understand much and just focused on helping Izuku. An hour and a half later and everyone was ready for the next fight in this festival of surprises. Todoroki was taken away by his father. It was clear that he wouldn't let this go by, not by a long shot. His son was starting to act more rebellious than usual, and Endeavor had a slight suspicion as to why, constantly cursing himself for not preparing his son for it. Present Mick. We're still sorry things ended this way, everyone, and if you're still in the mood for more fights, you might like the next one. He smiled, trying to make everyone forget the bad moment. We have classes between members of the same class. On one side, the ghost girl will control everything with her quirk, the spectral princess of 3B, Yanagi Ryuko. The silver-haired girl came out with a small smile. The fight will be entertaining. Present Mick. On the other side we have the Master of Shadows, also from class 3B, get lost and lose to him, Kaworu Shihai. The boy of color, whose name is not mentioned due to racist issues, came out excitedly. The last time they faced each other it was without quirks, and neither won. Midnight. Alright, my dears, you know the drill. No more fatal blows, let's begin. Kaworu launched himself into his shadow, now fearless he could enter it with ease, and went against Ryuko, who used her quirk on her clothes, rising high enough so that she didn't have a shadow for her friend to enter, and surprised Kaworu came out forcefully towards her, who easily avoided her companion and kicked his big head, leaving him on the ground again. Kaworu. Not bad. He stood up, brushing the dust from his hair, and looked at his opponent. Ryuko. A little practice and you'll lose, Kaworu. She said, using her quirk on the opponent's clothes, pulling him out of the arena. Midnight. Kaworu went out of bounds, victory for Yanagi. He declared excitedly. Ryuko helped his friend up, and they both calmly left the place. Fortunately they didn't have enough injuries to go to the infirmary, so they went straight to the box. In Class A, a tense moment was unfolding. Two of the big three had lost, things weren't looking good, and that angered both Iida and Bakugo, who was staring seriously at Class B in the front stands. Izuku had the audacity to stick his tongue out at him in a mocking gesture. Iida. Only Bakugo remains, I don't see him winning very likely. He said in a frustrated tone. Katsuki. Oh, shut up, you bastard. I'm more than certain I'm going to win. All Might trained me personally, it's impossible for me to lose. He declared, still staring at the enemies, especially Izuku, who was eating peacefully while Juzo, now recovered, spoke to him and Izuku half answered. It's just a children's game. Bakugo Katsuki vs Monoma Nido. The excitement was building as the next fight would be between the Great Dynamite, Vanquisher of Evil, against a human photocopier of the surprise class. With the previous fights, people no longer knew how the following fights would continue. It was clear that they would be interesting to see. Present Mick. Okay, let's begin with the last match before the semifinals. The stadium erupted in a roar of excitement. On one side is the strongest, the most powerful, the pinnacle of power here at UA. Bakugo Katsuki. The chorus chanting the hero's name became noticeable, the all-powerful dynamic made his appearance with his arrogant smile. Present Mick. On the other side we have the guy with 1,000 techniques, the most flexible tool in the academy. Monoma Nido. This time at least there were a few shouts in support, not many, but they were there. Midnight. No attacks that leave the opponent dying, understood Bakugo. He spoke, emphasizing that fact, to which the explosive blonde clicked his tongue. Begin. The great hero of 3A shot off into the sky, putting so much distance between himself and others to prevent his quirk from being copied. Bad idea, though, because Monoma used various air walls to hinder his escape and quickly switched to Rin's quirk, launching scales from his fingers at the walls, bouncing them off and forcing the angry blonde to focus on dodging these attacks. Enraged, he went on the offensive, expertly dodging the scales and using the walls to his advantage, ending up right in front of Monoma. Katsuki. Shiny. Unleashed a powerful explosion that produced a lot of smoke. The fans already considered it a victory, as did Bakugo, who lowered his guard. Monoma. Is that all? The grumpy blonde was surprised, especially by the powerful blow of a metallic fist to his cheek. The great Bakugo of Class A thought he could beat me with that. His half-psychotic laugh surprised more than one. Sorry, but it's not enough. From the smoke Monoma emerged made of metal and smiling at the furious gaze of his rival. Bitsuki. Damn it. With an even angrier expression, he charged at his enemy. He knew perfectly well that his quirk would be copied, so his strategy was the same as in the fight between Izuku and Tetsutetsu. He would attack with so many blows that he wouldn't even be able to touch him. With the explosive nearby, Monoma simply switched his quirk and blew, creating a wall in front of him. Bakugo avoided it by turning to the side, wanting to detonate it. Monoma simply accepted his fate, taking the blast face first, leaving smoke in his wake. When it finally dissipated, there was no trace of Monoma. Dynamite, not knowing where he was releasing smoke from his hands. He didn't understand what had happened. It was then that he began to curse that Monoma emerged from his own shadow with a smile, changing his quirk to scales and striking his rival, who retreated slightly. As much as it might be hard for the fans to believe, Monoma was on par with the best at UA. Monoma. Didn't you see it coming? Mocked the blonde boy, who was puffing smoke and had several cuts on his arms. Kitsuki. I'm going to blow your head off. He went to make the blonde explode, who only reverted to metal. Kirishima might be more resistant overall, but Tetsutetsu's quirk's advantage is his heat resistance, something essential if he wants to fight Bakugo. Monoma endured as best he could. Each explosion was powerful, and he was only sent to the edge of the arena. Even though he had his partner's quirk, it wasn't him, and he hadn't undergone his training, so his resistance was much lower, and it was starting to hurt and burn. He had to act quickly, something he planned with both quirks and, with enough training, he managed to pull off. He only had 3 minutes. Monoma. Now. He mentally shouted as his body began to make strange sounds, and the compression was ready. He could maintain it for less, but it served him for the next thing. Double quirk. Dark metal. He jumped into the shadow of the smoke, moving with more speed until he was in the shadow of his enemy. He could only combine 2 quirks for 3 minutes, and he hoped that would be enough. Bakugo rose up in an attempt to pull him out of the shadows, but it didn't work. Monoma remained in a dark smudge on the ground, moving abruptly and forcefully pulling the blonde out to punch him in the right palm of the explosive, causing him to fall to the ground very close to the edge. As soon as Monoma fell, he plunged into the shadows following Bakugo and emerged as fast as he could, striking the blonde enemy's right arm. This was his contingency plan in case he couldn't win. To injure his strongest arm and make it easier for Izuku than it already was. It was at 2 minutes and 15 seconds that Monoma was surprised by one of the most powerful explosions that the 3A explosive could create with his dominant arm. He didn't feel it immediately, but his arm would eventually give way. Monoma. This was hard, wasn't it? He asked, his quirks no longer activated. The explosion had drained all his concentration, leaving him alone in his pants with wounds on his abdomen. The blonde enemy smiled arrogantly. I won't go down that easily. Pushing his pain limit, his fingers revealed scales, which he launched at the blonde, who, thanks to his speed, managed to dodge some. He knew his opponent was going for his right arm, so he covered it as best he could. Kitsuki. This is over, you damn extra. With a look of total madness, he launched the most powerful explosion from his palm, throwing Monoma into the stadium wall and embedding him there. Midnight. Monoma is out of bounds. Bakugo wins. He declared seriously, and the screams of fans rang out. Their next big number one had won. Kitsuki. This isn't over yet. Angrily confronted by an extra who had caused him trouble, he didn't hesitate to attack Monoma on his stretcher. Fortunately for the other student, a concrete wall rose up to protect him, and a whip bound his hands. Let me go, you damn girl. He glared at Midnight, who was clearly in a bad mood. I'm going to finish what I started. Midnight. One more explosion and you're out, Bakugo. Gazed coldly at the blonde boy who was emitting smoke, focusing on everyone who was staring at him in shock. Kitsuki. TSK. Lowered his steaming hands and simply left the place. Present Mick. Well, after this intense battle, it's time to announce the semifinals. We hope you enjoy them. He said, looking up at the sky. And here they are, the semifinals of this sports festival. The screen lit up, revealing the matches. Midoriya Izuku vs Kendo Itsuka. Bakugo Kitsuki vs Yanagi Ryuko. The blonde boy from 3A smiled maniacally. He could humiliate the rival class even more, and seeing how close this girl was to Deku, he could play with her a little. Ryuko would be lucky enough to be with Dynamic for a confrontation, and if it went as Bakugo expected, he'd have one more girl swooning over him. He might not shout it from the rooftops, but he was interested in having plenty of girls to play with whenever he wanted. On the other side of the stadium, Ryuko felt anxious and fearful. Up until now, her fights had been easy in one way or another, but this terrified her. All her ideas ended in defeat. Izuku. Yanagi. Izuku patted her head, and the silver-haired girl looked at him. Breathe easy, I'll help you think. Yanagi. Do you think Midoriya-san will win? It sounds impossible. She asked fearfully. Izuku. Nothing is impossible, Yanagi. You can beat anyone if you have the right ideas. He smiled at the girl, who was still undecided. Monoma is already halfway there. Bakugo uses his right hand more than anything else. Just focus on attacking that point to weaken him and use everything at your disposal to help. He smiled slightly at the silver-haired girl, who blushed a little at how cute her partner could be. With Ryuko calmer, Izuku and Kendo went to their respective waiting places. Unfortunately for Kendo, he had to pass by some of the 3A students, among whom Bakugo stood out. So, to avoid any disturbances, Izuku switched places with his president and went towards his former classmates. He no longer cared what those idiot asses would say. Kitsuki. Look at that rat crawling out of the sewer. Mocked Izuku, who just ignored him and continued on his way. Mina. Hey Katsu, he's talking to you. She said while trying to hit the green-haired boy on the head, but he dodged her. Amanari. Don't ignore us, you useless thing. He was about to charge his electricity when Izuku gave the blonde a serious look. Izuku. Are you so weak that you need to send someone to sabotage me, Bakugo? He said calmly, and the blonde, realizing the situation, punched Kaminari. Kitsuki. Let's go, I'll teach her a lesson like we did in middle school. He smiled arrogantly and left, followed by the two of them. I'm going to really enjoy fighting that gray fox. He declared, and Izuku clenched his fists. He had to relax and trust his partner. Time finally ran out, and soon the confrontation between the best physical fighters of 3B would unfold. The excitement was palpable. They had faced each other before, of course, but it always ended in a draw. Present Mick. Okay. We're ready for the first semi-final match here at this third-year festival. The crowd was ecstatic. From this side enters that unstoppable force from 3rd B, non-giving, non-backing, ITS Midoriya Izuku. Izuku came out somewhat annoyed by what had happened a few minutes ago and received a slight ovation. Present Mick. On the other side, the great fighter of the festival, her strength is only matched by her intellect, Kendo Itsuka. The orange-haired girl excitedly climbed onto the arena, looking at Izuku, who was a little lost in his own world. Midnight begins. Both fighters went to attack, with Kendo being the first to strike, kicking Izuku in the head. Izuku grabbed the president's leg and threw her away. Determination was evident in both of their eyes. With a smile on his face, Kendo turned on his partner, throwing a half-size punch. He knew Izuku could easily dodge and trusted in that. What he didn't expect was for his partner to disappear the moment the punch hit and reappear behind the redeed, pinning him to the ground in a very compromising position. Both were very entangled with each other. The redeed felt every inch of Izuku and blushed deeply. She had never been in a situation like this before. Kendo. I give up. He shouted with a blush, to which Midnight, with a small laugh, declared Izuku the winner. Izuku. Are you alright, President? Izuku with a harmless gaze helped his classmate, who seemed a little flushed. Are you feeling okay? Kendo. Perfectly, Midoriya-san. She spoke nervously, almost no one in the audience understood why she suddenly gave up. Izuku. Are you sure? It's hot, I can feel it. He said in his neutral tone while holding her hand. If you feel unwell, let me help you. Izuku, without the orange-haired girl saying anything, picked her up princess style and left slowly despite Kendo's multiple complaints, who felt infinite embarrassment. He led the president until they were near the infirmary when Kendo finally came out of Izuku's protective arms, with a very noticeable blush. It was clear to Izuku that she was sick. Kendo. I'm really not sick, Midoriya-san. She shouted, embarrassed. It's just a mild heatstroke, nothing more. Izuku. Are you sure? It seems like he got heated for other reasons. If it were someone else saying that, it would already be plastered on the wall, but since it was Izuku and considering he doesn't have much of an idea of what his words can cause, he just let it go. Kendo. Completely sure, now let's go support Ryuko-chan who needs it. She took Izuku's hand and guided him like a small child. They entered the room where the gray-haired girl was and, to their surprise, Mina was about to do something to her. Of course, Izuku came to her defense, not caring much about seriously injuring the rose. Izuku. Are you okay? He approached to observe his partner, who showed her wrist with a painful trace of acid. Ryuko said, enduring the pain. We don't have much time left for the fight. Izuku. Enough to heal you, President. Take the pink-haired girl to the principal and explain what happened. I'll take care of it. He spoke seriously to the orange-haired woman who had the pink-haired girl trapped on the ground. Mina said smiling. It doesn't matter, I already did what I wanted and now Katsu will win more easily. And Kendo sent her to bed. Izuku. We'll see. He looked at his partner who was staring at the ground. Come on, I'll try to help. About 5 minutes later, after some healing from recovery, Ryuko was ready to go out. Her hand still stung a little, but she could fight. Present Mick. Last match before the grand final. he declared excitedly. On one side is the special girl, she controls everything down to the millimeter. Yanagi Ryuko. The ghostly girl came out more serious than usual, looking at the other side of the field. Present Mick. And on the other side we have the named king of UA, a titan in every sense, Bakugo Katsuki. The blonde entered with an arrogant smile, so he looked at the message he sent with Mina arrived. Midnight. No extreme movements. She said, looking at the blonde man who was still smiling arrogantly. Ready. Begin. The blonde man hoped his incredible plan would work and Ryuko would surrender so he could get what she wanted, thus avoiding having to humiliate her in front of everyone. But contrary to that. Katsuki. What? He said as he fell to the ground because the silver-haired girl gave him a very good punch with her good hand. When Mina entered the break room where Ryuko was, she came up with a proposition. Ryuko would surrender to Bakugo, and he would have her as his girlfriend and part of his future harem. What girl wouldn't want to be with the great Bakugo Katsuki, vanquisher of evil? Obviously, the silver-haired girl refused, and that's when Mina used her quirk to force her to accept, believing she had succeeded. Ryuko. I don't know why you sent Mina to do that dirty work, but I'll never join you, Bakugo. She spoke more seriously than ever, and the blonde boy stood up, completely enraged. Katsuki. You damn bitch. He roared with hatred and went to launch explosions, dodging all of the silver-haired girl's blows. This wasn't a fight, it was a massacre. Bakugo prevented her from surrendering, silencing her voice with explosions. When the girl finally flew straight into an explosion, the blonde appeared to hit her with another, sending her flying to the other side. He amused himself by toying with her until, after almost 10 minutes of torture, he finally revealed Ryuko, massacred, her clothes torn to shreds, barely covering her body, which was covered in burns. Bakugo held her by the neck, showing Class B the unconscious face of their classmate. A clear sign of what he would do to Izuku. Midnight. Bakugo. She was about to say something, but the blonde boy spoke first. Katsuki. She's alive, I wasn't extreme. The dark-haired girl was about to call him out, but he was supported by part of the audience who were debating against the other side, who considered what the blonde boy did barbaric. You're next. As a bad joke, Bakugo pointed at Izuku who had his head down. The blonde boy simply released his enemy and started to leave, stopping at the last minute. Suddenly, he felt threatened, like prey facing the area's apex predator. He turned to see what terrified him so much and looked at Deku instead. Green eyes stared into Bakugo's red ones, slowly devouring his soul. The blonde trembled slightly, refusing to be intimidated, but that gaze and that feeling of danger were too extreme, so he quickened his pace. Izuku made a promise in that moment. The fall of the best player at UA was approaching. The minutes ticked by, driving everyone to despair. Half believed Dynamite should keep fighting, the other half didn't. Only the principal would have the final say, but if the best had already done that to a girl who seemed so calm and normal, what would he do to Izuku? The fear was palpable. Present Mick. Sorry for the long wait everyone, but it's time. The surprised crowd paid close attention. The final showdown between two opposing forces. He announced, shocking everyone. On one side, the king of UA, the most powerful among the powerful. Bakugo Katsuki. The blonde boy appeared, surprising most of the audience. Izuku had something planned, and Mick, being the good teacher he was, would help him. Present Mick. On the other side we have the opposite, the weakest, the one everyone hates, he can't even beat a fly. Midoriya Izuku. The announcer almost vomited from telling the lie, but that's what the green-haired man wanted from his student. In the stands, people were surprised and watched attentively as Izuku entered with a grumpy face and a gloomy aura reminiscent of Endeavor when he was number 2. Midnight. Before this fight begins, there will be a special rule. She said, somewhat nervously. Her student could end up in a very bad way. The use of extreme force is permitted in the fight, and a winner will only be declared when they surrender or faint. The sound of surprise was not long in coming. In 3A, they believed that the massacre that would ensue would be utterly disgusting, while in 3B, they only trusted in the abilities of their classmate and friend. Bakugo smiled wickedly. He was going to enjoy this immensely. The rules made it possible to use everything on the field, even outside the arena. He was beside himself with excitement. Kaminari. This is going to be a massacre and I want to see it. He declared excitedly, vowing revenge against Deku. Kendo. Go after Midoriya-san. She whispered, looking intently at both of them. Midnight. Begin. He jumped off the field knowing what was coming. 15 minutes in hell. Katsuki arrogantly took a step and before he knew it, he'd slammed into the wall. A sharp pain shot through his stomach. No one, not even the heroes present, understood what had happened. When he looked around, Izuku was standing in his usual spot. Izuku. Not only do you dare to play with Yanagi-san like that, you send your damn henchmen to attack her, do you really think you'll get away with it? He declared angrily, his body releasing a green aura. Katsuki. "You bastard," he said when he finally emerged from the wall. "I'll kill you." He propelled himself with the explosions until he was close to Izuku's face. How easy. When Bakugo launched the explosion, Izuku used his palm to push it away, and with it the blonde himself, who hit the wall hard, reopening the cuts that Monoma made in the fight. He clicked his tongue and glared angrily at Izuku, who responded with equal ferocity. Jumping back and disregarding his injuries, he went to strike Izuku, as if there were no differences between their powers. He launched long-range explosions with his AP shot, but it was of little use if Izuku, as fast as lightning, dodged everything to appear above him, and with a hammer blow sent him to the arena, generating a small crater where he fell. The blonde boy's rage was increasing, and people had long since fallen silent, witnessing the power of the so-called weakest hero in UA. The blonde boy struggled to his feet. The blow had been powerful. He looked up, surprised by his enemy, who was calmly floating in the air with his eerie aura and eyes that shone, crying out for revenge and the soul of Bakugo Katsuki. He used his technique again, and once more Izuku disappeared only to reappear in front of him with his fist charged with the Fajin. He almost lost his head, as at the last second he dodged the attack with an explosion. Izuku didn't take his fist out of the ground, and contrary to what the blonde boy thought, he buried his fist deeper without quite understanding why. "Katsuki. What? The baby can't come out." He scoffed just as he heard something coming from the ground. "Izuku. Black whip. Devastating bloom," he said with complete seriousness as many black whips emerged from the ground, forcing Bakugo to dodge them all in midair, unaware that some held dirt and debris. Izuku finally pulled out his fist just as his enemy launched explosions in his place, retracting the whips that came out forcefully, throwing some debris. Others were still stuck in the black tendrils that came out of Izuku's fingers. Bakugo dodged the force of the attack as best he could and looked down at Deku, who was still launching himself forward, whips flying, spinning the remaining debris like a deadly yo-yo. The blonde, with no way out, unleashed explosions as he positioned himself over the attack, shattering the debris into dust. He descended to the ground and breathed heavily. Only 2 minutes had passed and it was already taking its toll. His muscles tensed and ached from the recoil, and exhaustion was setting in. He looked at his enemy, who was in perfect condition. He hadn't landed a single blow, and that angered him. "Katsuki. You damn." He stood up with difficulty and heavy breathing, glaring angrily at Izuku. He launched himself again, and this time Izuku appeared in front of him, striking his face and sending him flying almost against the wall on his third impact. But Izuku caught him with his whips, pulling the blonde boy closer and striking his stomach, causing him to vomit some lunch on the floor. Without mercy, he grabbed the blonde boy's leg with a whip, dragging him with great ease before whipping him repeatedly. Then he threw him into the air. Bakugo, now a little more conscious, used this to perform the howitzer impact, watching as Izuku launched various whips that wound around him without touching him. Then a screen of smoke appeared. "Izuku. White tornado," he whispered, trapping the blonde in his whips even with the smoke tornado that had been drawing him to his fist. The explosive escaped by a hair. Izuku still needed some training to use it properly. "Katsuki. Is that all, damn Deku?" he asked wearily, trying not to let it show. "Izuku. No, but thanks for asking." Izuku's eyes lit up as one for all flowed through his body, and the classic lightning bolts appeared. "Let's continue, Bakugo Katsuki." Izuku disappeared and reappeared in front of the blonde boy, who launched an explosion that didn't quite hit him. He then looked back just as Izuku flew past with his arm raised, trying to cut his throat. Fortunately, he ducked and used explosions to propel himself away through the air, where Izuku was waiting. Izuku kicked him in the face, sending him almost to the ground, then reappeared in front of him and punched him, sending him flying again. He continued like this, tossing the strongest student in UA around like a rag doll for almost 10 minutes. Time was running out, along with the fight. I mean, the massacre. When Izuku stopped, he was floating, holding Bakugo by his hair, and displaying him like a trophy to the students of Class 3A, who stared in fear and surprise at Bakugo's condition, as did everyone else. Bakugo's body was drenched in sweat and covered in bruises. His clothes were in tatters, and he only had his pants left, which had become poorly made shorts. His right arm was bleeding profusely. The wounds were open and widened. The most powerful and pinnacle of UA, leader of the Big Three and favorite to be the next #1 and symbol of peace, had been defeated by a rat like Deku. "Izuku. Here's your hero." He threw Bakugo's unconscious body into Mina's arms and went downstairs, now calmer. "Midnight. Bakugo has fainted, Midoriya wins." She spoke more calmly, causing a large part of the audience to wake up with a slow applause from Yui, then Kendo followed, then Juzo, and so almost everyone in the stadium celebrated the winner of the sports festival. Class 3A, somewhat traumatized, went to take their classmate to Recovery Girl, only to find the nurse was nowhere to be found. Given Yanagi Ryuko's injuries, the UA nurse had left with her patient to the hospital to treat her. Knowing that one of them would end up worse than anything, the principal did what he had to do and prepared an ambulance for Bakugo to go to a hospital. Mina, of course, went with him while Mitsuki went to see him. The atmosphere in the stadium was tense. Dynamite's biggest fans considered Izuku wrestler's feat brutal and demanded his removal from the event. The counter-argument was that Dynamite himself had used brutal force in his previous fight and had not been penalized. Present Mick. And here, friends and family, we have the end of this festival. Director Nezu, if you would be so kind as to present the medals. He said happily, referring to Izuku. In the arena already set up for the medal ceremony was the podium with Izuku at the top with a neutral face. Some were holding back from throwing food at him because he won honestly. To his left on the second podium was Kendo, who got second place because Bakugo couldn't fight for it. To his right was the third place Monoma, who was smiling like a champion. Nezu. I am very proud to present these medals to those who overcame adversity, to those who never surrendered to anyone. Hold your heads high, dear students. He said after placing the medal on Izuku, who felt a little proud. The day finally ended. Ryuko would return to the dorms tomorrow while she rested for today. Fortunately, she didn't have any serious injuries. Class B obviously organized a small party to celebrate their victory against the supposedly superior class. Many students, upon returning the following week, looked at Class B with strangeness as they passed through the hallways on their way to class. They felt both fear and respect for Midoriya. He had defeated the strongest student at UA, how could they not be afraid? Vlad King. Very well, listen. Their teacher, standing in front of the class, looked at them with pride and seriousness. You know what's coming next. Your internships can be chosen as every year. Midoriya, your former teacher told me about your internships in your first year. You're free to go with that hero to the agency centipede commands or to anyone on the list that will be provided to you. He said, holding a rather large stack of papers. Endeavor himself came to offer you a position and apologize for what his son might have done. Izuku. I want to go with centipede. He spoke instantly without surprising the master. Vlad King. Well, I assume you'll all choose the same hero as last year. The class nodded as they were quite comfortable in their agency where they were. Well, I'm proud of you, brats. Yui. We are proud to have Vlad Sensei as our teacher. Vlad King. Enough with the nonsense for a while, it's time to continue studying. A chorus of exasperation was what sounded to the amusement of the teacher who, with a smile, continued his work until lunchtime. It was then that a real change was seen. The classes separated when Izuku, Kendo, and Monoma, the three winners, and several others in Class B stood out a bit more than usual. Respect and fear were clearly visible, especially the fear for Izuku, but the point is that they left him in peace to eat his katsudon. In the distance, Bakugo's friends glared angrily at them, mainly Mina, Kaminari, and Kirishima. The latter considered what Izuku did torture and wouldn't let it go. Kirishima. Midoriya. Said angrily looking at Izuku with Yuzo, Kamakiri, Yui, Kinoko and Pony. Izuku. Yes, Kirishima, he replied without looking at him. His food was more important, and besides, he was worried Pony would steal it. Kirishima. Apologized to Bakugo. What you did is torture. He shouted, and the cafeteria fell silent, awaiting a response. Izuku. Tell me, Kirishima Bakugo, has he apologized to those he's defeated in the past? The redeed said nothing. Do you know if he'll apologize to Yanagi once he gets back? Silence again. The festival is a competition. What I did was within the rules, remember. A winner would only be declared once their opponent was either unconscious or said they surrendered. I have no reason to apologize to the one of Muslim descent. Kirishima. You broke both his legs, and his right arm is even worse. He deserves an apology. He replied angrily. Izuku. Until he apologizes for everything he did, I don't plan to, and I doubt he wants an apology. You, better than anyone, should know that, Kirishima. He replied with a pout because his blonde friend had succeeded in stealing his food. Kirishima. He's a great hero, better than you. He doesn't need to apologize to anyone. He said angrily, drawing the attention of the teachers who were about to intervene. Izuku. If you believe that so much, then you won't mind investigating his past thoroughly, right? He replied, stealing an apple from Pony, who pouted. If you delve into his past, you'll see who Bakugo Katsuki really is, and don't just settle for files, look for his former henchmen and teachers before he entered UA, his former classmates, and even his parents, then come and complain to me all you want, Kirishima Ijiro. He said, getting up from his seat and leaving, his friends watching him with smiles. Kamakiri. Should we go after him? Pony. I'm going. He replied, eating the other apple he had, and followed his green friend. Yui. Me too. followed them both, and her close friends followed, leaving Kirishima a little puzzled, but if that's what it took for Midoriya to apologize, he would do it. He would uncover the truth behind his brother from another mother. The friends continued for a while towards their class, being stopped by Aizawa, who had a hopeful look on his face. He had received the best news in months, and his former student had to know this. "Izuku, do you need anything, sensei?" he asked a black-haired man who was smiling beneath his scarf. Aizawa. Midoriya's awake. Izuku, surprised, just smiled a little. "The pass to visit him is in your dorm room. I had it delivered as soon as I found out." Izuku just ran in the opposite direction, praying he was there. Not understanding anything, the students looked at the professor, who simply withdrew, stating that it was something his former student had been asking about every week since he woke up in the hospital. Izuku ran until he reached the dormitories of the class. Just as a guy left a letter on the door and left, he quickly took the letter inside and opened it with excitement. Inside was an entrance to the special hospital wing where his friend and classmate had been interned for a long time. "Kendo. Midoriya-san." The president entered through the door, looking at her classmate and smiling as she let out a tear. "Are you alright?" A little nervous about what might happen to him, she approached and Izuku caught her in a hug. "Huh. Midoriya-san." "Izuku. I'm perfectly fine, President." The orange-haired woman, not quite understanding, simply hugged her partner. She didn't understand, but whatever it was made her smile. "I won't be joining you for training this afternoon, sorry President, I have something to do." "Yui. Can I come with you?" The dark-haired girl appeared out of nowhere, surprising her friend. "Izuku. I guess." He replied quite animatedly. That afternoon, both Izuku and Yui were at the Japanese Special Central Hospital, a place where critically ill patients are treated. The facility was the pinnacle of medical technology, so exclusive that entry required a special pass. 2 passes were issued to UA students. One for Professor Aizawa Shoda and one for student Midoriya Izuku. The patient they were seeing was none other than Hitachi Shinso, who had fallen in battle against All for One and had been in critical condition ever since. Finally, they could see him again. "Izuku. Shinso." He smiled at the purple-haired boy who was looking bored out the window. Shinso turned to look at the green-haired boy and smiled at his partner in misadventures. Miracles were rare in Shinso's life. Ever since his quirk awakened, he was treated differently. Some feared his power, while others tried to exploit him for their own gain. He simply wanted to prove to everyone that he could be a hero even with a villain's quirk, and he only partially succeeded. At the sports festival when he entered UA, he met a strange-minded person with spiky green hair. Izuku appeared, encouraging him to enter the hero course, and thus recognized by Eraserhead, he trained like crazy to be able to enter. Then the city of Jakku was destroyed, and Shigaraki Tamura wreaked havoc on his country. His friend went off to fight alone, leaving everyone behind for a few months, during which the purple-haired boy accompanied him. Nobody knew this. Shinso escaped from the 4 walls of UA and followed Izuku to his death, seeing the truth of being a hero in times of war. Fortunately for them, they managed to find the whereabouts of All for One and soon informed the heroes. The battle was brutal. Both All for One and Shimura Tenko were relentless and managed to separate Izuku and Shinso from everyone else. Just as Endeavor fell exhausted to the ground, everything collapsed. Shinso managed to awaken the little Tenko that lived deep within him and fought a battle against himself before breaking his own neck, leaving both heroes against the ancient villain, who could barely stand against Izuku. In a final effort to plunge the green-haired man into despair, he launched a sneak attack on Shinso, striking him in the throat and causing him to fall to the ground in agony. Izuku let himself go and used his power to break All for One's skull, who died with a smile, watching his enemy in despair. Izuku grabbed his friend's body, jumping and floating as fast as he could, barely making it to the nearest hospital. Finally, after so much exhaustion, he collapsed, unaware that dynamite, in a fit of desperation, exploded the villain's lifeless body. Of course, the few cameras that managed to arrive witnessed this. Shinso arrived with his throat shattered and barely alive. If Izuku had delayed even a second longer, the purple-haired boy surely wouldn't have survived. He underwent several surgeries to stabilize him, and then more to repair his trachea, which was almost completely ruptured. This work took months, during which Shinso was kept in an induced coma. After so much effort, they finally achieved another miracle, and the young man awoke with a semi-mechanical throat that allowed him to eat and breathe, but unfortunately, not to speak. The synthetic vocal cords couldn't be implanted due to the way the mechanism was designed. He would never be able to use his quirk again. "Izuku. I'm glad you're okay." He smiled at his friend who was just staring intently at Izuku and his companion. "I'm sorry. This is my fault. If only I had been faster." He tried to hold back the tears, but they were too strong. Shinso frowned and shook his head, demanding a notebook and pencil to communicate with. "Yui. Here you go." The dark-haired woman handed him the utensils, and the patient nodded to her in thanks. Shinso wrote before hitting Izuku on the head with a notebook to get his attention. You can't blame yourself for something that wasn't in your hands, the attack was all for one's fault, not yours. Izuku. You write horribly. He said, still in a sad tone, so he received another notebook slap. Shinso. Shut up, idiot. Showed the notebook and then smiled at his friend. So what did I miss? He asked Izuku, who lowered his gaze. Izuku. Too many things happened this year, let's take it one step at a time. He sighed, tired of remembering this shitty year. Shinso. Let's start with how the heck did you get a girlfriend? He asked, somewhat scared, looking at both of them. Yui blushed slightly, and Izuku didn't quite understand. Izuku. What are you talking about? I don't have a girlfriend. He asked, confused, and his friend just pointed with his pencil at the dark-haired girl who was also shaking her head. Yui is my friend. He smiled quite happily about it. She just came to keep me company, that's all. Shinso. Neither you nor anyone reading this believes that. He replied incredulously to his friend. Izuku. The only ones who read are the two of us and you, Shinso. The purple-haired boy dismissed it and continued chatting with his friend. Vlad King had to go get them. Izuku didn't want to leave, but his friend was already quite tired after almost 6 hours of being there, so she left, promising to come back every week to visit him, so he wouldn't get so bored. Upon arriving at the dormitories, they were bombarded with questions, some more uncomfortable than others. Satsuna kept bothering them during dinner, promising that she would be their companion for the internships next week. With that, the week passed peacefully. On Monday, both Yaoi Rozu and Jiro went to apologize to Ryuko for the festival and the damage she had caused, willingly giving her burn cream and a spa pass. The president accepted it somewhat skeptically. Call her paranoid, but she had a slight feeling they were planning something. The following week everyone was gathered at the train station about to leave for different agencies to learn more about being a hero, all quite excited about it, Izuku among them. Finally, after so many months, he would see his senpai Lemillion again, and the excitement was overwhelming him. He arrived easily and went to Night Eye's agency, which belonged to Centipede and was almost entirely run by Lemillion. At the entrance, Bubble Girl was waiting for him with a huge smile. The blue-skinned girl had barely had time to bathe because of work and could hardly contact Izuku. Bubble Girl. Midoriya-san. The girl jumped into the boy's arms and he hugged her. Izuku. Bubble Girl, it's good to see you again. He replied happily, feeling at home. Bubble Girl. Come on in, come in. Lemillion will be surprised, he thinks you won't come because you'll probably choose Endeavor or someone at the top. She pushed the green-haired boy who led her, the blue-haired girl's enthusiasm was contagious. Izuku was dragged along, much to the surprise of the agency, who recognized him. They arrived at the office of the hero who saves millions at a time. Bubble Girl was overcome with emotion and basically kicked the door open, revealing Mirio Tagada in his hero costume, sitting in a chair with his imperturbable smile. What stood out most were the pronounced dark circles under his cartoonish eyes. His smile widened when he saw his kohai standing there nervously. Mirio. Midoriya-kun. He leaped across the table and quickly squeezed Izuku into a brotherly hug. Congratulations on winning the festival, and I'm sorry I haven't been in touch. We're having trouble finding the few remaining cells in the Paranormal Liberation Front. It's consuming all our time, as you can see. He chuckled at the thought of all their stress. Izuku. I understand, senpai, don't worry, I understand. He spoke calmly. His senpai was one of the few he knew who didn't deliberately ignore him or treat him badly. By the way, do you know what happened to Iri-chan? I haven't seen her in a long time. Mirio. Oh, Iri-chan has been doing well. He smiled with a hint of mischief. She wants to surprise you with something and has been working like crazy to make it happen. He smiled at his friend's confusion. She'll come soon and I'm sure you like her. With that confusion, the internship week began. Iri woke up excited, she had finally finished her surprise for her favorite hero. She looked at the sports festival with her blue-haired caretaker and sadly saw her hero with that serious and bored face. It was clear to the girl that the great hero Deku had lost his smile, which only encouraged her to make her surprise even more surprising. What was the surprise? Besides revealing her normal control of her quirk, the girl made the perfect drawing of the two of them, along with Lemillion and the other heroes who saved her, and above all, revealing that they are finally family. It happened just as she was in the hospital for a month. The high-ranking officials in power wanted to use the girl in every way imaginable, so, having no family, she fell into the hands of the government and they knew how to use that power. To protect her, she needed a family, and two names were mentioned among the crowd who wanted the infant. Tagada Mirio and Midoriya Izuku, the blonde refused to have the girl because he knew how much his work consumed and he would leave Iri alone for too long. The girl deserved love and affection, so Izuku, who was in a coma, was left with her. Inko accepted for her son's sake. She knew well that her boy was capable of adopting little Eri and began a legal battle for custody of the girl. The government argued that Izuku would never wake up and that they were the best option to take care of the girl. And even if Izuku did wake up, he was a teenager and obviously couldn't take care of the child. Unfortunately for him, it was revealed that Midoriya Izuku was responsible, and he also woke up in the process. They kept this mess away from Izuku and argued that he wasn't interested in the girl and was just a boy interested in the fame that came with being a hero. The only one of his kind who was not declared the vanquisher of evil. That argument fell on them, so things remained a draw. No one had control over the girl, and for protection she remained with the former three great ones who took turns looking after her. It was only resolved when it was seen that Izuku had the skills to take care of others. His power was great, so there would be no problems with the girl, and in addition to that, the money that his parents deposited was enough to take custody. Just as the internship week at UA was beginning, and of course the girl wanted to surprise her father with this news, the bad people in the government made it impossible for them to get close for months, and finally the moment had arrived. She was quick with her companion of the week, both cheerful and energized. Midoriya had to go give Eri to Mirio, and he would call Izuku, and then there would be a reunion that she was waiting for. Midoriya-kun. She shouted just as she entered carrying Eri in her arms, and to her surprise, Izuku was with Mirio, both of them drinking coffee. Izuku. He looked at his senpai with the girl in his arms and smiled slightly. Senpai. It's nice to see you again. Eri. Deku-san. Without letting the blue-haired girl begin her interrogation, the girl threw herself into Izuku's arms, who received her with open arms. Izuku. Hey Eri-chan, how have you been? He said in his neutral tone. He was exhausted from yesterday trying to stop Mirio and Bubble Girl from doing evil things to his old class. Eri. Now better than ever. She declared with an almost contagious smile. Izuku. I knew you had a surprise prepared. The girl looked at him excitedly. Is it time for the surprise? Eri. Yes. She hugged Izuku with renewed spirits. Izuku. And is it? He said, looking at the excited faces of both heroes. Something gave him a bad feeling. Mirio. You see, Midoriya-kun. Before the blonde could say anything, his partner interrupted him. Midoriya declared. Eri-chan is now part of your family. Leaving Izuku surprised and the little girl pouting. Eri. I wanted to say it, you stupid Midoriya-chan. She yelled at her guardian, who was only slightly embarrassed. Midoriya. My emotions got the better of me, forgive me Eri-chan. She said, smiling innocently. Izuku. What do you mean by part of my family? He asked, shocked. Mirio. When you were in the hospital and after the war, several high-ranking government officials tried to get their hands on Eri-chan, and we had to protect her. He said seriously, a seriousness Izuku had rarely seen in him. We suspect they're part of the Paranormal Liberation Front, and that's why they wanted Eri. For now, we saved her, but it's very likely they'll return. Izuku. Oh, come back and I'll be waiting for you. His cold and deadly serious tone made Mirio tremble. He had changed a lot. Midoriya. Since everything's settled. With an amused smile, she looked at her kohai. We have to catch up. She declared excitedly, to which Eri responded. For the next few hours, Izuku, Midoriya and Eri were chatting about what had happened in the last few months, and of course, Midoriya wanted to get rid of the two girls who were at her workplace. She would tell Ryukyu to make their lives impossible. Izuku still had doubts about being Eri's father. He had problems and nowhere to live beyond the dormitories. Mom sold the apartment to leave Japan for a safe place. Izuku didn't blame her for that. It was quite understandable. Mirio assured him it was the best option, and even Sir Night-Eye would be proud of the green-haired boy for doing it. Of course, Izuku remained silent, staring at the sleeping Eri and lost in his thoughts. Without the murmurs, Mirio found his behavior strange. Izuku. Eri-chan. The girl looked up from her food, her face covered in crumbs of the cookies she was devouring. Eri. Yes dad, she innocently asked Izuku, who was hesitating to ask. Izuku. Are you sure you want this? The girl tilted her head in a gesture of tender intrigue. Right now I'm not exactly the greatest hero or person, and you deserve smiles that I can't give you right now. She said sadly. I don't know if this is a good idea. Eri. Dad will always be dad, no matter if he's sad or can't smile. She looked at him with conviction. He resembled himself a bit when he started at UA. I'll be the one who brings smiles to dad. She declared with a smile. Izuku smiled a little at his daughter. The girl had the same conviction as him with her goals. Izuku. I hope you succeed, Eri-chan. He stroked her white hair and the girl smiled. On the other side, All Might watched with terror and fear the state of his successor. He was under observation and still asleep. Midoriya had gone too far with poor Bakugo. He was determined that his former successor had been corrupted by power and he needed to remove him quickly before he became a villain. Nezu. Don't even think about it, All Might. The principal appeared on Tsukauchi's shoulder, who was serious. Midoriya didn't get carried away, everything was legal and you know that. All Might left young Bakugo in this state, he let his anger and jealousy get the better of him. He replied seriously. Nezu. And you're letting yourself be swayed by rumors. Midoriya was only defending himself against an enemy who wouldn't hold back. He said seriously to the blonde skeleton. What if Bakugo did the same and left Midoriya in the same state? What would you do then? All Might. He thought for a moment. What if the situation were reversed? Would his successor have done the right thing by leaving him like this? Would he support him or say something? It doesn't matter. I've made my decision. Bakugo Katsuki will be my successor and he will inherit One for All. Tsukauchi. Even if that kills him. The blonde man tensed up, unsure how to answer. Midoriya is the perfect vessel, Toshinori. He deserves the power more than anyone. All Might. I'll find a way for young Bakugo to use his power, with or without your help. He declared as he was about to leave. Nezu. If you manage to figure out how, remember it's Midoriya's decision, not yours. He said, stopping the American. All Might. I'll convince him. He left the room, leaving a deathly silence. Kirishima arrived with Fatgum this week with a single mission. To uncover the truth behind his friend, partner, and basically his brother from another mother. Bakugo deserved at least an apology, and the Redeed would make sure of it. Fatgum. You want the data from the old class and the school where Dynamite studied. He spoke in surprise while leading to Yaku's. He knew very well that the Redeed put Dynamite on a pedestal, and that asking that so suddenly put him on alert. Kirishima. Yes. Midoriya doesn't want to apologize for what he did to Bakugo and said he would apologize if I got the truth out of Bakugo, and that's what I intend to do. He declared forcefully, knowing perfectly well that he would only find heroic acts and great help to others because that's how Bakugo was, right? Fatgum. He narrowed his eyes and ate a little. He didn't quite know why he wanted this, but he'd give it to him. At least it would show him the reality of an idiotic hero. Very well. He smiled at his student and took the documents out of his writing. I'll be completely honest with you, Red Riot. Ever since All Might introduced Dynamic as his successor, something didn't add up, so I investigated. He said seriously, and the Redeed gave him half his attention. I hope what's here helps you. Kirishima. Thanks Fatgum. He took the files and left, unaware that Tetsutetsu was listening behind the wall. Tetsutetsu. How do you think Fatgum-sensei will take this? The metallic one entered with some hope that the Redeed would remove the blindfold from his eyes. Fatgum. If he just looks at the files, his administration will surely increase. He replied truthfully. The files provided by the former teachers portrayed Bakugo as a saint, which he clearly wasn't. If he decides to investigate further, he'll surely be shocked. His great friend is a bully who thought he was better than everyone else. How could he see it? His admiration clashes with the truth, and only Kirishima-kun can resolve this. He replied, eating more. This dilemma was making him hungry. Kirishima locked himself away the first afternoon of the week to look at the file, which only showed Bakugo's impeccable grades, some comments from teachers who idolized him for his quirk, and his classmates, highlighting how amazing it was to be with Bakugo Katsuki. One classmate even admitted that he was a well-oiled sex machine. With that, Kirishima could sleep soundly knowing that everything was alright. His friend was an amazing person who hadn't done anything wrong, but he knew that if he went to Midoriya with this, it wouldn't do any good. Izuku made it clear he wanted to dig deep, so he called the school his friend had attended, and they confirmed it. Or at least the person who answered did. Kirishima. I don't understand what Midoriya meant. He asked aloud, unsure whether to continue or just leave things as they were. He didn't care and continued with the other documents. But what? His surprise was immediate. Various reports from students spoke of the atrocities committed against them by Bakugo, including cases of some with serious injuries at the hands of this generation's greatest hero. These were police reports about the excessive use of his friend's explosive quirk, along with copies of the trials in which the Bakugo family was involved. He was always released after spending 1 or 2 days behind bars and was released on bail paid by his parents. Panic gripped Kirishima, who believed it was all a lie, but no matter how hard he tried to justify what he saw, he couldn't find anything. Kirishima. Damage to the sternum and internal organs just for possessing a quirk that gives him insect eyes, that can't be Bakugo. He refused to believe it. His admiration and his judgment were locked in a fierce battle. Kirishima. He tried to assault me just because I rejected him. Read the report from one of his blonde friend's classmates. Kirishima. He deafened the kid when his ear exploded. The Redeed's nerves were showing what the hell was going on. Kirishima. He has respiratory problems from the smoke he inhaled. There were more and more like it, some cases included photos, and that's when he stopped doubting. Kirishima knew firsthand what the skin of someone affected by Bakugo's explosions looked like, and it was clear that those kids in the photos had suffered from those explosions. Unable to sleep and ignoring when Tamaki and Fatgum came in to leave food, he continued investigating, no longer for an apology, but to know the truth. He was tempted to call his friend and have him give his version of the various situations, but it wasn't necessary. On every page was printed what Bakugo said as an excuse. He didn't believe it all, more out of cynicism and madness than admiration. A person shouldn't be like that over such silly things. Kitsuki. He's just an extra who was showing his place. The guy shouted proudly of what he'd done. Could it be that his explosions make him deaf, and that's why he's shouting? A small fragment of his friend's atrocities. Right now, he felt a little bad for considering themselves friends. Indirectly, Kirishima felt he participated in it. The boy's mother has no control over him. It's clear that Bakugo Kitsuki is in a bubble of ego fueled by his surroundings. Complacent teachers and peers who look at him with longing, unable to distinguish between good and bad. The fragment from a psychologist who analyzed his explosive colleague. If they already took him to the psychologist and he didn't seem to have changed, what was that supposed to mean? But so many questions, he felt the need to escape for a moment from the self-inflicted torment of truth after truth and went out to the agency's kitchen. A coffee or something would help him relax. Kirishima. Fatgum. He murmured so as not to wake anyone, seeing his master drinking coffee as if he were expecting him. Fatgum. Kirishima-kun, it's good to see you out of your room. He smiled kindly at the Redeed who stared into space. Is something wrong? He asked, still knowing what was going on. Kirishima. I don't understand. He began, confused, his admiration and friendship finally shattering like glass before the truth. Bakugo is a great hero, he saved so many people. He claimed to have defeated all for one, he's a good guy. Fatgum. Is that Kirishima-kun? Is someone who seriously injures a classmate just out of anger a good person? He said calmly. Kirishima. No. He replied, his moral compass more than his admiration. Fatgum. Is someone who pushes others down just for being different a great hero? His voice hardened slightly. Kirishima. No. His logic told him so, but his admiration spoke in support of his friend. Why did Bakugo do that? Mistreat classmates, beat innocent people, abuse girls. He didn't quite know what to do now. Was Midoriya aware of this? Is that why he told him to gather information? Fatgum. Bakugo is Bakugo, and we don't know how his mind works or how he lives his life. We only know that at one point he went too far. He said, now standing next to a defeated Kirishima. Kirishima. Why was he admitted to UA despite everything? He's just a bully. He shouted in despair, wanting answers and not getting them. Fatgum. His former teachers turned a blind eye to the abuse, they covered for him because they knew Bakugo would be a hero, and they supported him. They assured him as the Redeed began to hyperventilate, too much information in too little time. Kirishima. I didn't even know what to say. Words weren't enough to face this conflicting feeling. Admiration and friendship versus actions and guilt, honor and defeat. Everything was mixed together in bad and horrible ways. Fatgum. Breathe calmly, Kirishima. He told the Redeed, who obeyed. Let the air fill your lungs and relax your thoughts, you're too impressed by what you discovered. Kirishima. I knew it, didn't you, Fatgum? The hero nodded ruefully. Why didn't you do anything? Fatgum. In the past few months I've been supporting heroes with a matter concerning Eri-chan, and it's consumed a lot of my time. Besides, we don't know how people will react to this, and after the war, I don't want to risk the hope they have in us. He said, going to get a glass of water for his student. Kirishima. What am I supposed to do now? Bakugo is a bully, how am I supposed to look at him now? He yanked his hair desperately to the scalp. Fatgum. Whatever you do, Red Riot, it will be the right thing, it always has been. He assured, placing the glass of water in front of the Redeed. What does your instinct and the evidence tell you? Kirishima thought for a moment, looking at the glass, and came to a conclusion. I have to go see someone tomorrow, is that okay? The chubby hero nodded happily, trusting his student's judgment. Izuku woke up on the third day of his internship with whiskers drawn on his cheeks. Eri did a perfect job while his dad slept, and the result was perfect in his eyes. The girl had adapted very quickly to being with her father despite Izuku's lingering doubts. It wasn't that he didn't love the girl, but he still considered himself worthless to be given custody. Eri. Good morning, Dad, she said, trying to hold back her laughter at seeing the green-haired boy as some kind of strange cat. Izuku. Good morning, Eri-chan. He said half asleep. Last night he had trouble sleeping because of his delusions, and with Eri in that state, he couldn't allow himself to drink in front of her. Eri, are you feeling okay? She asked, worried about her father. Izuku. Perfectly. He spoke with his eyes closed. Come on, let's have breakfast. He extended his hand and the girl took it, almost dragging him through the complex. Of course, the heroes in the hallways were holding back their laughter at the sight of Izuku's painted face. When Mirio arrived, he was drinking coffee with a piece of bread, something simple, but that the hero liked. He didn't have much time. He had to go and resolve that issue with the television network where one of the high-ranking members of the Paranormal Liberation Front was supposedly working. He only stopped his actions when he saw Izuku sit Eri down and go to the refrigerator and take out things to prepare pancakes. Mirio. Midoriya-kun, did you sleep well? He asked with a smile and pride, having managed to instill a sense of humor in the little albino girl. Izuku. Are you saying that because of what Eri-chan did to my face? He replied without looking at him, surprising both of them. I'm perfectly fine, I just need a good bath, and then I'll be out on patrol. Mirio. I understand, I hope you don't have any problems leaving. He said, getting up and leaving. Izuku. Alright Eri-chan, do you want pancakes or pancakes? He said, not giving the girl a real choice. Eri. Both options looked too tempting, so her answer took a while to arrive. I want pancakes. She said happily. On the other side, Kirishima was heading towards the part of his partner's story that he was missing. Let's leave it at that. Tetsu had said where his friend was seeing the conviction in his internship partner's eyes. He didn't hesitate. That's why he stood in front of the Night Eye Agency with conviction and fear in his eyes. He sighed to quell his fears and went inside. The receptionist looked at the hero in his civilian form with a slight frown. Izuku was well liked at the agency, and having someone from 3A here put everyone in a bad mood. Even so, her job was to be cordial, no matter how much she wanted to bury a fork in the neck of every member of 3A. Welcome to the Night Eye Agency, how can I help you? He asked with a twitch in his eye. Kirishima. I've come looking for Midoriya Izuku, I need his opinion on something. He didn't beat around the bush, he wanted to get the truth out at all costs. I understand. She said, a little taken aback by such seriousness. She hadn't expected that from Class A. As far as she knew, it was the class that did the most nonsense. Just a moment, please. The reception area fell silent and Kirishima tensed up. What he was doing was necessary, not for an apology anymore, but for his own inner peace and to prevent himself from going crazy over it. Izuku was notified by Mirio that Red Riot was waiting for him downstairs, looking very serious. Izuku didn't expect the redeed from Class A to appear so soon. He thought he would take longer, blinded by his idolatry and alliance with his blonde enemy. He calmly went downstairs with Eri in his arms as the girl refused to let go of him until her dad showed a real smile. Izuku. I didn't expect to see you so soon, Kirishima Ijiro. He said while drinking a cup of hot chocolate. Kirishima. Midoriya. He looked closely at Izuku with the kitten-like face and the infant in his arms. This. Izuku. The little troublemaker in my arms. The girl pouted when called that. She tends to play pranks, just ignore it. And tell me, what does the big three need from me? Kirishima. I did what you said, Midoriya. He said, somewhat uncomfortably, looking at Izuku. I want to know. What happened with Bakugo? Izuku. So the trash was finally discovered. He said mockingly. Eri-chan. The little girl looked at her dad with a big smile. Go with Mirio for a moment while I sort this out, okay? The little girl puffed out her cheeks in denial. Eri. Not until you really smile. She said seriously to her dad, who just raised an eyebrow. Fine. Without enthusiasm, she climbed down from her dad's arms and went for the stairs. Maybe an innocent joke on Mirio wouldn't hurt. Izuku. Well, since we're here and I don't give a damn who knows about Bakugo, I'll start the story. He sat down on a sofa in the lobby, and the redeed followed. He had doubts about what he was doing with Eri-chan, but he wouldn't ask questions. He knew very well how protective Midoriya was of the girl. You ask what happened. Simple. His quirk awakened and his ego grew. Kirishima. Could you be more specific? What I saw left a bad taste in my mouth, and I want the whole story to clear up any doubts. He said tensely to the green-haired man who looked at him neutrally. Izuku. Bakugo was a smart kid, I can assure you of that. He was first in everything, and that's why many of us around him admired him. A kind of mini All Might who wanted to be better than number one. He stared into space, remembering those good times. We were friends and we had each other for whatever we needed. Kirishima. And the change came with his quirk, right? He was starting to get the idea. Izuku. Yeah. He awakened his quirk and I didn't, but things didn't change much. He was just a leader, thinking he was the most powerful just because he had a strong quirk. We followed Bakugo until one afternoon in the forest. He sighed, trying to suppress his anger. We were walking past a log and Bakugo fell. Obviously, he hurt himself, and his childish pride made him say he was fine. I didn't believe him and went to help him, like the idiot I am. He looked at Kirishima, who was listening intently. You know what he did? Kirishima. Accept the help and both of you still be friends. He asked with a fearful tone. He knew what happened but refused to say it. Izuku. He refused any help and thought Izuku was calling him a weak brat, and from there everything went downhill. He rested his head on the sofa and continued recounting. Day by day he distanced himself from me, and because of his friends and teachers who encouraged him to be the best, he ended up beating up kids with weak quirks or who didn't have any at all. At that time, I wasn't included. He thought about that afternoon and felt sorry for himself. One afternoon I couldn't take it anymore and I defended a kid, taking the attack from Bakugo and his henchmen. I became his favorite toy. He finished recounting, letting the redeed absorb the information. Kirishima. And then what? He asked anxiously. Izuku. The years passed and we reached high school where the idolatry went through the roof, treating him like a king and me worse than a jester. That led to my self-esteem plummeting, and I believed that my own existence was a burden to others. He said calmly and surprised Kirishima. Even so, I wanted to be a hero, someone who could save everyone with a smile. What do you think Bakugo thought? Kirishima thought for a moment, putting his friendship with the blonde aside. He didn't take it well, did he? Izuku. He made me feel less and less, trying to break my dream, just because the idea of a quirkless person being a hero disgusted him. He trembled with suppressed fury. Always mocking me, always hitting me where it hurt most, not only physically but also psychologically, causing me to be afraid of people. Kirishima. Is it true about him abusing a female classmate? He asked nervously, no longer knowing what to think of Bakugo. Izuku. Yeah. I got involved too. Bakugo dragged her to the back and tried to force something on her, but I held him back long enough for her to leave. I don't know how the teachers convinced him to say I was the one who attacked her. Kirishima's surprise was palpable. Even with all that, Bakugo became untouchable, and I'm just the scapegoat for everything bad. Do you still think she didn't deserve what I did to her? He asked, amused to see the redeed doubting. Kirishima didn't know what to think anymore, this was going too far. Izuku. I'm going to sweeten this story even more. He said with his shit-eating smile. Bakugo incited suicide. Kirishima. 4 simple words that shattered the last vestiges of his trust and friendship with the blonde. Kirishima stood frozen, watching as his academy classmate stared at the ceiling, as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. To say he believed him was an understatement. Midoriya had proven he didn't need to lie, and his calm aura and movements indicated nothing other than that he was speaking with certainty and truth. Kirishima. What? He repeated, not believing what Izuku said. Izuku. It took about a year before I entered UA. I wanted to take the entrance exam, and he didn't like that. He wanted to be the first in the school to get into UA, and he didn't like that I wanted to get in. So, on the very day we had to choose which school to go to, he made it very clear what I needed to get in. He turned to look at the redeed, who was listening attentively to the story. What do you think he said? Kirishima. Train until you get strong. He said nervously, not believing he had said that. Izuku. Jump off a bridge and pray you have a quirk in your next life. He said seriously. It was still a bitter memory that made me want to punch him in the nose. Good hero, don't you think? He said sarcastically. Kirishima's astonishment was immediate, as was that of the receptionist who was sipping her coffee in shock. Izuku. Don't apologize for him, much less for what happened. He stood up, ready to continue his day. You were deceived by your beliefs. The same thing happened to you as to most who look to Bakugo Katsuki for his wit and power. It may not seem like it, but Bakugo is intelligent. He knew how UA worked and that his quirk, being so incredible, would attract attention and thus his past would be ignored. It worked for him. Kirishima. Why didn't you say anything, Midoriya? He asked Izuku. He was one of, if not the most, people who suffered because of the explosive blonde and hadn't done anything. Izuku. When we were kids and I told his mom on him, I'd only get a lecture and a punishment of being grounded, and when it finally ended, I'd get even more hurt. The redeed lowered his gaze. In middle school, I was ignored, and what's worse, I'd end up getting punished for bothering the king of the place. He spoke irritably. And of course, when I entered UA, I was afraid the same thing would happen, and I let it go mainly because his abuse decreased drastically, and I could get on with my life. Kirishima. And now you're not going to accuse him? He asked, frustrated that no one was doing anything. Izuku. He thought for a while, unsure of what to answer. I don't think it'll do any good. They'll just drag him back out of wherever they take him and he'll return to UA. And if Nezu takes him out of the academy, he can always go to another one, so it doesn't matter. Kirishima. But it's unfair. He did too much wrong, he can't just leave like that. He said, frustrated with the green-haired boy. Izuku. I said I wouldn't say anything else. I never said I wouldn't do anything to him. The Redeed looked at him, demanding explanations. Bakugo won't stop for anything, and as soon as he gets out of the hospital, it's more than certain he'll do something against me, whether directly or indirectly. Do you really think I'm just going to sit here and take a beating? He said, looking at the Redeed who had an idea. Kirishima. Whatever you're planning, Midoriya. He extended his hand to Izuku. Please let me help. He said seriously, which Izuku analyzed. I want to apologize for my actions, and I know that simple words aren't enough, so I'll do it with actions. The determination in his eyes was somewhat contagious. Izuku. I guess that's okay. He said, even though his head was telling him something else that made him doubt. All you have to do, Kirishima, is reveal the truth about Dynamic right when he arrives at UA in a week. Release the truth online. I don't care about Nezu, just make sure it's known. Kirishima. I understand. He spoke with a military air. Izuku. And stop doing that, it's getting on my nerves. The embarrassed Redeed just lowered his head. If that's all, I'll go get ready for the day. Kirishima. Thank you for your time, Midoriya. He bowed to Izuku, who felt uncomfortable. I swear on my honor that I won't fail you. He promised on his most sacred oath and left calmly. Izuku. Yeah, whatever. He sighed and looked at the receptionist who was eating a cupcake. This is better than a soap opera. She said excitedly, to which Izuku sighed and walked away down the hallway. While the Redeed was discovering the truth at Ryukyu's agency, the two girls from 3A were experiencing exhausting moments. When Nijira arrived yesterday and reported what had happened to her friend and teacher, she didn't like Izuku's situation at all. It's not that he shouts it from the rooftops, but Ryukyu respected Izuku. There weren't many like him these days, so he didn't hesitate for a second to increase Froppy and Uravity's grueling training, along with their patrol hours. It was the least he could do, but he felt it was necessary. The aspiring heroes felt puzzled but did not refuse what their teacher indicated. However hard the training was, they would succeed because that is what a hero does, and even more so one who is at UA. Sigh. My legs hurt, Kiro. She said right after finishing an exhausting training session. Ryukyu is overdoing it. Uraraka. Maybe she's mad at her boyfriend or something and just wants to vent. She replied, putting things away in their assigned place. Sigh. By the way, Uraraka-chan. The brunette looked at the frog girl curiously. Have you thought about Mina-chan's proposal? She blurted out nervously. Before leaving, the pink-haired girl obsessed with Dynamic made an indecent proposal to her classmates. Mina only asked for something that, in her words, was simple. To go to Bakugo's room the day he left the hospital and become part of the harem of the great hero Dynamic. Uraraka. Obviously I'm going to refuse. She said, taking a sip of juice she'd bought. Kitsuki is certainly sexy, but he's not my type. He's too explosive for my taste. She said truthfully. Besides, Iida-kun is so nice and I love him so much. She thought happily. And you, Sayu-chan. Sayu. Sounds like a bad idea, Kiro. She replied calmly. As much as Mina-chan is my friend and describes Bakugo-chan as a Greek god or a tireless ex-machine, I'm not interested in being in a harem. She said, somewhat annoyed with her pink-skinned friend and her nonsense. Uraraka. How do you think the others will take it? She said, already seated, unable to bear the muscle pain any longer. Sayu said. It's likely I'll convince Toru-chan. Yamomo and Jiro-chan already rejected the offer. She recalled how Mina begged her two friends, especially Aoi Rozu, admiring her perfect body and how much she could please Bakugo. Of course, the black-haired girl didn't like it and refused even more. Then, the purple-haired girl also refused, not being very interested in the idea. Uraraka. Toru is surely following in her madness. She said, leaving the place and heading straight to her rooms at the agency. Do you think she'll try to integrate the girls from other classes? Sayu. Probably. She said, following her friend. At the agency where the pink-skinned girl was, she was on the phone with her invisible best friend. She had finally managed to convince Toru to join Dynamic's harem. Now all that was left was to get Uraraka and Sayu in, and then she would force the Class B girls to join. The small act of revenge against Deku for leaving his beloved Katsu in the hospital during his internship week. For now, she knew how to attract one of them. Satsuna. The green-haired girl would surely melt at the sight of Dynamic's great tool. She just had to wait, and she and Bakugo would have a harem that Deku would surely be green with envy. Izuku left the agency in his new hero costume, a far cry from his beginnings when he wanted to be a copy of All Might. That boy had grown up and left that path of being like All Might, and he didn't even know what to do or what kind of hero to be, but it was clear that he wouldn't be like the former #1 American hero. His dark green suit clung to his body and moved with ease. Lighter green lines ran from his legs to his neck, forming an ascending arrow pattern on his back. The lines were more pronounced on his chest, extending only up his sides. His gloves were more comfortable and had fewer support devices, only openings for his whips. Around his waist was a belt with various attachments. A rope in case combat exhaustion prevented him from using his whips, chocolates to calm panicked people, and a few extra items he hadn't yet decided what to put in them. Around his neck was Gran Torino's cape, worn as a scarf. A war memento he didn't want to forget. He also wore a metal face mask with a respirator in case his enemy used gas. He was an imposing figure when he walked. As they went outside, people looked at him with various expressions. The children stared, their green hair giving them away a little. They felt energized by the powerful broccoli that had defeated Dynamic, and they only waved, as their parents wouldn't let them get too close, mainly because they had things to do. Some looked on with fear. The way he'd left the best at UA made them tremble. Others felt safe. Someone that strong could protect everyone. The stares were something Izuku wasn't entirely used to. Nerves were on edge, but he didn't let himself be intimidated, continuing his patrol. He watched the people passing by, the children who, if they had time, would stop to say hello and ask for a photo that their parents allowed. They knew the difference between a festival and real life. They were certain that this hero could take care of them. After a while, Izuku arrived at the same spot where he had found Eri. He remembered that time with his All Might mask, which looked more like a rabbit than anything else. He continued for a while until he was hit on the head with a glass. He turned around and found himself face to face with an angry red-haired girl who was glaring at Izuku. "Get out of here, monster," she said angrily, receiving another blow, this time from a rock to her head. Turning around, she saw another girl with very pale, almost transparent skin and the same hateful look. "We don't want the one who almost killed Dynamagic," he said angrily, drawing the attention of the people who were waiting for Izuku's response. "If you're a piece of shit, get out of here. We don't want your protection," yelled a boy with sharp teeth. Soon a few kids who loved Bakugo stood up in support and demanded the broccoli when the bad times were over. "Help." Amidst the crowd, a woman screamed in terror. A man had her baby near high-voltage power lines. He would kill the child if she didn't do as he said. "Please help. Any heroes?" People were terrified, some fled or went to call the police. Bakugo's followers didn't want to let the green-haired boy go, who felt his limit approaching. "Do you think you can do anything? You'll kill the child," said the one with sharp teeth. "Izuku. You'll step aside one way or another," he said in a cold tone, and those present were frightened. "Or what, are you going to kill me?" he said, pretending to be brave. "Izuku. You asked for it," he said when the guy took advantage of the commotion to leave. "He's getting away." Without waiting any longer, he disappeared in a blur. "Huh. The coward is gone. What a hero," said the redhead who started this. "My baby," cried the frightened mother, and when she looked, Izuku was holding the infant in his arms, who looked like he was about to cry at any minute. Izuku handed over the baby and tied the thug to a store while waiting for the police. The astonished looks of everyone were immediate. Angry, Bakugo's followers still wanted to humiliate Izuku, so they coordinated their actions, throwing things and insults, despite people asking them to stop. Izuku didn't respond to it. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't until a stone hit his forehead, making him bleed near his eye, that they saw his calm eyes slowly light up. Inside, Izuku heard them urging him to kill those idiots who believed in Bakugo with all their being. "And what will you do now?" "Ha ha ha," laughed the one with transparent skin as the whip seized the three, who looked at Izuku with fear. "Izuku. You're all so strong behind the others, aren't you?" he said in a calmly furious tone. "You're just angry kids who don't know how to do anything but be lapdogs for an idiot with an ego bigger than his own manhood." He yelled angrily, making the three of them tremble. "Rats who hide when things are pointed at you." Izuku dragged the three of them until he was facing them. "You're a plague. Idiots who have nothing better to do and bother me because an idiot can't take my punches," he said furiously. What do you plan to do?" the redhead asked, trembling. "Izuku. They attacked a hero, what do you think will happen?" he said seriously, and the three of them looked at each other. Bubble Girl. Depending on how serious the blow was, they could be considered villains for attacking a law enforcement officer. The blue girl appeared with a serious expression. "Seeing how the situation is, probably a lecture and a fine." "Izuku. Congratulations on complaining about something stupid. Your parents have to pay because I'm sure the little kids have no way of getting money," he said, still angry, to which Bubble Girl just approached to relieve him. Bubble Girl. "I'll take over from here, you're free to continue." Izuku nodded and continued his patrol. People looked somewhat angrily at Izuku, others with a small smile. The children were still excited when Izuku passed by. The reactions continued until the end of the patrol. There were more disturbances, some complained about Izuku's actions, and others defended him, a long walk that only ended up exhausting him. When he arrived, Eri was waiting for him with a hug and a band-aid for his wound, and Mirio had a bowl of katsudon for Izuku, who sat down with Eri nearby, both finally eating in peace. Upon arriving at the room, he lay down mentally exhausted with Eri nearby playing something on the phone when a call came in. Eri. Dad. Izuku half obeyed. Who is Shiozaki? Izuku. Is she calling? The albino nodded, and Izuku stayed in bed. Answer if you want. Eri. Well. She answered the call with a smile. Hello. She said excitedly. Ibara. Midoriya-san. The green-haired girl was surprised by the childlike voice. Eri. Dad is tired and wants to sleep. She spoke innocently, unaware of what she had caused. Ibara. Dad. Now her head really exploded with curiosity. Eri. Who are you? She asked, still smiling. Ibara. I'm a friend of your father. She said, not believing what was happening. You said he was tired. Eri. Yes, he said his day wasn't good, but I'll help him. She spoke with conviction. Ibara. I understand, I'll call back later. Tell Midoriya-san I called. She said, ending the call. Eri. Dad. She said with a smile to the sleeping Izuku. Hee. With a mischievous smile she went to play a prank. Ibara quickly called Kendo to tell her what she had discovered about Izuku, but the Redeed didn't believe anything she said and decided to take a nap. Kendo. For the last time, Ibara Midoriya-san doesn't have a daughter. Now, will you let me sleep? She said half asleep. The day she helped at an accident and it took her all day. Ibara. Please, Kendo-san, I need to know if it's true. On the other side, the orange-haired girl sighed wearily. Kendo. Tell Kinoko to go see him, she's the closest, if you're so curious. She said, almost asleep. Ibara. Thank you, Kendo-san. The orange-haired girl hung up without saying anything, exhaustion got the better of her. That was very rude. The next day, the mushroom-powered brunette stood in front of the Night Eye Agency with a calm smile and a mission to discover Midoriya's daughter and why he never spoke about it. I'm guessing you've come to see Midoriya. He said with a touch of humor. Izuku said that someone would probably come for him and most likely had a mushroom hairstyle and brown hair. Kinoko. Hee. She scratched her cheek, a little embarrassed. That's right. He's waiting for you upstairs. She said with a giggle. That boy was certainly entertaining to watch. The brunette went up to the rest area where her classmate and friend was with the albino girl she had looked after with the class when Izuku decided to be a vigilante with Shinso. Obviously, she missed the sugar-coated girl, and as soon as she saw her, she ran to take her from Midoriya's arms. She had a cute pout from anger. Kinoko. Eri-chan. She stroked her cheek, although the girl was still pouting. Is something wrong? Eri. Dad grounded me. She said angrily. She thought it was unfair that her father punished her just for putting whipped cream on his face and almost choking him. Kinoko. Dad. As far as the brunette could remember, she had no relatives, so the girl, knowing this, pointed at Izuku with a serious expression and some whipped cream on his cheek. Huh. Eri-chan is your daughter and you never said so. Izuku. I found out this week, and you, young lady, I'm playing the saint, your joke wasn't funny. He said seriously, to which the girl stuck out her tongue as a sign of rebellion. Kinoko. How is that? She asked Izuku while stroking Eri's head, and the girl, feeling so comfortable, just let him. Izuku. The government wanted to do bad things to Eri-chan, so to protect her I became her father. He said, watching as the girl wore a completely peaceful expression. I still think Mirio would do a better job. Kinoko. You don't know that. Looked at the little girl who was still in her world of tenderness. Eri-chan is special and you're the good guy who saved her from a horrible fate. She smiled at Izuku who was eating the little whipped cream on his cheek. Have faith that you can be a father figure to her. Izuku. I don't know. He felt a hand on his face and saw Eri with a huge smile. What's wrong? Eri. You're a good dad and I know it. The conviction in her words was tender. Izuku. Say what you want, you're still grounded. The girl puffed out her cheeks indignantly and went to her room to play with the stuffed animals Najire had given her. Kinoko. And you say you're not a good father? She said, laughing at the scene. Midoriya-kun is kind and good, you know how to tell things apart and you'll know how to guide Eri-chan, I know it. She smiled at Izuku who was looking at the ground. By the way, what will you do with Eri-chan once the internships are over? Izuku. Oh? She's coming to live in the dorms, the principal already approved it. He said, sipping his coffee. He believes that in such a healthy environment as Class B, Eri-chan will have a formidable guide and good company. He ate a piece of bread and looked at the excited brunette. Want some? He offered her a piece of bread, to which she nodded. Kinoko. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. She ate the bread, which melted in her mouth. It was filled. Delicious. Izuku. Do you have anything to do today? He asked a girl who was still enjoying her food. Kinoko. Only at night, I have a night patrol. She smiled at Izuku, who got up from the chair. Izuku. Mirio has kept me out since what happened yesterday. Do you want to stay and watch a movie with Eri and me? The brunette nodded and went to find the albino girl. It would be an entertaining afternoon. Kinoko. By the way, Midoriya-kun. Approached Izuku and hugged him, surprising him. We all saw what happened yesterday. You're not a villain and you didn't do anything wrong. You're the best person and a great hero, don't doubt it. Izuku returned the hug, a little dazed. It might not seem like it, but yesterday's events affected him. He's still not very unstable, so he continues to doubt his actions. Thank you for your support, Komori-san. They separated from the hug, and the brunette pouted. Kinoko. Call me Kinoko, please. We're friends, it's not fair that you only treat Yui-chan more closely. She said accusingly to Izuku, who sighed. Izuku. I'll try, Komori. The brunette continued pouting. Kinoko-san. It felt strange to call her that, and he could swear he heard Nana making fun of him. Kinoko. That's better. Smiled sweetly at Izuku and went to warn Eri. Izuku. It's going to be a long day. He sighed wearily without even doing anything. Mirio. Don't look at it like that, Midoriya-kun. The blonde boy's head peeked out from under the ceiling with his big smile. Look at it positively, you'll be watching a movie with your daughter and your girlfriend. He said, trying to make Izuku nervous, but failing. Izuku. We're not dating, we're just. A genuine smile appeared on his face. Friends. It felt good to say that. Mirio. Sure. Narrowed his eyes, not entirely convinced, and slowly withdrew. Izuku. I guess he's right and I'm just being paranoid. Went to his room to put on a movie he wanted to enjoy. They spent the afternoon watching movies, Izuku asleep most of the time. With Eri so close, sleeping, he wouldn't even joke about drinking alcohol, and the blows to the head could wake and scare the infant, so he spent the night awake knowing what awaited him in his dreams. Fortunately for him, he had no sleepiness or dreams. Being in a state of exhaustion and so warm between Eri and Kinoko made him sleep like a baby, and of course Eri did her thing with an accomplice who likes mushrooms. This time he got a very funny panda bear face. Izuku. You know I'll get revenge for this, right? He said, still with his face painted and Kinoko on his back. He thought it was a good idea to leave her at his agency that night. Kinoko. I couldn't resist, sorry Midoriya-kun. She said laughing just as they arrived at the agency where Kinoko was. Thank you for the afternoon, Midoriya-kun. She smiled at Izuku who was looking out the window, and when the brunette realized it, her colleagues were watching her. Midoriya-kun. She said nervously, knowing it was a golden opportunity. Izuku. It's my revenge. Smiled maliciously and hammered in the nail that would lead Kinoko to utter shame. He kissed her on the cheek and flew away, leaving the redeed looking like his hero's hat. The week passed calmly after that moment with Kinoko, who revealed the truth about Izuku, who, thanks to Eri, ended up asleep that night. At the end of the week, Izuku, with an extra suitcase and Eri in his arms, left for the dorms. He had things to explain and jokes to endure from his friends. He still couldn't quite believe what was happening. He thought that at any moment he would wake up in his room in 3A and everything would take a terrible turn. Fortunately, she arrived at the dorms quite happy, to tell the truth, ignoring the fact that the grey clouds that plagued that day. It was a peaceful journey with Eri who asked about her companions. The excitement got the better of her so that in the last stretch that remained to reach the dorms, the girl ran from her father's grip and opened the door, just as Kendo was scolding Tetsutetsu for breaking a lamp. Kurwaro. Kendo. The albino stopped the angry orange-haired girl who glared at him with murderous intent. The door. He said fearfully. The older sister was terrifying when she wanted to be. Eri. Oh. She said, ignoring the fact that the redeed was furious. Ibarra. Eri-san. The plant-haired girl came out of the girl's side of the dormitories with a fern in her hands, and surprise, there was the sweet girl here. Manama. Hello, Snowball. Said the blonde boy, trying to use Eri as an excuse to calm the president down. Izuku. Eri-chan, I already told you not to go so fast. Izuku entered after the girl with both suitcases in hand, looking around the place. Did something happen? Awais. Tetsutetsu and Manama broke the lamp Kendo used for reading. He told his friends, who looked at the dark-haired boy before getting scared. Kendo. You two haven't escaped. He said grimly, cracking his knuckles loudly. Manama. We only have one salvation. He said seriously next to the silver-haired boy. Midoriya, help. They both ran to hide behind Izuku, who was leaving the suitcases near the door that led to the complex. Izuku. Huh. He looked at the orange fury and her friends hidden behind him and just stepped aside. Don't drag me into your messes. The orange-haired girl's smile grew as the two hugged each other fearfully. Yanagi. And where will Eri-chan sleep? he asked Izuku as the little girl giggled while Ryuko used her quirk to move the toys around in a fun game for the child. Izuku. Well, He didn't finish speaking because the sound of pain from both friends stopped him, and he looked at the president. Kendo. Don't take this the wrong way, Midoriya-san, but I think it's best if Iri-chan sleeps with us. You have. She remembered how she slept and the tactics she used to fall asleep. She wasn't convinced at all. Very strange sleeping rituals. Izuku. I agree, it's best if Iri-chan sleeps with you. She couldn't bear another sleepless night, she could use some help. I don't know with whom, but it's for the best. Yui. Iri-chan. The little girl looked at the dark-haired girl, putting down the floating plushie. Who would you like to sleep with? Iri. Looked at all of them, who had radiant smiles. With all of them? Kendo. It would be best if each of you took a day. And Setsuna. Looked at the green-haired girl who was using her quirk to cheer up the child. Setsuna. Yes. She said with a smile, as Iri had her abdomen trapped and was tickling her. Kendo. No video games after 10. The green-haired girl pouted at the orange-haired girl before laughing because of Iri. Izuku. A message from All Might arrived on his phone. Surprised, he looked and saw it was a request to meet. Pony. Is something wrong, Midoriya-san? The blonde looked at Izuku's serious expression, not quite understanding. Izuku. I'm going for a walk. The seriousness with which he said it didn't convince anyone, yet they still trusted that nothing bad would happen. Toshinori found a way for Bakugo to use his power. It wasn't morally acceptable, but it would work. The plan was to use one of the 2 quirk erasing bullets that still exist, and then Midoriya would give one for all to its true successor. In case Midoriya refused, the blonde American used another quirk erasing bullet on himself, returning some of the embers of power to Toshinori and restoring his inflated form. He asked Midoriya to meet him at the Hall of Heroes at UA, a place to remember those who gave their lives to save others, featuring statues and certain devices or items that the heroes possessed. The blonde man stared seriously at the road just as a lightning bolt appeared in the distance and thunder rumbled on the horizon. Midoriya appeared with a serious and somewhat mocking look. Izuku. I've returned home, master. He bowed politely to the former symbol of peace, who was serious. All Might. This shouldn't be your house and I'm not your teacher anymore. He replied seriously. Izuku. Oh yeah? You have a new favorite. He blurted out playfully, with a hint of anger. And where's that dynamic? Did I scare him away? He said mockingly, to which the blonde looked more serious. All Might. Give him the one for all. He said, ignoring the jeers. Izuku. So this is how it's going to be? He said, somewhat indignant and angry, turning slightly. All Might. That's how it should be. He declared, assuming an attack stance. Izuku jumped very high before landing with a kick that the retired hero narrowly dodged, only to be astonished when Izuku lifted a piece of the floor and threw it with a kick. The stone was destroyed in a single blow from the blonde American without him seeing the punch from the green-haired boy that he threw, breaking the door. It only stopped in the middle of the room. Izuku. I rotted in madness for many months because of your weakness. He said forcefully and angrily, partly blaming Toshinori for his forgetfulness. The blonde American focused on the one who supposedly defeated his enemy by treating him like his son. All Might. Obeying your responsibilities is not weakness. He said, his guard up, awaiting the green-haired boy's attack. Izuku. You know I'm the best miraculous holder, you've always known it. He said angrily, a bitter memory flashing through his mind. But when an idiot tells a lie, what did you do? What did you do? He shouted, remembering how, upon leaving the hospital and heading to his teacher, he was ignored because he was with Bakugo. Stupid. He answered his own question bitterly. All Might. It wasn't your destiny to be the wielder of one for all, it's not my fault. He said angrily. Izuku. Wasn't it your fault? He shouted indignantly, approaching the American right near the armor of the retired hero Yoroi. Who filled my head with dreams? He furiously kicked the armor, causing All Might to dodge. Izuku approached a piece of the shield hero crust and picked it up. Who made me train until my bones broke? He threw the disc at the blonde, who barely dodged it, leaving it embedded in a pillar. He approached Yoroi's weapons display and took it in his hands. Who is denying me my destiny? He threw each weapon at the same time, regardless of the outcome. The former hero blocked and deflected every weapon until there were none left, which was when Izuku lifted a strange sword with his feet, kicking it away. The American took the weapon, rotating it behind his back and plunging it into the ground. All Might. I shouldn't have taken that decision lightly. He said, sounding a little tired as the effect wore off. Izuku. Oh, and now? He asked, standing right in front of a statue of Night Eye. The American approached angrily, throwing 2 punches that Izuku blocked with his left forearm before throwing a kick that missed, followed by a leg sweep. All Might jumped to his right, while Izuku jumped to his left, using his whips against the blonde man's neck and slamming him to the ground. All Might. Give back the power. He said, fighting off the whips and the attempted suffocation. Izuku. I'd rather die. He replied, tightening his grip. The American was struggling with the whips, and Izuku just wanted to keep him still, putting too much tension on his whips, which ended up breaking and freeing All Might, who was breathing with difficulty. He looked at his friend's statue for any damage but saw none. He didn't even have time to think when a kick from Izuku hit him on the head, pushing them both against a nearby wall and cracking it. The blonde boy fell to the ground, somewhat dizzy, looking at Izuku just as he lunged at him. Trying to put some distance between themselves, the former number 1 jumped from pillar to pillar, followed by the green-haired boy with clear anger in his eyes. They both continued their game of tag until All Might saw no other option and went through the ceiling, followed by Izuku. Still in the air with lightning flashing, Izuku launched punch after kick, to which the blonde defended himself as best he could and counterattacked when Izuku threw a bad punch, grabbing his arm and making his chest fall to the ground. Izuku, refusing to be defeated, struggled using his arm to destabilize the blonde, succeeding and turning the positions around, with the slight difference that Izuku was holding him by the neck. When they broke through the roof, Izuku kicked, leaving them separated by many meters and hitting 2 different pillars. All Might fell to the cold ground stunned, while Izuku fell where Crust's things were, along with candles and a couple of flammable things, falling on them and leaving a slight wall of blue fire between his master and him. Taking a slight push, he grabbed the burning oil and continued with his burning palms towards a frightened All Might. Izuku. Everything I did was to make you proud. He said, hurt, throwing punches that All Might deflected or withstood. Tell me you're proud, Toshinori. The punches increased, and so did the blonde's fear and shame. Tell me. Tell me. With a double punch, he sent All Might flying into the lake where the water horse statue stood. The blonde deflated in pain, and Izuku finally extinguished the flames in his hands. The burning sensation was gone thanks to the adrenaline. All Might. I was always proud of you. He said, exhausted and weak. From the very first moment I was proud. And it was my pride that blinded me. He breathed in short gasps. Izuku was hitting hard. I didn't see what was happening. How unstable you were, I focused on the wrong person. I'm sore. I'm sorry. Izuku said nothing. Angrily he grabbed the blonde skeleton by the neck and lifted him up with anger and pain in his eyes. Izuku. I don't want your apologies. I'm not giving up one for all. He said, slamming him against the pavement, creating cracks. All Might. Midoriya Shonen, it's for the best, to keep us all safe. He said, slowly running out of breath. You should never have received it. You'll never be a hero. Never. Never. He said, struggling to breathe. Izuku raised his left fist, charged with a Fajin, ready to deliver the final blow. Izuku. He deserves it, he wants to steal the only thing we're proud of, he's an idiot, kill him. His inner voice urged him to continue, and he was about to do so when another voice dissuaded him. Nana, no Izuku, resonated deep within her mind. Toshinori may be an idiot, but he doesn't deserve that, don't do it. Be better than him, show him how great you are, show him you can be a hero. She said desperately and sadly. Izuku thought, looking at the blonde boy who was already starting to turn blue. Arg. He punched the ground next to the blonde boy and freed him. You're not worth it and Bakugo doesn't deserve this power. The rain began to fall, and Izuku left the place with tears in his eyes. The rain fell relentlessly, and Izuku just walked on, ignoring the fact that his hands were burned and hurt like hell. All Might's words echoed in his head, and he felt tears of sadness and frustration on his cheeks. No matter how much he didn't want to cry or how much he pretended to be strong, he wasn't unbreakable. He was just a mentally and emotionally fragile boy who didn't know what to do or think. He continued walking on autopilot without even knowing where he was going, and when he finally seemed to wake up from his mental problems, he was in front of the Class B dormitories. He walked a long way in the rain and didn't know whether to knock or leave and continue his misery somewhere else so as not to bother anyone. Kinoko. Midoriya-kun. The brunette opened the door upon seeing a shadow and found Izuku wet and with a lost and shadowed gaze, worse than when he arrived at the Class B dormitories a little over 2 months ago. Come in. Izuku without saying anything he stayed there and was dragged inside. The brunette saw his burned hands and the alarms went off. Ibara. Midoriya-san. Panicked, she approached the stunned and lost boy, who didn't know what to do. I'll get the first aid kit. She left the room where only the girls from 3B were, not understanding much of what had happened. Kendo. Midoriya-san. She approached Izuku, who was staring at the ground, as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. Midoriya-san. She nudged his shoulder, but he didn't even look at her. Midoriya-san. She tried again with a little more force, but it still didn't work. Izuku. Izuku reacted and looked at the student council president, who was very worried about him. Izuku. President. He murmured listlessly, looking around. His classmates were staring at him curiously. Am I a villain? He asked fearfully, and they all looked at each other. Setsuna. Where did you hear that? She asked, alarmed and looking closely at her companion, who was trembling, not only from the cold. Midoriya-san isn't a villain. The blonde said confidently. You've been a hero many times, helping everyone with their problems by putting their safety before your own. You're a hero. She affirmed with a kind smile. Setsuna. Where did you hear otherwise? I'm going to go beat them up for making you doubt. She said angrily, to which Izuku looked in astonishment. Izuku looked down at the ground again, as if it were the most important thing, just as Ibara appeared with the first aid kit. All Might doesn't think I'll be a hero. He said simply, surprising everyone present. It hurts. He was the first person to tell me I could be a hero. Tears welled up. He would cry again, and not just because Ibara was healing his wounds. Yui. Midoriya-san. The dark-haired girl, without letting Izuku say anything, hugged him, caressing her friend's green hair. Kendo. He's just an idiot who doesn't know what he's saying. She assured Izuku, who looked at the girls. Just an idiot who loves Bakugo too much. Midoriya Izuku, you will be one of the greatest heroes ever seen. The orange-haired girl joined the hug, embracing her two friends. Pony. I want a hug too. The blonde threw herself into the hug from the left, ending up hugging Izuku's head as he continued to cry. Setsuna. Me too. The green-haired girl, in order to hug him without complications, separated from his waist and hugged him from behind. Midoriya-kun, you know perfectly well that you are a great hero. Kinoko. I already told you last time, Midoriya-kun, you're the best person and a great hero. Said the brunette on Izuku's lap. Even she didn't know how she managed to sneak in there. Ryuko. Midoriya-san, he's a good friend who supports us in whatever we need. You're not bad or a villain. The silver-haired girl, along with Setsuna, hugged Izuku's back, who didn't know what to think. Ibara. I guess I'm the last one left. With a calm smile and thanks to Yui who made space, the green-haired girl hugged Izuku's torso, or what Kinoko allowed. No matter what an old hero says, Midoriya-san, you are the person who most deserves to be a hero. Izuku was trapped there among very soft objects that calmed him. The heat he emitted and the confusion in his head were enough to make him fall asleep with tears on Pony's chest. Pony. This. Girls. When the broccoli hug festival ended, the friends looked on in amazement as Midoriya seemed to be sleeping peacefully with the two pillows on his head. Now what? Setsuna. PFFF. She tried to suppress a laugh because this was extremely funny, the face of a small child in his mother's arms, and Pony's embarrassment at having Izuku on his chest without being able to do anything. Ibara. We should take him to his room. She said, embarrassed by such a peculiar scene. She knew Izuku had trouble sleeping, but the situation was too much for her. Ryuko. Pony, you'll have to wait until we get there. She said, amazed at how easily Izuku fell asleep. Setsuna. And how will we get the giant baby to its crib? She asked with a giggle. The situation was very adorable to her. Kendo. Let's use Ibara's vines and try not to wake him. He said, sighing at the situation. He would talk to both Izuku and Vlad to see if they knew anything about what had happened. With great effort, the girls carried Izuku and his living pillow to his room. At some point, Izuku clung even more to his companion, increasing his embarrassment. They tried to get Izuku to let go of Pony once they reached his bed, but he wouldn't. The warmth emanating from the blonde girl, along with her natural pillows, was enough to put him to sleep for a very long time. Pony. And what am I supposed to do? She whispered so as not to wake Izuku. Kendo. Midoriya-san has a strong grip, we just have to wait for him to wake up. She whispered. Setsuna. Look on the bright side, you have an innocent cinnamon roll in your arms. She saw the positive side, and the blonde looked at Izuku who was sleeping peacefully and calmly, breathing calmly and without any nightmares. Pony. I guess. Her face turned as red as an apple at how cute Izuku's sleeping face was. Yui said. We'll come back in a few hours with something to eat. She looked serious. She didn't like her unstable friend being bothered like that. Meanwhile, with the former number one, the blonde was found by the same principal Nezu who, not believing much in the blonde American, followed him to the place of the fight, floor and ceiling destroyed, broken walls and disorder everywhere. The most striking thing was All Might unconscious on the ground. He had tried, and Midoriya resisted. If it is what the mouse believed, his student faced the blonde, and it ended like this. Ectoplan. What will we do, principal? The Spectre asked his superior, who was just watching as the clones helped the blonde man leave on a stretcher. Nezu. We'll need the full story. He said seriously. Call Midoriya, we need to talk. When Vlad King was notified of what his newest student had done, there was no surprise. It was no secret how close All Might and Midoriya were in their first year. Of course, everything changed after the war, and the blonde American practically hated Izuku. No one understood why. From one day to the next, the great mentor that is All Might replaced Izuku with a human bomb. When he went to his assigned class's dormitory, the president asked about something between the two involved. Kendo explained Midoriya's condition and his burns. The teacher, puzzled, only went to examine his student's condition and, incidentally, to notify him of the principal's inevitable visit. Upon entering the room, Izuku was sleeping, hugging Pony, who was sleeping with her arms around the green-haired boy's head. Peace reigned in the room. Vlad King. Midoriya, Tsunatori. He said calmly to both of them who barely moved. This will be difficult. He approached them both, moving slightly. Izuku. MMM. He shifted slightly, settling more comfortably into his human pillow, which hugged him tighter. Vlad King. Midoriya. Stirred with a little more force, and Izuku finally showed signs of waking up, moving his face on the comfortable pillow and looking at his teacher, rather than the soft pillow that was still asleep. Izuku-sensei. He rubbed his eye and then stretched, looking around his room and the woman in his bed. Wow. Vlad King. Yes, then you end up here with Tsunatori, there are important things to talk about. His serious tone made the sleeping Izuku shudder. Izuku. It's because of All Might, right? He said when he fully woke up. He already knew what was coming. They'd surely expel him for being impulsive, and it was more than clear that Nezu would speak up to ensure he could never enter another academy, and thus his life would go even more to hell. Vlad King. We don't really know what happened, so the principal called you. He said seriously to Izuku, who lowered his gaze. Let's go. Izuku. I understand. He got out of bed, leaving Pony sleeping peacefully, and left under the watchful eyes of his classmates, who came downstairs after tidying their rooms. Ryuko. Midoriya-san. The silver-haired girl approached the sad Izuku and smiled at him. No matter what happens, we'll always be your friends. Juzo. Don't doubt it for a second, Midoriya. He said with a smile, supported by the class. Ibara. I will pray for your well. With that, Izuku left the dormitories with his sensei. Eri. Miss Yui. The dark-haired woman looked at the albino girl, who was nervous. Will Dad be alright? Yui. Don't worry, sweetie, he'll be fine. She smiled at the little girl, who didn't seem convinced. The teacher and the student walked in silence, mainly because Vlad didn't want to say something his student might misinterpret. He knew Izuku's mind well and what he was plotting. He couldn't stop it, so he simply gave him his space and carefully considered his words. Vlad King. Midoriya. He spoke just before Izuku entered the principal's office. I don't understand much of what's going on, but if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that it's not good to overthink things like you are. I support you no matter what. Izuku. I appreciate your vote of confidence, sensei. Smiled weakly and opened the door. The principal stood there with a calm smile, and Detective Tsukauchi sat in a chair. Nothing good could come of this. Nezu. Young Midoriya, it's good to see you. The mouse analyzed everything he could about Izuku. His hunched posture, his frightened gaze, his bandaged hands, and his withdrawn demeanor, more than just confident of being in front of a public and school authority figure. Could you have a seat? Izuku nodded nervously and closed the door behind him, sitting down next to the policeman. I suppose you already know why you're here. Izuku. All Might. He said nervously, here ends his childhood dream. Tsukauchi. Don't take it the wrong way, young man, we just want to know what happened. He said, trying to put the teenager at ease. Could you begin? Izuku. I understand. He thought for a minute and looked at both of them, who were expectant but not impatient. All Might sent a message, it said we had to talk seriously about something, it didn't clarify anything. Nezu. You all met in the Hall of Heroes, right? The green-haired boy nodded fearfully. He wanted to lie and save his own skin, but he knew that would do more harm than good. What happened once you arrived? Izuku asked for one for all, expecting anything to be said against him, but instead, there were only incredulous stares. Tsukauchi. They fought, I gather. Izuku nodded, looking at the ground. Did you know who Toshinori wanted you to hand over the power to? The green-haired boy nodded. It was quite obvious. Izuku. I wanted to give it to Bakugo. He said nervously, hoping the principal was with the blonde boy as usual. Tsukauchi asked if he had any plans to ensure Dynamite could have power without problems. Izuku shook his head, still believing he was in trouble. Izuku. He'll get me out, right? He said sadly, just when things seemed to be getting better they were only getting worse. Nezu. I don't know where you got that idea, young Midoriya. Izuku looked at the principal as if mocking him or lying. Toshinori made that mistake. You attack defending what is yours, just like All Might and Nana did before him. Only the wielder chooses, not the master. He smiled at the incredulous Izuku. Izuku. You're not going to kick me out for attacking the symbol of peace. He said in disbelief. Nezu. To the former symbol of peace, that place is still unclaimed, and I highly doubt anyone would want it given the current situation. He replied calmly, analyzing Izuku. He was in worse shape than he thought. I guess the events are too much for him. Izuku. You're not going to arrest me? He said, looking at the detective. Tsukauchi. Oh, I'm more here for protocol, Midoriya. My quirk helps a lot in interrogations. He said, ignoring the part about wanting to know what happened to his American friend. Izuku. So I'm not in trouble. He continued, still not believing anything, to which the principal chuckled. Nezu. No, Midoriya, you're fine and you won't be leaving UA. Izuku let out a relieved sigh. Can I recommend something, young Midoriya? Izuku. Yes. He said nervously. Nezu. Go with Hound Dog, young Midoriya. You need help more than anyone. Izuku simply took this as an order and nodded. We appreciate your cooperation. Izuku. And nothing. He said tensely just as the door opened, revealing All Might bandaged and angry, staring at Izuku, his friend, and the principal. All Might. Well, it seems he didn't need to move a muscle. Smiled at what he thought. Izuku was forced to relinquish his power. Tsukauchi. It's not what you think, Toshinori, we were just catching up on recent events. He sighed irritably at his friend. All Might. What do you mean? Now I really didn't understand anything. Nezu. I'll put it simply, Toshinori, one more infraction against a young man here or his class and you'll be fired. He said seriously to the surprised American. All Might. No, you can't do that. He said nervously. He had to train the next symbol of peace, he had to train Dynamith. Nezu. I am the principal of this school, and I will not tolerate a teacher belittling a student, much less a teacher taking away the power of someone as promising as Midoriya Izuku. The seriousness in his words made the former hero tremble. The Redeed barely slept during his internship week, searching for even the smallest clues to bring down Dynamic. He would take Midoriya's words into account and lead him to the smartest mouse in the world, who, ironically, was his principal. He investigated everything he could. Police files, calls to those who had suffered the blonde's abuse, and reassured them that Bakugo Katsuki would pay for his actions one way or another. The girls, at least, sent Fatgum's agency everything related to the attempted rapes, and Tetsutetsu came to their aid. The moment was very awkward for both of them. Kirishima was re-evaluating his actions with his metal partner. He had acted horribly towards the silver-haired boy, acting like a complete and utter jerk to almost everyone, just because he let himself be influenced by Bakugo. He had to resolve that, and he would do so after bringing Bakugo to justice. When Midoriya appeared on his phone, he felt angry and somewhat disgusted by how Dynamite fans were doing things. Luckily for him, his fans weren't like that. A week passed and both metapods, still exhausted, had to perform on Monday, as he had arrived so tired on Sunday that he slept all day and got lost when his 3A classmates arrived, much to his dismay. Toru. And when does Katsuki arrive? She asked excitedly, to which her pink friend replied that it would be interesting and incredible to be with the most powerful boy at UA, affirming that she would be treated with affection and love, and that they would have entire nights of lust and unbridled desire. Mina. According to what Mitsuki-san said, she's coming on Wednesday and I'm already excited. She replied, entering her friend's room. They needed to talk, and since her companions hadn't agreed to be in a harem, she had to have a countermeasure. It wasn't that she was going to force her friends into a harem. They were free to do as they pleased. And who at your agency wants to be in it? She asked excitedly. Toru had a mission to collect girls for the harem. Toru. Almost all of them want to be with Katsuki. She declared happily, knowing that a big surprise awaited her when the blonde boy arrived. Mina. Perfect. She spoke with a touch of malice. Now let's move on to the next part of my master plan. She spoke excitedly, the perfect revenge against Deku is to take away his very dear friends by luring them to his side and turning them into bitches addicted to Katsuki's penis. We have to lure them in, so. What did you find out? Toru. Not much. Kendo spends all her time training. I didn't hear anything about Kadai. Komori is just obsessed with mushrooms. Shiozaki is a very devout religious woman. Tsunatori is very evasive about any personal matters. I couldn't find anything about Yanagi. And Tokage, well. She's Tokage. She replied, somewhat irritated at not finding much. Mina. I've already planned something for Satsuna-chan hehehe. She laughed maliciously at her ideas. By Friday that little girl will be dying for Katsu. Monday arrived with renewed hope for the week. On Sunday, after seeing Nezu, Izuku arrived unsure of what to think. Of course, his classmates and friends were waiting for him with a bowl of katsudon and a movie marathon hosted by Yui. Izuku was more settled and slept as usual. Kendo. Ibara, can you go and wake up Midoriya-san? She replied while preparing breakfast for Eri. The girl wanted sweets, but both the orange-haired girl and the black-haired girl refused. Ibara. I'd rather not, Kendo-san. She said nervously, remembering how Izuku slept and the embarrassment of seeing him like that. Setsuna. I'm coming. She exclaimed excitedly, running up the stairs to her classmate's room. Midoriya-kun. She burst in, glancing at Izuku rummaging through his closet, unable to find his pants. Ara. Ibara-chan wasn't lying. She said, biting her lip. Her classmate looked great. Izuku. Oh. Tokage-san. I'll be there in a moment. He said, showing no shame at being naked in front of his friend. Setsuna. You're quite the Adonis, Midoriya-kun. She winked flirtatiously, to which Izuku looked at her confused. Izuku. If you say so. Not quite understanding, he continued changing, while Setsuna, with a very cheerful smile, made her breakfast. I wonder why he said that. He murmured, not quite understanding his partner. Nervously, Izuku and his classmates headed to UA, chatting about their recent experiences. Juzo getting stuck in the middle of the street because of a kid who couldn't control his quirk, Kendo, and the help he received, and of course, Izuku and his fights with dynamic fans. When they arrived at their classroom, a very smiley Kirishima was waiting for them at the door. He had the perfect idea to start the day. The principal thought it best to show this on Monday and announce everything when Bakugo returned to UA. Manama. What's the monkey from Class A doing here? He asked, quite angry with the redeed. Izuku. I suppose you have something planned for that. Right? He asked with Eri on his shoulders. No way he'd leave the girl alone in the dorms. Kirishima. Actually, we're just waiting for one more thing. Bowed in front of the class. And first of all, my sincerest apologies for how stupid I was. Second. He handed a document to Izuku, who smiled slightly. Don't ask how, but I got the teachers at your old school to tell the truth. This document just needs your signature and a brief summary of what Bakugo did. Izuku. Without a doubt, Kirishima Ejiro, you've outdone yourself. Without hesitating for a minute and under Eri's curious gaze, he signed and wrote a few words in the space. He incited me to commit suicide. And there you have it. He extended the sheet to the redeed who took it in his hands, smiling hopefully. Kirishima. Thank you so much, Midoriya. He bowed and left the place. Manama. What the hell was that? He asked, watching as his green-haired friend left Eri sitting in her seat and gave her some pencils and paper to keep her occupied. Izuku. It's something I've been waiting for ever since I found out about Bakugo. He said as he sat down in front of Eri, who was engrossed in drawing. Juzo. And is it? Approached and sat down in his place next to Izuku. Izuku. His fall. He said somewhat maliciously, to which his friends looked at him. Kendo. What are you planning, Midoriya-san? She asked, doubtful about what her friend was doing. Izuku. I'm not doing anything. I'll just talk about the past with some other people. He looked at Eri, who was absorbed in her own world. Beating him to death might be fun for a while, but that's not enough for someone like Bakugo. He walked slowly until he stood in front of the whole class. Yui. What exactly are you planning, Izuku? She asked, causing some incredulous looks and a strange feeling in the green-haired boy. What? We're friends, I have the right to call him by his name too. Izuku. Ahem. He said, still shocked by that. As I was saying, it's not enough to just hit his body, we have to destroy his mind, and the best way to do that is by shattering his dreams. Kirishima will reveal Bakugo's extreme past, and everyone will doubt the idiot. He received a blow from Ibara, who was glaring at him. Ibara. There's a girl present. Spoke angrily, pointing at Eri, who was calmly continuing to draw. Izuku. I'm sorry, Shiozaki. He said like a scolded child, to which the plant-haired girl stroked his hair. Ibara. Relax, Midoriya-san, you just got carried away in the moment. Their moment was interrupted by Ryuko, who looked slightly annoyed at their actions. Only she could caress that broccoli head. Ryuko. Please continue, Midoriya-san. She smiled at Izuku, who nodded, not understanding what was happening with his two friends. Izuku. Well. Knowing what Bakugo did will make his popularity plummet to the point that Nezu will have no choice but to expel him from UA. And as I've planned, once it becomes public knowledge, no academy will accept him, so two things will happen. He spoke calmly despite the dangerous things that were coming. Kamakiri. And those are they? He said, already excited about what his friend would say. Kendo. Whether he's leaving the country or seeking revenge. Spoke before Izuku finished, causing him to pout. Izuku. Hey, that was mine. He complained childishly, to which everyone looked at him with an anime-style sweat drop. Kendo. I'm sorry, Midoriya-san. She said, looking incredulously as Izuku went to hug Yui. Izuku. The president is cruel. He murmured under his breath, to which Yui simply stroked his hair. Nezu was surprised by what Red Riot had discovered. Of course, he had his suspicions about the student Bakugo Katsuki and how he was instructed at his old school. At the time, he didn't investigate for the simple reason that his files were impeccable and only stated that Bakugo Katsuki was slightly irascible. Of course, it was proven over the years that slightly meant short-tempered and extremely proud. What he didn't expect was that his student was more villain than hero. Multiple police records named him as the main suspect in various crimes, including harassment, discrimination, and attempted rape. The list was quite shocking for someone entering adulthood. The headmaster analyzed the options that would be best for the academy, society, his student, and to avoid creating a future villain. The options swirled in his hyper-intelligent brain. He had to act before the blonde man realized what was happening, so he had 3 days to prepare. He had to act correctly so that everything would turn out alright. He couldn't just blurt out the information about Bakugo's actions. That would only cause a major uproar. Given how famous he became after that battle, people held the hero Dynamite in high esteem, so they wouldn't believe it, even coming from someone like Nezu. He needed to make the biggest impact on the fans, not just reveal the information. He had to back it up with evidence, and luckily for him, Fatgum and Red Riot managed to obtain not only statements from some of those affected by Bakugo Katsuki, but also medical records of the victims. And, as the cherry on top of this horrifying cake of truths, a video of the great Dynamite harassing girls, thanks to those henchmen who, riding that wave of power from being with the blonde, came up with the idea of recording it. He needed to make the biggest possible impact on the masses for this to work and not be seen as an attempt to bring down the best student. Obviously, Nezu had already expelled Bakugo as soon as he received the email in the middle of last week, in which Red Riot broke his back searching for the truth and, of course, corroborated the story. He informed Mrs. Bakugo, who could only thank every god she could think of for it. She may love her son above all else, but what she did was wrong. She helped him because she couldn't bear to see her child there behind bars. That's why she let him go whenever he got into trouble and punished him in some way, but he never changed. Nezu. Well. He sighed with excitement. It was always a pleasure to help overthrow someone. It's time. While Nezu was completing preparations and showing Japan the horrible things Bakugo Katsuki did, Mina was already in front of Setsuna, just as one class was ending and another was about to begin. She took advantage of the fact that the green-haired girl went to the bathroom and followed her when she saw her out of the corner of her eye. With a kind smile, she stopped her at the entrance of the bathroom. The plan was simple and many would call it stupid, but for the pink-haired girl it was the best idea she'd had in weeks. She would show a video of how big Bakugo's tool was and how passionate he was in bed. This would pique Setsuna's curiosity, and Mina would take her to her beloved Katsu so they could have sex like animals, and then she would be Bakugo Katsuki's bitch. Setsuna. Is that all? She asked angrily to the pink-haired girl who was staring at her incredulously. She was sure she'd succeeded. Those were the most disappointing 5 minutes of my life, she said, lightly pushing her classmate's shoulder as she left. Mina. Aren't you impressed by how big it is? She said desperately, pointing at the photo shown to the green-haired girl. Setsuna. Actually. She smiled mischievously, she could shatter the pink-haired girl's great impression with just a few simple words. Midoriya-kun is bigger, and that's without even being fully awake. She smiled at the shocked Mina and left the bathroom. Have fun with the little guy. The pink-haired girl, with astonishment on her face, left the bathroom, not believing Setsuna or her nonsense. How could Deku be bigger than Katsu? Nonsense. After that, the date passed peacefully for everyone. Izuku went to see Hound Dog, who, just for today, would test how fragile Midoriya's mind was, and he got a very horrible surprise. Izuku was in very bad shape and had a very difficult road ahead. In the afternoon, when everyone was resting, something shocking happened nationwide. In the room where Dynamite was, the next number one didn't interest him at all. He was more focused on sleeping and recovering to get revenge on Deku. Of course, the rest of Japan saw what was broadcast. It was impossible not to see it thanks to Brava and Nezu, a union of minds for programming that revealed the truth behind Dynamite. The world knew the truth, and no matter how many people came out in favor of Dynamite and those who excused his actions because he was such an incredible person, they were soon silenced. The truth was undeniable. They largely ignored the fact that he was at UA for the time being, thanks to the fact that the main focus of anger was directed at the old Dynamite school and its stupidity in letting a student leave on his own, even though his other students were suffering. They felt sorry for Mitsuki and Masaru for having to put up with such a beast under their roof. They couldn't blame a mother for loving her son and trying to educate the uneducable. In Class A they didn't see this coming, some denied it, and the more sensible ones knew it was true, and it caused a discussion among everyone. Mina. It's more than obvious that's a lie. Deku definitely had something to do with it, jealousy finally got the better of that damn bastard. She defended her crush, not believing what they were saying. Momo. Mina, please, you know what Bakugo is capable of. She said irritably to her classmate. The evidence is clear, and Bakugo is a damn abuser. Kaminari. Oh please, Kakin wouldn't be capable of that, he wants to be number one, how bad is it to play when you're a kid? He said, defending his friend. Kyoka. Was capable, you heard it yourself, or has licking Bakugo's boots made you even more of an idiot than you already are? She said, mocking the blonde who was about to start a fight. Zero. Bakugo is our friend, we know him and we know he wouldn't be capable of that. The black-haired boy shouted to his classmates, denying everything. Right, Kirishima. All eyes turned to the retard who was eating peacefully. Kirishima. Kirishima. He did it. He said seriously, and his friends looked at him in surprise. Mina. How can you even say that? You're his best friend. You should be supporting him. She yelled at the retard, who looked sympathetically at the pink-haired girl. Kirishima. Because I spoke with those affected. He said seriously, and everyone looked at him. Fatgum and I were involved in Bakugo's case, talking with those who were his victims. He stood up and faced the pink-haired girl, who was nervous under her friend's gaze. Some of them are still in treatment, and one even ended up blind in one eye. Tell me, Mina, how the hell am I supposed to ignore that? As much as he's my friend, he's guilty, accepted. The pink-haired girl just stared helplessly and left for her room. Kaminari. He was about to refute, but Kirishima's gaze stopped him, so he just went to his room. On the Class B side, everyone was quite shocked to learn that about Bakugo, although halfway through the revelation, Eri was placed under a bar's protection, who refused to let the girl hear such barbaric things. Kendo. And then I'm the one who's scary, right, Midoriya-san? The mocking orange-haired girl looked at her friend who was eating gummy bears next to Ryuko, with whom he was sharing. Ryuko, Izuku, Monoma. Yes. At this they each received a tap on the head for saying that. When Bakugo woke up it was very late on Tuesday of the week following the internship. He cursed under his breath for being defeated by Deku. He looked around and, contrary to what he expected, it was emptier and lacked the gifts from fans or friends that had surrounded him to make him feel better. He got out of bed, feeling the pain in his feet and arm as he tried to stand. Deku would suffer a beating like no other for humiliating him like that. He tried to leave his room, but there were two rather serious officers at the door who stopped his escape. Kitsuki. Let me through, you bastards. He hadn't even been awake for 2 minutes, and he was already cursing at an authority figure. I'm sorry, Dynamite, but that's not possible. Said one of the two guards, while the other called to report the Ash Blonde's awakening. Kitsuki. Get out of my way, you damn fourth-rate cops. Don't you know who I am? He shouted, drawing the attention of those nearby who looked at the blonde with some shock. Tsukauchi. You're Bakugo Kitsuki, accused of 15 cases of abuse against your classmates, 28 for vandalism of private property, 3 for attempted rape, and 18 for attempted murder. He said, recounting what he remembered about the blonde. Oh yeah, and 2 cases of inciting suicide among your classmates with only Midoriya Izuku alive. His cold tone made the blonde tense, but he didn't back down. Kitsuki. And. The disinterested tone angered those present, not only the officers and the detective, but also the nurses who were recording Bakugo's awakening. I was just having a good time, it's not my fault those idiots can't handle anything. He looked at the officer with pride and superiority. Besides, there's no proof that I did that. Tsukauchi. Why don't you turn on the TV and see for yourself? The confused blonde did as he was told. They were only showing news. Bakugo Kitsuki, the worst villain in a hero's mask. Clear, concise, and to the point. Bakugo stared in shock, replaying what he had done and the atrocities he had caused. He broke out in a cold sweat, staring at the television, not knowing when he had been handcuffed and given an extravagant collar. Kitsuki. What? He looked down at a strange dog collar and then glared at Tsukauchi. Take this dog collar off me or you'll pay for it. Tsukauchi. If you say so, successor of number 1. Grabbed the blonde man by the handcuffs and dragged him to the bed, forcing him to lie down. A doctor will come to examine you, and then you'll go to the police station so that justice can finally be served. Kitsuki. Please, they need me. He said desperately. I'm the one who killed All for One, I'm the best of the best, they can't do this to me. Tsukauchi. Are you sure it was you who killed him? He said, causing confusion in the blonde. According to the autopsy, All for One died because his throat was crushed with an object of great force and pressure, long before you exploded the body. Kitsuki. I was the one who killed him. I blew his shitty face off. He refused to believe what happened, and the detective sighed, tired of the blonde. Tsukauchi. Your explosions generate impressive heat, but All for One was too resilient. Even All Might had trouble damaging him back in the day. You only burned skin and almost all the clothes off a dead villain, that's the truth. Kitsuki. It doesn't matter, my parents will probably kick me out, then I'll come back and kick that idiot Deku's ass. he said confidently, sure of what he would do. Tsukauchi. Bakugo Mitsuki and Bakugo Misera refused to help you and even gave statements about everything you did. This hit the blonde like a ton of bricks. His parents abandoned him just when he needed them most. Mitsuki-san left one last message. You're the biggest disappointment I've ever had, Kitsuki, and don't even think I'll ever get you out of trouble again. He repeated what the blonde had said, omitting the part about crying on her husband's shoulder and blaming herself for being the worst mother in the world. Kitsuki. All Might will get me out, I'm his successor. He said, not quite sure how to get out of this situation. Tsukauchi. Yagi Toshinori left the country for his own protection. Now he was trembling with fear. Nobody liked that the former symbol of peace had a potential rapist as his successor. He received threatening letters and other things, so he resigned from UA and left the country for fear of what might happen. The blonde boy stood frozen, his teacher left him alone. The day after the big revelation about Bakugo, all hell broke loose at UA. Izuku knew exactly what would happen if the whole truth about Bakugo Katsuki was revealed, and of course, the looks of hatred mostly turned to compassion. Mina. I know you had something to do with this, Deku. The pink-haired girl angrily confronted the green-haired boy who was eating peacefully with his friends. You just want to play the victim, your jealousy finally got the better of you, didn't it? She made a scene, drawing everyone's attention. Izuku. Mina Shido. He said calmly while eating his katsudon. I couldn't care less what you think. If you want to live in a fantasy and believe that Bakugo is a great hero, I care as much as a speck of dust. You want to deny that your boyfriend is a piece of shit. Fine, but don't drag me down with you. You want real proof? Then go and talk to those he hurt. He said angrily in front of the pink-haired girl who felt small for a moment. Mina. TSK. Left there humiliated by Deku who went back to eating, realizing something. Izuku. Who ate my jelly? He looked at his friends who were just pretending not to notice. Monoma. Hey, who ate my friend's jello? He shouted, somewhat nervously, which Izuku noticed. Izuku. Says the one with jelly on his cheek. Nervously, the blonde desperately tried to clean the telltale traces. Monoma. Monoma. Oh. Swept a cold sweat, staring blankly at Izuku. I'll buy another one, I know it. Izuku. Thank you. He smiled at his friend who went to buy gelatin. Kamakiri. Midoriya. The green friend showed an extra jelly he had bought for later and gave it to Izuku who was looking at him as if he were God. Don't tell Monoma. Far away in her chair, a woman with blue skin and purple hair glared angrily at the screen. She was one of the few survivors of the Paranormal Liberation Front. Jidis Kazuki looked stressed. In the end, her plan to bring down the hero Deku didn't work and it only increased her popularity and support thanks to the fall of Bakugo Katsuki. Kazuki. My sincerest apologies sir, the plan didn't work. She spoke nervously to a screen. It's not important, your distraction was good enough to bring him here. Dr. Garaki, All for One's main assistant, emerged from a door. Thanks to the commotion, I was able to get the doctor out. Garaki. Who are you? He asked nervously, and the screen turned to look at him. Consider me, Doc, as your main investor and friend. The cold crazy tone frightened them both. Soon this partnership will fall, and one for all will be mine. The plan of what little remained of the Paranormal Liberation Front was very underhanded. They would once again sow doubt in society about heroes, and at the critical moment they would appear as a countermeasure to the current leaders. There was just one slight problem. The hero Deku. The hope that the being exuded was comparable to that of All Might at the time, some even say greater. The hero's kindness combined with his power and protective nature resulted in a new symbol of peace, which is why they tried to bring him down or kill him outright, thus fulfilling their purpose. Then he appeared, nobody knew where he came from or why, only that one day he did the impossible by reviving Chidis Kazuki, calling himself an ally of All for One that he once had in the past and intended to help and control what his former partner left behind. Of course, many supported him, including Chidis herself, who did as she said. He ruined Deku by manipulating the media to make Dynamic the center of attention. Somehow, the guy knew about Izuku's self-esteem issues and used that to his advantage to transform Deku into a crazy and forgettable hero. It worked to a degree, and thanks to that and the commotion Deku himself caused, they had the key piece on their side. Garaki. This is absolutely incredible. The doctor said while furiously typing on the computer. The data this guy had was truly unique. Chidis. What's wrong, doctor? She spoke to the side of the lunatic who was just continuing with his own thing. Garaki. Remember those terrorists who sought to create a quirkless world? He said without taking his eyes off what he was doing. Chidis. Yes. She spoke with disgust at the idea of such a world. It was unthinkable. The world was for and by those blessed with strong quirks. Garaki. We have the altering formula, and with a few adjustments we can enhance our own, and not only that, if I manage to change certain chemicals I can create nomas more powerful than any ever seen before. Excitement overwhelmed him, this changed everything. It's just the tip of the iceberg, doctor. The screen lit up, showing the strange but menacing bear again. Given the nature of the virus, it can be used to change people's mindsets. We can have an army in under 3 minutes. Garaki. I'll get to work on it right now. We just need to get the test subjects and… A small interference occurred on the screen, catching the attention of both villains. Don't worry, doctor, I've already taken care of it. He said to the blue-skinned woman, who felt threatened in some way. A simple trip to the Netherlands, and you'll find what you need there. Chittis. We're leaving Japan. But we must get revenge on everyone. The woman suddenly felt very scared and fell to the ground trying to breathe. Don't be silly. Right now, if the most insignificant person in this country disappears, they'll be on high alert and they'll find us. But if it's in a place as remote as the one I'm talking about, the alarms won't go off and we can act as we please. He said, making the woman tremble, though she was able to relax a little. Chittis. But our revenge. She muttered irritably. Everything in its own time. The long-awaited revenge will come when we have enough strength to attack. With that, the transmission stopped and the atmosphere returned to normal. On the other side of the country, Izuku calmly walked towards his classroom with more enthusiasm than usual. Bakugo being placed under arrest took a weight off his shoulders, and he felt freer. Eerie. The little girl spoke from her position on Izuku's shoulders. Izuku. Tell me. He said, arriving at the living room and seeing everything normal. Tetsu wrestling with Yoroda, Monoma, Juzo, and Sen playing cards, and the girls chatting animatedly. Eerie. Can I go to the park with Miss Yui this afternoon? She looked at her father, waiting for an answer. Izuku. If you eat your vegetables you'll… The girl made an adorable pout because of that, she didn't like that weirdly shaped poison. Eerie. It's not fair. She said indignantly. Yui. Eerie. The little girl looked at the dark-haired girl, still pouting. If you do it, I'll buy you an ice cream later. Eerie. Yay. Izuku happily placed her in her chair next to him, along with her homework assigned by the principal himself. Ibarra. Can I join you? The green-haired girl looked excitedly at her friend, who nodded. Great. Vlad King. Is everyone here? The teacher entered, looking at his students at their desks. Good. Today we have something interesting to do. He smiled at his students, who were preparing for whatever it was. I'll be honest with you, I'm proud of you, guys. You've overcome all kinds of adversity, overcoming personal challenges. You went against all odds to show your strength and courage. For now, I'll leave you with this moment for peace and quiet. Several had already begun to change seats to be more comfortable. Midoriya. Izuku. Yes, sensei. He asked just as he was about to go play blackjack with his friends. Vlad King. Hound Dog told me about your problem. He looked at his student calmly. If you want you can move up your visit today and be free for the afternoon. Izuku. Thank you, sensei. He looked at his friends who were smiling at him. Kendo. Iri-chan is in our capable hands. Midoriya-san, go ahead, go. With the president's smile, Izuku left towards his destination. Izuku made his way through the UA hallways until he stood in front of Hound Dog's office, grateful for the help, even though he preferred to solve his internal problems on his own. Hound Dog. Midoriya. The dog watched Izuku nervously enter his workplace. It's good to see you. Izuku. It's good to see you again, sensei. He said, a little tense. It was still difficult for him to do this. After that, the day was normal, or rather, as normal as possible, with Mina playing a mean prank for which she ended up being punished. The days seemed to become calmer without some explosive and angry blonde guy. In the afternoon, Izuku was dragged to the park by Yui and Iri. According to the girl, it was time to spend father-daughter time, so with great effort, they managed to drag Izuku out. Izuku. You know, this is more relaxing than I thought. He said, sitting under the shade of a tree, watching Iri play games with Ibarra. Yui said wearily. Iri-chan has so much energy. Next to her green-haired friend. I couldn't sleep much last night because she ate sweets and didn't want to sleep. She said, half asleep, her lack of sleep starting to take its toll. Izuku. I warned you that. He didn't finish when he realized his friend had fallen asleep on his shoulder. I guess she's really tired. In the distance, Ibarra and Iri watched a scene, one touched and the other not understanding what was happening. Iri. Miss Ibarra. The silver-haired woman looked at the girl for a moment. What's wrong with Miss Yui? Ibarra. She's just tired, that's all, honey. She said when the girl climbed down from the toy castle in the park. Do you want to keep playing or should we rest for a while? Iri. I want to go with Dad. She went downstairs as fast as she could and soon she was with Izuku and Yui, both asleep. Now what? Ibarra. Can we wake him up? She yawned tiredly. It was such a peaceful and relaxing day that she just sat down next to Izuku before falling asleep on his other shoulder. Eerie. They want to steal Dad from me. She murmured indignantly and angrily. It's not fair. She sat on Ibara's lap and leaned back against her father's, resting her head on Yui's. They won't steal Dad from me so easily. She declared with determination. Leaving the country was easy for the doctor and his newest assistant, who was very hesitant about this decision. While they were on what she considered a vacation trip to a country she didn't even know existed, her colleagues had to hide, and those arrested had to endure the harshness of being in high-caliber prisons in Japan. It seemed unfair to her, but she could do nothing but remain silent and follow orders from this mysterious individual. They arrived around 10 p.m. local time, and just as the man had said, a woman who appeared to be the guy's secretary was there. Her face was completely expressionless. She seemed more mechanical than anyone Chidis had ever seen, and honestly, it caused her some fear and uncertainty. This way, doctor, said the humanoid machine, leading them to another room in the largest building in the city. Garaki. I wonder who that is. He muttered to himself, swearing he knew that blonde secretary lady. Dr. Garaki. The deep voice sounded from the darkest part of the room, revealing the man. A trench coat covered most of his body, office pants and perfectly clean shoes, and most striking was a technological mask that glowed violet where his eyes were supposed to be. The man's aura was as heavy as that of All For One himself, and his imposing presence made the doctor aware of who he was. Garaki. Donovan. It's impossible. He took a step back and fell to the ground, quite frightened. Donovan. A pleasure to see you again, doctor. He replied, as cold as the steel of his mask. Chidis. Who is the doctor? She said, trying not to run away from the room in terror. Garaki. Donovan Dawson, one of All For One's first partners. He spoke without taking his eyes off the former partner. At the beginning of the Quirk era, when All For One was young, he met the young Dawson in a garbage dump begging for help. Donovan. At that time, All For One didn't even call himself that. He was just Shigaraki Tamura amassing power and resources to change society. Explained to his frightened subordinate. Garaki. And found the Holy Grail with Donovan. Spoke somewhat more calmly. It was his quirk that made him a name, and thanks to All For One and me, he became greedy and uncontrollable. You betrayed us. Donovan. Correction, doctor. I escaped when the third wielder confronted Shigaraki. They wanted to use me to forcibly remove him from the subject, unaware that at that moment he transferred his power to the fourth wielder. He said calmly. Chidis, what is your quirk supposed to do, sir? She said, preparing to escape. Garaki. Chronotip. Spoke, looking at the masked subject. Donovan controls the time of everything he touches, he pauses them in time, makes them slow or fast, and even increases or decreases their age, but there's a problem with that. Chidis. What? She said, surprised by such power. Donovan. It consumes the time of my cells, in the long run and without proper intervention, I would die from just using my power. He looked at the doctor smiling under his mask. I must thank Dr. Shigaraki for his work, giving me the preservation copy allowed me to create a paradox in my quirk, stopping my own deterioration and using my quirk without limitations, since my cells are in indefinite pause. Chidis, he is a god of time, sir. He said with a tone of supreme flattery. Donovan. You don't need to flatter me to save your skin, Chidis. I don't plan on doing anything to you, or your group of clowns. He replied coldly, angering the blue-skinned girl, who said nothing. Her fear was greater than her hatred at that moment. Garaki. How are you alive? Gigantamachi was supposed to kill you. He yelled at the guy who just laughed like an old cartoon villain. Donovan. My own quirk saved me. I discovered how to turn back the hands of my watch by at least a few minutes to survive that monster. He said, surprising them both. Garaki. That's impossible. It would require immense power, and even with preservation, you couldn't have survived. He shouted at the subject, who slowly approached the frightened doctor. Donovan. What you both ignored at the time is Shigaraki's supposed total control over his quirks, so one of them was passed on to me when your preservation arrived. His eyes lit up in surprise. Preservation and energy were both enough to take me back a few precious minutes and change fate. Chidis. What are you planning, sir? She spoke nervously. Donovan. Something you and I both want, societal change. Turned to prepare for when he would get one for all. When I get one for all, I'll be able to travel through time at will. I'll make sure to go as far back in time, as I want to reshape the world and society, so discrimination will disappear, countries will fall, and your little group of Chidis clowns will get what they want. He declared, euphoric about his master plan. Garaki. How do you plan to do it? Midoriya Izuku is the strongest wielder, and only he can grant the power of his own free will. He doubted his savior, who didn't even bother to look at him. Donovan. That's why it was important to ruin him. Midoriya Izuku is currently mentally unstable, and I will use that instability for my own purposes. Believe me, doctor, when I say that in due time, Midoriya Izuku will grant me one for all. On the other side of the world in Japan, tense moments were being experienced in the 3B dormitories. Iri-chan was in front of her dad's classmates, who was sitting with the girl on his lap, hugging Izuku very possessively. Pony. Iri-chan, for the last time, we don't want to keep you away from Midoriya-kun, said the blonde, a little tired of recent events. The girl arrived angry with Yui and Ibara, believing they wanted to take her dad away from her. Iri. They're lying. They want to steal dad from me. She tightened her grip, and Izuku sighed, just as tired as his companions. Izuku. Iri-chan, they're not lying, they don't want to take you away from me, he said calmly, and the girl looked at him, narrowing her eyes. Iri. Then why do you let them lie on you? Dad is only my dad, not theirs, she said indignantly to the girls. Izuku. Okay, calm down, little unicorn, he said to the girl while ruffling her hair. Yui and Shiozaki are my friends, very good friends, and if I have to be their human pillow so they can relax after a long day, I'll do it because they're my friends, and I expect you to get along with my friends, after all. He looked at the girls and smiled that way only he knows how, making more than one of them blush at how cute he looked. My friends are also my family. Iri. That means. She thought for a moment and came up with a single possible answer. They're like my moms. She exclaimed excitedly, to which each of the girls reacted with surprise, each in a different shade of red. Ibara was a full-blown tomato, as were Pony and Kinoko. Satsuna and Kendo had a pronounced blush, and it was least noticeable on Yui and Ryuko, who hid it well. Izuku. Talk to them about that. I won't be the one to tell you who to consider your mother figure. That would be cruel of me. The girl nodded excitedly and looked at the girls. You know it's not necessary, so I'll put it this way. I don't mind that Iri-chan wants you as mothers. Bakugo woke up in his cell after being knocked unconscious by a blow he received while trying to escape and teach Deku a lesson. Deku was surely the one who exposed his little games. He was notified that he had been expelled from UA, and despite his attempts to explain things during his closed-door summary trial, he reached a plea deal. Since Dynamic had caught many criminals in the last year, his sentence was reduced by half. 30 years in a regular prison, nothing for supervillains, and with a few perks if he behaved himself. Oh wait, that was before they searched his room at UA, and something disgusting came to light. Aside from the fishy smell and the All Might posters he probably stole from Midoriya Izuku, he came up with a very interesting plan to have his own harem that included all his classmates, except for the one with the smallest breasts for being the least feminine, heroines from Beast Genus Agency, Ryukyu and Night Eye, as well as the wild pussycats, his teacher Midnight and Mirko. The interesting thing is that he was going to force them if they didn't want to, which the judge considered sexual harassment and a possible rape if the case arose. That's how he got himself sent to a prison with fewer guards and his perks for good behavior. The second thing was by far the worst. Bakugo Katsuki was still abusing two of his former classmates. The damned excuse for a human being had recordings of his sexual encounters with both girls, in which they begged him to stop, all in front of a camera that Katsuki himself had set up for his own personal pleasure, and to blackmail them. Those same girls are now confined to a psychiatric hospital due to the severe mental problems that the blonde hero caused them both. One of them was so terrified that just seeing a boy would cause her to scream until she fainted or lost her voice, whichever came first. The other was slightly better, if you can even call it that. No nurse could touch her because panic made her withdrawn and on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The best part was Bakugo's response to all the accusations. Katsuki. It was just for fun, nothing more. I didn't do anything wrong. Of course, this alone cost him everything else, and to further enrage the masses, some villains have their limits to a certain extent, but Bakugo Katsuki does not. And no matter how much Dynamic's lawyer, appointed by law since no one wanted the case, said that Bakugo Katsuki was pressured by his teachers and classmates, it was the explosive blonde's own decision to do what he did. Nobody told him to beat up quirkless people or rape women. He did it because he wanted to. And the worst part is that his ego is such that he says it with an arrogant and proud smile on his face. The sentence was decided the very minute he threatened the judge. Bakugo Katsuki is sentenced to 3 life sentences with no possibility of reduction or bail. The announcement stunned Bakugo and the few who were allowed to be happy. Katsuki. Fine, take me to any prison, I'll escape easily. He declared angrily, it was clear his hatred had made him speak out of turn. And then I'll come back and blow up his fucking face, then I'll go after Deku and break his legs and force him to watch me rape his stupid friends. He glared maniacally at everyone, who were terrified. And then I'll go after that girl. Take him to paradise, gentlemen, and never let him out. Two officers dragged the irate and crazed Bakugo, who was hurling 1,000 curses at Deku and making stupid promises of revenge. After Tartarus fell to All for One in the ensuing global chaos, it became clear to the United Nations that they needed a prison to send the world's most dangerous criminals to rot forever. So, when things ended after the death of the symbol of evil, each of the world's greatest scientists designed Paradise. A strange name for a prison, but given its location, it was one of the most popular ideas. Almost reaching Earth's atmosphere, the prison Paradise was rapidly constructed thanks to the world's greatest tycoons. The place is a floating fortress at a very high altitude, sustained by reactors powered by humanity's garbage. It's a place that utilizes all the world's trash to stay aloft. It's over 3 kilometers long and 3 kilometers high, with walls made of a touch-sensitive, absorbent alloy, so any impact inside or out will be easily withstood. Not even All Might at his best could dent it. In addition, there are surveillance drones within a 2-kilometer radius and anti-aircraft turrets placed every 100 meters around its exterior. Inside, a vast labyrinth of cells awaited, secured with magnetic locks and a laser mesh capable of cutting through even the toughest quirks. The complex itself moves, making it impossible for a prisoner to know their location. Furthermore, heat and light sensors hermetically seal each cell at the slightest sign of danger, isolating any imprisoned villain. Finally, the facility boasted its own electromagnetic field, negating teleportation and portal-creating powers. A year of engineering well spent. And today it is finally inaugurated with its first prisoner for eternity, the pride of many people and many individuals, so many hours of hard work finally bear fruit. Number 1 inside. The guard said with a grin, tossing Bakugo into the cell. Because if you're number 1 here, dynamic, congratulations. Ha ha ha. Kitsuki. You bastard. He was about to hit the guard who activated the handcuffs, and the blonde fell due to the magnetism in them. Save your strength, Dynamite. Those handcuffs aren't just for show. They allow you to grip any metal and keep your palms moisturized, so your sweat is useless. Good luck leaving Paradise. Ha ha ha. The guard's laughter echoed, further irritating Bakugo. On Earth, a week had passed in which, after Izuku caused a mental breakdown in his friends, his daughter could not decide on any of them for the role of mother. On the one hand, Kendo was strict but fair and always left room for negotiation. In addition, when she sleeps with her, she always sleeps very comfortably using her as a pillow. But Yui, Dad's self-proclaimed best friend, she gave her a lot of freedom, and whenever she didn't like something she would negotiate for Eri to do it. In addition to that, when it was her turn to sleep with a dark-haired girl, she always slept in a stuffed animal made giant by Mom Yui. With Pony it was funny, the foreign blonde let her eat apples whenever she wanted, and sometimes they both shared. She had a lot of fun with her too, and according to her father, she is a very comfortable pillow. Things were always strange with Ryuko, and that's why she liked that she was her mom. Ryuko always had a story for her, whether it was morning, afternoon, or night, she always told her a good story, almost always accompanied by a very loving kiss on her forehead. With Kinoko, she could always sleep whenever she wanted, and they watched pleasant movies. In addition, Kinoko taught her about fun mushrooms. The brunette took her to many places. The only thing Eri can say she doesn't like is that Mama Kinoko steals Papa's legs for her personal use, and she doesn't like that. With Abara, she always did funny things, in addition to teaching her customs, like saying things the girl didn't understand before going to sleep, besides giving her unconditional love like her other moms, and above all, she always knows what to say to control Dad, who along with Mom Kendo and Mom Yui, are the only ones who control him. The last one is Mom Satsuna, and she's very funny most of the time. There's always guaranteed fun around her, whether it's because they both play together, or she lets Eri play video games that are suitable for her. Whatever that means, and she's always bothering Dad, who just smiles a little. This decision of Mom's is very difficult. Yui. Rest Eri-chan. The dark-haired girl kissed her forehead and left her there in her bed before going out to get something to eat. Eri. Well, it's decided, Pingu. She said to her penguin plushie, smiling quite happily. They'll all be my moms. She grabbed the penguin behind the head, moving it as if she were talking. And how would your dad or great Eri-sama take it? She said in a different tone, pretending to be the penguin. Don't worry, Pingu, I'll figure it out. Eri had the most wonderful of plans. Since her dad didn't smile enough, she would make him smile with her moms, and since he already smiled with Mom Yui and Mom Abara, the plan would be slightly easier. She didn't know why, but Mom Kendo used to hit her head and then stroke where she hit it. She didn't quite understand it, but they got along well. The plan was slowly getting underway, and Dad had no idea. Eri. Alright, I'm starting Operation Mommy. She declared, looking at her 3 favorite stuffed animals. Pingu, Koro the octopus, and Tiro the snowman with a pumpkin head. Alright, let's get this started. She spoke seriously to her stuffed animals, from which the octopus fell off. Koro, it's not time to sleep. She pouted at the octopus and picked him up to set him right. Ibara. Eri-chan. The green-haired girl entered a room, finding Eri nervously trying to hide her plushies. Eri. Yes, Mom. Ibara. She spoke nervously, unsure if her mother had heard anything. Ibara. Come on, darling, let's have breakfast. She extended her hand to the little girl who took the stuffed octopus and went to her mom. Eri. Mom. Ibara. The girl spoke as they were getting out. Is it wrong that I love everyone in my family? She asked doubtfully. The girl had learned that she shouldn't force anything in life and always take care of her own and the defenseless. That's what her uncle Tamaki taught her. He also said something about protecting children, but she didn't pay attention anymore. Ibara. Of course not, darling, we all love you very, very much and we'll be happy with you, Eri-chan. She assured the little girl, who smiled broadly. Eri. So you'll be with Dad? She said excitedly, making Ibara nervous and causing her head to steam. Ibara. What are you talking about, Eri-chan? She said nervously. It wasn't that she disliked being with Midoriya, but she was embarrassed by what had happened when she first arrived, and which had been repeated a week later because she didn't remember that incident. Eri. I want Papa to smile and I want all of you to be my mommies, I want you in my family. She declared seriously. There was nothing to negotiate. She was quite sure she would achieve her goal. Ibara. But that's. She looked at the determined girl, unsure how to continue her sentence. Eri. I'm not going to give up, and it doesn't matter if it's difficult. I'll make it happen, we'll be a family. She smiled at her mom, who sighed and smiled back. Ibara said. Good luck with that, Eri-chan. Patting her head as they continued on their way. Upon arriving, the usual scene unfolded. Izuku with Kinoko on his lap, both eating. Tetsu and Awase cooking and competing to see who could make the biggest pancake tower. And Kendo chatting next to Izuku. Eri. Mom. Kinoko. But the pouch she went to the smiling brunette on Izuku's lap. That's my place. Kinoko. I arrived first, Eri-chan, but if you want. She took the girl and placed her on her lap. This will be your place. She said while combing the girl's hair with her fingers. Eri. I'm going to take it, but it offends me a lot. She said as her brunette mother gave her a piece of bread. It's delicious. She said with a pout. Throughout that day, Eri analyzed how close her mothers were to her father and discovered some interesting things. Mama Yui and Papa are very close and are almost always seen together. Mama Ryoko usually included herself in this as well. Mama Pony and Mama Satsuna were always hanging around lunchtime. Her green-haired mother would always get very close to her father, as if she were trying to entice him, which made Mama Pony jealous and blush. They would end up fighting, and her father would always calm them down with desserts and food. A power Eri wanted to learn for the future. Mama Kinoko and Mama Ibara usually taught her about taking care of plants, and Papa was always there to help her. In addition, Eri watched how they interacted and how Mama Ibara blushed at the slightest word from Papa. To finish, Mom Kendo and Dad always trained in the afternoon, sometimes Uncle Tetsu, Uncle Manama and Uncle Jiroda were there, just today they were alone, and Mom Kendo was radiant. Eri, Dad, spoke excitedly to her father right after training with Mom and Kendo. Izuku. So, unicorn? He said wearily. Kendo really knew how to move. Eri, can we go for a motorcycle ride? She said, completely excited. Her plan was getting underway. Izuku. Sorry Eri-chan, but I don't know how to ride a motorcycle. He replied to the girl who lowered her gaze sadly for not being able to fulfill her wish. Kendo. Midoriya-san. The orange-haired girl arrived with a water bottle for her friend. If you want, I can take Eri-chan on that walk. She smiled at her friend who nodded. Perfect. She saw the girl who was smiling like a cartoon villain. Come on Eri-chan, let's go for a walk. She extended her hand to the girl who crossed her arms and sat on the ground. Eri. No. I want Dad to take me for a walk. She said angrily about not spending time with her dad. It's been so long since we went for a walk. Izuku. Well. He didn't want any more trouble than he already had, so he just picked up the girl and looked at Kendo. President, would you do me the favor of teaching me how to drive? Kendo. Are you sure? He said, not believing it was a good idea. I don't want you to overexert yourself. You already have enough with going to Hound Dog and classes, not to mention your training. I don't want you to have a shock or anything. Izuku. I'll be fine, President, because Eri-chan will be by my side at every practice. He smiled at his daughter, who was still pouting. Kendo. If you say so. She said, unconvinced by the idea. Midoriya needed more rest, not more things. When do you want to start? Izuku. How about now? The orange-haired girl looked at him incredulously. The faster we do it, the faster we'll finish and Eri-chan will have her trip. Kendo. If you say so. Now I wasn't convinced about anything regarding this idea. And so begins Operation Mommy, the plan is simple. It will bring each of their mothers closer to their father, and they will all realize that they would make a perfect family, and everyone would be happy. That's why I had to do this and bring Mom Kendo closer to Dad. The three of them would go as a family on a trip that Eri had already planned, and her mom would realize how great and protective Dad is. Eri. Thinking about it. She looked at her mom and dad on a motorcycle. Kendo started, and Izuku didn't quite know what to do because they were very close. I won't need that much preparation, he. She smiled happily under the watchful gaze of both friends. Kendo. You know he's up to something, right? He said to Izuku, who finally settled comfortably in his seat. Izuku. It's clear you're up to something, President. He looked at the little girl who was tapping her feet to the rhythm of imaginary music, her innocence evident. Only I don't know what it is. Kendo threw a small tantrum over something easily resolved. It's very unusual for Eri-chan. She looked at the girl, unsure of what she was planning. Izuku. Let's hope nothing bad happens. Looked ahead, unsure what to do. Let's continue with the classes, President. Mina had crossed the line this time. She tried to infiltrate Izuku's room looking for something incriminating, but she found nothing, and of course she was caught. One more time and she would be expelled from UA. During the 2 weeks that had passed since the internships ended, he spent his time bothering Class B, especially Izuku and the girls, whom he called very mean and degrading names that obviously no one liked. Not even his own class could stand it, except for Iida, who had undergone a radical change since the sports festival. He didn't tell anyone, but after his performance at the festival, his brother reconsidered his position at the agency and, above all, considered the use of the name Ingenium for young Tenya. The indiscriminate attacks on the hero from the other class and his statements weakened the faith, pride, and affection he had for his younger brother. Tenya became arrogant upon receiving so much fame and visibility, and that couldn't be in a good hero, so the Iidas, with great regret for their actions, decided to remove the name that Tenya loved so much. And of course, just like Mina, Iida Tenya attributed this to the deserter from Class A, better known as Midoriya Izuku, or Deku as Mina called him. He spent the week after Bakugo's revelation trying to incite Midoriya to fight, so that he would prove that he deserved to have his family's hero name, and deserved the title of one of the big three that was taken away from Class A. Iida. Midoriya. He angrily banged on the door leading to the Class B dormitories for the 5th time that day. Kamakiri. For the last time he's not here. Came the voice above the blue-haired boy with glasses. Iida. Where is he? He shouted at the building, and I could swear I could hear the exasperated sounds of some of them. Monoma. Where the hell? He shouted, holding back a laugh. Iida. Tupu. He spoke without understanding anything. Monoma's paying your fucking mother a visit, you bastard. He yelled from inside, provoking Iida, who was about to start his engines and kick the door off its hinges. Azawa. What are you doing here, Iida? His teacher caught him just as he was about to launch his most powerful attack. Iida-sensei. He said, stopping his justified outburst of hatred. Azawa. When they called to report your continued intrusion into Class B, you were lucky enough that your punishment wasn't anything more than cleaning the classrooms, but now you're trying to break down the door to Class B. Do you even know what you're doing? The blue-haired boy clenched his fists and barely contained rage. Last warning, Iida. Stay away from Class B or you'll be suspended. Leave them alone and own up to your foolishness. Iida. But sensei. The teacher just stared with his quirk active, and the bespectacled boy didn't say anything more. Understood, sensei. He said nothing else and continued toward the Class A dormitories. Maybe a cold drink would help him. Azawa, open up. He said, and in less than a minute Sen was already at the door, smiling as if she had done something evil. Sensei. He said smiling. They were in the middle of a joke war between friends, and maybe it would be decided today. Azawa. And Midoriya? He asked, to which the brunette thought for a minute before avoiding a scent bomb that fortunately Azawa also dodged. Sen. Midoriya is with Kendo and Eri-chan somewhere in the parking lot right now, why do you ask, sensei? He said when a smelly block of cheese stuck to his shirt. Bondo and his quirk could be annoying sometimes. Azawa. Information that reached me suggests that the principal didn't inform Midoriya's parents that he had changed classes. He sighed wearily. Sen. Not to sound disrespectful or anything, sensei, but isn't that your duty? He asked a teacher, who sighed. Azawa. I've been busy dealing with the class and their delusions these past few months. He said, sniffing the student who stank. Go back to what you were doing inside. With a nod, the brunette closed the door and the teacher retreated straight to the parking lot. And what was he supposed to be doing there? He walked calmly and quietly, reorganizing his ideas and thoughts about what had happened in a couple of months. He still felt like a bad teacher for leaving a student behind. He wouldn't make excuses. It was partly his fault and he would try to make amends. That's why he only admitted to letting Midoriya go to Class B. He couldn't say that things would be resolved in his class, so with great regret, he let his favorite student go. Aizawa. Oh, there they are. He looked at the green-haired boy on a motorcycle along with the president of Class B, and to one side Eri, who was eating a caramel apple with her snowman plushie in her hands. Kendo. Aizawa-sensei. The orange-haired girl said from her position behind Izuku, showing him how a motorcycle works. Aizawa. I just came to talk to Midoriya. He said, observing the curious teaching methods of the leader of Class B. Kendo. This isn't what. She felt embarrassed by how she was, with her lying on top of Midoriya, taking and guiding his hands, very close together. Izuku. What do you need, sensei? He asked, not quite understanding why the president seemed so tense. Aizawa. Your parents will be here soon, they heard about Bakugo's capture, and came to see how you are. He said, and it was the moment for the green-haired boy to tense up. I'm not one to speak, but shouldn't you have spoken to them a long time ago? Izuku. With everything that happened, I didn't have time. The black-haired boy's gaze hardened. It's okay, I didn't want to talk to you because I felt that I wasn't worth it. He lowered his gaze, trying to stop the slight trembling. Luckily for him, the president was there to calm him down. I thought it was best if you all forgot about me, that way you wouldn't have to remember that your son is a Deku. Kendo. Midoriya-san, that. She was about to speak, but was stopped when the Class A teacher gave her a light tap on the head. Aizawa. What are you talking about? He said, irritated by Izuku's behavior. You're a good student and a great hero, Midoriya. No matter what happened, that's the truth. Yes, you have problems like everyone else, and what makes you so special isn't that power inside you, Midoriya. He looked at Izuku, stunned by his teacher's words. It's the ability to endure everything and keep going with a smile. He looked at his student, Aizawa, feeling hurt. I want to apologize, Midoriya. Izuku. Huh. He looked at the teacher, not knowing what to say. Aizawa. My behavior towards you and your problems during those months when you needed help the most was negligent and awful. I could have prevented it from happening, and yet I let it go. I simply thought that fame was fleeting and that they wouldn't be blinded by it. Forgive me, Midoriya Izuku. He said, bowing to the surprised Izuku. Izuku. Sensei. The green-haired boy couldn't believe what was happening, the great eraser had apologizing to a Deku. Aizawa. These may seem like empty words, Midoriya, but. He stood up and looked at the green-haired boy with a sad smile. I promise on every cat in existence, on my friend Shirakumo, and on my own life that every word is true. I still don't know how to make you forgive me, but believe me, I will. With that, the teacher turned and left. You will always be the best student I could have ever had. When things got really bad after that first battle in Jakku against Shimura Tenko with All for One, Izuku almost begged his mother on his knees to leave Japan with his father. He wouldn't put her at risk in what was possibly a war in which she would most likely die. Kinoko, very nervous, fulfilled her son's wish, and before Japan isolated itself from the world, she left for the United States to meet her husband, leaving her child alone. Then he made his other decision and left UA knowing that they were looking for him because of his power. He didn't even have time to write to what was then his class. He had a lot of work ahead of him and very little time. Fortunately, the Hero Commission kept the issue of One for All as a simple enemy-lying tactic at the last second, which was fortunate for Izuku and Shinso, who followed him on his adventure, despite all of Izuku's complaints not to. To this day he still regretted letting him continue and continued to blame himself for his friend's condition. No matter how much people told him otherwise, he knew it was his fault for letting him continue. He pushed those thoughts aside to focus on the here and now. Today his parents were coming to UA to check on him. Fear gripped him, unsure how they would react to what had happened. Would they treat him badly? Would they yell at him? Perhaps he deserved it for being a Deku. He banged his fist on the table, and the whispers of what he called his shadow stopped. Apparently, every step he took to overcome his problems worked well. Ryuko. Midoriya-san. A silver-haired girl entered her friend's room, watching as his bloody knuckles emerged from the desk. Did it happen again? She asked worriedly. Her friend had the audacity, after speaking with Aizawa, to tell them about that voice and everything related to it. Izuku. Yes. He murmured, a little lost in thought, unsure how to face his parents now. This whole thing with mom and dad. Ryuko. Do you want me to come with you? She said, looking at her friend who remained frozen. You might have a nervous breakdown or turn back at the last minute, it would be best if someone accompanied you. Izuku. He thought for a moment, his inner voice saying it was a bad idea and that his parents would think he was a pervert who forced her to be there. Please Unagi-san. Ryuko. Midoriya. Her tone made Izuku, who was already very nervous, afraid. I told you can call me Ryuko, we're friends. She smiled at Izuku who lowered his gaze, still finding this whole trust thing difficult. Izuku. I understand, Ryuko-san. He spoke with a genuine smile. It was nice being with his new friends. Ryuko. See you downstairs. Smiled at Izuku before leaving, watched by Eri who was hidden behind a wall next to Mama Setsuna. Setsuna. I still don't understand what we're supposed to do, darling. She said to the little girl who was murmuring something to her stuffed penguin. Eri. Mom, Ryuko, and Dad are going to pick up my grandparents, it's a date. She said happily, to which Setsuna looked at her with excitement. Setsuna. Before you do anything, darling, tell me what you're planning. She picked up the girl and tickled her to make her talk. Eri. I want all my moms in my family. She declared with a smile. And for them to be with Dad so we'll be a happy family. Setsuna. A. Blushed deeply at such a statement and the girl looked at her, believing that she didn't like the idea. Eri. Don't you want us to be a family? She said sadly, to which the green-haired girl looked at her. You don't want Dad, do you? Then I'll leave it up to you. She said, trying not to cry. Now neither Mama Abara nor Mama Setsuna wanted to be in her family. Setsuna. Huh. No, that's not what I meant, Eri-chan. She rushed to say, stopping the girl's thoughts. It's just that she was surprised, that's all, sweetheart. She smiled at the girl, who looked at her in disbelief. Eri, do you want to be part of my family? She asked eagerly. Setsuna. Of course I want to be part of your big happy family, Eri-chan, who wouldn't? She said, tickling the little girl. Eri. So you'll be with Dad? She asked excitedly. Setsuna. Listen Eri-chan, your dad is special, to say the least. She said, putting the girl on the floor. And very clueless about the whole romantic thing, don't expect much from him. Eri. I understand. She put on the most serious face she could, causing Setsuna to almost faint from cuteness. Then I'll make Dad fall in love with my moms. Such a declaration made Setsuna blush. She didn't know if it was from embarrassment or from the cuteness of seeing the little girl so determined. Setsuna. A. Eri. I'll make them fall in love and we'll be a family. She smiled at the surprised green-haired girl. Mom, Setsuna, do you like Dad? Setsuna. Huh. Well. Coming out of her shock, she thought for a moment about her words. Your dad is certainly a great guy, he's smart, attentive, he cares about his loved ones, maybe just a little, he has a very hot body, and I don't doubt that I get lost sometimes when he does things that make him adorable or… She stopped before seeing the girl's ear-to-ear grin. Maybe just a little bit. After a few minutes, Ryuko and Izuku were ready to go see their parents. Vlad-sensei announced that they were on their way and could meet at the entrance of UA and from there go wherever they wanted. Nervously, they both left the Class B dormitories under the hopeful gaze of Eri, who hoped that her mom Ryuko and her dad would become so close that the silver-haired girl would agree to be her mom. Later she would think of something to bring her other moms together with her dad. Nervously, he walked stiffly under the gaze of Ryuko, who couldn't bear to see her friend like this. So, bravely, she took his hand, and upon contact, he looked at his companion. Ryuko gave him a smile that calmed the green-haired boy a little. They walked in pleasant silence. Ryuko's hand seemed to be the only thing he needed at that moment, and to distract himself, he decided to look at his companion who smiled at him. Still in his thoughts about Izuku friend he would manage to get those thoughts out of him one way or another. Inko. Izuku. The green-haired girl, not caring about anything else, went to hug her child. The last thing she knew was a call from the dragon heroine about the girl her child helped rescue, and something about being a father. Izuku. Hi mom. He spoke tensely again, not quite knowing what to do. Inko. Oh, look how big you've gotten. Did you sleep well? Your dark circles are awful again. Are you having trouble sleeping? She bombarded him with questions, leaving Izuku speechless. Hisashi. Honey, you're overloading him with questions. A dark-haired man with 3 freckles on his cheeks appeared to stop his impatient wife. Hello, champ. Izuku. Hi dad. He said nervously. When his mother hugged him his friend stopped holding his hand and he became nervous again. Hisashi. Aren't you going to introduce us to your girlfriend? He asked, making Ryuko blush slightly, who looked away in embarrassment. Izuku. Dad, I'm not that lucky with that. He said, increasing his friend's blush. Ryuko-san is my friend. Inko. Sure, and I'm a supervillain who destroys planets. She said sarcastically, looking at her son and the girl whose hand she took. Can you explain, Izuku? Hisashi. Bother him later, honey, right now we're talking about something else. He smiled at his son and his girlfriend. Can you explain what happened with Kitsuki? Izuku, Ryuko, and Izuku's parents were at a cafe near UA. Izuku's mother already had a plan of where to go, and they had all the time in the world to talk about what happened. But every word that came out of Izuku, guilt overwhelmed them. Their child suffered alone to save others and himself from worse punishments at Kitsuki's hands. Obviously, there were tears from the Midoriya family. Fortunately, Izuku had already controlled his peculiarity of crying like a broken fountain, something his parents did not. Ryuko said. It's lucky I brought boots. Walking alongside Izuku, who was talking to his parents. Inko. Izuku, I'm sorry I couldn't be with you. She hugged her boy again, who hugged her back. Forgive me for not being there. Izuku. It wasn't your fault, Mom. You don't need to apologize. He said calmly. Hisashi. It was our fault, Izuku. Neither your mother nor I saw what you were going through. We focused on things we shouldn't have. Forgive us, champ. The older Midoriya joined the family hug. Ryuko. I guess I'm not needed here. Slowly started to back away but was stopped by Inko, who pulled her into the family hug. Huh. Inko. Ryuko-chan is now part of our family, thank you for taking care of Izuku. She said with tears in her eyes. Ryuko, and nothing ma'am, she said nervously, to which her friend looked at her with a mocking smile. Don't you dare, Midoriya-san. Izuku. I didn't do anything. He said in his neutral tone. Hisashi. Are you sure they're not dating? He teased his son, who sighed. Ryuko, on the other hand, became nervous. Izuku. You know, today was fun, but I have homework to do. Ryuko. That's right, present. Mick left us with a job. She remembered that she was quite behind on that matter. Izuku. It's best if we go back. He said, taking Ryuko's hand and was about to run off with the girl when his father stopped him. Hisashi. At least let us accompany you, Izuku. I still want to spend time with my son. He smiled as innocently as his son, who sighed. Izuku. Okay. He said without letting go of Ryuko's hand. Let's go. And so the Midoriya family went chatting towards the UA dormitories. Of course, the jokes from mom and dad were not lacking, making both of them a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Inko had enough mercy to stop near the Class B dormitory. Ryuko called her classmates to have the place ready so that the Midoriyas could have more time with Izuku. Izuku. It was your idea, wasn't it? He said to his friend, who smiled innocently. Thank you, Ryuko-san. Ryuko. I know you want your parents' clothes, Midoriya-san, and I'm sure they want to meet their granddaughter. Time seemed to slow down for Hisashi after his son's classmates' words. Hisashi. Izuku, could it be? His father breathed small flames from his mouth. He wasn't sure if it was from surprise or from the excitement of having a granddaughter. Eerie. Dad. The albino girl came out of her mom pony's arms and went to hug her father. Izuku. Hello, unicorn. He smiled at his daughter and lifted her onto his shoulders. Dad, this is Eerie, and she's my daughter. The surprise was immediate for both Hisashi and Eerie. Eerie. A clone of Dad. She screamed in fear. You won't take Dad away. She said, hugging Izuku's head and causing confusion in the older Midoriya. Izuku. Eerie-chan, he's not a bad clone of me, he's my dad. He said to the girl, who narrowed her eyes. Eerie, are you my grandpa? She said hesitantly. Hisashi. It's clear you're Izuku's daughter, although you're much older than I thought. He said with a calm smile to his granddaughter. Eerie. Grandpa. She jumped into her grandfather's arms, who received her still a little dazed by what was happening. Inko. And no hug for me, Eerie-chan. She said with fake sadness, and the little girl extended her arms to her grandmother who joined the hug. Eerie. Grandma. That's how the little albino girl met her grandfather and saw her grandmother again. Ibara. So you're Midoriya-san's parents. The plant-haired girl arrived, looking at the couple and the little girl. Nice to meet you, I'm Shiozaki Ibara. Eerie. Mama Ibara, I want cookies. She jumped into her mother's arms, stopping any thoughts from both adults. Yui. Eerie, we already told you that you eat your vegetables first, and then you can eat as many cookies as you want. Said the dark-haired girl, to which the little girl pouted. Eerie. But Mom Yui. The dark-haired woman hardened her gaze at the little girl who pouted, increasing her grandparents' shock. Setsuna. That's the deal, darling, respect the deal you made yourself. She spoke tenderly to her little girl, who nodded with her gaze on the ground. Eerie, yes Mom Setsuna, she spoke, sounding a little defeated in front of her moms. Inko. What on earth is going on? She said, coming out of her shock and looking at her son. Izuku, you'd better have a good explanation. Are you cheating on Ryuko-chan with your friends? Izuku. First of all, Ryuko-san and I are nothing. In the distance Eerie murmured yet. Secondly, Eerie-chan considers everyone her mother, and thirdly, I'm not going to be the one to stop her from loving everyone like a mother. Hisashi. Wow. He looked at the girls before his son. You have no idea how proud you make me feel right now, Izuku. He said with a tear of pride on his cheek. Izuku. Didn't understand anything. Juzo. Hey Izuku. Patch this. From the door his friend threw a pair of gloves. We need help carrying things. Izuku. I'm coming. He hurried inside, leaving the girls with their parents. Kendo. "Excuse the confusion, Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya," said the president, watching as Eri walked away with Ryuko. "Inko. Don't worry dear, I understand." She smiled amicably at the orange-haired girl. Setsuna said mockingly. "Your son looks great on you." Inko smiled. She already liked this young lady. Thus the Midoriyas spent a very pleasant afternoon in the company of Class B and their son. They were all quite nice, and Hisashi scolded his son for not making Kitsuki's torture longer. Of course, both adults had fun with their granddaughter, and she enjoyed the day with her family. Eri said, "Goodbye, grandparents." Sadly, about letting her grandparents go. Inko. "Goodbye, darling, remember what I told you." The little girl nodded happily, her grandma and grandpa were supporting her with her operation. "Mommy." Eri. "Yes ma'am," she replied in a military tone, to which her grandmother tickled her. Hisashi. "Izuku is still so amazing," he said, stroking his son's head, who nodded. "We'll come back from this, don't doubt it." Izuku. "I'll miss you, Dad," he said sadly, to which his father just smiled. High above the sky, Paradise Prison was being visited by Bakugo Mitsuki and Bakugo Masaru, who, due to legal issues, were not allowed to see their son, or rather, Bakugo Kitsuki. Both were so disappointed that they denied that the thing was their son. Next to them was Mina Ishido, who, in a state of pure despair, went to the parents of her beloved Katsu to tell them everything she thought and why Dynamic had to be released. So they brought her there to see the truth. Kitsuki. "What the hell are you guys doing here?" he said angrily. He hadn't been there long, but he was already starting to go crazy with so many identical walls and so many turns in the place. Mitsuki. "Don't even look at me, monster, she wanted to come," she said, nodding towards a shocked Mina. Mina. Katsu. She approached the blonde boy who glared at her angrily. The place felt cold as Mina stared at the large dynamite bolted to the wall, her hair a mess, her eyes had a psychotic gleam, her clothes were dirty and torn in some parts, yet her hatred and arrogance remained intact. Mina. Katsu. She tried to approach but was stopped by the guard. "Let me approach." "Girl, unless you want to lose your hands, it's not advisable to get so close," she said, pointing to the room with the laser mesh. Mina. Kitsuki. She cried desperately, and the blonde boy looked at her, his vision blurred. Apparently, he'd staged a small mutiny, which is why they'd taken away his usual food for a week, and the lack of food was already taking its toll, making him mistake Mina for one of the girls who bullied him. Kitsuki. Well, the fox is back in the den." He grinned like a madman trying to get to Mina. "I see I finally succeeded after doing it so much with you, you come to me like the bitch you are." Mina. Katsu. She spoke nervously, the depraved and perverted look he gave her frightened her. Kitsuki. "Come here, let yourself be loved by the great Dynamite." He tried again to go to Mina, and again he failed. Mina. This isn't Katsu, it isn't." She refused to believe that such a psychopathic beast was the one she liked. "Girl, he's inmate number 1, Dynamite," the guard said neutrally. He had seen similar cases to Mina's, where admiration and supposed love clashed with the harsh truth. Mina. "It's not him," she said desperately. "Kitsuki is usually arrogant and cool, someone who fiercely protects everyone. That was just a mask, child. What you see here is who he really is. A simple boy with mental problems who believes the wrong things. Miss, he made you fall in love with a lie." The guard spoke seriously, watching as Mina, frightened, saw Kitsuki struggling to go with her. Kitsuki. "When I get my hands on you, you'll see," he said with a crazy tone. Mina. A. Took 2 steps back, scared of the big number 1. Masaru. Mina-san. The guy approached the girl who turned to look at him. "Calm down, you're safe, Kitsuki is far away from you, he can't hurt you." Mina. "I." She looked at Dynamite who was still writhing. Mitsuki. "Calm down, girl." The ash blonde stood in front of her so she wouldn't see. He deceived everyone and betrayed so much trust. Mina-chan, understand, Kitsuki is a walking danger, he's better off here. Mina. "I'm sorry Mitsuki-san, I'm sorry." She hugged the woman who let her be just as an alarm sounded. Masaru. "Is that normal?" he said, feeling everything seemed to be shaking. "Yes, the time has come for the place to move," Bakugo said reassuringly. "Every hour, the prison moves like a giant Rubik's Cube, and the prisoners spread out somewhere in the complex. This way, we ensure that if they escape for any reason, they'll easily get lost within the complex." Thus Dynamite lost the last person who ever liked him, and Mina received a lesson about seeing beyond what meets the eye. When he reached land and returned to Class A, his friends were waiting for him with encouraging news. Zero even managed to sneak in a couple of beers to celebrate the obvious return of his friend Kitsuki. Kaminari, for his part, tried to convince Jiro to help him with the music, receiving a blow to the nose from the rocker's door. Zero. Mina. She shouted happily, looking at the girl who was lost in her thoughts. and how was it? He said impatiently, drawing the attention of those in the room. Mina. Finally snapped back to reality, looking at her two excited friends. Kaminari. Come on, tell me Kaken's coming back. He said, ready for a big I told you so to his classmates. Mina said coldly, confusing her friends. That monster will never get out, and that's for the best. Kaminari. Hey, don't talk about Kaken like that. I thought you liked him. He said angrily. Mina. That was before he tried to attack me when I went to see Kaminari. She said, trembling slightly. The atmosphere of hatred and perversion that surrounded Kitsuki in his cell frightened her quite a bit. Zero. Bakugo wouldn't do that, I'm sure they took you to another prisoner. He said, not believing him for a second. Mina. Okay. She took out her phone and showed a short video she had recorded before leaving. See for yourselves. With that said, she went towards the kitchen under the watchful eyes of Toru and Kirishima, who followed her. Toru. Mina. She spoke nervously to the pink-haired girl who was pouring a glass of water. Mina. Hagakure. She looked at both companions and drank the water. I'm an idiot. Kirishima. If you are. He said, causing the invisible girl to nudge him. What? It's the truth, and she admitted it herself. Toru. What happened? He approached the girl who couldn't take it anymore and hugged him. Mina. I saw him, I saw who he really is, and he scares me, I'm such an idiot. She cried for a while in her companion's arms, who did nothing to stop her. Kirishima. At least you've opened your eyes. He said, smiling bitterly. Slowly, everyone moved forward, leaving Bakugo Kitsuki behind. While Izuku was training, this time he was doing so with guidance from his master Gran Torino and also Endeavor, who came to give the appropriate apologies for what his rebellious son may have caused, getting the surprise of seeing Midoriya training. Gran Torino. Not bad, kid. He said, smiling at his student who was breathing heavily. Izuku. That hurt a lot. He said from the ground, it had been a good 30 minutes fighting against the number one hero, and as a surprise he had lost. Endeavor. You're not doing badly, Midoriya. You have a good foundation, but you lack combat experience. He said, helping Izuku to his feet. How much control do you have over One for All? Izuku. 96%. It's been difficult for me to go higher than that. He replied, stretching. Gran Torino. Maybe that doesn't depend on your training anymore. Izuku looked at his master, confused. Think about it, kid. Your body has limits, and if you exceed them, you'll end up in the hospital. This might not be due to training, but what do I know? I'm just a tired old man. Endeavor. Midoriya might be right. Izuku turned to look at the fire hero. Maybe to unlock the full power of One for All, you'll need more than just physical training. Izuku. And what do you suggest? Both teachers looked at each other as if they were mentally sharing ideas. Gran Torino. I don't know. He replied with a smile. It's something you have to discover for yourself, Hero Tur. He smiled at the mention of Izuku's new hero name. Endeavor. Look for another angle, Midoriya. What's holding you back? What's stopping you? What goes through your mind when you know you can't move forward? Izuku analyzed him without reaching any conclusion. Izuku. I don't know. He thought for a moment, activating One for All and looking at his hand. It feels strange, like it's a wall or barrier that no matter how much I try to overcome it, it remains constantly and horribly distant. He declared, frustrated at not being able to overcome that limit. Gran Torino. If you can't break it, then try climbing it, Midoriya. You won't have complete control until you figure out what's preventing you from moving forward. He looked at his student, who clenched his fists in frustration. Endeavor. A good way to find out is to go back to the beginning. Midoriya. Izuku remained still. What compels you to continue? Why are you struggling? What is it you want? Perhaps if you answer those questions you can know what's holding you back. Kendo. Midoriya-san, are you alright? He asked, watching his friend get lost in his plate of food. Izuku. Go back to the beginning. He murmured, not paying attention to anything. What did it mean? To go to a physical place where it all began. To retrace his steps. Pony. Midoriya-kun. Said, shaking his friend's shoulder, who finally realized what was happening. Izuku. Huh. He looked at his classmates and friends who all looked worried about him. Shadai. Is something wrong? Izuku looked at the gray-haired dwarf before everyone else. Izuku. Just my own things. He said, continuing with his meal under everyone's gaze. Yui. Izuku, if you have a problem, you can count on our help. She smiled, calming Izuku's mental fog. Izuku. When I went to train with Torino-sensei and Endeavor, they gave me a hint about controlling 100%. He said, exciting his friends. But I don't quite understand what they mean. Kamakiri. Maybe we can help you, Midoriya. He smiled at his friend who nodded. Izuku. They said that no matter how much he trains, it's likely he won't be able to control all of his power. Kendo. So it's a mental block. He said to Izuku, who looked at him with hope. Izuku. Does the president know how to solve this? He asked his leader with great excitement and enthusiasm, who smiled at him. Kendo. You're the only one who can solve your problem, Midoriya-san. It's something that lies within you. He said, causing Izuku to become depressed again. But. The green-haired boy paid close attention. I can guide you with it. My grandfather used to train me to bring out my full potential when I was a child. Izuku. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Kendo-san. Without caring about anything, he went to hug the orange-haired girl, who blushed at how Izuku was acting. He finally came to his senses, taking a couple of steps away from the president, nervous under everyone's gaze. Sorry, President. Setsuna. Well, Midoriya-kun, you're quite the daredevil. She teased her friend, who turned bright red under the amused gaze of the green-haired girl. Ibara. Setsuna. Don't bother Midoriya-san. The plant-haired girl went to calm her nerves under the gaze of Eri, who had a notebook related to her mission. There's no need to be so tense, Midoriya-san. Your excitement is understandable, and I don't think Kendo would mind receiving that attention. Kendo. Ibara is right, Midoriya-san. She replied without looking at him, surprised by her friend's action. I was just surprised, that's all. Juzo. Our boy is growing up. He murmured to Kamakiri beside him, who nodded happily to see his friend's progress. Yui. What do you need to do it? She asked, looking at her friend who had come to her senses. Kendo. Just a calm place away from anything that might ruin your concentration. He said, eating his dinner. Izuku. I know a really good place. He said with a small smile. Would you like to go after class, President? Kendo. No problem, Midoriya-san. Eri. I want to go. She said excitedly to her father, who looked at Kendo. Kendo. Of course Eri-chan can come. The little girl jumped to hug her orange-haired mother. Rin. Hey. He came out of the kitchen angrily. Stop talking and eat. How do you expect to train without food in your stomachs? He said indignantly to his teammates, who just started laughing. The next day, Kendo, Eri-chan, Pony, and Izuku went to Dagaba Beach, a place that both girls thought was a garbage dump, and to their very pleasant surprise, the place was immaculate with fine sand and blue waves that brought peace to the interior. Pony said. I heard rumors that this beach was a dump and a crime hotbed. What happened? Kendo said. There was a rumor that some crazy person spent hours cleaning here, but I always thought they were just rumors. She kept an eye on Eri, who was chasing a crab. Izuku. It wasn't a rumor, I cleaned this beach. He said, lying back on the sand, looking up at the blue sky. Kendo, Pony. Both looked at the boy, who tilted his head, not understanding why the shout. Izuku. Is something wrong? Pony. You cleaned the whole beach. Izuku nodded. Why? Izuku. It was part of my training. He spoke the truth, to which both girls looked at him in surprise. Kendo. You're crazy, Midoriya-san. She said, causing Izuku to stick out his tongue. How rude. She said, amused. Pony. So that's why you chose this place. Izuku nodded with a smile. Izuku. The most incredible thing in my life happened in this place, and it's exactly what we need right now. He stood up and faced the orange-haired woman. Shall we begin, President? Kendo. Of course. He smiled at Izuku before taking his hand and guiding him to the shore. Sit down, Midoriya-san, in the lotus position. Izuku. Okay. Izuku let himself fall, crossing his legs and ending up as instructed. What are we supposed to do now? Kendo. Since your block is mental, you have to find a way to overcome your barrier. That can only be achieved through meditation. Midoriya-san. She sat down in front of Izuku with a kind smile. You have to let yourself be guided by the sounds of the waves and the wind. Let your mind get lost in those sounds. Once you close your eyes, that will clear your mind and you'll be able to properly analyze what to do. Izuku. Do you think it will work? He said, sounding unconvinced. Kendo. You won't get it right the first time, I assure you, but it will serve as a guide. Analyze everything carefully, Midoriya-san, from something as simple as your walk to your oldest memories. He said calmly. Izuku. Understood. He spoke nervously about what he would do. Kendo. Okay. Close your eyes. He spoke softly to his friend, who did as he was told. Breathe slowly, feel each breath of air in your lungs, the expansion and contraction of your muscles. He continued in his calm voice, guiding the green-haired boy. Lose yourself in the waves, the heat of the day, and the wind. Izuku breathed calmly and undisturbed, guided by his president. Soon he stopped hearing anything. It was just him in an infinite void, and far from feeling scared or suffocated, it was comforting. His peace was uninterrupted, and in that profound nothingness, his mind began to remember. His life slowly flashed before him. His visit to the doctor and his mother's tears, the games he played with his father and mother, his attempts to force a quirk he didn't possess because of his refusal to believe he truly had no quirk. The first time he defended someone and the consequences that followed. That's how he went through life, reaching the bitter moment of being with Class 2A, how they simply ignored him whenever they could, the times both Uraraka and Iida rejected his invitations to go anywhere in order to be with people who were worthwhile. Back then, he racked his brain trying to think of some way to be with his friends until he finally gave up. The mental fog ended upon entering the core of One for All. Nana had a bright smile, holding the shadow in her hands. It was as small as a rodent and not as strong as before. Beside Nana was the first one in a transparent state, as if he were a ghost. Izuku. Yoichi-san. He said, looking at the first holder who had a calm and imperturbable smile. Yoichi. Ninth. He spoke calmly. There was nothing that could stop what was happening. Nana. So you've finally decided to go all in, right? She said, approaching the green-haired boy with the small shadow that was moving in the heroine's hands. Izuku. I want to be able to control One for All at its full potential, but I don't know what it takes to get there. He looked at both of them, sensing something wrong. Nana. That simple. She smiled kindly and extended her shadow to her successor. Izuku. Nana. He said, frightened, watching as the great heroine lit up. Nana. My moment has arrived, Izuku. She spoke calmly to Izuku who didn't understand anything. Here. It won't be a problem for you anymore. She placed the shadow on the head of a shocked Izuku who didn't understand anything. Izuku. What do you mean? The dark-haired girl just kept disappearing. Nana, please don't go. Please stay. He cried like a little boy. Nana. Izuku. She placed a hand on the head of the weeping green-haired boy. It's time. We both knew it would happen sooner or later. She spoke to calm him. Your control of One for All has grown so strong. I'm so proud of you, my child. But it's time to let me go, Izuku. Both Izuku and the dark-haired girl shed tears. Don't worry, as long as you keep me in your heart and memories, I'll live on. One only dies when they're forgotten, Izuku, and I know you won't forget me. She smiled at Izuku as the light intensified. You will be the greatest and most wonderful hero the earth has ever known, I'm sure of it. But that, Shimura Nana left Izuku's mind, merging with One for All. Izuku. Nana. A final tear escaped his eye before he looked at the first holder. What am I supposed to do now? Why is this happening? Where are the others? Yoichi. The others have left the court to finally become part of the power and thus merge what little of their souls remained with yours, Izuku. He said calmly to Izuku, who relaxed in his presence. Nana was the last one. She felt you needed her so you wouldn't stray too far from the path to a hero's downfall. He looked at Izuku who was holding the shadow that was staring boredly at him. And it seems she was right. Izuku. I guess. He squeezed the shadow that appeared on Izuku's head. How do I explode 100%? Yoichi. Overcome your greatest fear, Midoriya Izuku. He looked at Izuku who was stunned. Overcome that which holds you back from getting up, overcome that which terrifies you more than anything, overcome your past. He approached the boy and placed his hand on his head, instantly the shadow went to Izuku's feet. Overcome your self-doubt and walk firmly in your decisions, can you achieve it? Izuku said nothing, analyzing what the first one had said, reevaluating his life again, always fearful of everything, always being the weak one, the naive one, the idiot to be mocked. I'll do it. The words came out on their own. Not just because I want to control power, I'll do it for myself. Yoichi. That's the answer I was hoping for, Izuku. Smiled at the boy again before walking into the darkness. Good luck with the future. I have to go too. Izuku. Thank you, Yoichi-san. He shouted as the albino vanished into light. I suppose I have a path to follow. He smiled at the shadow who stared at the ground in defeat. Outside of Izuku's mind, 3 hours had passed, and Eri was already tired of using her dad as a support for sandcastles. Mom Kendo said she had to be patient because her father had to do this by himself and shouldn't be disturbed. Now, 3 hours later, the idea arose that his friend might have fallen asleep there, just like Pony, who had hoped for the same. It was then that it happened. Izuku rose from the ground. There were no red lines on his body, nor green lightning, only a wind that gently pushed the sand. His hair took on a bluish-green hue without actually standing up. The green-haired boy's presence was noticeable. It was then that he opened his eyes. The emerald green was bright like light in the darkness. There was no boredom, despair, fear, or hatred in those emeralds, only hope, joy, excitement, friendship, and courage. She turned to look at both of them, and Eri was smiling. Izuku. I'm on the right track. He smiled like Eri hadn't seen him in months and could only jump for joy. A hero's smile returned. Uraraka was walking peacefully through the beautiful afternoon. Lately, everything seemed stranger than usual. Since the sports festival, many things had happened in a short time that put things into perspective, both for her and her class. Starting with her ex-boyfriend, because yes, she and Iida had broken up after the sports festival. Iida had acted completely differently than he had in 2A. She still remembered how he confessed his feelings to her on the school rooftop with all the courage he could muster, and even with his emotional issues, he gave her a chance. Back then, he wanted to tell his best friend and love interest, Midoriya Izuku, but Iida had been very serious about their secret relationship and always kept his green-haired friend at a distance, respecting his partner's wishes. Of course, the same thing happened to him as to the rest of the class. He forgot about his friend. Before long, Iida was on his mind. He was all he needed until recently when he saw him again. His cold, emotionless gaze, coupled with the fact that he was in Class B, then arrived at the festival and acted in a way Uraraka had never seen in him before. More methodical, calculating, and bloodthirsty. Which frightened her and her classmates a little. His eyes still has that feeling of hiding from him, as if they were predator and prey. Then there was the matter of Mina after the sports festival. Her pink-skinned classmate had become very close to Bakugo after discovering that he was the one who saved her in the war, and since then she'd had a crush on that arrogant lunatic. Because of this, she wanted to create a harem for him so she could be happy with the one she thought she loved. When her friend suggested the idea, Uraraka backed away. Iida was enough for her. She didn't need anyone else to love. When did everything go wrong with him? They were happy, going on dates that seemed quite sweet to him, movies, dinners, walks among other things. The one with glasses seemed like a very good person, and now he couldn't even recognize him. After losing the honor of bearing the name Ingenium, he went after Midoriya, as if he were the one to blame for the actions that Iida himself had done. She stopped thinking about it and continued on her way. It wasn't worth dwelling on her class president anymore. Even so, something inside her knew something wasn't right with some of her classmates. She was even more conflicted now, thanks to what Dynamic had done in her past, and she was honestly relieved not to be in the explosive blonde's crosshairs for so long. Now Midoriya's behavior towards him made sense. Years of enduring taunts and beatings had turned him into a scared rabbit in everyone's eyes. Now the class wanted to somehow compensate Midoriya for everything he suffered because of Bakugo, but thanks to Yamomo, they wouldn't do anything. The heiress, Yaoi Rozu, knew what to do. Leave him with Class B and not bother him. Given how affected Midoriya was, it could backfire and only create a cold war between the two classes. The best thing was to apologize and walk away, accepting the fact that Midoriya Izuku was no longer their classmate. He was now just another student at UA with whom they could work if the opportunity arose or the situation warranted it. Something about it didn't sit right with Uraraka. She felt guilty, especially after a sleepless night following the festival, when she put everything into perspective. Questions flooded her mind. How long had it been since she'd spoken to him? How long had she ignored him to be with her ex? Was Iida aware of her feelings for Midoriya, and was that why he told her not to say anything? These questions tormented her, mainly because she hadn't been there for her friend when he needed her. Regardless of whether he said so or not, she could have done more to help Midoriya with his self-confidence and trust in others. Eri. You're amazing, Papa. The little girl's shout put her back on track. She didn't even realize when she reached the beach. Looking to the side, he saw the cause of his confusion floating calmly with Tsunatori in his arms, who was nervous. His moment felt bitter and sad to see his old friend there with two girls and the child they had saved. The most striking thing was that smile he had and the bright eyes without any malice in them. Eri. Miss Uravity. The little girl ran out to hug the confused girl who reacted by smiling at the girl and returning the hug. Uraraka. Hello, Eri-chan. She said, stroking the infant's head. Kendo. How curious to find you here, Uraraka-san. She spoke a little tensely, not quite knowing what to think of her. Uraraka. I wanted to go for a walk, I don't even know how I ended up here. She let out an embarrassed giggle. Kendo. I understand. She said, lowering her guard a little. Maybe being from Class A meant paying attention to everything. Uraraka. How have you been, Eri-chan? The girl came out of the hug and smiled at her. Eri. Yes. Dad is super powerful. And look. He's flying. She pointed to Izuku, and the brunette was surprised. Izuku. I'm floating, Eri-chan, I still have to figure out the best way to really fly. But the smile he landed still with Pony in his arms, his friend wanted to know what it felt like to be suspended in the air without the need for his horns. Uraraka. So you adopted Eri-chan. She said with a smile and Izuku nodded, setting his friend down on the ground. Congratulations. Izuku. Thank you. He said, unsure how to continue the conversation. Pony. Midoriya-san. The blonde spoke to avoid further awkwardness. How about we go get some ice cream? Eri. I want an apple flavor, Mama Pony. She jumped into the blonde's arms, who smiled at her, leaving Uraraka speechless. Kendo. I don't think it'll be easy to find. He murmured, not wanting to spoil the girl's hopes. Pony. Of course, Iri-chan. They both left with Kendo following them. She had to find a special ice cream flavor. Izuku. Hey, wait. Izuku was about to go after them but was stopped by the brunette. Uraraka. Uraraka. Can we talk? It'll only take a moment. She said nervously. She needed to talk to him. Maybe he could clear up all her doubts or at least guide her thoughts. Izuku. We can do it while we walk. He said, continuing on his way with the brunette close behind him. What do you need, Uraraka? He began, thinking the girl would be super nervous about talking to him. Not that he felt anything for her anymore, he'd let go of that a long time ago. Uraraka. I've been feeling awful lately, Dek. Midoriya-san. She corrected herself, they no longer had the trust and friendship to treat each other like that. I've been thinking a lot and I want to know. When did you leave? Of course, if you don't want to tell me, it's understandable. I neglected you for a long time, it's normal that you don't want to talk. She murmured softly, knowing that Izuku wouldn't speak. Izuku. At the beginning of the school year. He replied without looking at her. After the war, they always had things to do. Sorry, Deku-kun, I have to go with my friends. Sorry, Deku-kun, I have things to do. You always made up an excuse not to be with me, and eventually you stopped coming near me, and I just left. He said bitterly. Uraraka. I understand. She bit her lip in frustration as she recalled the lies she had told him. I'm sorry. Midoriya-san. She murmured, hurt. Izuku. I stopped caring about that a long time ago, so get over it, Uraraka Achako. The past is history. You made your choices, and I made mine, that's all. He said, walking faster. He didn't feel good about the situation. Uraraka. No. She grabbed the green-haired boy's sleeve, who was waiting for her to speak. You didn't deserve that. You just wanted a friend and I, like an idiot, left you. I left the person who pushed me to be more than I am. I left the fairest and most protective person for someone who wasn't worth it. At some point she started to cry, and Izuku just did what came to mind. Izuku. It's okay, little girl, it's alright. He said, hugging the brunette. I don't hate you or anything. You had your reasons, good or bad, you had them. Live with it and move on. It's not that I hate you or that I love you. Just keep doing your thing, move forward and get over this. He said, pulling away from the hug and walking to join his daughter and friends. Uraraka. Do you think we can be friends again? She asked nervously. Izuku. I don't know right now, Uraraka. He replied, pausing for a moment. For now we're just acquaintances, we'll see what the future holds. He turned to smile at her, causing the brunette to blush. See you at UA, Uraraka. Izuku left to go to his daughter. Donovan Dawson always had a difficult life. He was born just as Quirks appeared, the first in his family to have powers. He was born into an ordinary family. A serious and disciplined father with upright and old-fashioned beliefs, a housewife mother who loved her family but was very afraid of the growing wave of children with quirks, and finally, a younger brother who admired him greatly. He always knew it. He woke up alone in his room at the age of 4, smashed a toy to pieces, and his panic skyrocketed when he saw himself grow a few centimeters taller in just a moment. He was no fool and kept his case quiet, knowing what would happen. Her parents hated quirks, and those who possessed them were severely discriminated against, so she tried with all her might never to reveal or use her power. She didn't want to be separated from her family, and unfortunately, the inevitable happened. On his 7th birthday, his power came to light. His brother had been hurt by a child who shot fire from his fingers, which led to the place where they were playing being set on fire. The little boy was seriously injured, and the doctors said he would not make it out alive. This devastated him, so he did what he had to do. In front of his parents, Donovan touched his brother, reversing the damage and healing every wound done. In return, he grew a little more, and all hell broke loose. His mother screamed in horror at the action, and his father stood frozen, unsure what to do. The worst part was his little brother. In an instant, his great admiration turned to clear fear in Donovan's eyes. That devastated him. He thought he at least had his brother in this. She ran out of that hospital under the terrified stares of the people, and the fear she felt, she only saved her brother, and that cost everything else. Her life took a very abrupt change, when it should have been the happiest day of her life. He took refuge in the streets, stealing whenever he could, trying to avoid being killed by others. He never wanted to use his quirk anymore, knowing it caused him to age faster. The fear of leaving the world without doing everything he wanted was too much for him. Even he didn't know how he survived so long, reaching the age of 15 alive, always using whatever he could. He tricked more than one gang of idiots into accepting him, causing internal chaos while he fled with their belongings. He swindled many innocent people and played with the hearts of many men and women, all to survive the brutality of the world and his growing quirks. That's when he met him. One rainy afternoon he saw him, tall and imposing, capable of making even the wind tremble. Donovan stared in amazement as Shigaraki Tamura ripped a quirk from an idiot and then killed him with the same power. Fear flooded his being once more, and like a shark in water, All for One saw him. His twisted smile made him fall paralyzed. The great villain slowly approached the frightened teenager, watching his legs tremble at his presence. All for One. You're very far from home, aren't you, kid? His mocking smile didn't leave. The villain knew well what he had in front of him, he felt it moving within the frightened boy, a power and something quite uncommon. Donovan. Who are you? Was all that came out of his lips, his body seemed to weigh too much in front of that beast. All for One? Me? Someone similar to you. Her soft voice confused Donovan a little. He'd been through enough to know what would happen. Donovan. What do you want? His fear seeped into his bones, and his mouth stopped obeying him a moment ago. All for One. The world, kid, I want the world. His smile lingered even as the fear continued in the teenager. And you? What is it you want? Maybe I can help you. Donovan. I want to live. He rushed to say, desperation speaking for him. All for One. I see. You're like me. His smile changed, softening to calm the boy. Donovan. Are we equals? He said, on guard. No matter who he was, he'd send him to old age in one swift motion. All for One. Of course. You and I suffer because of something we have no control over. His disgusting and sinister smile returned. Power. That was the trigger. Donovan found a partner who could help him, and that's how he entered All for One's inner circle, always under the care of Dr. Garaki, who studied his quirk in depth, all to give him a purpose beyond living, to change society. Years later, Garaki managed to copy his quirk thanks to All for One, and Donovan was the first to try it. The process back then was very different from now. At that time, All for One would take Garaki's quirk by fragmenting the power and then passing it on to someone else. This is how the concept of Nomu was born. Beings with more than one quirk. Donovan felt strange when the doctor's quirk entered him. He felt heavy, as if he had to carry someone else. He continued serving the great villain until he was 25, when he wanted more of what he had. Donovan wasn't an idiot. He knew very well that when he ceased to be useful to the villain would take his quirk and leave him to die somewhere in the world. This is why he made many of All for One's allies doubt their loyalty, causing a civil war among the associates of the symbol of evil. The battle consumed many things, and Donovan managed to leave, but not before suffering the consequences. Gigantomachi was the cornerstone of his entire escape plan. At that time, he had 3 quirks. He was strong, could withstand a lot, and his skin changed into a massive stone. Obviously, he broke his stomach with one blow and left him there agonizing in an alley somewhere in Italy. The 3rd quirk was energy. It allowed him to accumulate energy to a certain point and then release it into his body. Its disadvantage was that it took years to recover the energy once it was consumed. In his final moments, driven by desperation for revenge, the quirk activated, strengthening Donovan and allowing him to do the impossible. He went back in time, before Donovan's eyes everything stopped before the clouds reversed, and he himself got up from the ground. Gigantomachi retraced his steps and undid his blow, then disappeared from the place. Things were strange, but for Donovan's sharp mind it was clear, his own internal clock went backward, time is relative. He always heard that from Dr. Garaki. With his new opportunity, he hid like a rat, plotting his revenge against All for One and the society that branded him a villain when all he wanted was to live in peace and freedom. He had a brilliant plan. He settled in Europe to create a corporation that would give him the necessary resources for time travel, always keeping an eye on 2 things. His former partner who always killed the wielder of One for All, and his little brother. Donovan's brother never stopped looking for him after that day, always searching for something that would lead him to his older brother, and along the way he met incredible people, including the woman who would become his wife. Donovan was able to do many bad things in pursuit of his survival. He killed, deceived, and swindled, among other things, and yet his love for his family and brother remained, so he set out to protect his offspring from the shadows. As time went on, his brother's descendants became involved with organized crime, and things turned out better than he expected. Chittis. Sir. The blue-skinned woman spoke, pulling the villain from his thoughts. We're ready. Donovan. Well. He hid the photo of his little niece and turned to look at his subordinate. Begin the process. Chittis. Understood, sir. The woman left for the laboratory. Today the gas tests would begin. Donovan. How curious life is. Gazed at the sky without any emotion. My dear niece killed your descendant, her own father, and now she's the daughter of my enemy. He spoke melancholically to nothingness. Life is unfair to our family, brother. Star and Stripe didn't expect this from her idol. She knew All Might had some issues after his retirement. On more than one occasion, she heard about the symbol of peace's helplessness at not being able to continue and his ongoing frustration with his successor at the time. She often shared with him her hopes that Midoriya would be able to use more than 10% of his power, and that was before the war in Japan. At that time, his leaders were quite firm about him not going there, as they had their own war against villains to fight. He was even about to go out and fight against all odds to help those in need, but a phone call stopped him. An old friend of hers at that time reported what he saw with his quirk, all for one fell at the hands of the hero Deku. His services were not required, and thanks to that he was able to focus on stopping the villains on his side of the world and left everything in the capable hands of the Japanese heroes. For many months afterward she was on a crusade against evil and barely had time to sleep with such a rise in cases. She vaguely heard about the recognition of a certain dynamite as the vanquisher of evil. This was the opposite of what her contacts said. If she had to trust a friend or the press, she chose her friend by far. Something was happening in Japan, and she could do nothing. Things got worse when his grandmaster recognized Dynamite as his successor. What happened to Deku? When he confronted the former hero, he was quite disappointed with the green-haired boy. According to Bakugo Katsuki himself, at the last minute he turned away, escaping from All for One, and Dynamic had to finish the job. This disappointment led him to choose someone else as his successor, and of course, she didn't say anything. First, she had to prove her master wrong. She spent some time looking for something to reveal the truth, but being a foreigner, there wasn't much she could do, and she had no favors to collect, so she clung to the hope that the boy could get out on his own. She did so, and along the way, she took a villain disguised as a hero to prison. Criticism of All Might came immediately, claiming his madness and believing that someone like Bakugo Katsuki could be the symbol of peace. Even she herself received some criticism, mistakenly believing that she supported him when from the beginning, she was against that explosive blonde being a good hero. That simple belief is what fractured her student-teacher relationship with All Might, who stopped communicating with her. Of course, All Might, in his escape, arrived at a supposedly safe place in the United States, believing that being a different country, he wouldn't be criticized as much or something, only to find out that it was quite the opposite. Since the country's #1 is based on the ancient symbol of peace, it was striking that he used the country as a hideout. He arrived at the Star and Stripes house at midnight and was greeted with a door slammed in his face. She didn't want to see him at all. Even so, the next day he listened to All Might's version of events. He claimed he knew nothing about what Bakugo had done and blamed himself greatly for being blind, but his joy and pride in knowing that the boy had killed his most hated nemesis made him believe he would be a good man for the job of symbol of peace. He was completely unaware of any file related to him, but of course, a touch from Star using new command was enough for him to realize that he actually did know about it. All Might tried his best to correct the incorrigible one, believing that by naming him his successor, he would understand what it meant and become disciplined and serious, just as Midoriya did as soon as he knew what it was like to be at the top in his first year at UA. Of course, the American heroine blew the skeletal blonde man out of her home, and since then she knew that he was hiding in some town near Texas, a place where he wouldn't be recognized. "Are you sure?" her friend asked through the phone. He knew Star tended to act too impulsively. "Star. I want the final part of the story." Bakugo and Toshinori already gave their versions, the brat's the only one missing. She smiled to herself, even if she told him she couldn't, she was already on her way. "You're already on your way, right?" she asked playfully, knowing his habit of going first and talking later. "Star. Actually, I'm already here. I'm in the hotel, and tomorrow I'm meeting with Principal Mouse," she said, sitting on the bed, which was too soft for her liking, but it was something. "Good luck, I'll take care of everything here." With that, the call ended, and the foreign heroine looked out the window. Soon she would see the hero who caused so much intrigue. On the UA side, Nezu had everything prepared for Star and Stripe's arrival. Honestly, the rodent had expected something like this, given how the heroine idolized All Might. He hoped Toshinori himself would speak with her, but he knew that when she mentioned Bakugo, the heroine and Toshinori seemed distant. With Bakugo's revelation, he wasn't sure what would happen. He also had something interesting to offer the heroine. A battle against Midoriya. It occurred to him at the last minute as a final exam for his student, and the excitement was running high. His most powerful student and the strongest heroine. He didn't want to analyze a battle like that. It would take all the excitement out of the encounter. "Star. Principal Nezu." Just then the heroine entered with her calm demeanor. "Nezu. Star and Stripe, it's a pleasure to have you here." She smiled at the #1 who remained there in the doorway. "I suppose you read what I sent." "Star. The idea seems interesting to me, I won't deny it. I'd love to face Midoriya, if I'm honest, I want to see how powerful he is." She smiled excitedly at the thought. "Nezu. Considering you came and what the meeting with young Midoriya would cause, I hope you don't mind." The woman shook her head with a smile. "Well, wait a minute. Normally, being called to the principal's office sounds like something to fear, and this time was no different, except that the one who called him was the principal himself. Izuku was used to going to the principal's office and didn't quite know what to expect. As far as he could remember, he hadn't done anything wrong this time, and Bakugo wasn't there anymore, so he didn't really understand what was happening. Izuku. Did the principal call? Entered the place, freezing at the entrance. He recognized that long blonde hair. Nezu. Young Midoriya, it's good to have you here. She smiled at her student's surprise. I want you to meet America's #1 hero, Star and Stripe. The woman turned to look at Izuku. He was taller than she thought. Star. It's a pleasure to meet you, Izuku Midoriya. She smiled at Izuku paralyzed at the door. Izuku could finally die in peace after this very moment. There was no other way to describe his situation as damned lucky. In front of Izuku stood none other than Star and Stripe, the pinnacle of heroes in one of the most powerful countries in the world. He felt his fanaticism coursing through his body, leaving him paralyzed in front of the woman with a calm smile and an analytical gaze, not quite knowing what to say or do. Izuku. Hello, I'm Star. His nervousness returned in a minute. It was easier to see the heroine behind the screen than to have her in front of him. Star. PFFF ha ha ha. She found the boy funny and cute, admitting he had an imposing and mysterious air. You're adorable, no doubt about it. She got up from the chair and stood in front of the green-haired boy. You don't have to be tense, kid, I don't bite. Izuku. It's Star and Stripe. He continued, still in disbelief at who was standing in front of him. Nezu. Miss Star here wants to speak with you, young Midoriya. The rodent chuckled to himself, seeing his student revert to his timid first-year self. Relax, young Midoriya, you're not in any trouble. Star. Is there somewhere we can talk calmly? She said, still looking at the green-haired boy. Nezu. The meeting room is at your disposal. Star said. You're my guide, kid. She said to Izuku, who nodded. Izuku. This way. The green-haired boy walked followed by the heroine, his excitement overwhelming him, but he needed to remain calm. They walked in an odd silence. Star didn't quite know what to say, and the green-haired hero still didn't quite know what the foreigner wanted. Having her near him made him nervous and excited in equal measure. He didn't fully understand why she was there or why she wanted to talk to him, but he hoped it wasn't anything bad. Izuku. What do you need me for, Miss Star? He asked upon arriving at the place. Star. I know you were All Might student. He spoke directly to the point, not one to beat around the bush. Can I know what happened? According to a contact, you defeated All for One, not that short-tempered brat. Izuku. I don't really know, Bakugo showed up when it was all over and took all the credit. He said, now calm, glad to be out of trouble. Star. And All Might took it well. It still didn't make much sense. Just because of that he abandoned you? Izuku. I guess. The truth is, All Might barely paid any attention to me during training. He didn't really teach me much, to be honest. I learned more on my own from my other senseis than from him. He said bitterly. I guess he gave up after seeing that I couldn't control my quirk very well. Star. How much control do you have? He only talked about controlling 10%, nothing more. Izuku. For now, 96%, and soon I'll have it completely under control. The foreigner looked at the former successor in surprise before smiling. Is something wrong? Star. I'd like to see what you're capable of, Midoriya. I want to see what All Might couldn't see. She said excitedly, leaving Izuku speechless. Izuku. Does that mean you and I? He spoke, unsure whether it was from excitement or fear. Star. That's right, I want to test you by fighting me, what do you say? She smiled at Izuku's hopeful eyes. Izuku. Of course. He said, excited by the opportunity. Star said. Okay, I'll talk to the principal. You go study. She got up and left, and Izuku ran to the 3B classroom. He arrived with a smile on his face, entering and leaving Vlad King confused by his student, as were his friends, and even Eri felt confused about her father. When they wanted to find out more, Izuku just smiled without saying anything. Things got even stranger when the whole class was called to the Gamma Gym, and curiously they followed their sensei and the principal. Eri. Mom, Kinoko, who is she? She asked, pointing at Star and Stripe, who smiled at the girl. Tetsu. Star and Stripe. He shouted excitedly and soon the students wanted to approach. Star. Are you ready, Midoriya? She said, drawing the attention of her green-haired friend. Eri, Yui, Ibara. They looked at Izuku who happily advanced towards the heroine. Eri. Dad is being unfaithful. She pointed accusingly at Izuku, who felt ashamed. Setsuna. Midoriya-kun. How could you? She acted like a betrayed girlfriend, even putting on a completely sad face. Honestly. I would do the same. At Star and Stripes, I don't blame you. Izuku. What are you talking about, Tokage-san? He said, not understanding what the green-haired girl meant. Yui. Izuku, you idiot. She said with a pout. Izuku. Huh? What did I do now? The dark-haired girl just stuck her tongue out. Excuse me. Star. You certainly have some interesting classmates, Midoriya. She laughed, glancing at Class B and then at the green-haired boy. Anyway, shall we begin? Izuku. Of course. In a second he got into position to battle the Harem. Bondo. Midoriya versus number 1. He shouted in amazement. Vlad King. Principal, what the hell did you do? The rodent smiled evilly. Star. I hope you're ready for this. The heroine smiled as Izuku suddenly appeared in front of her. The air will be an unbreakable wall. Izuku's fist stopped in front of her. Izuku. New order. Smiled at the heroine before backing away. Star. It won't be that easy, kid. She smiled before going against Izuku, trying to touch even a single hair to activate her quirk. Things quickly escalated as Star grew faster, and Izuku tried to land a hit but couldn't, either because the heroine was throwing air stars to hit him or creating a wind maze that he had to break through and try to get away. He didn't want to use anything other than one for all. He wanted to see how far it could go. With each blow of air fists and stars, Izuku was slowly forced to use more and more percentage and even used the black whips to put distance between them. Star is strong and the battle was even stronger. Star. I admit, kid, you're amazing. She smiled at Izuku on a beam, staring at the heroine. The air will be a spear. She shouted, pushing back the air Izuku was holding, turning and throwing it against her. The air returned to normal without hitting her. Izuku. It was clear that wouldn't work but. He jumped, throwing up a smokescreen and entering the fog. Star. You won't escape. She approached the smoke with an idea in mind. Smoke is a cube. The smoke swirled around as if it were an invisible wall, crashing into everything it could. Izuku. Well. He can only create one thing at a time, and it lasts as long as he wants. He has speeds above the average human and greater strength. Does he use his quirk in his body? Through the smoke, he looked at the American with a smile, waiting for his enemy's move. Right now, he can't do anything. If he tries to get in, I already have the whips used as webbing, and with the danger sensor, they're sensor lassos. He can't attack much. He stopped his thoughts when he heard something. Star said. If Midoriya Izuku uses his quirk, he'll fall asleep. She spoke, touching a whip. She had no idea if it worked, but it was worth a try. Izuku. Will it work on the whips? I created them, but they're not my body. I can't afford to test it now. The smoke fell, as did the whips, and only Izuku remained, staring at his opponent. Star. Let's see how you are now without being able to use your quirk. She jumped towards Izuku with her fist ready, and the green-haired boy smiled. Izuku. Not so different. Masterfully dodged the fist, waiting for another order so he could attack with greater force. Star. You have good reflexes, but I won't change the order. He threw another punch, and Izuku evaded it with his forearm, deflecting the attack. Izuku, it's a technique miss. He smiled at the heroine, dodging a kick. I'm grateful the president taught me this. He said, jumping on the American and bumping his back. Star. The silent fist. Smiled, trying to hit Izuku with her elbows and kicks. I haven't seen anyone use it in a long time. Izuku. It was complicated to learn, but it's quite rewarding to use. Asked under the heroine's legs, who excitedly continued trying to hit the boy. Star. And tell me, were you expecting this? She grabbed the green-haired boy's hand, smiling. If Midoriya Izuku moves, he'll fall asleep. Nezu. And that's the signal for this to end. He said, leaving the students amazed by the fight. Manama. Who would have thought? Midoriya was able to hold his own against number 1. He said, extending his hand to the side. A waste. I know. But the defeated sigh, he gave Manama his money for winning the bet. Kendo. What stupid thing did you do now? She asked the two of them. Manama smiled, counting each bill. A waste. Manama bet that Midoriya could put up a fight against Star and Stripe for more than 3 minutes. I said he wouldn't last at all. He said sadly about losing money. Eerie. Dad is super amazing. She said with stars in her eyes. But that doesn't change the fact that he's being unfaithful to moms. She said, watching her father talking to Miss Star. Setsuna. Oh, honey, it's not that Midoriya-kun is unfaithful. That young lady is quite famous, and he's excited to meet her. She said to the little girl who was analyzing her dad and the woman who wanted to steal him away. Eerie. I don't know. She looked at the penguin, squeezing a little. What do you say, penguin? Nezu. Utterly incredible. Smiled inwardly and walked towards the blonde and green duo. Star, you have a future, Midoriya, she said with a smile to the boy who felt embarrassment in his body. All Might was wrong to leave you. Nezu, that's a thought we share, miss. The principal jumped onto his student's shoulder, looking at the imposing woman. Izuku. Principal. Nezu. And what do you think? He smiled at the American girl who put her hand on Izuku's head, ruffling his green hair. Star approved, he said, holding back laughter. Izuku was trying not to be bothered. Izuku. Eh? He stopped his efforts, looking at the woman and then at the principal. Nezu. Given the dates and taking advantage of Miss Fate being here, this confrontation was your final exam, young Midoriya. Izuku, like the rest of Class B, looked at the principal. Izuku. Are you telling me that? The American blonde nodded. Star. If I'm your hero to fight, the principal offered me the job of your examiner, and since I wanted to test your strength and quick thinking, I accepted. She said, surprising the green-haired boy. Izuku. And did I manage to pass? He said nervously. Star. You obviously showed a lot in a fight. I put you in a situation that would be difficult for some, and even without being able to use your quirk you kept going. Very few people do that nowadays. They concentrate too much on their quirks, losing a lot of power. Vlad King. Congratulations Midoriya. He said, snapping everyone out of their shock. Shadai. That means. Nezu. That's correct. He smiled, jumping up to look at everyone, ignoring the fact that the little girl was off to the side, probably up to some mischief. For the next 2 weeks you will be tested sporadically, so always be ready, students. He smiled, unaware that evil would soon befall him. Eerie. I've got it. She tried to catch the mouse, but it seemed to vanish into thin air. Huh. Nezu. You're getting better at stealth, young lady. He smiled at the girl who saw him on Jirota's head. That's quite soft fur, young man. I swear. Thank you, principal, I strive to make it so. He said proudly. Yui. I wonder who'll be next. She said just as her green-haired friend arrived and extended a candy. Izuku. I don't want Yui to be mad at me. He smiled at his friend who ate the candy. Yui. I'm not angry, Izuku, it was just a momentary thing. She said with a smile. They were about to leave when the gym wall exploded and a purple ball shot out and hit the other wall, followed by the girls from 3A entering with a serious expression with Momo at the head. Nezu. Miss Yaoi Rozu, can you explain what just happened? He said, in Erie's arms, who used the explosion as cover to hold the walking plushie. Erie. I finally got it. She smiled, squeezing the principal, who didn't seem to mind. Momo. Kaminari led Mineta into the dorms. She said, still holding her cane. Mineta. Ouch. The pervert got up, barely conscious. The training had definitely strengthened those girls. You didn't have to do that. Toru, you were in Yamamomo's room stealing her bras and putting her underwear in your pants. She angrily accused the pervert, who froze in place. Nezu. May I ask why you're here, young Minoru? He said calmly, feeling very comfortable in the arms of the little girl who was using him like a stuffed animal. Mineta. Well. His legs trembled like jelly, not knowing what to do. Kaminari. Wait. The blonde boy entered, tired from running after his classmates and his friend. Huh? He looked at Class B and then at the blonde beauty. Hello. With a confident smile he walked towards the American girl who was looking coldly at Mineta. Mineta. Kaminari, this isn't the time for that. He shouted to his friend, who snapped out of it. Kaminari. Oh, I'm sorry. He smiled sheepishly and looked at the principal. I can explain. Nezu. Young Kaminari, I was quite clear when I said what could happen if someone helped young Minoru enter the facility, or do you want me to remind you? He spoke seriously, and the blonde boy froze. Izuku. What happened? He whispered to Kendo beside him, who had a smile on her face. Kendo. When you were in the hospital after the war, Mineta managed to gather the girls from both classes in our bathroom, and while we were doing our own thing, he stole a lot of our clothes and even recorded things in the bathroom. Satsuna found him and almost died. He whispered to his friend, who nodded at every word. Kinoko. The principal expelled him, and the following month Kaminari invited him over, and well, he went into Mina's room where they found him in the middle of her closet, so the principal said that whoever helps him get in the future will be expelled. He said with a smile on his face. Kaminari. But principal. He said nervously, his plan gone to waste. The idea had been one of the best he'd had in the last month. To get his friend out of prison, he just had to find something to incriminate Midoriya. Mineta was there as a distraction. He was focused on his own thing. The girls were chasing him, never catching him as usual, and he was searching. What he hadn't considered was the girls' speed and the force with which they struck. Nezu. No buts. He skillfully slipped away from his captor and the penguin friend to stand in front of the blonde. I was clear about this matter. Kamakiri Denki is expelled from this moment on from the UA Academy for future heroes. The news hit him like a bucket of ice water. Kaminari. He felt a void in his stomach, ignoring the murmurs of his classmates or the stares of Class B. He only focused on one person who was playing rock, paper, scissors against Juzo. It's your fault. He went to attack Midoriya but was stopped by a very strong blow. Star. Don't even think about it. The heroine's punch left the blonde guy rooted to the ground. Mineta feared for his life. He'd been staring at the blonde for too long. Nezu. Thank you, Star, for that. The girls from Class A froze, staring at the American girl. Izuku. I won. He said excitedly. He beat Juzo, and now he owes him dinner. Juzo. Why the hell did I do that? Things were going well for Donovan. Dr. Garaki, combined with the tycoon's own research, had made rapid progress on his small experiment. The gas from that terrorist cell 2 years ago that affected the DNA of quirks was now much more manageable. The gas primarily mutated a person with a quirk, causing an extreme mutation in the affected individual. Multiple cases of people dying from their own uncontrollable power made headlines for many months, and Donovan was lucky enough to keep a small portion of it. Of course, he multiplied it and understood how it worked. What the doctor had to do was control the extreme mutated state, leaving only a kind of extreme boost for an indefinite period. In addition, he had to include something in the formula to control the mind. Of course, it didn't go very well. The first experiments with humans ended in brain explosions or literally killed the part of the brain that controls speech. It was a difficult path. Of course, thanks to Chronotoke, the failures were barely noticeable. Donovan managed to get people to be at their best, and with that, they could even experiment on babies. They tested, and today they finally had the final product. The doctor finally finished what he was asked to do. Chidis, are you ready, sir? She said nervously, worried about what her leader might do. Donovan. Well. He said neutrally. This intimidated Chidis too much. She didn't even know what her boss looked like, and she honestly didn't like that. What are you staring at? Go away. The villain walked beneath his main building, overcome with emotion, yet he had to maintain his composure. He had seen firsthand the consequences of impatience and desperation in these situations. Releasing an untested product ultimately created dangers that threatened his interests. He had witnessed this far too often. The only time he found it amusing was with Hisaki Kai. The imbecile used his beloved niece to create anti-quirk bullets to seize control of the underworld. The idiot released the product before it was finished, which contributed to his downfall. Of course, Donovan believed his niece was dead at the time. That damn Chisaki had kept her hidden. He shook his head, denying his thoughts of wanting to make Chisaki suffer for what he had done. There were things that needed his full attention. He walked through the well-lit corridors of the place towards the testing room. He never understood why Shigaraki liked everything so gloomy and dark. He entered, seeing the doctor sitting in front of the computer, murmuring to himself. His excitement for what he had achieved brought him a much greater pride than when he created Nomus. It took him years and years to achieve a good connection between multiple quirks and the human body, but this turned out to be much easier, given Donovan's pre-established mind control formula. Donovan. Doctor. The doctor jumped in place, turning to face his new boss. He could feel the excitement building within him, even though he pretended not to have it. Garaki. You were right, Donovan. She smiled, pressing a button beside her, and a hatch opened, revealing 2 adults, both sitting on the floor. The serum was as successful as we hoped. Donovan. Try it. He said, letting the helmet he was wearing light up in the eye area, a very bright lilac. Garaki. Hee. With a couple of clicks, a white noise sounded in the room where those two were who seemed to react. Look. Both adults began to sweat. One of them screamed with euphoria and madness in his eyes. Instantly the other smiled like a madman, growing in size and strength, with various bones protruding from his shoulders, elbows and face in a grotesque scene. The one who screamed stretched almost to his bones. His face became slightly disfigured, and blades came out of his fingers. They did nothing. They did not go crazy or fight. They were in complete control of their body and even chatted as if nothing was happening. Donovan. Doctor, an explanation. He spoke, tapping lightly on the glass, and the 2 creatures looked up to bow. Garaki. I made the control momentary to make it easier to use. One moment they're normal people and the next. A screen in the next room showed the monochrome bear, and both creatures stood still awaiting his order. A perfect being at his service. Donovan. Well. He felt euphoria at first, then he saw a mistake. Doctor. Garaki. Yes sir. He spoke fearfully at the villain's calm and eerie tone. Donovan. Let's test them, shall we? He said simply. There was something about this that wasn't quite right. Let them be free in the streets of Paris, understood? The doctor nodded fearfully and put those 2 back, half free from the control. Donovan. Have Chidis take them and make sure they don't see her. He said seriously and left. The problem with what the doctor had done was clear in the eyes of those 2. They were still awake somehow, they still had a glimmer in their eyes, and Donovan knew that was dangerous. Without complete control over a person, they can betray you, and he couldn't allow that. Chidis left her room calmly. Her boss had a job for her and she was going to do it. She didn't know what it was. She was only told that she had to take a package to Paris and then return. It couldn't be simpler. It took hours to travel between countries, and he arrived in the French capital around 8 p.m. His orders were to leave the package wherever he wanted and to leave immediately after dropping it off. Of course, for Chittis. Immediately meant 1 hour after arriving, as he couldn't decide where to leave the precious package, so he left it in the most famous museum in the city. He pressed the button, opening the back of the truck. Something stirred and out came both beasts with a deafening scream. Nobody understood what was happening. Suddenly, two creatures were destroying Paris. One was wrathful and strong like an angry bull, and the other cut through everything in its path like a frenzied and mad sword. The heroes rushed to the place where these two beasts, similar to Japanese nomas, were going, although the difference was clear. These beasts were more methodical and demonstrated intelligence by skillfully dodging the heroes and striking where it hurt the most. The innocent. Chittis stared at the two beings for a while, somewhat frightened. When she learned about Dr. Garaki's creations years ago, she had mixed emotions. On the one hand, war machines at the service of the Paranormal Liberation Front, and on the other, monsters whose very nature haunted her nightmares. Donovan had achieved something that even the symbol of evil had taken years to perfect. These beings were the next generation of Nomas, and she was glad to be on the side that created them. He started the truck and drove calmly through the crowd of cars, trying to leave the beast's destruction zone. He never liked the screams of panic and fear from the people, but as Donovan said, it was all for a glorious purpose. The world was in ruins, he did it. Nobody knew how it happened, a precise blow in the midst of the peace that society had. It came from who knows where, and the heroes could do nothing in the face of that threat that devastated everything. Buildings destroyed, cities razed and heroes in ruin. She was our last hope. In a desperate attempt to fix things, the hero Tur went to the villain's base, falling under the mind control of one of them, and now with that acquisition, the world soon fell before him. Izuku. It's over, there's nowhere left to hide. He said, looking at the two remaining heroines, both of whom were on the ground, too weak to continue fighting. Yui. It's true that we have no more strength. She looked coldly at the green-haired man with an arrogant smile. Ibara. But you forget that we're not the last ones. She smiled hopefully, confusing the villain. You forget the great and all-powerful Eri-chan. She shouted as the girl appeared from the side. Eri emerged from around a corner with a confident smile and a hero's cape like Lemillion's, looking at her moms and her evil dad. Eri. Everything's alright now. She declared, crossing her arms. Because I'm here to stop you, villain. Izuku. So the amazing Eri-chan has finally appeared. This time I'll beat you. He declared, pulling a weapon from his villain costume. Eri. Not if I do it first. She also pulled out a gun. The atmosphere quickly became tense. Vlad King. What the hell is going on here? The professor entered the dormitories and saw only chaos, furniture on one side and a lot of dirt on the floor and ceiling, plus green and purple paint all over the place. Awase. Sensei no. The black-haired boy jumped to stop the blow but failed to do so. Vlad King. Huh. Just as he stopped paying attention, little Eri hit him right in the face with her paint gun. Satsuna Sensei ruined the moment. The green-haired girl left the kitchen, which was supposed to be the villain's headquarters, looking at her teacher who didn't understand anything. Eri. Grandpa Vlad is a fool. Pouted at the white-haired man, who froze. Vlad King. What did you just say, brat? He looked at the girl, not believing what she said. Eri. Grandpa Vlad is a fool. She shouted at the hero, who stared at the girl in shock. Vlad King. This. Yui. Since you look like our father, Sensei, Eri-chan thought it appropriate to consider you her grandfather. She said, taking the girl in her arms and hugging her. Izuku. Besides you, Monoma is the grumpy uncle, and Awase is the cool uncle. Everyone you know in 3B is your family. He said, dropping his bad boy act and going to his little girl. Monoma. For the last time I'm not grumpy. He came out from behind the sofa in a rage. Eri. Mom Kendo, grumpy uncle is bothering me. She declared into the air, and the blonde boy froze. Kendo. Eri, stop lying. Was heard somewhere in the dormitories. Eri. Mom, Kendo is scary. She trembled in Yui's arms, who stroked her. Kendo. I hurt you. Was heard again, startling both daughter and father, who clung to Ibara, who turned red in an instant. Ibara. Midoriya-san. Izuku. The president is scary. He continued hugging the green-haired girl who felt the gazes of both Satsuna and Yui on her back. Satsuna. Relax, Midoriya-kun, she's harmless. She smiled very amicably at the duo. Izuku. Even so, it's scary. Vlad King. You're afraid of your girlfriend Midoriya some other time. There are more important things right now that need your full attention. He said seriously and everyone in the room looked at him. Get everyone ready, we have work to do. Izuku. Yes sir, he spoke seriously and looked at Monoma. Call the president and have everyone gather here. Then he turned to look at Yui. Eri-chan, can you stay with the principal for a while? Eri. Yes. She said excitedly, going with the mouse meant she had a very good puzzle to do. Classes 3A and 3B were brought together by Endeavor himself at his agency. Of course, it wasn't to the liking of some, but for the moment the current situation was much more important. Iida. What do you need us for, sir? He said seriously, ignoring the rival class for the moment. Endeavor. Dr. Kaidai Garaki has escaped from prison. The surprise was immediate for everyone. On his journey to take him to paradise he was taken out by an unknown enemy. Hawks. From what little we can know and what we've managed to discover about the most recent captures from the Liberation Front, it seems we're dealing with a new threat. He said, pressing a button, and a monochrome bear appeared on a nearby screen. Zero. A bear. We're facing a bear. Endeavor. The bear is his trademark, so to speak, and it's not as recent as people think. The screen changed, showing a city in chaos. This bear is the symbol of Kronek, a villain who has been inactive for many years. Hawks. Believed to have died long ago due to his sudden disappearance 30 years ago. The corporation under his command wreaked havoc on every major city on the planet. He was a genius in genetics and chemistry, as far as we could tell at the time. Kendo. Somewhere he's believed to be. Where did he die? Hawks. His last large-scale attack, and the one we believed he died from, was in New York, and at that time even villains joined forces with the police to stop him. The one we believed to be Kronek died at the hands of a mobster. Iida. And what does that have to do with us? He asked, not understanding what they were doing there. Endeavor. Because they are the new generation of heroes, and that puts them in Kronek's sights. He said, making some people tense. Shoto. What do you mean, old man? Hawks. Kronek has the peculiarity that he likes to transform future heroes into villains. For 10 years he managed to turn future heroes against society, and from there came villains who were extremely dangerous. Izuku. Is there a picture or something about him? He spoke with a slight feeling of knowing the guy. Endeavor. Just the helmet he was wearing, why? The fire hero didn't understand but showed the helmet, similar to the one All for One wore when All Might defeated him on Kamino. Juzo. Is something wrong, buddy? The fanged one, like almost everyone else in the room, watched as the green-haired hero analyzed the helmet. Iida. Surely he won't discover anything. Spoke with obvious reason to him. Hawks. Did you discover anything, Midoriya? He said, interested in what his friend was doing. Izuku. That helmet. He realized where he had seen it and smiled. I have that helmet. The collective reaction was immediate at the scene. The room fell silent for a moment as Izuku smiled, looking at that photo of the helmet of a villain who died 30 years ago. Of course, the surprise was too much for everyone. Hawks. Are you saying you have the helmet of one of the most dangerous villains to have ever existed on the planet? The green-haired boy nodded, still smiling. Iida. It's definitely a lie, why would a nobody like him have something so important? It's obvious he's lying. He said angrily. Izuku. Did you say something? He turned to look at the one with glasses who cursed under his breath. Momo. Not that I don't believe you, Midoriya, but do you know how absurd that sounds? She said, trying not to start an argument with her partner. Izuku. Oh, it's in the dorms. I have it stored under my bed. He said calmly, looking at Endeavor who was still in shock. Endeavor, call the principal. He declared, to which Izuku nodded. A few minutes later, in front of Izuku, was a rather large box brought by his master in charge, the only one he trusted to bring this, his most precious treasure, even more so than his red shoes. Shoto. A simple box. Now the green-haired boy has gone crazy. Old man, he's more likely to lie. Izuku. I'm telling the truth, Winter. He said with irritation in his voice. Look. He opened the box showing 2 helmets. Zero. Wait, that's All for One's helmet, why does Deku have it? He complained, to which Izuku pulled out his enemy's broken helmet. Izuku. Oh, the police chief gave it to me after I woke up in the hospital. He said it's a memento of my greatest achievement. He spoke proudly, something good had to come out of that war. Zero. Bakugo should have it. He muttered under his breath, causing Endeavor's anger. Endeavor. I dare you say that again, brat. He approached the dark-haired man with the ribbon quirk in an intimidating manner. Present here, was the one who killed All for One, not Dynamic, you hear. Shoto. Now you're the crazy one. The hero turned to face his son. The cameras captured how Bakugo delivered the final blow, while Midoriya retreated like the coward he is. Hawks. Actually, Mr. Shadow of Dad. The blonde boy went to the aid of the number 1 hero. Bakugo Katsuki incinerated a dead body, nothing more. The autopsy revealed that All for One's head was shattered by a single, precise blow from a very powerful strike, and the only one with the power to do that is the kid. He pointed at Izuku, who was wearing his helmet and playing with his friends, not caring much about the argument. Iida. They're lying. They refused to believe that the green-haired boy was the true vanquisher of evil. Hawks. Why would we do that? What for? The bi-colored one and the one with glasses lowered their gaze, analyzing the words of the number 2 hero. If you're so suspicious, you can request the autopsy report and see the truth for yourselves. He said irritably. People like that were very unpleasant. Sigh. If that's the case, why haven't you told the others about it? Kiro. Hawks. We're waiting for the boy to climb out of the pit of suffering you threw him into. Spoke resentfully to Class A. Some lowered their heads in shame, others didn't care. Endeavor. Continuing with this. Turned to look at Izuku, who was on top of Jiroda, being the king of the world. Brat, the helmet. Izuku. I'm coming. He took off that thing and went to the box, taking out a similar helmet. I used to wear it when I was a kid, Dad bought it for me at a pawn shop after a bad day. He held it out to Endeavor, who took it. It's made of steel and as you can see it's shaped like an Hercules, but it's longer and covers the neck too. Also, inside the helmet there are several disconnected connectors, and the visor is dirty and broken. Hawks. How did it end up in a pawn shop? He snatched the helmet from her hands and put it on. I can't see anything and it smells awful. Izuku. I left it in the box a while ago, and with everything that's happened these past few years, I forgot I even had it. He took the helmet, removing Hawk's head from there. What I do know is that it has no energy, and I deduce that it must have something beyond a signal that reveals where the helmet is. Momo. If that's the case, just turning on the helmet would be like turning on a lighthouse at night, and they'll come for it. He said, trying to get closer to the helmet. Kendo. If that's the case, all of this would have to be handled with care. Iida. If that's true, it's best to keep it in a safe place, and what better place than with the great agency of Hawks. Here you go, brat. He gave it to Izuku, who took it with stars in his eyes. Iida. Indignantly looked at how the number 2 trusted a boy more than his own words. He didn't deserve it. But sir. Endeavor. If we have to trust a hero who saved the world from the symbol of evil or the brat who can't stand his brother doing his job, I think I prefer the hero. He said, causing confusion in Class A. Uraraka. What do you mean, sir? Iida sweated, looking at Endeavor, pleading with him not to say anything. Izuku. When we were doing our internships in our first year, Iida went to avenge his brother by trying to kill Stain. The brunette looked at the boy with glasses, as did everyone else. Fortunately, I was nearby and went to rescue him, and since he was a very strong enemy, I asked for help through the group chat until the hero Shoto arrived. She explained, looking at what else was in the helmet. Iida. That's a lie, only Todoroki came. He excused himself nervously. Endeavor. I remember it differently. He spoke, making the bespectacled boy tense. What I remember is seeing native coming out on your back with Shoto nearby and Midoriya dragging Stain along. Don't lie so blatantly, brat. Juzo. Dude, you faced Stain and didn't tell us. What was it like? Was he strong? He was overcome with emotion, just like the rest of Class B. Izuku. It wasn't just me, Todoroki and Iida helped too, we did it together. He said with his helmet on. This stuff smells horrible. Yui. What did you expect? It's been stored away for a long time. She said as her friend took off his helmet. Izuku. I suppose you're right, Yui-san. He put the helmet back in the box next to All for Ones. Kamakiri. What other things did you do in first year, Midoriya? Now curiosity was killing him. Iida. He didn't do anything but break his bones. He chimed in, annoying everyone and being ignored by Izuku. Izuku. After what happened with Stain. He thought for a while, remembering what he had done. I went to rescue Bakugo from the villains along with others from Class A. We rescued Yuri-chan, obviously, and before the concert at the festival started, I stopped criminal gentleman and Brave from entering UA. He said with a smile. A year later, the criminal and his assistant left for good behavior, and now they have their own cafe which Izuku goes to from time to time. Kyoka. That explains why she was late that day. Setsuna said, approaching the boy with a nervous smile. Midoriya-kun, you're amazing. You deserve a good reward for being so brave. She spoke suggestively to the green-haired boy who didn't quite understand. Kendo. Setsuna, don't even think about it. She scolded her friend, who pouted. Setsuna. And I give her a real treat to enjoy. She said innocently, to which the redeed narrowed her eyes in disbelief. I'm leaving. Shouted the green-eyed woman to the man who was shocked, angry, and sad. Just for that. You're abandoning everything just for him. He shouted indignantly at his wife, who didn't even flinch. He's everything you're not, a man. She said hatefully. And you're going to leave her. She's your daughter. He desperately tried to convince the woman to stay. She's just a mistake. She said seriously, unaware that her daughter was secretly listening. Kendo. Please don't go, Mom. He ran towards the woman but never managed to catch her. Mom. Mom. Kendo woke up sweating, scared, and disoriented. She hadn't had nightmares like that in a long time. She knew why they were happening, the whole thing that was going to happen that very day. She had doubts about what was going on. The idea of Eri considering her a mother didn't sit well with her. She obviously loved the girl. She was so sweet and funny that it was impossible not to love her. The problem was that she wanted everyone in 3B to be her mother, since she didn't quite like Kendo. Mainly due to the fear of becoming a mother, her grandfather often spoke to her about what that woman was like and how similar they were, Itsuka being the complete image of her, an almost identical copy if it weren't for her orange hair. She detested her mother with all her being and hated herself for resembling that woman so much. That woman had a point. She abandoned her husband, father, and daughter just for a romance with a guy she worked with who, to top it all off, was younger than her. She was afraid of becoming like her and, at some point, abandoning everything for a stupid affair. She didn't want to hurt Eri like that, much less her green-haired friend. He had already suffered enough without Kendo coming along and breaking him completely. That's why she argued with Eri a lot. She wanted her to consider her an older sister and not a mother. No matter how much she told her, in the end the girl was stubborn and kept calling her mother, so she let her be despite the fear she felt about it. She had problems with this family outing. She was afraid of what might happen and afraid of being as bad a mother as her own mother, and no matter how much the girl says otherwise, she considers herself a bad mother. Eri. Mom. The little girl woke up next to her. She didn't even remember that yesterday the girl had stayed overnight with her. Kendo. I'm sorry Eri-chan, I woke you up. She said with a fake smile to calm the girl. Eri. Mom, I love you so much. The little girl approached the redeed, hugging her mother's arm. Kendo. Me too, Eri-chan. He murmured, stroking the girl's white hair. Thus the day began at UA. Izuku got to work after having breakfast and leaving breakfast for both his president and his daughter. He had to put an attachment on to be able to carry Eri on the motorcycle, and he was determined to put it on. Kendo. Here you were. The orange-haired girl arrived next to the green-haired boy who was busy. Izuku. Is something wrong, President? Izuku spoke without looking at her. Kendo. She hesitated, unsure whether to tell Izuku. She wanted to go out, but she didn't want to. I feel a little sick and well. She didn't finish because Izuku approached the redeed, observing whether she was truly ill. I think it would be best not to go. Izuku. He cupped Kendo's cheeks, looking directly into her eyes. President, don't lie. Is there a reason why you don't want to go? He asked seriously to his friend, who was trying to look away. Kendo. I really feel bad, Midoriya-san. He lied again, failing to convince Izuku. Izuku. If she really feels sick, she'd go straight to the infirmary, making sure to leave things ready in case she's truly ill. She wouldn't come to me to tell me this. He spoke to the orange-haired girl, who lowered her gaze as much as she could. Did Midoriya always have that pattern on his cheeks? What's going on, Kendo-san? Kendo. With no way out, she looked directly into Izuku's eyes, that look of hope and calm that hadn't left after that day at the beach. It was just a silly thing to do. Izuku. I don't consider it silly if it bothers my friend. He said, caressing Kendo's cheeks, maybe that will calm her down. Kendo. I'm really sick. She lied again, stressing the green-haired boy out a little. Izuku. Well. He let go of the orange-haired girl who sighed in relief. Kendo. What are you doing? She approached to look at Izuku, noticing that he was removing the attachment. Izuku. I'm postponing the trip. Eri-chan wants the three of us to go, and since the president isn't feeling well, no one is going. He said without looking at her, angry with her. Kendo. Of course not. Eri-chan has been waiting for this for a long time, you can't do this, Midoriya. She scolded Izuku and fought to put that accessory back on. You'll both go and that's it. Izuku. Of course not, Eri-chan wants you to go and I'm not going without you. He said, struggling to get it off him. Kendo. You're going. They continued fighting until he simply got out of his place. Why so much insistence that I go? He shouted at the green-haired boy who remained firm. Izuku. Because both Eri-chan and I want you to go. He spoke calmly. The last thing he wanted was to argue with the orange-haired girl. And if you don't want to go today, that's fine, we can reschedule for another day. Kendo. You know Eri-chan has been waiting for this for a long time, Midoriya, don't take it away from her. He scolded him again. Izuku. You're the one who takes it away from Kendo-san, you're the one who lies to avoid going. He retorted, leaving the orange-haired girl paralyzed. Now can I know why? Kendo. I'm scared. He murmured very softly. Izuku clearly understood, but had to admit it out loud. Izuku. Excuse me? I can't hear you. He said with his arms crossed, looking at the orange-haired girl. Kendo. I'm scared, okay? She admitted in a trembling voice. I'm scared of being a mother, Midoriya-san. She let out a tear in front of Izuku who didn't move. Will I be able to raise Yuri-chan? I'm not as kind as Abara or as good as Yui, even Satsuna seems more like a mother than me. I don't want to disappoint her, but I'm not good. She shouted at the green-haired boy who was still there listening to the orange-haired girl. Izuku. Can I tell you something? He began gently, approaching the orange-haired girl. I'm scared too. The orange-haired girl raised her gaze, meeting his. I'm scared I'm not good enough to be a father. I mean, look at me, I'm mentally unstable, I have depression and a drinking problem. He laughed humorlessly, sitting down on the floor. I really doubt I'm a suitable father to Yuri-chan. I doubt myself with every step I take, and I'm afraid she'll see me do something wrong and copy it. Kendo. But you're a good father, you take good care of Yuri-chan, you teach her everything you can, and you even read her stories with Ryuko. She retorted, sitting down next to him. You're solving most of your problems, and you still find time for Yuri-chan and spend so much time with everyone. Izuku. And yet I'm still scared, just like you, Kendo-san. The orange-haired girl looked at Izuku, laughing humorlessly. It wasn't the same. You're a great person. You guide Yuri-chan, you take care of her, and you teach her right from wrong according to moral codes, making it clear that she has the final say. The orange-haired girl wanted to refute something, but Izuku spoke first. Before you say you're her older sister, you act like a mother. You're just like my mom when I was little, protecting her son. Kendo. It's different. He spoke softly. We're different, Midoriya-san. Izuku. You're right, and do you know what our difference is? Izuku spoke with a smile. I faced that fear, and before taking Eri to Mirio and forcing him to take responsibility, I prefer to take it myself. Because I know that makes Yuri-chan smile. Izuku stood up, extending a hand to his friend. Come on, let's face our fear together, Itsuka. He said with a smile. Kendo. You really have too many gifts. The orange-haired girl stood up and hugged Izuku, who returned the hug. Thank you, Izuku. She murmured in Izuku's ear, getting more comfortable. He smells really good. Izuku. I'll always be here for you. He murmured into the hug. It's warm. In the distance, both Eri and Satsuna watched this with a smile. Operation Mommy was taking another step forward. They will suffer the wrath of the devastating one. Roared the beast, glaring at the heroes. No one will suffer. You will be arrested here. The hero shouted at the giant villain he was facing. Eri. It doesn't seem real. She squinted, looking at the giant screen. Kendo. Because it isn't, Eri-chan. He murmured to the side of the girl. It's special effects to make it look real. He said, looking to his side. Izuku seemed mesmerized by the superhero movie. Hee. Eri. Papa likes it. She murmured happily. Her father was back to his old self. Kendo. And a lot of it. They both laughed and went back to watching that bad superhero movie. That was their third stop on this family day out. Eri had everything coldly calculated, and they had already accomplished 2 of the things on their list. They went to the park and played together, then went to an arcade where she won a plushie for her mom, Kendo, according to her dad, the best plushie he could get for her. And now they were here after a bad superhero movie. Kendo. Did you like it? She said, smiling to Izuku, who was drinking a smoothie next to Eri. Izuku. MMM. He replied, drinking his smoothie. Kendo. Drink first, then talk. He said with a smile. The day was good if he ignored certain things. Hey handsome. And there was his annoyance of the day. Everywhere Izuku went was the perfect target for many girls. Some even had the nerve to flirt with their boyfriends right in front of him. Kendo. Let's go. She took Izuku's hand, who, not understanding much, led her. The president looked angry and didn't want to argue right now. Eri. Mom. The little girl spoke, taking the Redeed's other hand. Where are we going now? Kendo. Don't you have a place to take us? The albino thought about it very seriously, making faces that Kendo found endearing. Izuku. We'd better eat something. He said, throwing away the container he drank from. It's past noon and we haven't had lunch, and Eri-chan, the candy from the movie theater doesn't count as lunch. The girl pouted angrily. Kendo. There's a restaurant nearby I know if you'd like to go. He said, to which both father and daughter nodded excitedly. Okay, follow me, good people. Eri. Well. She extended her arms to her father, who chuckled and took her in his arms, placing her on his shoulders. I am the queen of the world. Izuku. Let's go. He took Kendo's hand, who smiled with a slight blush. Go ahead, lead the way. The journey was slow, both teenagers enjoying the small chat on the way there. The moment belonged to the 3 of them, and no one else mattered. No one's stares mattered, those who devoured Kendo with their eyes, or those girls who undressed Izuku with their gaze. Nothing mattered more than their bad jokes, and the pleasant company of the other. The problems vanished in a moment. Kendo. Here it is. He pointed to a simple restaurant with a red facade. Inside there were hardly any people, and at the counter was a lady with a kind look directed at Kendo. I always came here to relax and eat when I finished my training or after school. Eerie. It's beautiful. She declared, entering the restaurant with her parents following her. Welcome. The woman exclaimed, surprised to see little Itsuka there. With a girl and a boy. Itsuka-chan. Kendo. Hi, girl. He smiled at the woman as he approached with his green-haired friend nearby and the little girl. How are you? Is everything alright here? Everything's perfect, Itsuka-chan. I see you've been doing very well at UA. He said teasingly, to which the orange-haired girl smiled. Kendo. I do what I can to improve. He said, under the gaze of both companions. I'm glad to hear that. She said, glancing at the green-haired boy who sensed imminent danger. By the way, Yudo's around here if you're interested. She playfully nudged the girl with her elbow, making her cheeks burn. Eerie. Yudo. She looked at her mother, frightened. Mom, who is it? Mom. She exclaimed, staring in shock at the redhead who seemed not to care that she was there. Kendo. She's Nina and she's a friend, she always treated me like a daughter despite everything. She said affectionately. When her own mother abandoned her, she took refuge in her studies. She was passing by the place one rainy afternoon, and they invited her in. Since then, they've treated her like family. Nina, we'd like to ask for a table for 3. Right away, Itsuka-chan. She said with a smile. Go ahead and go to an empty one, and they'll come and take your order. She spoke calmly, trying not to let her nervousness show. Izuku. Something's up. He narrowed his eyes, following the orange-haired girl and her daughter. Kendo. Don't overthink it, she was just surprised that Iri-chan called her mom, that's all. She smiled, sitting down next to the little girl who made her dad sit with the orange-haired girl. She was always very protective of me, you know. Izuku. It's something more, I can feel it. Looked at the woman chatting with a young man, probably her son. What are we going to order? Kendo. You can order whatever you want, there are many interesting dishes like the curry of life or the ramen which is also delicious. He recommended to Izuku whose mouth watered. What do you want, Iri-chan? Iri. I want ramen. She declared happily to her mother. Kendo. Okay, I'll have curry. He extended the menu to the green-haired man who took it, unsure what to order. Let me guess. Katsudon. Izuku. You can't blame me. I need to know how excellent the katsudon is here. He spoke like a food critic, which he wasn't. Kendo. Well. He raised his gaze, searching for the woman. So it's true, you're back, Itsuka. A very handsome guy appeared with a notebook in his hand, smiling at the orange-haired girl who felt nervous for a moment. Kendo. Yudo-kun. He blurted out in surprise. Izuku looked at the guy before the woman at the counter with a hopeful smile. I didn't expect to see you here, he said with a silly grin. Iri. Mom, who is he? She pointed at the guy and the girl froze. I won't let mama get away from papa. I wasn't lying, you do have a daughter and she's very sweet. She said, smiling at the little girl who stuck out her tongue indignantly. And the one you have with you? She asked, now speaking aggressively. Kendo. He is. Before saying anything, Izuku stood up with a calm smile. Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. Extended his hand to the guy who looked him up and down. Is something wrong? Nothing, my tortilla. He mocked the name and grabbed Izuku's hand with some force to make him twist it. Gah. He complained. Izuku. Is something wrong? He said, still smiling. Things had turned out the other way around, and it was the guy whose hand was being broken. And nothing. She smiled, releasing the grip and looking at Kendo. What are you going to ask for, beauty? Kendo. Well. Blushing slightly at the compliment, she began to speak. For the girl it'll be ramen, for Izuku katsudon, and for me, bring me curry of life. She said, and the guy wrote it down in his notebook. In a moment. He left, exchanging glances with Izuku who downplayed it. Kendo. Something's going on between you two, isn't it? He asked his friend who sighed as he sat down with a redeed. Izuku. I sense that desire he has for you and I honestly hate it. He replied truthfully. Kendo. That stupid. Disgusting wish. The colors returned to his face, making the green-haired boy a little angry. Izuku. If I wish, he loves you, and not in a good way, if you know what I mean. He spoke so that Iri wouldn't understand anything. Kendo. Please Izuku, I've known Yudo-kun almost my whole life, I know nothing's wrong. She said with a smile to Izuku who felt a strange pain in his chest. Here are your orders. She said with a smile to the redeed. Ramen for the princess. She placed a plate in front of the girl, trying to curry favor with her. Curry for the queen. She made Kendo blush again. And katsudon for the jester. She set the plate down listlessly, some food spilling out. Oh, sorry. Izuku. It's just me, right? He glared angrily at the orange-haired girl who lowered her gaze. This was going to be a long haul. Nana watched the scene from afar with some hope. She is Yudo's mother and knows how much Itsuka loves him. She couldn't help it, they are soulmates, according to her words. Itsuka and Yudo have been friends since elementary school and were always together until Kendo decided to enter UA and rarely returned to the shop. He understood why. Being a hero consumed a lot of his time and deep down he wished he didn't. He worried that something bad might happen to him on a mission or patrol. He considered her like a daughter and was obviously afraid of losing her. She always tried to bring Yudo closer to Itsuka. They both had that romantic atmosphere and she always encouraged him to be with her. Her son is stubborn about that issue and also proud, so he won't admit that he likes her. This changed when he saw this year's festival. Seeing Itsuka so close to the green-haired boy brought a wave of immense jealousy to his face. That mutant broccoli had touched her too much during their fight and he couldn't stand it. He'd been steaming from his nose for days because of it and called Izuku a coward for such an unfair tactic. He'd smash his face in the moment he saw him. The same Izuku who made mincemeat of his most beloved hero, Dynamith. That's when he got the jitters and decided to let it go for the moment. His son's foolishness knew no bounds. The day I didn't expect to see Itsuka, much less accompanied by that green-haired guy and a little girl who called her mom. Of course, Itsuka was with Izuku and she didn't like that. Itsuka should be with Yudo, not with that boy. They could adopt the girl and then be happy. Kendo. Yudo-kun, I truly understand that we haven't seen each other in a while, and I really appreciate your company, but… She stood up from her chair and went to Izuku's side. Could you let us eat? There are people who haven't received their orders yet. Excuse me, beautiful, my mistake. I'll leave you here. The guy left with a hint of anger. Itsuka never refused his company and always blushed deeply, murmuring at every flirtatious remark he made. So far, this hadn't worked very well. It only made her blush. Kendo. Sorry about that, Izuku, I'm usually very cheerful and flirtatious. He apologized, enjoying his food. This is delicious. Eerie. Mom Kendo, this tastes delicious. But don't you ever fool Dad again. She scolded the retard who choked on her food. Izuku. Itsuka. Izuku helped her swallow the food and the orange-haired girl smiled again. Try to eat more slowly. Kendo. Thank you Izuku. She drank from the glass of water and looked at Izuku who was barely touching his food. How is it? Izuku. It tastes horrible. He confessed, without any appetite. Kendo. If I remember correctly, it's the best katsudon in this part of town. Let me try it. Izuku took some food and extended it to the retard. He tasted it before spitting it to the side. It tastes disgusting. Izuku said sarcastically. How lucky I am. Which made the orange-haired girl feel bad. Kendo. Come here Izuku, I'll share some of my curry with you. The orange-haired girl smiled and gave him the spoon. Izuku. Thank you. And so they both ate from the same plate, much to the annoyance of Yudo, who watched the scene from the corner. The plan backfired. The idea was for Izuku to say that, then Kendo would blame him, creating a fight where Izuku would leave, and then he could go and comfort her however he wanted. Simple as that. He hadn't counted on Itsuka being more rational than himself. Don't give up, Yudo-chan. His mother encouraged him, and with renewed energy, the boy went to the table. Izuku. So Yudo fell and slid down the hallway. He laughed again at the orange-haired girl's stories. Kendo. Yes, and the worst part is that she acted like nothing happened and then crashed into the door. She finished recounting, causing laughter from father and daughter. Hey, you promised not to tell. The guy complained as he approached them. Kendo. I didn't promise that, I said I wouldn't tell anyone. I think Izuku and Yuri-chan aren't her. She mocked, to which the guy sighed. So. What would you like for dessert? She said with a smile to Kendo, who was busy cleaning Yuri's face. Kendo. An ice cream for Yuri-chan and one for me too, what do you want Izuku? He looked at Izuku who was debating with himself. Izuku. Considering how the katsudon was and your friend hates me, I don't want anything. The guy was offended by that and waited for Kendo to react to it. Kendo. That actually makes sense, that katsudon tasted awful. Tell your father he needs to improve his customer service and attention to detail. He said, finishing cleaning Yuri's face, who hugged him. Yuri. Thank you mama. She kissed the orange-haired girl's cheek, who stroked her cheek. You've changed, Kendo. He said softly, not loud enough for others to hear. Kendo. Obviously I've changed, Yudo-kun. I'm at the best academy in the country, I'm a really good hero, and from what I've heard, a candidate for the big three. I have great friends to lean on, and… She looked at both Iri and Izuku, who smiled at her. A family I love very much. She pulled both Izuku and the little girl into her arms, making the guy jealous. I still think it's better that you're not a hero. she said truthfully. She was terrified that you would do something so dangerous. Kendo. I already discussed this with you, it's my dream to save people, and you won't change my mind. She declared, releasing both of them who could only watch the scene. And if I ask you, who would you choose? Me or to be a hero? He played his last card in this. Kendo. What do you mean? She looked nervously at the guy with a confident smile. Itsuka, I'm asking you here in front of everyone, even this green idiot. A gratuitous insult to Izuku who didn't see it coming. Be my wife. Forget all this hero stuff, you'll only end up hurt. Come to me, Itsuka. I always knew you liked me. Eerie. Hey, she. She didn't finish speaking because her father pointed at the redeed. Kendo thought for a moment the guy she liked in the past was proposing what she had wanted for a long time and all she had to do was abandon her dream. Tell me, Udo. She didn't like the cold tone he used at all. Yes, darling. She spoke sweetly and fearfully, knowing he would choose her. Kendo. What do you think of me? The guy didn't quite understand. Izuku asked. Why this, you idiot? You're asking him to abandon his effort and dedication for you. He said irritably. So what? Will you convince her otherwise? Just like you convinced everyone else that Dynamite Sama is a villain. He yelled at Izuku, who shrugged. Izuku. She's the one who decides, and whatever she decides, I'll support her no matter what, because that's what people who truly care about you do. The orange-haired girl listened intently. They care about you and, above all, they let you pursue your dreams. I'll support Itsuka in whatever she sets her mind to, whether she wants to be a hero, a police officer, or a baker, I'll be there for her. Kendo. Izuku. She smiled at Izuku's thought. I'm not going to be your wife, Udo. She said, surprising the guy. Huh. Nana and Udo said at the same time. Kendo. I liked you. You always faced everything head-on, even when you were scared. I respected that. Your silly way of being was endearing, but… She stood up and took Eri in her arms, who was smiling broadly. This is what I want and what I am, a heroine. If you don't like it, that's not my problem. She extended her hand to the green-haired boy, who accepted it. Besides, if you think Izuku was wrong to reveal the truth, it makes me realize why you like me. She smiled sadly at the surprised boy. I'll just be your trophy, right? No, thank you. I want to be free. And so the three of them left, leaving a paralyzed Udo behind. His friend had certainly changed, and his mother couldn't believe what was happening. Her little girl had grown so much in every way. She sighed with satisfaction in the darkness of the night. Only the natural light of the moon accompanied them. She didn't know what had happened and didn't care given the circumstances. Izuku. Ibara. He whispered passionately in her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Ibara. Izuku. She slowly approached those lips she so longed to taste. She was going to give in to her inner lust and carnal desire. She could perfectly feel the heat in her mouth, so pleasant to be there being dominated by the green-haired boy. Ibara. Eh? She woke up sweating and with a slight blush on her cheeks. I can't believe I dreamt about that. She murmured, embarrassed by herself. The green-haired girl got out of bed to get her glass of water, which she had previously placed there in case she woke up during the night. She wouldn't tell anyone in the world, but lately she had this passion and desire for Midoriya. These fiery dreams were a nightly occurrence, dreaming of Izuku and herself in steamy situations. The first time it happened, she dreamed of Izuku cornering her somewhere on the UA campus, declaring his unconditional love for her, and before she could say anything, kissing her with a desire she never expected from him. She let herself go, and just as he was about to take off his shirt, she woke up red and embarrassed. She imagined various situations with Izuku, sometimes very tender like their wedding night, or in a cabin in the middle of the woods where they could both enjoy themselves. Other times what they did was very perverted. She imagined him being dominant with her, putting her against the wall, almost raping her amidst minimal murmurs that this was what he felt for her, an unbridled love. The culprit was obviously Setsuna, her classmate. After the day she told her about what happened with Midoriya, she kept reminding her of it and putting very obscene scenes in her head, as well as inciting her to look at certain things so that she would always dream about her green-haired prince. At least I didn't have to babysit Eri-chan tonight. Ibara muttered again after drinking her water. Silly Setsuna. And silly, sexy Midoriya. Her face was red, and she didn't even realize her hair had completely covered her in a cocoon of thorns. Her embarrassment was overwhelming, especially knowing that Eri wanted her in some kind of harem. The girl obviously didn't know what she was doing. Getting a harem for Izuku. And she didn't quite know what to think about it. She continued like this until the sun appeared in her window, barely noticing that she had to go study. Izuku. Shiozaki-san. Came a voice through the door, making the girl nervous. You haven't come down to eat and you're worrying the president. Are you alright? The green-haired girl inside tried her best to look presentable, but the embarrassment returned. Ibara. Don't worry, darling, I'm just… She blushed at saying that and started to stammer. I mean, Midoriya-san, I'm totally fine, I just didn't sleep well and ended up waking up recently haha. He didn't hear anything and of course her blush didn't go away. Izuku. I understand, Shiozaki-san. I'll tell the president. You just go at your own pace. But that said, he left, blushing slightly at what he'd heard. He couldn't deny that he liked it. It took Ibara another 50 minutes to get ready, a bath to calm her nerves, put on her uniform, and leave behind those unhealthy thoughts that were hammering in her head. She strongly refused to do so. She felt it was very impolite and quite perverted to think of her friend like that. She felt dirty and bad about it. Setsuna. Ibara. The green-haired girl caught her friend in the hallway with a bear hug. What happened this morning? Why didn't you show up? Don't you like it when I cook? She spoke with feigned sadness to her friend who was still lost in her own world. Are you okay? You seem distracted. Ibara. Very well. She said with a slight blush, making her friend doubt herself. Setsuna. Are you sure? She pressed her friend a little harder, who looked at her. You're red. The metaphorical light bulb went off and she looked mockingly at her friend. Could it be that you're thinking about some unholy things? Ibara. Setsuna. She cried, embarrassed by her friend, who started laughing at her. It's not funny. You infected me with that perversion, and now I can't even see Midoriya-san without thinking about something so. She blushed again just thinking about it. Setsuna. Oh, relax Ibara, it's okay, no one can accuse you of liking that broccoli, and since we're just between us. With a smile she leaned closer to whisper in her ear. I think most of us do it, Ibara. She separated from her friend who was smiling without malice. Most of them. Setsuna. Let's be honest, Ibara, we're closer to Midoriya-kun than the boys. Yui spends all her time with him, as does Ryuko. He and Kendo are dating, and Iri-chan declared that we'll be his mothers. Of course, it's normal to fantasize about it all the time. No one can blame you. Ibara. But it's… She blushed again at the thought of such a relationship with her classmates and friends. Setsuna. Doesn't your religion allow it? She asked, to which the plant-haired girl replied silently. It's something more, isn't it? It's not right for a man to have many women, Setsuna, it's immoral. She said with a bitter taste in her mouth. Besides, Dad certainly wouldn't like it. She murmured to herself, knowing what her father would do if he found out. Setsuna. I think you're overthinking things, Ibara. What does popular opinion matter if you're happy? What does it matter what your parents say? If you're happy with Midoriya-kun, they can't argue with you. She said, walking beside her friend. Ibara. Setsuna. She sighed, not wanting to continue arguing with her friend. Setsuna. You know I'm right, don't keep thinking about your parents. Tell me, are you really willing to watch the boy you like drift away from you, to see your happiness leave when you could have been with him? The plant-haired girl remained there. Ibara. What are you planning? She accused her friend, who patted her on the head. Setsuna. Helping Iri-chan with her happy family plan, I'm going with our friends, and if they want, they can join. Whatever it is I'm doing. If you don't want to, that's fine, I'm not going to force you into anything. She smiled at her friend and continued walking. The truth is, I like Izuku, and I know our friends do too. I don't want to fight a battle when there's another way for us all to be happy together. Ibara. Do you think Midoriya-san likes what you're doing? She refuted his thought. Setsuna. I don't know, I hope so, and if it turns out he really doesn't like the idea, I'll step back and let him make the right decision. She bit her lip, trying to hold back the sadness within her. I'll be his friend and support whoever is with Izuku. Ibara. Are you willing to put aside your love just to see him happy? She said, shocked by her friend. Setsuna. Obviously, because I know Izuku likes us that way too, and I know none of us would play with his heart. If Izuku is happy with Kendo or Yui, I'm happy for him. She smiled sadly at her friend. Even if he chooses you, I'm happy for both of you. The silver-haired girl looked at her in surprise. He gets a very cute and loving girl, and you get a very sweet and good boy. Ibara. Setsuna. The girl approached to hug her friend who remained still. Midoriya-san also has a good reason for choosing you, you are fun, funny and a good woman Setsuna. Setsuna. I don't want him to choose one of us, I want him to love us all. She spoke in the hug, making Ibara tense again. Ibara, please, I know you wouldn't want to be left out of this happiness. Ibara. But. Her friend looked at her with a small smile. Setsuna. Does it really matter what people say? What they think of you? The plant-haired girl shook her head. Then what? Ibara. Only if you promise not to take it before the wedding night. She said to her friend, who squeezed her into a hug. Setsuna. I can promise you, but whether Yui, Ryuko, or Pony take it first is another story. She said with a smile to her friend, who sighed. This was going to be difficult. The harem is approaching. Shoto woke up after the worst night in the last year, sighed heavily, looking at his clock, indicating that it would ring in an hour. With so many things that had happened, he barely had time to sleep, and yet he was waking up early, ironic in his opinion. He lay back down in his seat again, staring at the ceiling as if it were the most interesting thing on his mind at that moment. Things had been going badly since the sports festival. His actions against the president of Class B had made his father even stricter than he already was, and then something unexpected happened. He ended up being punished for his behavior. No going out with friends or training for a month, and of course, his anger was unbearable. He spent the entire week of his internship unable to communicate with Class A, and when he returned, he discovered what happened with Bakugo. He was shocked by it and a little confused by what was going on. He didn't even know who to trust anymore. With nothing else to do and seeing that he wouldn't be able to sleep again, he left his room and headed outside the dorms. He would kill time by observing what a typical day at UA was like before classes started. He walked aimlessly, and curiously, his feet led him to an open area among the trees. He didn't understand why, but he kept going, finding something he never expected to see. Hiroshima. Ga. The Redeed fell to the ground completely exhausted. That last blow really hurt. Izuku. You still tend to use your right hand more in a movement that requires both hands, Kirishima. You have a slight miscalculation. He said in front of the impenetrable wall of Class A. Kirishima. Understood, Midoriya-sensei. He said encouragingly to his teacher, who tensed up. Izuku. I already told you not to call me that. I don't deserve to be anyone's teacher, not yet. He said seriously to the Redeed, who scratched the back of his neck with a smile. Now. He looked towards where the bi-colored boy was, still with his serious expression. Can Todoroki Shoto go out to play? Kirishima. Huh. He looked at the trees without seeing anyone. I think you're mistaken, sensei. Todoroki, aren't you? The bi-colored boy emerged from the undergrowth with his cold and calm expression. Huh. How did you do it? Shoto. I didn't mean to interrupt. He said calmly to Izuku, who nodded. Izuku. You don't interrupt much, actually. He looked at the watch he'd brought, realizing how late it was. We were just about to finish. Shoto. What are you two doing here? He asked curiously about the two boys present. Kirishima. I recently asked Midoriya to train me to surpass my limits, and he agreed. However, with Midoriya's schedule, it's difficult to find a time for training, so we thought it would be best to do it before the start of the day. He said, getting up with pain in his chest. My ribs hurt. Izuku. You get hit worse when you're serving Fatgum, that hit was nothing. He said, looking at the Redeed, who stood up and bowed to Izuku. Kirishima. Thanks for training me. With that, the Redeed left, leaving the two former friends face to face. Izuku. I'm leaving. Without saying anything else, he continued on his way near the bi-colored boy, who remained still for a moment. Shoto. Wait. She spoke without looking at him, stopping Izuku in his tracks. My father asked me to give you something. Izuku. And is it? Shoto. There's a special party with the top 10 and their main investors. He asked me to give you an invitation. The bi-colored boy turned to look at the green-haired boy, who thought about it. I don't know why he wants you there, but you're invited. Izuku. Thanks, I guess. They fell into an awkward silence. The green-haired boy felt uncomfortable around the bi-colored one. After helping him and becoming friends by rescuing an idiot, the fact that he suddenly left and forgot about him had resulted in discomfort. Shoto. I'm an idiot, aren't I? He said, not quite understanding the atmosphere. I wanted what I always dreamed of. My father became a good person. I was able to get close to my mother, and I love her more than you can imagine. My sister got what she wanted, and we're a family. Even with all that, I ended up being greedy and wanted more affection and more people. As my father invited me to events, and I met people I forgot who helped me get to that point, I lost my way. He looked at the sky. Rays of sunlight were beginning to appear. Izuku. What are you getting at? He asked, not understanding what the bi-colored boy meant. Shoto. We all ignored you. Your Raka got a job, and because she spent so much time with Iida, she ended up forgetting you. Bakugo was praised for something he didn't do, something I even believed was true. We all ended up distancing ourselves from you simply because we wanted more fame, to be seen, to have so many people around us who probably weren't worth it. He lowered his gaze, clenching his fists. You know, I became so arrogant that my father took everything from me. Video games, money, going out. He took everything I had, and it was what I needed. I realized how stupid I was acting, and yet I still had the audacity to doubt the only person who literally went into the fire to make me understand that it was wrong to hate my father. Izuku. My question remains, what are you trying to get at, Todoroki? His patience was wearing thin with all this. Shoto. I'm sorry. Izuku was shocked by this. He hadn't expected this today. I treated you like trash. I followed the wrong person and even questioned your judgment and will based on what I heard from others. I was so focused on what I wanted that I forgot what I had. I had a great friend who would throw himself on a grenade if it meant saving someone who insulted him. You didn't deserve that treatment and I was foolish not to realize it. Izuku. Wow. He thought for a moment, unsure what to say. I suppose you had your own issues too, just like everyone else. Even so, it hurt to see you go so far away, Todoroki. He approached and punched the bi-colored boy in the stomach. Consider yourself forgiven now. With a smile, he began to leave. Oh, and Todoroki. He thought for a moment and smiled. I accept that invitation. Tell Endeavor it's an honor to attend such an event. On the other side of the world, Donovan smiled as his assistant straightened his tie. He had to attend a certain event and from what he'd heard, the person he needed most would be there. His excitement was starting to surface, but he needed to remain calm and make a good impression on this man. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Or so his father used to say. His plan was working perfectly and fortunately, they hadn't detected Chittis when she left those beasts in Paris. He found it amusing that they were called Nomus when they literally only had one power and it was the one they were born with. Idiots. It's ready, sir. His assistant said in a somewhat robotic voice, devoid of any emotion. Donovan. Thank you, never in all my years of life have I known how to properly tie a tie. He approached his assistant, caressing his cheek. Go get checked out, your parameters are off and you seem more machine than human. I apologize for that, sir. He replied again emotionlessly. Donovan. Go ahead and then to the airport. We have a long trip ahead of us and I'm excited to meet the hero Tur. He turned and walked calmly to the door. There was no need to rush. I wonder how far you've come, Midoriya. Izuku sighed in his room. The nerves he felt about what would happen tonight were no joke. He agreed to go to the party Shoto mentioned and of course, he had to bring a date. He didn't expect his friends to make such a fuss about him being his date. They arrived at a competition to see who would go and of course, to top it all off, their own daughter would be the judge of that event. What would they do? Play games on one of the games that Setsuna had under the watchful eye of Eri, who was making sure no one cheated. Izuku didn't say anything because Kamakiri kidnapped him to go get a suit for the occasion. The green-skinned one was also involved in this. He spent the whole afternoon with Kamakiri, Tetsutetsu and Monoma looking for the suit. He didn't understand what they were talking about and when he asked, they didn't tell him anything. He ended up leaving a store almost at night with the suit. Not even his mother took that long to shop. Upon arriving, she saw Setsuna's victory over Yui, who wasn't very happy about it and protested that, as Izuku's best friend, she had the absolute right to go with him. Of course, the judge didn't agree. It was a fair competition and there was still time to turn things around. Izuku. Not too bad. Adjusted his tie one last time and looked in the mirror. Not bad at all. The suit was black with a dark green vest and underneath, the whitest shirt Monoma could find, his trousers perfectly tailored, and the shoes. He felt uncomfortable wearing them and as much as he wanted to wear his own, Pony gave him that puppy dog face, so he dismissed the idea immediately. Well. Time to work. He left his room, running into Monoma and Kamakiri. Monoma. Our boy has grown up. Cried his eyes out, looking at the elegant Izuku. Kamakiri. You're a source of pride, Midoriya. He gave his approval to the green-haired boy who sighed at his friend's nonsense. Izuku. And have they already decided who's going? They both looked at each other before grabbing Izuku and dragging him to the living room. Monoma. You have to wait here while I alert the girls. The blonde boy left in the opposite direction from where he came. Minutes passed and Monoma returned with a smile, only Eri following him. He stated that his partner was still not ready and Izuku was also somewhat nervous about all of this. As time passed, Setsuna came down wearing a pretty green dress, with her perfect smile and her hair beautifully loose. She approached Izuku, who felt nervous seeing her like this. Izuku. I suppose you're my companion, Tokage-sa. The green-haired girl silenced him with her finger. Setsuna. 2 things, Midoriya-kun. 1, call me by my name. It sounds sexier coming from your lips. She said flirtatiously, making Izuku shudder. And 2. She moved dangerously close to his ear. Izuku could feel her calm breathing perfectly. I'm not your date tonight, Izuku-kun. She kissed him on the cheek and left with a giggle. Izuku. Huh. He felt a burning sensation in his cheeks, barely registering what his friend said. What do you mean by saying you're not? Setsuna. Well, funny story, it turns out that a certain girl. She shouted, making both Izuku and his mysterious date shudder. Is way better at video games than me, and I didn't even know it. We won't be going on a date today, but I'd be happy to go out with her anytime you want. She gave an innocent smile to Izuku who nodded. Okay. Kendo, bring her here. Kendo. No need to shout, Setsuna. The orange-haired girl appeared with someone behind her in such a way that Izuku didn't know who it was. "Izuku, I present to you your date for tonight." She stepped aside and the green-haired boy was shocked. "Eerie. Mama Ryuko is going out with Papa." She shouted excitedly, embarrassing the silver-haired girl. "Ryuko. And no more embarrassment needed, Eri-chan," she said with a cute blush. "Setsuna. And what do you think, Izuku-kun?" she asked the boy, who froze. "Izuku. Beautiful." He replied without thinking, and the silver-haired girl looked beautiful, with a subtle touch of makeup, a light grey almost white dress that reached her knees showing off her perfect legs, adorned in her hand, she had a bracelet and some not too high heels. "Monoma. Do you think we should hit him to wake him up?" he whispered to Kamakiri beside him, who nodded. "Izuku. Try it and you'll end up in the Class A dorms in no time," he said, still charmed by Ryuko, who felt embarrassed by that. "Kendo. Ahem." Finally, Izuku took his eyes off Ryuko and looked at the orange-haired girl. "Izuku, I want you to protect and always keep an eye on Ryuko. No alcohol for you. If they offer you a drink, say no unless the situation requires it." He turned to the silver-haired girl, who was being dragged by Setsuna to his side. "Ryuko, try to make sure Izuku doesn't do anything stupid and that no girl with bad intentions gets near him, is that clear?" Both nodded fearfully to their president. "Ryuko, Izuku. Kendo is scary," was a shared thought. "Kendo. And lastly, both of you are coming back before 3 AM, is that clear?" They both nodded, so the Redeed smiled. "Have lots of fun. Izuku. We'll do it." Took Ryuko's hand, and they both walked calmly towards the car that Endeavor sent to pick up Tur and his companion. "Ryuko. How nervous," she murmured to herself, lightly squeezing her companion. "Izuku. Don't focus on the people who will be there, Ryuko-san, just enjoy the evening and the food," he said, standing in front of the vehicle, and like a true gentleman, he opened the door for his date. "Go ahead, ladies first." "Ryuko. Thank you, my knight in noble armor." She entered with a smile, followed by the green-haired boy. The journey was peaceful for both of them. There was no need to talk much since there wasn't much to talk about. Just the company of the other was enough for them. They passed by looking closer and closer at that place, the lights and the press outside. It was clear that a party given by the number one would cause a stir. Fortunately for the couple. And because they were more focused on Mirko. They secretly went to the party. It wasn't the time to chat with those vultures and their obvious questions about the hero who defeated Dynamite at the festival and who suffered abuse from him. It would ruin the night and the atmosphere that was being created. "Endeavor. I'm glad you accepted, Midoriya." He squeezed Izuku's hand, who was struggling to hold back his laughter at seeing someone like Todoroki Enji in such a formal suit. "Izuku. The pleasure is all mine, Endeavor," he said as seriously as he could. "Endeavor. First of all, I want to introduce you to the biggest investor of almost all the heroes here," he said, leading the pair toward a small crowd gathered around a man. "Hero Tur, I present to you Donovan Dawson." At the mention of the hero's name, the villain looked at Izuku and his date. "Donovan. Well, young Tur, what an honor to have you before me in such an important place." The guy approached the green-haired man who was analyzing the guy. "Izuku. The honor is mine, sir. Investing so much must be exhausting," he said, shaking hands. The villain felt the power coursing through his fingertips. "Donovan. Not at all, kid. I enjoy doing my part in the society. If you have money, what better way to use it than to help others?" he said with a smile to Izuku. "Izuku, a very good thought, sir." He didn't know why, but he already liked the guy. Thus the night began with a perfect dinner, prepared specifically for this moment, and a good dance that both teenagers enjoyed together, even though neither of them quite knew what they were doing. They were having a good time. Ryukyu. Midoriya. The dragon, in a minute while Ryuko went to get something to drink, saw Izuku alone. "Izuku. Ryukyu-san." With a kind smile approached the blonde heroine. "Ryukyu. I didn't expect to see you here, getting used to this," he teased Izuku, who smiled. "It's very likely that when you go out to be a hero, this will be waiting for you." "Izuku. I'm not a big fan of these meetings to be honest. I hope there's another way to talk to investors that isn't like this." The dragon chuckled at that thought. "Ryukyu. This is done because almost all the investors present here are with more than one of our agencies. They see it as an opportunity to make deals among themselves and with the heroes. It seems more like a convention than a party." He sighed, taking a sip from his wine glass. "How are you handling everything?" "Izuku. I'm doing the best I can. It hasn't been easy, everything that's happened, and a lot of people constantly look at me with pity because of what happened," he commented, looking at the dance floor. A really good song was playing. "Ryukyu. Come here." She took Izuku's hand, who was confused by what the heroine was doing. "I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but I'd like to dance with you." "Izuku. Not at all. Letting themselves be guided, they both ended up among the crowd dancing a little. The song was one that the dragon liked. What he didn't know was that he was being watched by a very jealous Ryuko, who refrained from making a scene. Seeing him there dancing with someone else made her extremely angry, so she just sat and watched them both. Could the dragon heroine be considered a bad person? Ryuko didn't know. She was just waiting for the song to end and for them to separate. As if God had heard her, the song ended and they both went to the table where Ryuko was, laughing at the silly things they saw while dancing. Who would have thought Wash could move so crazy? Ryuko. I see you're having fun, Izuku. She said with a pout, which made Izuku sense imminent danger. Izuku. This? He felt cornered by the silver-haired girl's gaze, which was very jealous. Ryukyu. Oh, I see. With a mischievous smile she approached Izuku. Thank you for the dance, Izuki. In front of Ryuko she stood on her tiptoes and gave him a kiss on the cheek, leaving while winking at the silver-haired girl. Izuku. Huh. He felt embarrassed and looked at Ryuko, feeling he should apologize. She. Ryuko. But the pout stood up, took Izuku's hand, and led him toward the exit. Izuku. Ryuko. His companion squeezed his hand tighter to silence him. Ryuko. Time to go, Izuku. Without saying anything else, they both went to the same vehicle that brought them. This time the trip was more tense for Izuku. Ryuko didn't let go of his hand the whole time, and the green-haired boy didn't dare say anything, believing that his friend was angry or something. They arrived at UA at midnight. Ryuko led the way, still angry with Izuku who didn't dare say anything. Izuku. Ryuko. Now he was really scared because she wasn't taking him to his room, they were going to the silver-haired girl's room. Ryuko. It's not nice to flirt with someone else in front of your date, Izuku, you idiot. They both arrived at their room. So tonight you'll get your punishment. With a new day, Donovan smiled at his thoughts. Meeting Midoriya in person gave him a fresh perspective on how the green-haired boy was handling the problems, and it was fair to say he was doing much better than Donovan had expected. An idiot would get too shaken or stressed because his plans had gone awry, but Donovan remained calm and even cheerful about it. After all, being alive for so long brings a lot of experience. Phase 2 of his plan was now in motion. No hero would mind having a friend in such a renowned industry, and even if he didn't want it, he could always support him in other ways. Not everything in the world is about money, and Midoriya wasn't the greedy type, so it was clear he had to offer something else to gain Izuku's trust, and he was certain he would succeed. No, he knew exactly what to do, but he could come up with a few ideas. On the UA side, things were very dangerous. Ryuko taking Izuku the way she did caused her problems with her friends, mainly Yui, Pony, and Ibara, who had her tied to a chair with her vines. For 2 hours, the religious green-haired girl gave her a lecture about why what she did was wrong and the consequences it would bring, ignoring Setsuna, who insisted that Ibara was jealous of Ryuko for taking Izuku before her, and of course, the two started arguing. Ryuko asked Pony and Yui. You're not going to untie me, are you? They shook their heads. Yui. You broke the pact we have no reason to help you. She said angrily to her friend and her idea. Ryuko. If Pony hadn't done it, she would have. She already had everything prepared to take it on Tuesday. At that revelation, all eyes fell on the blonde, who turned as red as an apple. Ibara. What do you mean? Ryuko. A few days ago I heard Pony say that she would be the first to ride Izuku, all by herself. She's betraying us. She accused the horned girl who was nervous. Pony. Of course not. It's a lie, Yui, I would never be capable of that. She excused herself to her friend, who felt indignant. Yui. I don't know. She thought about it carefully, looking at her friend. Lately you seemed more against what we would do. Ryuko. You see? I may be guilty, but I couldn't let Pony take him like that. Setsuna. This is getting really wild all of a sudden. She said with a giggle. Ibara. Oh my god. You shouldn't talk about Midoriya-san like that. He's not a toy you can play with. She tried to be the reasonable one in the room. Setsuna. You can speak when you admit you wanted to try your atom ahead of time. The plant-haired girl blushed at what Setsuna said. Yui. That doesn't change the fact that Ryuko took it alone, you betrayed her. She said to the silver-haired girl who sighed, they didn't even notice that someone arrived. Kendo. Can someone explain to me what's going on? Shouted the orange-haired girl with Eri in her arms, who had traces of tears in her eyes. The girls fell silent instantly. Setsuna. Eri-chan. Are you okay? She wanted to approach but was stopped by Kendo's scolding glare. Kendo. Eri-chan came into my room looking sad because it seems like her mothers are always arguing about her father lately. I know Izuku isn't here right now, and I know you guys usually argue over silly things. Can someone please explain to me why Eri-chan says you don't want to be her family? She asked, barely containing her anger. Yui. Iri-chan, where did you get the idea that we don't want to be part of your family? She approached the girl, who looked sad. Iri. It's just that. You guys are arguing. And. I thought. It was because you didn't love dad anymore. She started crying again, and the friends looked at each other. Setsuna. Oh, darling. Without caring about anything, she divided her arms to take the little girl from the Kendo uniform, bringing her towards her. Believe me, we love your dad. It's just a silly argument between us, nothing more. We just want Izuku-kun to consider us as a family, to fall in love with us. Iri. So you're not arguing about something bad. The green-haired girl shook her head, and the little girl clung to her mother in a hug. Setsuna. Sorry if that's what it looked like, Iri-chan. Finally put the girl down, who was then hugged by Yui. Yui. I'm sorry too, Iri-chan. We're supposed to act more mature, and we're arguing over something so trivial. Kendo. By the way, why were you arguing? She drew attention, and Ryuko sweated, unsure how her president would react. Pony. Oh, that. She looked at Iri before Ryuko, smiling wickedly. Last night Izuku and Ryuko were very close for a long time in Ryuko's room. Kendo. You mean? The blonde nodded innocently. The atmosphere grew tense as Ryuko prayed to every deity known and unknown. Ryuko. Have you and Izuku crossed that line yet? Ryuko. I couldn't hold back, Kendo. So many have already gone ahead of me, I wouldn't let anyone else do it. She apologized to her friend, who slowly approached the silver-haired girl's chair. Kendo. 1. Don't fight in front of Iri-chan again, it's not nice to see her cry. She said, untying the silver-haired girl. 2. If you're going to do those things with Izuku, first make sure you're completely alone, so you don't make him uncomfortable. And 3. She lightly tapped the silver-haired girl's head as she stretched. Don't take advantage of Izuku to do those things. Ryuko. Sorry. Kendo. It's over. She calmed her friend. Come on, let's eat. Ryuko. Yes. About that. She blushed, remembering a small detail. Setsuna said from the kitchen, adding to the silver-haired girl's embarrassment. Izuku and she played very roughly, and now Ryuko can't move much. Kendo. Eh? She blushed at the images of her two friends doing that. Iri. Mom Ryuko, do you know where dad is? She asked the silver-haired girl who smiled at her. Pony. Izuku went out with Kinoko. There was an odd silence before the orange-haired girl made up her mind. Kendo. Kendo. I'm going to protect Kinoko's innocence. She left with a very clear destination. Setsuna. It seems someone's jealous. Teased her friend, who didn't even hear her. Preserving her friend's innocence was more important. Nezu wasn't one to accept an idea like the one proposed to him so easily. He felt his students had enough on their plate with their busy schedules and lives, without having to worry about such things. Even so, the man became persistent and was quite persuasive. Donovan Dawson was someone Nezu had been eyeing for a long time, mainly as a sort of guide for his money management. This guy had managed to create a complete and very functional company in less than a decade, funding many good works around the world. He was very clever and had a vision for things, so it shouldn't have been such a big surprise when he asked to be the investor for a student-turned-hero. The guy was literally the biggest investor in 4 top heroes around the world. He had a keen eye for these things. Of course, he wanted to talk to Midoriya to offer a deal, but the principal refused mainly because the green-haired boy wasn't quite right mentally yet. According to what Hound Dog said. To the extent that doctor-patient confidentiality allowed, Izuku still had that habit of blaming himself for what happened around him, in addition to a problem with alcohol and depression. Their students still needed a little more time before gradually introducing him to the world of heroic finance. It wasn't something they were too worried about, to be honest, and even though they had classes related to those topics, putting their student with a big investor like Donovan would only increase his stress. Nezu. I'm sorry to say, Mr. Dawson, but I have to decline your offer. He spoke to the man in front of him. It wasn't the first or the last time he would refuse such deals just to safeguard the well-being of his students. Donovan. I actually understand, Principal. Everything concerning the hero term must be difficult. However, I would at least like to talk to him and let him know that he will always have a friend in my company. The principal thought for a moment before nodding. I sincerely appreciate it, Principal. Nezu. If you'd like, I can personally take you to him. They're currently in training, and I assure you, you'll be surprised by their progress. The businessman thought for a moment before smiling. Donovan. Nothing would make me happier than that, Mr. Principal. And so they both left the office, heading towards the fake city in UA. In that city, both third-year classes were working together. Nezu's idea. Given the recent circumstances, the principal and the teachers feared that this would escalate when they ventured out into the world, causing more chaos than the villains themselves, simply because they wanted to outdo each other. They couldn't allow that, so they decided to team everyone up with their opposing class and foster a sense of camaraderie. Just then, the principal arrived as the rescue exercise was taking a turn that was, to some extent, expected. Iida. For the last time, it's faster if we do it my way. He yelled at both Izuku and Mina, who were getting tired of the bespectacled boy. Izuku. If you know that by doing that we weaken the structure where the wounded are. He spoke with a sense of reason that the fake Sonic didn't want to understand. Mina. We're wasting time. Advanced over Iida, not caring. Come on Tur, we have to save the people. Iida. Wait. You have to listen, I'm your leader. He shouted at the pink-haired girl who ignored him. Izuku. Sorry about that. Now, what's your hero name? The one with the helmet glared at him angrily. Anyway, Pinky's right, there isn't much time, and we've already wasted too much planning on your refusals. But for without you, we're going to save the innocent. Iida stood there, angry with the green-haired boy and his pink-haired companion. They both seemed very calm together, as if nothing had happened between them. Things were getting worse and worse for him. First, he lost a Chaco, who called him obsessive and a wretch. Then he lost his family's prestige, and to top it all off, he was in trouble with the academy. His life had taken a big turn, and yet that resentment towards Midoriya and his outstanding being still lingered. Even his brother had compared him to Izuku more than once, recommending that he follow any advice he might give him, and of course, that bothered him. Iida. The sound of an alarm woke him up, everything was over and it went well. Mina. Thanks Iida for not doing anything. She said furiously to the one with glasses. Luckily the green-haired one was there to take several injured people who were training mannequins. Aizawa. Come back here. He shouted through the megaphone, and of course, the first one out was Izuku, not wanting to listen to Robocop and his delusions. Things were going well, ignoring the fact that Kendo interrupted his date with Kinoko last week. Lately, it seemed like homework was easier. But in reality it was the opposite, his friends were always inviting him to do something crazy that constantly led to a scolding from some teacher, and the best thing was he didn't even know how to describe them anymore. His classmates were more special and closer to him, and he liked it a lot. With each one he had his special moment in the day, sometimes Eri was included, of course, if a waste didn't take her to train for video games accompanied by Tetsutetsu, the girl was going to inherit the taste for video games that half of the class had. If he wasn't training with Kendo, he was watching movies with Yui. If he wasn't helping Abara and Kinoko with their special garden. And if he wasn't with Pony just hanging out or with Setsuna on a bunch of dates to different places that usually brought a jealous Ryuko along as she wanted to protect Izuku's lost innocence. Aizawa. Iida, I don't know what you were thinking. First and foremost is your job as a hero. Leave your personal conflicts to your personal life and nothing else. How many times do I have to repeat myself for you to understand? He scolded his student, who was clenching his hands in anger. He knew his teacher was right, and yet. You two did well. You detected the situation quickly and acted in the most optimal way possible. Good job. Mina. Thank you, sensei. She smiled to herself. She didn't even try to approach Izuku. She didn't know how he would act and understood that it wouldn't be for the best, so the best thing to do was to act as professionally as possible. Izuku. Thank you, sensei. Izuku went to his group who greeted him with words of support and advice on how he could do better. Aizawa. It's going well. He spoke to the air, looking with a small smile at Class B. Vlad King. According to Hound Dog, he's also progressing well with therapy. At this rate, he'll be a healthy man, and from what I can see. He smiled at his children, who were fighting over who would make dinner that night, or rather, who would help Izuku. A great hero. Aizawa. Thank you. He murmured, loud enough for his partner to hear. Vlad King. He didn't have time to speak when the principal entered the room with someone else. Donovan. Undoubtedly a wonderful rescue, young heroes. Applauded slowly. They had what it takes for this. Iida. And who are you? He asked, a little irritated by the events. Donovan. Oh, what a head I have. My name is. Izuku. Donovan-san. Izuku advanced towards the businessman with a smile. Donovan. Young Tur, it's a pleasure to see you again. They greeted each other respectfully. Always as impressive as ever. Izuku. It's not a big deal, sir, I'm just doing what's necessary to save someone. The businessman smiled at that, he would undoubtedly be a great hero in the future. By the way, not to be disrespectful, but what are you doing here? Donovan. I came with a proposal for the principal that can't be implemented right now, so I wanted to see the results of UA, and I must say I'm impressed. He spoke to the air, without a doubt almost everyone in the room will be a true hero. Izuku. Proposal. The businessman said nothing, remaining as enigmatic as possible. Donovan. It's nothing you should worry about, young man. Just keep doing your thing, that much I must say. He placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder, feeling a current of power under his fingers again. When you're done here and go out into the world, rest assured you'll already have an investor on your side. Izuku. I'm flattered, sir. He said with a smile, one step closer to becoming a hero. I promise not to disappoint you. Donovan. Oh, don't worry, I know very well you won't. He smiled kindly, his eyes glowing slightly dark purple. You're a great investment I'm willing to pay for. Fear. An internal feeling that paralyzes most people and can be seen in multiple factors and in multiple contexts around the world. No one with enough sanity likes that feeling of uncertainty and panic that makes it impossible for the body in most cases, if not to run away in terror, after seeing what terrifies them. Others like Chidis were condemned to live in constant fear of what might happen to them. It is not easy to live in the same place as that which frightens you, however, she has nowhere else to go, and even if she tried to leave, she does not know the area where she is, so she would be quickly caught. To recap, Chidis was a member of the Paranormal Liberation Army, aiming to create a society where those with strong quirks rule over the weak and quirkless. They went against society and other villains to achieve their goal, and of course, they messed with the wrong people. They lost against the League of Villains, and thus became something else, now a leader of that maniac with the hands. Things didn't go well for him, given his tragic death, and of course he believed that was the end. He only hoped that his companions would be lucky enough to achieve their goals, but it wasn't so. He revived her in exchange for her loyalty, and she, with that desire for revenge, blindly followed him without knowing what she was getting into or who she was with. Now she regretted it. Her boss never touched or threatened her. There was no need, since just looking at her was enough to provoke doubts and fear that eradicated any thoughts of escaping or rebelling against him. The damned man knew well what fear caused and used it to control whoever he wanted, or at least anyone with a mind as fragile as Chidis's at that moment. After releasing those creatures into a city, she hadn't stopped having nightmares, mainly because, to keep her safe and close by when needed, they put her in a room in the lower complex, the part she didn't want anyone to see, many meters below the laboratory of horrors that Dr. Garaki was setting up. It was a good place, even beautiful in its own way, with high-quality furniture that she swore was imported, fine silk, and luxurious clothes to please her. He even offered her a companion to satisfy her perverted needs if she wanted one. The worst part was the sound. Because of the separation between the laboratory and her room, she could perfectly hear the desperate and painful screams of the doctor's victims. She refuses to call them patients, their pleas for mercy and unanswered prayers to a deity who had abandoned them, the sobs of those in that place, and finally the roars of the beasts, once the doctor managed to indoctrinate them. They sounded so lifeless that Chidis repeatedly had nightmares about those beastly shrieks. Chidis, we need you in the lab. Donovan's assistant said. That woman was truly frightening, and Chidis was sure she wasn't human. Chidis immediately left her room and headed towards the elevator, trying to overcome her growing fear of what was happening in the building. With each floor he climbed, he could hear the groans and screams of people. He wanted a revolution in society, but he didn't like going to such extremes. At least the Nomus were left unaware of their minds. These things continue to suffer constant pain as their quirk increases to an extreme degree. The pressure on their bodies creates constant pain. Araki. Oh, well, you've arrived. He spoke from his chair. He had a boy, no more than 10 years old, asleep with him and with multiple tubes in parts of his body. Chidis. What do you need, doctor? She asked, feeling fear growing in her gut. Garaki. I need to try something. Without waiting for anything, he pressed a button, and the child came out angrily at the woman who rolled away to avoid the child. Chidis. What does this mean? She again avoided the child with murderous intent. Garaki. Interesting. He turned on a machine that reproduced a sound imperceptible to the average human, somehow calming the child. Chidis. What the hell was that? The doctor ignored her for the moment, examining the child who had a vacant stare. Garaki. A way to defeat heroes, of course. Continued staring at the blank-eyed child, who remained unfazed by anything they did to him. Heroes don't have the courage to attack a child, much less kill them. They're weapons no one can fully utilize. He smiled macabrely, and that was enough for the woman. Go on, go. You're not needed right now. The woman glared angrily at the would-be doctor and went down in the elevator to her room. She had to plan her escape and, at the same time, put an end to this grim act he was committing. She couldn't stand another minute in that place. The plan would be simple. Release a couple of beasts that would hopefully buy enough time for her to go up the stairs to the building's lobby, then leave to trick a few idiots, and then with enough money buy a flight to Japan. There she would go with a few companions who weren't arrested and plan the attack against Donovan and the Hero Society. After much thought and avoiding enough cameras, he arrived at where they were kept, those cages where the experiments were. If there was one thing he had to admit, it was that the place didn't seem to be the lair of a villain. It was a kind of underground hospital that had monsters locked in cages. She looked at the one that suited her best, a kind of strange spider so large and disgusting that it would be perfect for distraction. Then next to it a completely normal man, still with his lost gaze. Something told her that it could work. She smiled to herself and opened both cells, touching both of them, turning them into human bombs, or well, a human bomb and spider bomb. She freed them from her musical control, and both went into madness, attacking whatever was there. Claro quickly entered the stairwell and heard the alarm go off. He slowly climbed the stairs in case someone came down. He didn't want to cause any more of a commotion. He was fortunate enough not to encounter anyone from there. He didn't know what was happening down there, but he hoped his plan would work. He knew they wouldn't be able to stop those two easily, or at least he hoped so. He entered the lobby, gazing at the doors to freedom. He didn't hesitate to run, believing he was safe. He was so close. The alarm soon sounded and bars covered the doors. The screens displayed that monochromatic bear so characteristic of Donovan. A few soldiers arrived with the assistant as their leader. Her gaze remained as cold and lost as ever. "You shouldn't have done that," she said, as devoid of feeling as ever. "Chittis." What? Fear returned to her. She knew what they would do to her, and she'd rather die than become one of those things. She slowly backed away, touching her back without them seeing her, a final act of rebellion. "You forget whose things those are and the control we have, Chittis. Chittis." Or perhaps she was just waiting for it. Smiled, causing those two to explode wherever they were. "You're not very bright," the assistant said, twisting her arm in a strange and disgusting way, revealing a weapon. "Now you've sealed your fate. You won't be killed. This will be much worse." She pointed the gun at the woman, as did everyone else. "Chittis. No thanks." She pressed herself against the door and closed her eyes, smiling at her idea. "The world will know what you're doing." With one last smile, she detonated her biggest bomb ever created, opening the doors and damaging the lobby as well as the assistant, showing that she was indeed always a machine. Donovan sighed, watching his team repair his assistant. This was something within his control. He knew how volatile Chittis was and her constant denial about everything. He wanted to act now and missed his people. It was clear he would do something. You'd have to be an idiot or very foolish to think he wouldn't. Fortunately, living so long under the mantle of the symbol of evil made him quite methodical. It's always good to have a plan behind the plan behind the plan. All for One didn't get where he was with just one plan. He always had a way out and a plan with him. Of course, Donovan learned from that, and now he wouldn't take a single step without knowing what and when to do it. The building was reinforced, and what Chittis did was damage the doors and part of the lobby. The pillars that were there were lucky enough to survive, and above all, the floor was immaculate. It was no secret that beneath the building there was an entire room in case of a villain attack, a place where everyone in the building would go to take refuge. And below that was the most dangerous part, the part that shouldn't be known. Fortunately, those two that she released did little damage and didn't reach the upper levels. "Sir. Your employee in charge of restarting your assistant system. Donovan. Is something wrong?" He looked at the man with a bored expression, clueless about what was happening. "It's ready, more durable, and much better," he said, pointing to the turned-off machine. "Donovan. Good. Call Garaki, I want to know how much longer it will take." The employee nodded and left. "Time to see how much power you have." On the other side of the world, Izuku woke up very dizzy. It wasn't a good idea to compete against Iri in eating sweets. He fell with a stomachache after the fifth bowl. He vaguely remembered Tabara scolding Iri-chan, but nothing after that. Izuku. "Oh, my stomach hurts." He got up in pain, looking around the room. "Wait a minute. This isn't my room. Kinoko. Izuku, lower your voice, I want to sleep." The brunette spoke beside him, snuggling closer to Izuku. "You're very comfortable as a pillow." Izuku. "Kinoko." He shouted in a whisper so as not to disturb her. "What happened?" Kinoko. "Last night, after Ibara scolded and punished Iri-chan, Monoma and Awase wanted to play a prank on you, so I brought you here for your safety. This is the closest room to the stairs, and I could defend you better," she said, snuggling even closer. "You looked so peaceful, and I was really sleepy, so I slept with you. You're so comfortable, Izuku." Izuku. "Thank you for protecting me, Kinoko." He smiled at his adorable friend and lay down next to her. Kinoko. Pillow. She fell asleep on her human pillow again under Izuku's tender gaze. Yui. "Hey Kinoko, do you know where?" She suddenly entered her friend's room, looking at them both in bed. "I want an explanation now," she said, her voice deathly cold, staring at them both. Kinoko. "Huh?" She looked at her strangely tense friend. "Yui. Do you need something?" Yui. "I came for a shirt that you probably have, and I find you doing perverted things with Izuku." Kinoko. "Huh?" She woke up with a start, looking at the confusing situation. "It's not what it looks like." She apologized, completely red-faced. After a few moments and a quick explanation, Yui calmed down enough to politely ask for the shirt she lent Kinoko a week ago. Laundry day was approaching and Juzo, the poor soul who was forced to do it, was going to be in charge. Izuku, as always, went out, this time with Pony, both in search of the necessary materials for the following week when they would go to the training camp, and they anticipated that things would run on their own, as in the first year. Unfortunately, in the second year there had been no general panic because something was going to happen, even if nothing was actually happening. Pony. If you want I can help you Izuku. He said to his friend with many bags in his arms. Izuku. Don't worry, compared to what I carry around every day in training, this is nothing. He assured the blonde, who didn't seem very convinced. You just. A sharp pain shot through the back of his neck and he grabbed his friend, jumping just as a piece of what looked like sap hit him. That was close. Pony. But what? Instantly, screams and cries for help were heard. An attack had begun. There. He pointed to a nearby building where there was what could only be described as a giant bee with a stinger much larger than its own body. Izuku. I'm not enjoying this day very much. The bee gave a loud squeal before flying over Izuku who remained in the air for supposed safety. Pony. Pony. Understood. Launch 2 horns that were instantly destroyed when the bee stung them. Not all. Launch 2 more that circled the bee, distracting it for a few moments, which Izuku used to hide with his blonde. Izuku. Well. He glanced at the bee that was trying to break those 2 flying horns. The mutant quirk that makes him a wasp, a stinger capable of piercing things with great ease, speed, strength, and multiple interconnected eyes that give him a fairly wide view of things. Pony. I have a plan. He said confidently, to which the green-haired boy looked at him with a small smile. Before the bee that looked more like a wasp, 6 horns emerged, surrounding the bee. Its sense of smell was confused, unable to detect the broccoli and its companion. It only smelled of spices and nothing else. Those horns seemed to multiply and confuse the creature. It understood nothing of it and its head already ached from the situation. Orders are orders and it had to obey them no matter what. Izuku in his place looked with pride and excitement at the blonde who was using her quirk exceptionally well. The arduous training she had done with her companions had paid off, now she could summon 6 horns. The disadvantage is that the last ones she creates are more fragile and break very easily, so using them like that will have consequences in the long run. With the distraction set in place, Izuku slid as quickly and stealthily as possible, hitting the wasp with air bullets. The wasp didn't understand what was happening. Multiple blows to its strangely small thorax or jaw. Its disorientation had worsened upon entering that circle of strong and sweet smells. It could barely stay afloat. She glanced to the side, seeing something moving, so she attacked it, tearing up the street where Izuku was. By sheer miracle, she saw him and prevented him from tearing off one of his wings with a single bullet. She turned once more, looking to the side, and saw a yellow dot and went to attack it with hatred, without getting very far because again the horns came to distract her, and of course it worked again, only this time it had a slight scent of its target, so she focused on trying to destroy them. After a few moments, he managed to destroy one, leaving 5. Enough for Pony's plan. He extended his black whip like a net around the creature. The 5 horns turned, showing their sharpest edges to the bee's body, and suddenly, a black dome from which protruded the wings and the extremely gigantic stinger of the strange bug which fell to the ground. The spectacle was somewhat disgusting with a wasp squeezed with 5 horns in it. What survived was a piece of head who looked at the victory of Izuku and his blonde. Izuku. The villains are getting weirder and weirder. He complained, looking at the mess and the amount of food they'd used to deter their enemy. This is really putting me in a bad mood. The blonde girl beside him stroked his hair to try and calm him down. The statistics don't lie regarding the mutant bee prototype. It was sent with a special modification that it had both in its eyes and in various parts of its body, specially made to accumulate damage and compare it with what was already known about what was happening. The exponential growth of the green-haired hero with respect to his last reports was surprising. The control of One for All was far superior to All Might, and Garaki could only compare the two, and it was quite shocking how much things had changed. While All Might manipulated One for All in a way that gave him maximum strength to eliminate everyone in the shortest possible time, Ter, on the other hand, used the immense power to strengthen everything about himself, which resulted in less strength, but more speed and versatility in battle. Someone resilient could take on All Might in a battle of attrition, but with Izuku, such a battle would never happen given his speed. Donovan. And that's it. He looked again at the recordings of what had happened, hoping to get more information. Garaki. Not entirely, Ter's power is far greater than we estimated. Showed how little they knew about Izuku's abilities. Donovan. an exponential growth in one for all like never before seen, a 25% increase compared to his predecessor and still increasing, so I can estimate for a few more years once he reaches adulthood. This changed many things, none of them good for the villain side. Garaki. What do you recommend we do? The doctor looked at the guy who was smiling. Donovan. For now, let everything run its course. We'll soon arrive in Japan to claim what I deserve, and I'll be able to activate my quirk to travel back in time. I just need more time with Izuku to soften him up enough for him to agree. He said, leaving the laboratory. Donovan's company operates globally, and thanks to this, it had laboratories in almost every corner of the world, one of them being in China, in a rather poor province that, thanks to the great tycoon, grew in just over 10 years with great effort. Where many saw a simple village to pass through, Donovan saw the potential that could arise from those 4 houses where families of somewhat old generations lived. The town gained some fame as it was boosted by the company, food, fishing, and monuments from the pre-quirk era soon made the town rise, transforming into a small city, and then into a megacity of millions of inhabitants, and of course with the growth of that, organized crime arrived to stay in the slums without knowing who was holding the baton that conducted this orchestra. Currently the city is prosperous and according to statisticians, it still has much to show. Unfortunately after that war that All For One caused after his release from Tartarus, it caused a stir, and the villains were becoming more and more present, and what is worse, those beasts were appearing, and the local heroes can't do much. That's why Donovan asked for help. His city and his people had problems, and of course he wouldn't stand idly by in the face of such a threat. He knew that the Chinese government had certain issues with him, mainly because he was of English nationality. They didn't like him much and wouldn't send significant aid, so he used his contacts. Izuku. Excuse me, principal, but where do you want us to go? He looked at the bear, dog, mouse, which was grinning from ear to ear. Nezu. Millionaire in China, Mr. Donovan needs help, and I consider this the final test for those present. If you manage to save that city, you will be considered professional heroes. Those present were surprised by this. That's why I've gathered those who are the best academically and physically. Battle Fist, Jack Mantis. Kamakiri, Lizardi, Uravity, Tsukiyomi, Creati, Red Riot. You have been given a mission. To go and defeat those beasts that are ravaging Millionaire. Momo. But sir, it's not very. The principal just smiled at his student. Nezu. Unfair to the others. The dark-haired girl nodded. You guys are the best of 3rd year, the big 3 and the best after them. Kirishima. The big 3. According to what was known after the festival, things had changed, and with Bakugo's death, they simply disappeared. Nezu. That's right, given the efforts of the 3 students present here, many have begun to consider them the current big 3, and this time we believe they will live up to it. Excitement began among all those who expected the mammal to speak. Dark Shadow. And who are they? The shadow emerged, unable to contain its curiosity. Nezu. Young Monoma, Miss Kendo, and young Midoriya, since you are the winners of the festival and have demonstrated your strength on more than one occasion, you were given the position of 3 greats. The surprise came with an odd silence. Kirishima. That's impressive, Midoriya-sensei. He praised his teacher, who smiled at this. The effort was worth it. Momo. Congratulations, Kendo-san. She said to the orange-haired girl who felt like she was going to fall at any moment. Kamakiri. I told you could do it. He smiled at his blonde friend who was jumping for joy. Monoma. Alright. Now let's show what the new big 3 are made of. He shouted excitedly, accepting the mission given. Kendo. When are we leaving, principal? The mouse smiled at them, who already knew what was coming. Nezu. They're leaving immediately, of course. The faster they go, the faster they'll finish. They nodded in agreement with their principal and went to get their suits. They didn't take long to get their outfits and explain their situation to their respective classes. Eri didn't want to let her moms and dad go. She wanted to accompany them too. Of course, that was impossible. What they would do was dangerous. So Izuku promised to go on a trip when all this was over, an outing with their special family. Donovan's private jet took off with the heroes on board. Their task was to gather enough information about the location, establish perimeters, and patrol to find those beasts. If they found them, they would go after them together. They were not meant to be faced alone. Even with 2 heroes, it would result in a catastrophe they couldn't afford. Izuku. This is the first time I've heard of the city. He said, looking up at the sky through the window. Monoma. That's weird, it's a dream town, very touristy because of its location in the mountains. It looks like something out of a video game. Kendo. That'll be great. That's where they have the only gyms in the world that hang over the void. He got excited just thinking about it. Kirishima. I wonder what it will be like. Excitement could be felt among the heroes who were just waiting to reach their destination. In that city, Donovan stood in its tallest building, quite pleased that the villains would finally have someone to truly fear, not just the local heroes. While the heroes were strong, the appearance of those three creatures only emboldened them to seek total control. Obviously, Donovan wouldn't allow it. It was his city, after all, and he wouldn't let anyone else have it. This was for his people. Donovan. I hope you can save us, Tur. He looked at his city with a melancholic expression. Soon he would have the very best. They arrived around 3 p.m. on a clear day. The city shone with sunlight, putting on a spectacle for the heroes. The city below them was very striking, with tall skyscrapers adorning the place, different areas with different colors clashing with each other, and the most remarkable thing was that tower on one side that overlooked a drop of several kilometers. They landed at the airport in the tallest building there. The excitement was in the air. On the tarmac were Donovan and his assistant, who had a small smile towards the heroes and with a single purpose in this contest, and that is to help Tur. The plan was simple, and although Donovan was pretty sure it wouldn't work, he had to try, more for the reaction of the green-haired hero than anything else. His assistant had a special protocol in her that made her the perfect woman for a man, considering various factors he saw in his target. Having Tur in his city would be the best thing for his project. Donovan. I'm glad you arrived safely. The tycoon approached the heroes, giving them a warm welcome. Thank you for accepting, I truly appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Izuku. No problem, sir, that's what we're here for, to help whoever needs it. He assured the assistant under her analytical gaze. The parameters were almost ready. Donovan. I present to you your guide, both in the facilities and in the city. She is my assistant Mai. He said as the young lady with blonde hair and violet eyes approached with a small smile. It's a pleasure. Mai said, shaking hands with Izuku. The assistant was analyzing even the smallest details of her mission. Manama. Thank you for your help. Smiled at the woman, who returned the gesture out of courtesy. Donovan. I suppose you all want to get started on this as soon as possible, right? Izuku nodded for everyone, to which the businessman smiled. First of all, it's best if you come and eat something. You don't want to come on an empty stomach. Kendo, we appreciate it very much, sir. The orange-haired girl spoke before her green-haired friend could speak for everyone. Izuku. But Itsuka. The orange-haired girl smiled kindly, and Izuku clung to Satsuna, who stroked his fluffy hair. Satsuna. Not all of us have training as rigorous as yours, Izuku-kun. We need to eat. Izuku sighed and let himself be led by the green-haired girl. The businessman and his assistant showed the group of heroes around the facilities, or at least the areas where they would spend most of their time. The cafeteria and their rooms in the complex, obviously divided between men and women to avoid any complications. Donovan is very aware of the stage of life the students are in, and the pressure of a situation like the one he's exposing them to. Saving an entire city. He went through something similar, only he had to bring down an entire city as part of All for One's plan. Things from the past. After being shown around the facilities and having something to eat, they went directly to what Donovan loves to call the control tower, located on the 40th floor. The place was entirely controlled by the city's cameras and the building itself. Every street and alley in the city was under surveillance for the safety of the citizens. The heroes in the city didn't patrol very often. They were informed by the cameras to their respective agencies, which then dispatched the heroes. Given the system, they were quite efficient at what they did, with a fairly small and growing margin of error, unfortunately, thanks to those beasts. Donovan. Very well, this is what is known. Deployed a hologram over the city on the central table. It is known that there are at least 3 beasts in the vicinity of the yellow, blue, and violet parts of the city. To save explanation, you should know that the city is divided into sectors that are classified by colors. The yellow zone is commerce, the blue is research and technological advancement, and the violet is part of the construction and development of the city itself. Achako. And the black area? She asked, pointing to the area furthest from the city and, apparently, the one that provided the least information. It's a testing ground, everything has to be tested before it goes out, and that particular area is just the remains of things that were made but don't work. She said, sounding a bit mechanical. Kamakiri. Don't you think this could be an area to hide those beasts? It makes sense. It looks like the least protected spot. The businessman smiled at this. They're not as stupid as some people think. Donovan. That area isn't very well protected for a simple reason. With the push of a button, the hologram changed, revealing a strange field surrounded by what looked like a barrier. The area is very dangerous for living beings. We specifically isolated it to prevent environmental problems, so entering it would expose you to high levels of radiation and heat. It's not advisable for anything living to be there. Izuku. And do people know about that? Too many disaster movies with Yui made him a little paranoid. Donovan. I understand the concern, that's why we're looking into ways to transport this off-planet directly to our nearby planet Venus. The planet's acid will melt the waste, preventing any catastrophe. Izuku smiled, one less thing to worry about. Kendo. And haven't the villains tried to unleash all that on the city? The assistant shook her head at the redeed. If anyone within a 1-kilometer radius gets too close, the alarm sounds, whether it's on the ground, in the air, or underground. The radar detects it and sends an alarm signal. We send defense forces, and if that's not possible and they get too close, the city will be evacuated in a flash and then sealed off, minimizing damage. Setsuna said, shocked by the man's level of caution. They really have everything planned and calculated. Donovan. I'm aware that I can't cover all the bad things, so I strive to address all the likely and most problematic ones. That's why I'm working hard to make the city safe and easy to escape to, should the citizens need it. Momo. Do we know anything about the villains? She asked, looking around for any possible openings. They hide among the citizens and have been seen in various places around the areas mentioned above. We don't know exactly how they move around. Izuku. According to reports. In front of everyone, went to the cameras at the time of deliveries from certain food companies in the places where a beast appeared. Did you find something, sir? She asked, approaching Izuku, too close for Kendo and Setsuna's liking. She was almost on top of him. Izuku. Whenever a calamity happens, these trucks are here. Maybe they transport them this way, making them invisible to the many eyes of the city. He explained, not caring much that a very sexy woman was on top of him. Donovan. That could be an option. Can you explain how they do it from here? The businessman smiled. The green-haired man demonstrated great strategic and ingenious ability. Izuku. Maybe. It's just that I don't really know how this works. Let me help you. She said, placing her hands on Izuku's, guiding his movements. She didn't lose sight of him for a second, waiting for him to show signs of nervousness or excitement without receiving a response. Izuku. Thank you. Izuku was so focused that he didn't even notice the woman. He continued watching the cameras at a fairly high speed, discovering a pattern. Tokoyami. Judging by your expression, I gather you found something, Tur. He spoke to Izuku, who rubbed his head. Izuku. No one ever gets out of the trucks, only the driver. He always hits one part twice and then waits. I deduce that they know how often the camera rotates, and the moment he leaves, the people inside come out, assuming there's someone there. Donovan. Do you have any idea what to do yet? He asked with a satisfied smile. He hit the jackpot with this hero. Izuku. They're going to 3 points at the same time. If we can be there first, we'll have them where we want them. The assistant next to Izuku smiled and got to work. I'll call the agencies so they're prepared for anything. He said, leaving to do his job, only glancing back at Izuku. Thanks for coming, Hero Tur. He said, leaving with a goal in mind. Izuku. I think they're giving me too much credit prematurely, we don't really know what we're up against. The businessman approached to calm him down. Donovan. That's true, but for now you've given Mai hope. She was born here and doesn't like villains running so free. You were the one who realized it instantly, so you're the one who deserves the most recognition. Izuku nodded reluctantly. Now go and explore the city. As members, you'll get lots of freebies and discounts. Enjoy it while you can. With that, the heroes left, leaving Donovan behind, smiling. Finally, they would bring some peace to their city. Donovan looked at his beloved city through the security cameras. So many years of hard work, together with the families of that town, were being endangered by beasts that couldn't behave. Donovan. Do you have the parameters yet? He asked without looking at his assistant, who entered with a cup of coffee for his boss. My parameters archived, permission required to change attitude. The machine spoke to its master after placing its order. Donovan. Permission granted. The woman's eyes sparkled for a moment before she smiled innocently. Report on the beasts and their progression. My beasts are in continuous progress, the doctor estimates having them by the indicated date. He spoke while his boss drank his coffee. Donovan. Everything's going according to plan, you know what that means, Mai. The woman shook her head. That something will go very wrong, and I have no way of knowing what it is. He sighed, looking out the large window at his city. I just hope it doesn't involve any innocent people, they're not to blame for what I do. Do you feel bad about what you're doing, sir? His boss shook his head, still with a sad expression. Donovan. It's a difficult thing. I can't feel bad about hurting humans. I've spent over 100 years observing human behavior, and I only come to the same conclusion. We're trash. We discriminate without reason against those who are different, for having a different skin tone, for being stupid or smart, for having an extra toe or fewer toes. It's stupid to feel bad about such a horrible species. Mai. Then. His logical computer didn't understand the illogical thinking of his boss and creator by putting a contradiction into his system. Donovan. It's the effort behind what's been achieved that makes me feel bad. Just as a human can hurt, they can also build and keep moving forward, giving rise to these mega projects. Unfortunately, where they're going will only end with human extinction. He stood up, leaving the cup there, which was slowly showing signs of deterioration from time. When I manage to get one for all and go back in time, this world will be better. I don't doubt it, sir, he said, with a slight glitch in his left eye. Meanwhile, in the city, the young heroes walked the streets, admiring how special the place was. They were in the commercial area at the request of most of those who were there for one reason or another, splitting up into their classes to avoid creating tense or uncomfortable atmospheres, unaware that they were being watched from the shadows by the villains. They had everything under control, everything under their rules. When to attack, how many cameras there were, the number of kilometers between each hero agency, the number in each one and each hero name, and the number of people in the city. It was good that they had someone with a quirk capable of memorizing everything. It was their path to success in this operation. That's why the appearance of those irreconcilable people was dangerous for the villains, as they didn't know why they were there. What do we do? He asked his leader, who was spying on the 3B group. They didn't look that strong. The same thing we do with things that aren't necessary, he said, pointing two fingers at Setsuna, who was distracted by Izuku. Izuku froze, his danger sense warning him that something was approaching, so he positioned himself between Setsuna and something he didn't recognize, blocking a blast of air that hit him on the forehead without injuring him too much. Instantly, his friends looked towards where the attack was supposed to have come from, staring into the darkness. Izuku. They're still there, murmured Kendo, who was the one who caught him. Kendo. Setsuna, Kamakiri. The orange-haired girl spoke softly, and the one with retractable blades quickly moved towards where he thought he saw the attack. Gah. They both screamed in pain, causing passers-by to stare at the scene. Setsuna. Well, there are only two of them. A part of Setsuna appeared, capturing the badly injured villain. It doesn't matter anymore, we managed to kill one. He felt happy to further diminish the enemy forces. Izuku. And tell me, who exactly did you kill? The supposed dead man stood up, his forehead red, making both thugs nervous. What? You're supposed to be dead. That attack was incredibly powerful. Izuku hardened his gaze at both of them, who felt their courage vanish. A capture that wasn't supposed to happen. Undoubtedly, the intellect of those puppet villains, as Donovan called them, was too low and unpredictable. He understood the thoughts of rebellion and power that those under his indirect orders were putting together, but this was too stupid. They had no reason to be in the middle of the commercial zone at that hour. They literally had knowledge about everything, and yet they decided to be so foolish as to risk it like that. He had to admit that the green-haired boy's sixth sense was quite useful in these situations, and he raised a possibility that he could discover the truth if given enough time. He would have to move things forward if he wanted to have a chance to convince Izuku of his idea of the perfect world he wanted to create. He could estimate how close he was to discovering the truth and work towards it. It wouldn't be a waste of time. It was clear Izuku wouldn't say something like that lightly, and no matter how kind Donovan was and how good he had proven himself, the green-haired boy wouldn't talk about his secrets. He had to anticipate his move, unfortunately for him. He knew perfectly well what that could cause. Donovan. Sometimes I don't understand people's nonsense. He muttered, looking at the two captured villains behind bars. Izuku. Why do you say that, sir? As if things had turned out, Izuku was there to interrogate them. Donovan. To attack like that out of nowhere. Without any provocation. It's ridiculous. Besides, he went after everyone in the shopping district. Another reason to keep them in prison. Izuku was going after Setsuna, I just stopped him. Donovan. Interesting. Izuku. It wasn't that obvious, they were backlit, and from the way they were murmuring and acting, I deduced they were planning something. He didn't know why he had said that. Donovan proved to be trustworthy enough to tell him that he possessed a variant of his power that allowed him to know where the villain was. Donovan. You acted amazingly, Tur. Now please go heal and rest. Now that we have these two, we can act sooner. Izuku didn't move from there. Izuku. But they sent me to interrogate them. Replied the businessman, who smiled at him. Donovan. Don't worry, I'll take care of it from here. He smiled kindly, causing the danger sense to activate for a second, and he felt completely scared. Is something wrong? The businessman noticed Izuku's change. Izuku. Completely fine, sir. Bowing to the man, he left calmly, though deep down he felt terrified and anxious. It was no wonder, for what he felt was like being face to face with All for One again, an overwhelming amount of fear, despair, and terror, with the slightest difference being that everything seemed perfectly synchronized, a perfect union of all the evils of humanity in a single being, a sensation so similar to and yet so different from All for One, that it was truly terrifying with its mere presence, and the worst part was that it came from someone like Donovan. The man who had proven himself to be good. Izuku. Something's wrong. He whispered to the air as he left the police station where those villains were. All for One was always someone to be feared, a twisted being of pure evil, whose mere presence could make anyone tremble. The first time Izuku was near him, the fear was so intense that he froze in place and held his breath, as if he were close enough to know he was there. Then he saw him again in the fight against the villains. He stood out as the master of the twisted game of fear and despair that he himself had instigated. Even with fear, he went against evil itself and won, killing in the process the greatest supervillain that ever existed. Izuku knew fear and despair well. He had felt it for so long that it was easily identifiable amidst danger. Therefore, facing someone who could match the fear All for One made him feel in a second was worrying and raised many questions, the main one being: why did he have that feeling? The biggest businessman of the last decade and a great leader in his own city, someone who has made thousands of plays in his career and who was often called crazy or sick for contributing money to things that didn't matter, didn't sound like someone with a dark secret that led him to have evil in his body. Izuku knew very well what could happen. Comparing it to what Destro did is very similar, both bosses of their own company and their own city. With the difference that Donovan did better. With a lot of money to use on possible weapons, what didn't quite add up was that genuine concern for the inhabitants. It was disconcerting. Kamakiri. Is something wrong, friend? The scaly-skinned one looked at his friend who hadn't even touched his food. Izuku. You could say that. He glanced at the nearby walls, noticing the cameras. It wouldn't be so easy if you wanted help with this. Manama. And you can't tell us why. Izuku glanced discreetly at a camera, making those present understand. Manama. I understand. The blonde boy ate a little more, leaving the subject like that for now. Hours passed as the green-haired boy organized both classes to meet a little away from everything that happened in front of the cameras. Izuku trusted his senses more than the businessman, and if it was as he thought, the best thing was to keep this as secret as possible. He didn't really know what was going on, and they had to find out during the time they were in the city. It was at midnight that the 8 UA students met in the only place Izuku knew there were no cameras or hidden cameras on site, the roof of the building that was only open for cleaning twice a week. It was difficult to climb up without setting off a silent alarm or something. Achako. Now will you tell us what's going on? The brunette, like her friends, was quite confused by this meeting held in secret. Izuku. Donovan's hiding something. He blurted out, causing confusion among everyone. Momo. Is Midoriya a businessman? What could he be hiding? Izuku. Something very bad, I know that. He said with conviction in his gaze. Setsuna. What did you find out? Izuku just looked towards the door hoping nothing bad had happened. Izuku. When I went to the police station for questioning, I was there and my danger sense kicked in. His friends were surprised while the Class A students didn't seem to understand. It was a feeling I only got against All for One. Manama. So at the level of the symbol of evil. Kirishima. I don't think I'm fully understanding, sorry but. Midoriya-sensei has a danger sensor. He shouted quietly so as not to cause any harm. Izuku. Yes, and I won't give many explanations because we don't have much time, but what I'm saying is true, Donovan is hiding something, and it might be very bad. Tokoyami. What's the plan? The bird spoke, believing in Izuku, his quirk beside him nodded, ready for battle. Izuku. Aren't you going to refute that? The students from Class A shook their heads. Momo, you wouldn't have a plausible reason to accuse someone like Donovan Dawson of evil deeds without apparent cause. It's not that I completely believe what you're saying, but it raises suspicions, and it's best to clear them up so we can continue with our mission. Achako. What Yamomo said. Spoke with a smile. Kendo. I suppose you already have a plan. Izuku smiled at his team, obviously he had thought about what to do during the course of the day. Izuku. The answers must be in this building. It's where she spends most of her time. So, here's what we'll do. Setsuna and Yayoi Rozu will join forces. He looked at the green-haired girl seriously. Divide parts of your body that aren't visible and explore the building with the help of micro-cameras, if you can make them. Momo. You're not the only one who's made a lot of progress, Midoriya-san. From her hand emerged something no bigger than a pin, square in shape. Izuku. How many can you make? The dark-haired girl thought for a moment, given the materials and the size she had to form. Momo. I estimate more than 100, they're not very complicated to create. Izuku smiled, as did Setsuna. Setsuna. Well, that makes 100 pieces. Her stomach began to divide into very small pieces that floated around everyone. Izuku. Alright, we can call this meeting to a close. And so, slowly, everyone went their separate ways to their assigned rooms, not wanting to arouse too much suspicion. Some mistakes can be fatal and can lead to the death of billions of people. Others can open the door to great things and new paths to discover, as in this case. Donovan knew something was wrong with the green-haired hero, so he kept him under surveillance without him noticing. The hidden cameras were a good invention despite the negatives they had. He followed Izuku to the roof, listening to his plan, and couldn't have been more fascinated by it. If the green-haired man discovers the truth and is open to talking, Donovan would gladly explain the reason behind it, with a vague hope that he would accept willingly. And if he didn't expect it, he would make him understand that the path he wanted for humanity was very viable and quite possible with his help. Garaki. Is something wrong, Donovan? The villain came down with the scientist carrying his assistant's head in his arms. What happened? Donovan. It seems our golden boy doesn't have a perfect type of girl, given how he's acted with his classmates. The pre-established program couldn't select either of them, considering there were 6 variables Izuku might like. Plus, he's seen too many contraindications lately. I'm going to reassemble her and make her fierce for battle. Garaki. You're not just here for that. The doctor said without looking at him, preoccupied with his latest creation. Donovan. As cunning as ever, Doc. No, I'm here because we're close to being discovered. The scientist looked at him, hoping it was a bad joke. Garaki. And what do you plan to do? The intrigue of how he would solve this made him nervous. Donovan. Let him find out, it won't take long, I can put up enough of a fight to convince him, or at least try. The doctor stopped his experiment and looked at his boss. Garaki. And if he doesn't? The businessman smiled amiably. Donovan. I can always revert his body back to the time when he's forgotten and that's it, I convince him more easily, but for now. He approached a panel with a view towards the city. I must speed things up. With the push of a button he released 3 beasts. The first one was robust with stone-like skin. It looked more like a sphere than a human body. The second one was thin with extremely long arms, blades replaced her fingers, her deafening scream echoed throughout the complex. Finally, a large bird with rather sharp feathers and an extremely hard beak appeared. It was time to see what the new generation of heroes would do. The alarm sounded in the morning, right at breakfast they were summoned by Donovan. The order was clear and concise, to stop the beasts that had appeared in the city, along with a group of villains, each of whom were surpassing the heroes. They could not fight for much longer against those strange beings. Kamakiri. Okay, how are we going to do this? He asked the 3 strategists in the group, who all agreed on what they would do. Izuku. We will divide ourselves according to the strongest enemy we have, in this case the 3 beasts that we have reports about. Momo. We will be in groups of 3 people, those best trained for the enemy in question. Kendo. Red Riot, Lizardi, and Uravity will go to the commercial zone. According to the report, it's an enemy with incredibly sharp claws. Its powers will make both the escape and protection of the citizens easy. The 3 heroes nodded before heading out into action. Tsukiyomi, Creati, and I will go after the bird that's been circling the industrial zone. We'll talk about how to organize things later. He turned to look at the green-haired boy who was stuffing sweets into his belt. Phantom Teeth, and Jack Mantis, you're in charge of the construction zone. Be careful. The enemy in question is quite strong and can withstand a lot. Izuku. Be careful, Itsuka. The orange-haired girl smiled at Izuku and leaned in to kiss him. Huh. Why's that? Kendo. A little luck wouldn't hurt. So the Kendo team left, followed by Izuku's team, who was being teased by his friends. Momo. I didn't know you and Midoriya-san were in a relationship. She said beside him with pure curiosity. Kendo is more complicated than you think, Yayoi Rozu, and for now it's best to focus on the mission. She commented, running towards the place they had to go. Momo. I agree with that. Without saying anything else, she followed the retreat into danger. 3 battles, 3 heroes for each of the doctor's creations. Donovan isn't keen on using his own people for these final experiments, but there was no other option. With Midoriya hot on his heels, he needs a reliable source of decent strength to attack the heroes. What's the point, some might ask. Well, it's simply a distraction while he goes after the most powerful one and gets what he wants. Thus thinking about their purpose makes a large-scale attack like this worthwhile. Against the immovable one, Battle Fist against a bird, and Lizardi against a cutter, keeping them busy enough so that Izuku can't investigate what's happening behind the city's back. On Satsuna's side, things were quite difficult. The buildings were badly damaged, as if a sword had sliced them into several pieces. Heroes were fighting against villains and guiding the creature as far away as possible, evacuating the area to a safer place. Achako. How are we going to do this? She asked her companions. She had several ideas about how to handle the situation, but she didn't want to act like the leader. Satsuna. For now, Red Riot and I will take that thing to a place where we can fight better. Uravity, use your quirk to help with the villains. We'll meet in the center of the zone. Receiving confirmation from the brunette, the green-haired girl and the Redeed went against that being. Kirishima. This is going to hurt tomorrow. With a war cry, he drew the creature's attention, which went to cut the unyielding one, who used his quirk on his arms to avoid those blades hitting him. Yep, it hurts a lot. Setsuna. Don't complain about this, Red Riot. Separating her arm, which had split into multiple parts, she grabbed the beast's neck, which was desperately trying to remove it. This way, cutting machine. Releasing the creature, it angrily charged at Setsuna, who then split into two pieces to make it difficult to follow. Kirishima. Lizardi, wait. The Redeed went after his partner, all under Donovan's gaze through the cameras. With Kendo's group, things were a bit more difficult since the bird tried to rip their heads off as soon as it saw them. Fortunately, the people were quickly moved away, and the heroes seemed to have enough control over the villains scattered there. The problem was the chicken's aerial advantage. Tokoyami. Creati, what are we supposed to do? He asked, throwing dark shadow at the bird that was swooping down on the three of them. Momo. We have to bring him down, take him out of his element. She said, creating something for her idea. Battle Fist, I have an idea that might work. Kendo. I think I have the same idea. He smiled at the dark-haired woman who nodded in agreement. Good. Tsukiyomi, I need you hovering in the skies, keep it close to the buildings. Tokoyami. On his way. His shadow returned to him this time, embracing him and acting like wings, flying off against the big bird. Kendo. You know this can make you dizzy, right? The dark-haired girl nodded nervously. I'm glad we understand each other again, Creati. She made her right hand grow as big as it could, and Momo sat there waiting for the moment. It was a 2-minute aerial battle against the bird when it was at the optimal point at which the dark-haired woman, after what she thought would happen, would fall into the open window of one of the buildings. Launched like a ball, the dark-haired girl flew over until she reached the giant bird that was trying to make her fall, being held back by Tsukiyomi, who kept it close to the building, so with effort, the dark-haired heroine reached its beak, throwing a sleeping potion, and causing the bird to lunge to the ground, just as the dark-haired girl jumped to a safe place. Momo. Okay, and now? Looking around for a camera but not finding one, she began her plan. I hope you're right, Midoriya-san, because this will surely get us into trouble. She signaled to her green-haired companion. They had a plan in case this happened. On Izuku's side, things were much more difficult, or rather, much more stressful, because that being was more of a wrecking ball than a beast, destroying everything in its path and putting several places at risk. Fortunately, the heroes took him to a nearby park where he couldn't do much damage, and fortunately, he didn't know how to get out of there. Izuku. You know what the plan is, right? His friends nodded, ready for battle. Let's go all out. They went in watching the ball roll and roll, without knowing how to get out of that labyrinth that wasn't really a labyrinth when they forced it to change direction abruptly, stopping it on one side. It stopped spinning and looked at those three roaring with hatred. Kamakiri and Izuku were on the sides while Monoma went straight ahead. The monstrous things didn't seem to possess more than one quirk, so according to Izuku's theory, he should be able to copy its quirk and fight on equal terms with that thing, and if necessary, combine it with another quirk that he had already copied. With only one target in front of him, he charged with force, only to be stopped by Kamakiri's blades, which began to heat up from the friction against the beast's tough hide. Beside the blade-wielding boy, Izuku pressed his fists together to slow the massive ball of destruction. Monoma quickly approached, touching the ball and leaping forward. Monoma. All set. He shouted to his companions who jumped up beside him. Let's see how this works. Activating his quirk, Monoma inflated like a balloon, resembling a ball as well. Izuku. Kamakiri, go to the other side, this will be fun. His friend skipped off and disappeared into the distance. Come on Monoma, let's roll. The blonde man rolled towards the beast, and just like him, his enemy went to counter that ball, colliding and repelling each other. Izuku. This is going to take a while. The battle, despite going in favor of the heroes, was not entirely won, given the casualties on the side of the law and the few on the villainous side. They had everything prepared, and yet many of the thugs seemed hesitant and confused about what was happening. Some didn't even know where they were. Their puppet leader had been summoned for combat at midnight, and preparations took until morning. They decided to attack as soon as they had all the pieces in place, which led to many mistakes. In the area where the fight against the giant bird was taking place, things were going very well, as it was the most controlled area. With the arrival of reinforcements from heroes and the plan of both strategists, they had the bird quite under control. Tokoyami was flying overhead, bringing it down, Momo's sleeping potions were affecting it more like a slowdown, and Kendo's powerful blows meant the bird could barely do anything. Of course, the heroes took advantage of this to attack the villains with everything they had, resulting in a very good outcome with few casualties. In the area assigned to Uravati and the other two heroes, things were a bit more difficult given the speed of the cutter when attacking. Fortunately, Setsuna was never touched by it as she quickly divided her parts and kept them away from each other. Kirishima acted perfectly as a wall for those heroes who were in greater danger, while Uraraka used her quirk to remove all the weight and move with the ropes on her suit. Kirishima. I have a plan. The Redeed ran towards his brunette companion who was in the sights of the beast that was lashing out at everything. Uravity. The hero stood in front of her, receiving those claws that were unable to penetrate his indestructible mode. Take away the gravity, I have an idea. Achako. Are you sure? We lose a lot of defense if I do that. The Redeed nodded seriously. Lizardi, we need you to cover us. The green-haired girl looked at her companions, not quite understanding. Setsuna. On her way. Separated further, her body going to attack that creature. If they plan something, there's no need to say it twice. With the distraction in place, all that was needed was an unexpected attack with enough force to defeat the villain, with something simple. Since he didn't have much gravity, Kirishima quickly rose higher and higher, without losing sight of where his enemy was. He rose rapidly thanks to Uravity, who was wrapping her legs around his torso and propelling him upwards with her ropes. Below, the beast was too entertained by Setsuna's parts and his absurd speed. Besides, the blows he delivered were not to be ignored, given the speed with which he struck. Kirishima. Now. The brunette freed her friend, who plummeted forward, arms outstretched, ready to tear the villain apart. The villain had only been trying to slash Setsuna, barely managing to inflict any damage. It wasn't insignificant, but some parts were bleeding. He didn't even realize when his body was crushed by Red Riot, ending up unconscious on the spot. Setsuna. Well, and now. She gathered her parts except for her left arm, the one that received the least damage, and was sent on a special mission. For the three friends, things were more difficult. Their game was too dangerous, and their enemy was very resilient. Fortunately, he had so many clashes with Monoma that he was constantly copying his quirk. Kamakiri's efforts to cut even a little of that wrecking ball didn't have the full effect they expected, and Izuku's blows only redirected the great beast to one side. Izuku. Okay, new plan. Monoma and Kamakiri, I want you to throw him towards that building. I'll take care of the rest. Izuku floated off to his place, while both Kamakiri looked at their partner turned into a ball. Monoma. I have an idea. He said, deflating and looking at his friend. Lend me your quirk. Kamakiri. I think I understand what you're planning. The green-haired boy jumped up next to his friend, bumping fists. And I hope you don't leave me out. Monoma. Let's go. He transformed back into a ball and spun towards the opposite side of the villain. Kamakiri. And they leave the complicated stuff to me. Sighing, he went to the ball that only looked at him for a few seconds, waiting to attack him. Come on, I'll cut you into very small pieces. The giant ball roared with anger and rolling followed that giant mantis that was cutting down trees to stop it while its friend prepared. Monoma. Here we go. As he advanced, he used his new technique. Double quirk. Wrecking ball. Blades began to emerge from his body, slicing through the ground and attacking the ball, which was unaware of what was happening. When they both met, the beast's hard shell slowly gave way against Monoma, who pushed the ball, diverting its trajectory and ending up on a path towards a building, where Izuku was waiting with a spiderweb made with his black whip. Izuku. And now upwards. With a kick powered by the Fajin, the ball ended up in the sky. All three at the same time. He shouted to his friends who were grabbed by black whips and thrown into the sky. Izuku then jumped, quickly joining his friends and drawing Kamakiri blades, while Monoma extended his hand thanks to the enemy's quirk. The three of them forcefully cut through the villain, who flew towards the remaining villains from the attack, being defeated. Izuku. And now there's only the other thing left. He breathed heavily as he looked at the beast, motionless thanks to a hero who was there. Kamakiri. Where do you think his lair is? We literally searched his entire headquarters building and found nothing. The reptilian was holding Monoma, who was about to vomit after so many turns against his enemy. Izuku. A place in his beloved city that citizens couldn't access no matter how much they wanted to, a forbidden place in the city with almost no prohibitions. Izuku had thought of it in the middle of the battle, and it was quite obvious where he was. Setsuna. Izuku-kun. Setsuna's mouth flew towards him, her lips slightly pursed. We found him. Izuku. Testing zone and the only area with extreme security levels in the city. Setsuna's mouth moved closer to kiss him on the cheek, and she smiled at him. Setsuna. See you there, the rest of us are on our way. Nodding, Izuku looked at his friends who were resting briefly. Monoma. I know we have to go, but give me a moment to stop staring at how everything is spinning. The blonde boy stood still for a minute before looking at Izuku. And how are we going to get there in such a short time? Kamakiri looked to the side, eyeing a couple of boxes that were big enough for him and the blonde boy to fit in, smiling at Izuku who understood his friend's idea. I don't even know why I'm asking. Moments later, Monoma's scream could be heard through the city streets. Izuku used the black whips to secure and hold his friends while he jumped and floated from building to building to quickly reach his destination on the other side of the city, and of course, going so fast was not pleasant for Monoma. When they arrived, their other friends and classmates from UA were already there. Momo and Kendo were analyzing the situation. There were mechanical guards with the assistant Mai at the head looking towards the door, many weapons, and probably many beasts. Izuku. Okay, I have an idea. He looked at everyone who hadn't expected that speed of thought. Kendo. What do you have in mind? Izuku smiled innocently, which guaranteed a lot of danger. I need 2 impenetrable walls and a couple of blades. Monoma. This is going to hurt a lot. Without waiting any longer, he touched Kirishima's shoulder, copying his quirk. Kirishima. Let's do this. With total excitement, he stood next to Monoma, activating his quirk, as did Monoma, who hoped it wouldn't hurt too much. Izuku. Itsuka, Yaoi Rozu, and Uraraka will cover us, while Satsuna attacks alongside Kamakiri. He explained, positioning himself behind his friend in the retreat. Kendo. What do you plan to do? Izuku just released smoke from his palm, demonstrating what would happen. Momo. Well then. 2 shields emerged from her arms, giving one to her orange-haired companion, and standing next to Izuku. We'll be more helpful that way. But the improvised tank, the heroes entered the villain's guard and were instantly met with bullets that both walls withstood very well, while the smoke made it difficult to see those machines, nor did they know where the blow came from, thanks to the speed of Satsuna's weightless parts that were going at full speed. In the end, that barrier was overcome, and they ended up in front of the tycoon with his villain's suit without helmet, behind him, a legion of beasts ready to attack. Donovan. You know. It took longer than I expected to get here. I'm a little disappointed about that, he said with a smile to Izuku, who stood in front of everyone. The atmosphere was cold as villain and hero engaged in a rather intense staring contest. Izuku was ready to attack at the slightest provocation, while the villain remained calm and composed. Stress is bad for the body, and it's not worth stressing out now that the heroes are here in front of him, ready for a battle of great magnitude. Donovan. You are undoubtedly an amazing person, Midoriya Izuku. He said with a twisted smile that frightened more than one person. That power you have is very special, you know. Izuku. What the hell is he doing? He asked angrily, to which the evil businessman let out a chuckle. Donovan. Something for which I hope for your cooperation. He replied truthfully, without convincing Izuku, who prepared for the attack. Please, violence isn't necessary, especially given the number of people on my side. With a gesture, a giant with a vacant stare, a child with grotesquely protruding teeth, and a strange fusion between dog and human, were close to the villain. Izuku. Okay. He relaxed a little while, signaling his classmates with his leg using the code word prepare to leave. Donovan. Thank you. Now, I have to ask, do you want your secret behind that powerful quirk to be known? Izuku raised an eyebrow, and the villain smiled kindly. Yes, I know about it, Izuku. I've lived longer than you think, and I know a few things. Izuku looked at his friends, who didn't understand what was happening. Izuku. It doesn't matter anymore, All for One is dead, and I don't think there's anyone in the world stupid or powerful enough to want him. The villain nodded at that thought. It wasn't entirely wrong. Donovan. I expected nothing less from you, Izuku. Izuku maintained his serious expression. You asked what the heck I should do, right? Izuku nodded. It's simple. I was just waiting for you to show up. Did you really think I didn't know about your little meeting on the roof of my building? The heroes visibly tensed, anticipating the surprise attack. I must admit I didn't expect you to use such unorthodox methods to get here. That did surprise me, but what surprised me most is your danger sensor, Izuku. You've gone too far. Izuku. Where is he going with this? He asked, tired of the villain's endless loops. Donovan. Don't worry, I don't plan to hold you up for long, I just want something you have. He smiled wickedly, causing everyone to go on guard. I want you to please give me one for all, if you would be so kind. Izuku. No. Responded immediately to the villain, who only sighed. Donovan. I expected as much. You can't give such a powerful quirk to a villain, moral code and all that, right? Now the heroes really didn't understand anything the tycoon was saying. Kendo. What do you mean by giving him a quirk? Izuku isn't All for One. She said angrily to the villain. Donovan. It's curious, isn't it? But it's true, young Midoriya possesses the greatest power on earth, inherited from the great hero All Might, a torch passed from master to disciple through many years, 9 generations of heroes in total, including Midoriya, of course. His classmates looked at him, not quite believing what he said. Satsuna. Hey Izuku-kun, he's lying, right? Izuku shook his head, opening his right hand to the side and letting multicolored light filter through. Kirishima. So, Midoriya-sensei, before you had this quirk, what did you have? The villain waited patiently for Izuku to answer. Izuku. Quirkless and nothing more. The news surprised everyone who couldn't believe what was happening. Why would he want one for all? Entering a body with a quirk will kill him in hours, maybe even minutes. Donovan. It's true that in a twist of fate, one for all became a quirk that only a quirkless person can possess, but I have my tricks to prevent that from happening. He smiled arrogantly at his enemies, who were unaware of what was happening to him. I never told you about my quirk, did I? He slowly approached a tree there, completely healthy and full of life. You see, Izuku, my quirk allows me to do amazing things, the power that someone once considered godlike, even though I don't believe it, they called it that. Izuku. What does that have to do with anything? He asked, attentive to what his enemy would do. Donovan. That's the most important thing in this succession. You see, I can manipulate time for anything within my reach. With a single touch, the tree withered, leafless, and with a badly rotten trunk. I manipulate it as I please, however I want. The tree returned to its normal state before becoming just a sprout on the ground again. And even. He touched that sprout, turning it back into the tree from the beginning, only with a difference. Achako. It's not moving. She murmured, frightened by that power. Donovan. That's right. Spoke from behind the heroes, surprising everyone. I can manipulate the speed of things and how they are perceived. The simple example is that I slowed down their aging, pausing time for all eternity if I so choose. Izuku, that still doesn't answer my question, sir. The villain agreed with him on that. Donovan. That's true, but it's the main reason we're here in the first place. You see, Izuku, about 100 years ago I was on the verge of death due to extreme damage to my body. In my last moments of life, I managed the unthinkable by turning back time itself by a few precious minutes. I'm the first time traveler in the world, and I want to do it again. Izuku realized what he possibly wanted to do. I think you already figured it out. Momo wants to travel through time. Why? And what does Midoriya-san have to do with it? Donovan. Izuku's quirk is an energy accumulator. He has so much that I can travel as far back or as far forward in the timeline as I please, it's that simple. The surprise didn't take long to arrive, causing excitement in the villain. You see, I've lived for a long time, longer than I care to admit. I was there when quirks began to flourish, I was there when those with power were treated like freaks, even freaks are monsters. I was there when things turned around, and now the one without power was the one discriminated against. I've seen and suffered the looks of fear and hatred. I've seen human nature at its peak, so I've come to a conclusion to put an end to this cursed society of selfishness. Izuku. And what is it? He already knew where this was going and he didn't like it. Donovan. That I never existed in the first place, that's the plan, to travel back in time to roughly ancient Mesopotamia, and when I suddenly arrive with the abilities I display, they'll believe I'm a god who will guide them down the right path to a perfect world without discrimination or pain. Doesn't that sound fantastic? Izuku said nothing. Izuku. Nice words to say you plan to enslave humanity from its very beginning. The villain thought about it for a while, seemingly unaware of that. Besides, there's no guarantee you'll stay in power. Forget the implicit law within humans, their free will and their desire for freedom. Sooner or later, someone will kill you for wanting freedom. Momo. Besides that, how do you plan to rule the entire world? What you're proposing is insane. Humans have appeared in various places throughout the centuries, not to mention atmospheric changes, and the fact that you're theoretically bringing various future bacteria into the past will wipe out humanity with your mere presence. The villain's expression became more serious. Donovan. You know I can turn back time for humans too, right? I can cure any disease, I can advance human civilization to be the best of the best. He retorted to the dark-haired woman. Izuku. Better or worse, he can't risk the precious timeline, it will cause chaos and the destruction of the world. The villain sighed, looking at Izuku. Only not now. From his palms he released a smokescreen as his companions left the place. Kendo. Okay, now how do we escape the city? She asked Izuku who was near her. In the distance they could hear the mutant dog following them. Izuku. On the way here I told Kamakiri to call someone, they must be outside. He replied, arriving at the exit with all his classmates, finding a rather advanced jet, and in the cockpit there was a blonde with glasses. The transport has arrived. Melissa. Get up quickly. A gun popped out from a button and shot the dog that was chasing the heroes. Izuku. I never doubted you, Melissa. Izuku was the last to enter. Things got ugly in a very short time. Now hurry towards UA. Melissa. Understood, Izuku. Smiling at her friend, the jet took off as Donovan watched, a little angry about what had happened. Donovan. This isn't what I expected. With an angry look he headed towards his building to prepare, time to attack. The atmosphere on the plane was too tense because since Izuku entered he hadn't stopped talking to the blonde girl. The laughter and smiles did not go unnoticed by those two girls from 3B who watched with obvious jealousy the interactions of their green-haired boy with a blonde they had barely met. Kendo. Those two look so happy. She commented with a pout, annoyed at Izuku who continued chatting calmly with his blonde friend. Setsuna. I wonder how they know each other. Unlike her friend, she was more tense, causing amusement among the girls of 3A. Momo. Wow, I didn't know you were jealous, Kendo-san. She said with a kind smile, to which the orange-haired girl looked at her, still pouting. Kendo. I'm not jealous, Yayoi Rozu. The dark-haired girl just looked at Izuku, chatting happily with her friend. Well, maybe just a little. Setsuna. Hey Izuku-kun, don't you think you're forgetting something? Izuku stopped talking to look at the green-haired girl with a serious expression. Izuku. Oh right, what a scatterbrain. With a smile he looked at Class B. Itsuka, Setsuna, Kamakiri and Monoma, the pilot taking us is none other than Melissa Shield, daughter of the great scientist David Shield, and a very good friend. The blonde just raised her hand and continued with what she was doing. Kamakiri. Why didn't you tell us you had such an important friend? Izuku shrugged. Izuku. You guys never asked, and I'm not going to be showing people that she's my friend. Melissa. It's been a long time since I've spoken to Izuku. I'm sorry if I kept you away for so long. After what happened in Japan regarding the villain attack, Island was hermetically sealed and for the sake of all its people, any access to the outside world was denied. We need to catch up. She explained as the plane sped towards UA. Kendo Island. I heard that they reopened a little over 3 months ago due to confidentiality issues. Melissa. A slight miscalculation in a power reactor left the island adrift for a couple of months only. Until that was resolved we couldn't leave. Kirishima. And it was just so important to help us, thank you Melissa. With things a little more relaxed, Izuku explained his quirk to his classmates and friends. With half the revelation already done, the other half wouldn't hurt. Of course, Melissa was skeptical about it, but the explanation of All Might's power loss was enough to make the pieces fall into place. Of course, when Principal Nezu arrived in Japan, he found it strange that his students would arrive in a state-of-the-art jet with Mr. Shield's daughter. The story of the evil deeds of one of the world's greatest tycoons sounded like madness, and even many teachers didn't believe it due to a lack of evidence, but Nezu knew better. The fear and disbelief that only occurred in situations of maximum danger was imprinted in the eyes of his students. The rodent had seen that type of look so many times that he learned to look the truth directly in the eyes. Vlad King. What do you think, Principal? The semi-aquatic mammal thought for a second before smiling as only he knows how. Nezu. I want you to gather the top 10 and obviously inform the authorities. The fight is coming that could be key to the world as we know it continuing on its course. The teacher nodded and together with Aizawa went out to inform. Ectoplasm. What if it turns out to be a joke? The professor seriously doubted his student's story, mainly because it sounded crazy. Nezu. Do you think they're capable of joking about something of this magnitude? Especially Midoriya. The teacher didn't answer. I thought so. Midnight. Okay, so what are we supposed to do? Nezu. Gather the students in their dormitories. Remember, UA is still a fortress with diverse defenses. The third-year courses are ready for action. They are the only ones allowed to take action. Call in the agencies associated with UA. We also need extra protection in case of a greater danger than we anticipate. With the affirmation of their teachers, the room was left for the mouse that jumped onto the table. From the other side of the sea, Donovan gazed at his city with a melancholic smile. They weren't to blame for anything. No one in the city had ever treated him with less than respect. They were mostly good people. Like everywhere on Earth, there were bad ones, and those who, in one way or another, were the villains in their stories. He turned to look at his desk, where his assistant's head lay on a pile of books. She would never function again. The damage to her circuits from Chitasa's self-immolation, combined with the ongoing damage to her programming, had finally broken her. He pressed a button that connected to many screens in his city. It was time to reveal the truth, however painful it might be. He had to show this last act of kindness on his part. Donovan. Dear friends. The message began, leaving the locals puzzled. Their leader seemed so melancholic and unwell. I'm addressing you to clarify the events of today. You know about an orchestrated attack on various areas, and luckily, only civilians were injured. I can't say the same for the heroes. Fortunately, a group was summoned to our aid, uncovering a truth hidden from everyone. He glanced at his desk for a moment, carefully considering his words. That attack was ordered by me in a desperate attempt to prevent you from discovering the truth. The citizens didn't really believe that. Their leader never proved to be anything more than a great man with good intentions for his people. Donovan. I don't ask you to understand why I'm doing this, I ask you to believe the truth, and that is this. I am a villain, one with principles. For many years I have used everything at my disposal simply for my pleasure and to further my wicked plans, for survival, and to gain more power than I already possess. Tonight I will leave this city for my final crusade against the greatest hero I have known in the more than 100 years I have lived. It is very likely that I will not return, either because I will finally die or I will simply be captured. In the event that I do not return, my replacement and successor in leadership are already in place. I know that this person can lead this city down the right path. With that, the broadcast ended, leaving the citizens stunned. Some believed what was happening, others refused to believe it. In his office, the villain stared at the doctor, who was waiting for him to say something. He knew what would happen and was afraid of what might happen to him. Donovan. Bring everyone here, the robots, the beasts, I want them ready to go right now. The doctor nodded nervously. Garaki. As for me, Donovan. The tycoon looked at him with a strange smile. Donovan. Don't worry, Doc, your great contribution won't be forgotten, and besides, you still owe a debt to these societies. With a snap of their fingers, heroes appeared who were surprised to see the mad doctor from All for One with their boss. Take him to a ship and lock him up in paradise for the rest of his days. Garaki. No. Wait, please. Tried to cling to the villain but was stopped by the heroes. Donovan. Don't forget, Doc, that you were involved in my death, and I'm a little resentful about it. The last thing heard were the doctor's cries for mercy. All done now. Things got strange in just minutes for all the members of Class B. Their friends came running in, telling a particularly strange story about powers being passed down from generation to generation. They were all called to an imminent battle that was approaching at great speed, and to add to the surprise, they already had a plan of action. There wasn't much time to ask questions beyond the superficial and learn that Izuku was the one they wanted because he possessed that power. In less than an hour, the city of Musatafu was being evacuated as a precaution against what was to come, and the top 10 heroes themselves came to help. UA once again became a fortress for the citizens who fled in terror to a safe place, while Nezu, along with Endeavor, Izuku, Momo, and a couple of police officers, came up with the idea for the fight. It was unknown how strong those beasts were, but it was clear that strong attacks were needed to bring them down, so they divided into zones in the city. Izuku, Hawks, and Endeavor would receive them on the coast and separate the forces. With the exception of Donovan, they had prepared traps against the beasts, regardless of which ones they were. The green-haired hero would personally take care of the villain, doing it alone because he didn't want anyone to die because of that being, so he would guide him away to avoid unnecessary deaths. Of course, this caused panic among his companions, especially the girls. Those who had seen Donovan's quirk in action feared that something might happen to their beloved Izuku, while those who stayed behind were very worried about what he might do and asked themselves thousands of questions with very bad answers. This brings us to the situation where Izuku was kidnapped by the girls who wouldn't let him escape, mainly because Kinonoi Satsuna hugged him and he didn't want to leave. Kendo. I respect you a lot, Izuku, you know that well, but… Her hand trembled with doubt about the battle. You can't face him alone. You saw what he's capable of, how dangerous he is. You need help with him. The green-haired boy looked into the orange-haired girl's eyes, as well as those of the others. Izuku. What are you afraid of? His calm tone confused them. Pony. You're going to get lost, Izuku. Don't you see you're risking your life in this encounter? The blonde shouted, completely nervous about what was going to happen. Izuku. It's our duty to risk our lives to protect others. We always put ourselves at risk to save those in danger. The girl said nothing, knowing he was right. The reason I want to fight alone isn't to prove anything to anyone or think I'm better than others. It's for the simple reason that I don't want to risk anyone else's life. I won't let what happened to Shinso happen again. Yui. Don't you trust us to handle this? She asked, quite angry with Izuku. Izuku. This isn't about believing or not, it's someone who has the power to change the time of anything he touches, including himself, and I'm the only one fast enough to defeat him. The girls were still nervous about what would happen. Kinoko. Izuku. The brunette hugged the green-haired boy tighter. We're scared. Izuku. And I understand, I'm scared too. Izuku leaned on the brunette to try and calm her down. I don't want to lose them. I don't want to leave them alone. Satsuna. And we don't want to lose you. The green-haired girl hugged Izuku tighter. We don't want you to fight alone. Izuku. I'm sorry, but I have to. He spoke seriously and firmly, making most of the girls sad. Ibara. Izuku-san. She approached Izuku, placing her hand on his cheek. I have an idea. Her hopeful smile confused Izuku. With each word that came out of Izuku, he became more convinced that it had been a bad idea to spend so much time with each of the girls. Now they had some crazy ideas that he knew would work. Ibara was a genius, and of course, Izuku quickly agreed with what they would do. The idea is simple, and they'll defeat him together. In the battle, Izuku will have help to trap the villain, making it easier to defeat him. Yui and Ryuko will keep him at bay with large objects blocking his path and a layer of mushrooms placed to one side with vines ready to pierce the villain. The perfect trap that will give Izuku an extra advantage. Ibara. One more thing, Izuku-san. Shyly, she approached Izuku, who was a little confused. Something for good luck. Red-faced, she kissed Izuku, who, surprised, returned the kiss. Izuku. Thank you, Ibara. He smiled at the plant-haired girl who swore she saw a heavenly light emanating from Izuku. Kinoko. Hey, you're not the only one who can bring him luck. With an adorable pout she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him too. We're all going to bring you the luck you need, Izuku. Yui. It's my turn. She quickly grabbed Izuku's cheeks and passionately kissed him, leaving him stunned by what was happening. Setsuna. Wow, Yui's really going for it. She teased her friend, who let go of Izuku, who had a slight blush. My turn. With a bright smile she took Izuku and planted a kiss on him. Pony. I'll go. She snatched Izuku from Setsuna's hands, who looked at her with a pout. She was the one who took the longest to let go, since she had wanted to kiss him for a while. Ryuko. Let him breathe. The blonde let go of Izuku, who looked at her a little surprised by her fierceness, to which the blonde smiled innocently. I'll always be the one who tasted him first. Smiling, she gave him a quick kiss and looked at the one who was missing. Now. Her friends looked at the redhead who got a little nervous. Kendo. Why are you looking at me like that? Her friend smiled calmly. Ugh, fine. She approached Izuku, who was smiling and trying to hold back his laughter. What's so funny? Izuku. Your reaction, of course, it's not like you haven't kissed me before. The orange-haired girl became nervous and her friends looked at her in surprise. Ryuko. And when exactly did that happen? Ignoring her friend Kendo, she kissed Izuku, who smiled. Kendo. Wow, look at the time, we have to get ready. She wanted to leave but was stopped by her friend's vines. Yui. You won't leave so easily, President. The orange-haired girl looked at Izuku, who couldn't stand it anymore and started laughing, drawing the girl's attention. Setsuna. It's not that funny, Izuku-kun. She said with a pout, unable to stop Izuku's laughter. Izuku. I am so lucky. Standing up he smiled at the girls. Thank you for always being there for me, I can now happily say that I love you. The girls blushed at that declaration. What do you think about going somewhere after the battle? Ibara. It sounds good, Izuku-san. She said, blushing noticeably. Kinoko nodded sheepishly beside her. Setsuna. Obviously. She smiled with a radiant smile, things turned out well. There wasn't much left to go. Donovan was riding on a boy with a whale quirk. With enough upgrades, that aberration was gigantic and crossed the sea quickly. In a few moments, he would reach the Japanese coast. Behind him were various mutant beings with aquatic features. In the air, an army of combat droids rose up, many carrying beasts, aberrations that only wanted one thing, and that was to destroy everything in their path. The final battle was approaching. On Usatafu Beach, the three heroes patiently awaited the villain's arrival. A couple of hours had passed, and the sun was about to set, giving way to a starry night. The evacuation was over, leaving the city deserted. Everyone was hidden away at UA and in nearby cities. The heroes had isolated the city to minimize the damage. Heroes from various agencies were ready at their assigned locations. All that remained was to wait. Hawks. Are you sure he's coming? He asked, his gaze fixed on the horizon, waiting for something. Izuku. He has no other choice, his plans have been discovered, there's no other path left for him. Izuku was the most serious, waiting for him to arrive. Hawks. Who would have thought that our biggest investor would be the one to stab us in the back, a villain capable of hiding under our noses for years. And ever. Shouldn't be much longer, so get ready. The number one hero stood before his companions. Izuku. He looked at some point in the sea, his danger sense had activated. Over there, it's not far. He warned the two who got ready for the imminent attack. 2 minutes later he appeared above the barely visible horizon and on a great beast, his helmet shining as the heroes rose above the ground waiting for him to arrive. The calm and the danger gave a union that caused uncertainty in Izuku. As they drew closer, the mechanical beings revealed themselves with a horde of beasts that clashed with each other, trying to break free and destroy everything in their path. On the beach, more beasts of different sizes and types emerged, all sharing something similar. That marine design with a whale at the head, with Donovan riding on it. Donovan. I must say I'm a little disappointed by this rather poor reception. The man calmly descended and looked at the trio of heroes flying overhead. Attack directly. This is new, Izuku. What can I say? I don't like to risk anyone in a battle against you. Izuku analyzed each beast hoping to find some weakness. Donovan. I suppose I agree with you on that, why spill blood unnecessarily? When you can come and accept the new world I will create. He extended a hand to Izuku who didn't even move. If that's what you want. With a snap, a beast resembling a great white shark burst from the water and flew straight toward Izuku who stood motionless. Hawks. Excuse me, sir, but. A feather pierced the creature, which fell motionless to the ground. It's not very good to ignore us. Donovan. My dear Kigo, I have something special for you. With a wave of his hand, a flock of mutant birds flew at the flying chicken, who smiled. Hawks. Aerial battle. I accepted. With speed he went backwards, they far outnumbered him, the flock came out behind the hero, and soon the sky was only filled with the lights of the robots shining with their cargo nearby. Donovan. One down, one more to go. He pointed at Endeavor, who let out a growl as cages opened and hordes of beasts charged forward. I don't think you want the city destroyed, NG. Endeavor. TSK. Without waiting any longer, he went into the city to hold back the creature's advance. Donovan. Finally alone now. Suddenly appeared in front of Izuku with his fist raised. Give it to me. Izuku easily dodged the blow, falling to the ground watching as the villain fell like a feather. Izuku. You'll have to be much faster to catch me. The green-haired boy disappeared before the villain. Donovan. Cat and mouse. With a single snap the sea beasts howled, circling the coast to attack from various places. Multiple fronts with a single objective, to stop his rival. On Hawk's side, this led that large flock towards the eastern part of the city, where the heroes of his agency and his student were waiting to act. I would be lying if I said it wasn't partly fun to avoid every blow they tried to give him. It kept him alert and ready for any blow. Hawks. Almost there. He dodged another poorly placed claw on his arm and continued on with more than 30 strange birds following closely behind. Hey, don't get impatient, the party's almost here. The blonde hero continued flying right to the right place when his enemies felt the full force of the law in the form of heroes from Hawk's agency. The plan to attack the beasts was simple, and since they didn't know if they would be attacked by land or air, their boss brought their prey to a very low altitude, allowing for an optimal offensive against those beings who looked quite strong. Hawks. This will take a while. He said as a blade-winged bird flew close, almost taking his head off. That was close. On the other side of the city, Endeavor flew at high speed, launching flames at the beasts to guide them towards his trap where his agency awaited. Unfortunately, many of the beasts escaped to various places where other agencies were waiting. The city of Musatafu was full of various agencies in every possible place. Burnin is coming. He pointed to the glowing fireball that was his boss, and obviously the horde of beasts that looked like they came straight from hell. Everyone ready. But the war cry the heroes went against the villains. Tense moments were also experienced in the coastal waters, as those beasts were held back by the heroes Gang Orca and Selkie, both marine heroes who were awaiting the arrival of those sea creatures. Gang Orca. They'll be here soon. He alerted his men at sea, just as the great whale appeared with a cephalopod nearby. Well. I hope Midoriya can pull it off. Meanwhile, Izuku was engaged in a game of tag with the main villain. He had the advantage of knowing the terrain better. Years of escaping from Bakugo were finally paying off. Crossing alleys and paths was easy, and having a villain follow him made it somewhat fun. Izuku. Just a little more. He ran quickly through the tunnel where his story as a hero began, glancing back at the villain who was still following him. It's not easy to tire him out. Donovan. I can advance the time of my cells so that fatigue doesn't feel Izuku, you can't exhaust me. Izuku smiled, throwing a smokescreen. A smokescreen is useless if your enemy has devices to see through the fog. The eyes of the helmet glowed, activating its thermal vision. Izuku. Maybe. A whip emerged from his back, pulling him toward the exit while he launched air bullets at the villain. Donovan. Maintaining a ranged battle against an enemy who can damage you with just a touch, undoubtedly a brilliant strategy. Appeared suddenly in front of Izuku, who was already expecting him. Except it doesn't work against someone like me. Izuku. You're right where I wanted you. He clicked on an attachment on his mask, just as a thick layer of spores and smoke seeped into the air. Donovan. You know I have a helmet too, right? Izuku gave a smirk as mushrooms sprouted on the villain's body. Interesting. He tried to touch the mushrooms, but more and more kept appearing. Izuku. Now. Fajin. With a low punch he launched the villain into the air who looked around deciding what to do. Donovan. Not bad. His helmet glowed and instantly all the mushrooms turned to dust. Let's see what you do with this. Propelling himself downwards, the villain touched the ground, making the bridge he fell on fragile and breaking the structure that almost fell on Izuku. You won't have it so easy to defeat me. Izuku. That remains to be seen. With his serious gaze he went against his rival. Endeavor again unleashed a burst of flame towards that beast with an exoskeleton capable of withstanding extremely high temperatures. Beneath it were beasts with extreme strength, those that launched some kind of projectile or had some extra limb that gave them an advantage on the terrain. Neither he nor Burnin or Shoto could do much because when the hero of two temperatures attacked there was another capable of resisting ice and low temperatures. "Watch out," shouted a hero, pointing at a long blade that plunged into a nearby building, slicing the structure in half. "Shoto. At this rate we'll lose," he said to the air, quite angry with his enemies. "Kirishima. These things hit really hard," he said, falling from the sky because of one that looked like a rodent. "Endeavor. Don't give up yet, we haven't given our all." Flying overhead, he launched fire projectiles at some buildings, causing their destruction and making debris rain down on the ground. "Kirishima. Change focus." He felt enlightened and looked at the bi-colored boy. "Shoto, make a ramp." The bi-colored boy, not understanding much, did it and instantly the wall launched itself forward up that ramp right on top of many of them. "Shoto. I don't know why I thought he would do something else." Dismantling that ice ramp, the bi-colored one launched both sides sequentially to do maximum damage to those enemies. On Hawk's side things were going better, as that flock was being almost completely controlled, thanks to the union of beast genus Squirk with Edgiashot and Phantom Teeth, who copied both to make a rather dangerous terrain for the enemies. "Manama. I wonder how things are going with Ter," he asked aloud, waiting for a giant vulture. "Sen. That worries you more than surviving?" he yelled, being held in the beak of one with crow-like abilities. "Tsukiyomi, tell your dad to let me go." "Tokoyami. He's not my father," he muttered, a little annoyed by that joke. "Hawks. But they look alike." His master suddenly appeared to join in the joke, making the crow sigh with a living shadow. The aquatic team had it more complicated because that whale and the squid made things very difficult, and even more so with a horde of mutant sharks and dolphins with murderous greed. It was not an easy field for some heroes who played more of a support role than those who could actually be in the water and fight without problems. "Selkie. Froppy, go away, we'll take care of it," she said to the frog girl who looked very tired. "Sayu." "But," the seal stroked her head to calm her fears. "Selkie. You're not so used to battles against multiple targets in the water, much less one with a shark quirk." The hero caught the green-haired girl, and they both escaped from a strange jellyfish and its dangerous toxin. "Gang Orca. Don't worry about us, girl. We have plenty on our side to defeat them." He launched a powerful sonic attack that pushed some of the beasts back a bit. "As soon as you're feeling a little better, come back to the battle." "Sayu." Understood Kiro. The frog girl was leaving when the water itself captured her and began to push her towards a beast whose eyes were all that could be seen. "Selkie. Froppy." The seal was heading towards the girl, but was stopped halfway by two sharks. "Gang Orca. This is bad." The hero also got caught up against the squid and the whale. Manga. Boom. Suddenly an explosion made that beast explode and the frog went up into the sky, being caught by Ryukyu who came as reinforcements. "Ryukyu. Help has arrived." Froppy. But the heroine came a large part of her agency, including the brunette, who was very worried about her frog friend. While everyone was holding on and winning against that army with Donovan, things were very difficult because that villain used even the smallest trick to stop Izuku. They hadn't moved much from that collapsed bridge. The villain had managed to push Izuku back a little. "Donovan. Come on, I know that's not all you've got, you haven't even used your other quirks." Izuku lunged at the villain, releasing a smokescreen. "Like I said before, that doesn't work on me." His eyes glowed again as he stared at Izuku who was circling the villain. "Izuku. Let's just say I have ways of using this quirk that are different from the normal ones." Izuku on his enemy's back raised a hand and instantly many black whips returned to him, bringing with them a lot of debris, only of incredibly large sizes. "Donovan. Wow." Was the last thing he said before being dragged away with the rubble. Izuku left, waiting for any sign that his enemy was aware of the situation. The enemy raised a cloud of dust as he destroyed everything around him. Izuku wanted to retreat but couldn't because something was holding him back. "Donovan. Black whip, interesting." The villain appeared from the dust holding 6 whips. When they are created they enter the time stream, so I fear Izuku that they have become slower than normal. Izuku. TSK. Tried to retract or make those whips disappear without success. Donovan. Now. Suddenly appeared in front of Izuku. Here comes the fun part. He touched the hero, slowing him down and hitting his chest and head hard. "Don't worry, you'll be able to move soon. I'm not cruel enough to keep you slow for too long. That wouldn't be interesting." After a minute, Izuku was thrown back, quite beaten and stunned by what had just happened. One thing that was clear to him was that he had to prevent the villain from touching anything connected to him at all costs. Izuku. Well. He exhaled smoke so the villain wouldn't see where he was looking, mainly because he didn't want to reveal the location of his girlfriends. Donovan. Oh, believe me, Izuku, your classmates aren't my concern. With or without them, I'll fight with everything I've got to defeat you. The villain slowly approached the smoke and Izuku backed away. Well, where do we go now? Izuku. You'll find out. Izuku took to the sky, using his whips and his float to swing and gain ground against the villain who was running very fast behind him. That chase led them to a park that at this moment looked more gloomy given the darkness of the night. Izuku stopped right in the center with the villain nearby. Donovan. I like the city, I've discovered about 3 stores that I like. He spoke to Izuku who was nervous. Aren't you going to say anything? Izuku. What can I say? He used all his resources to make the world believe he was a hero. He was behind all the greatest heroes of today, and he helped in human progression. Maybe I'm just surprised that someone like you is a villain. Donovan. What can I say? I may want to change the society and create a better one, but don't get the wrong idea. What I did wasn't to create a mask. It didn't matter given how things would turn out if I succeeded, and even if I failed, this world will have something good out of all my evil. Izuku. He's crazy. Launched an air bullet that the villain easily dodged. Donovan. More than you think, kid. The villain suddenly appeared in front of Izuku, slung him down again, as a sudden blow sent him flying backward. So you were there too. Lemillion. Mirio. I wouldn't let Midoriya-kun fight a battle like that alone. The blonde boy emerged from behind Izuku, piercing through him. Donovan. This is starting to get very entertaining. His helmet lit up again, responding to the emotions of its user. A 2-on-1, a battle that in another environment would have seemed unfavorable, was the best way to face such a powerful villain. Donovan. I hope you're ready. The villain suddenly appeared in front of Izuku, who threw a smokescreen in his enemy's face. Your little tricks won't save you for long, Izuku. Mirio. No, but give me the chance to do this. He threw a punch at the villain, but it didn't connect due to the enemy's speed. Donovan. Too slow. With a kick he tried to crush the blonde boy who slipped into the ground just as the ground became simple earth again. Izuku. Perhaps another approach. Wrapping his whips around his forearms and powered up with the Fajin, launched a powerful punch that destroyed everything in its path. Donovan. Interesting. The villain disappeared from range, leaving destruction in his wake. Half a park gone to hell. He turned to look at Izuku who was already thinking about his next move. You're not fighting with all your strength, are you? Mirio. Now. Leaping out of the ground like a bullet, delivered a punch that pierced the villain, actually delivering a knee strike that pushed him slightly. Izuku. Fighting with everything would mean destroying everything in my path, and that's not what I intend to do. Izuku disappeared, only to reappear behind the villain with Lemillion facing the enemy. With their fists ready, they went to strike the time villain who only went forward, trying to hold the caped hero who became intangible passing through, and stayed far from the real problem which was Izuku behind him. He barely had time to recover when a blow to his stomach sent him flying. Battle Fist had appeared practically out of nowhere and delivered a powerful blow that sent him flying towards Izuku, who grabbed him with his whips and threw him to the other side, where a vine sent him crashing to the ground before he disappeared into the night mist. Donovan. Your dear girls are so annoying. He looked at Izuku who had disappeared just like Lemillion. And back to searching again. This is stressing me out. Izuku and his team were in a nearby building, regrouping and preparing an attack strong enough to defeat the villain, if not kill him on the spot. Kendo. So it can be cured. Izuku nodded to the Redeed who was analyzing the situation. Izuku can go to a point where he hasn't suffered any damage and continue fighting, thanks to the amount of energy he has. Izuku explained, making those present tense. Kendo. So if we push it beyond that energy. The green-haired boy realized what the orange-haired girl wanted. If we manage to inflict enough damage so that it focuses more on healing instead of fighting, we'll have won. Yui. It won't be easy. Her friend smiled at her, making her sigh. And they already have it planned. Mirio. Then. Izuku nodded. Let's go. Kendo. Yui, you two stay hidden and try to keep a bar out of the villain's range. She turned to look at Izuku with a determined smile. Izuku and I will try to hit the enemy with everything we've got. Izuku. Okay. He went to the dark-haired girl, hugging her around the waist. I'll take you to the others. The girl clung to Izuku, giving him a kiss. Yui. Yui. Is something wrong? She asked teasingly to Izuku who was blushing for doing this in front of his blonde friend. Mirio. Wow, and here I thought you were with the mushroom girl. Izuku blushed and the couple disappeared in a blur of speed. Kendo. It's more complicated than you think, Mirio-senpai. The blonde looked at him confused. That's not important, now let's continue with the planning. Donovan continued walking through the city now that Izuku and his team were gone. He had no reason to waste energy unnecessarily. He needed to conserve as much as he could for the far from easy fight that lay ahead. None of this was easy. Fighting against multiple heroes was something that could happen, but he hadn't expected them to be so careful in combat. The moment to end it had to be quick, because otherwise, it was more than clear that using so much energy would eventually take its toll. Donovan. He looked up just as a giant fist destroyed everything. Fortunately, he reacted in time to avoid it. A frontal attack. Kendo. Not exactly. Various vines and giant debris began to fall and put the villain in trouble, so he dodged what he could and tried to age whatever was in his path without counting on something. Donovan. Plastic. Almost everything was coated in one of the longest lasting materials on the planet. Kendo. You age everything by 100 years, right? It's the way almost everything becomes weak enough to turn to dust. It takes longer with concrete, but it's the same technique. Even if you make it younger, you just break down the materials within a 100-year time frame. He smiled at the villain, who was surprised. Let's see what you do with a strategy like that. Donovan. Not bad, miss. He touched a rock that instantly disappeared. But I just have to change the number of years and that's it. Do you think you can overcome my energy with just that? You're very naive. Kendo. Not just with this. He smiled at the villain who was waiting to see what would happen. Now. He shouted seemingly into nothingness. Mirio. Pawaya. The blonde hero appeared from the rocks throwing a metal rod at the villain as a distraction who only turned to the side to be caught by a vine covered by a black whip. Donovan. He touched the brake that held him and freed himself to grab Lemillion's fist and stop him in place. Maybe I'll start to understand how they'll work with this. He kicked the blonde hero and jumped back, letting time give him enough of an advantage. He didn't expect Izuku to suddenly appear and send him flying into a building with one punch. Izuku. Is something wrong, sir? Izuku caught his senpai in his whips, and when he broke free from the villain's control, he only felt the pain, but he didn't fly away from the blow. Donovan. You should stay put like before, Izuku. He emerged from the rubble, healing himself as he walked towards his enemies. You guys are a real problem. Izuku. I know, we're too troublesome for villains. He appeared in front of the villain with his fist ready with the Fajin. And we always will be. The villain shot upwards, breaking the entire building in his path along with his helmet and part of his clothes. Sorry sir, but you're not getting out of here alive. He needed a way out of this situation as soon as possible. His calculations regarding Ter's accumulated power had been accurate. His strength and skill had increased rapidly. Literally, in just a few hours, he had managed to surpass Donovan's speed. Lemillion was also a dangerous player in this situation. The blonde hero proved more unpredictable than anticipated, and to make matters worse, he also had to avoid the belongings of Izuku's female classmates, who logically should be nearby. The strategy was clear. Go after those girls first, then go after the final boss. Only there was a problem. He didn't know exactly where those girls were hiding, and it was more than certain that when he found it, Izuku would go all out, and that would be the end of the road for Donovan. He needed to think fast. Izuku. He suddenly became very slow, sir. Appeared above the villain with his eyes so bright and his fist ready to strike him. Donovan. Correction, kid, you're faster. The villain waited for him to get close enough to launch his attack, paying no attention to his feet and the fungus growing on the vines at his feet. Izuku. You fell for it. He smiled, disappearing as Lemillion in battle fist struck him from the sides, stunning him for a second, just long enough for the green-haired boy to hit him quite hard, sending him flying into another nearby building. Donovan. Your strategy is very interesting, but... He healed again, rewinding his body to just under a few hours ago. I'm still here. Izuku prepared himself with Iritid nearby. Lemillion landed on the ground, ready for the next attack. This is bad. If I let them hit me anymore, they'll almost certainly surpass my power. Work for attrition. He smiled before the building completely reverted to just its pillars, revealing Lemillion climbing up. Mirio. Looked around at the unfinished walls, seeing only the beginnings of an unbuilt structure. Donovan. Let's take this one step at a time, shall we? He launched himself downwards, ready to make the blonde boy look old, who, surprised, only continued upwards on momentum. Izuku. Lemillion. Izuku suddenly appeared in front of the blonde boy who finally reacted, looking at his partner acting as a human shield. Donovan. This is better. He smiled like a madman at the idea of sending Izuku's mind back to its weakest moment. Kendo. You're forgetting something. The Redite appeared with her fist at maximum length, ready to crack skulls. Donovan. He was faster, climbing and dodging that fist, smiling at the heroes. Sorry, I'm not easy to catch. Setsuna. Well, it doesn't seem like it. Her mouth smiled beside him as many blows landed on his back, thanks to the small but strong pieces of the green-haired girl, sending the villain straight into Kendo's fist, propelled by her beloved Izuku. Donovan. This is bad. I try to think of a moment when my body is safe, ignoring the horns that have dug into my back, the giant fist that has thrown me upwards, and the little bit of ceiling that remains. Izuku. I guess this didn't go as planned, huh? Izuku appeared on the ceiling with the orange-haired girl in his arms, and most of Setsuna was floating around him. Donovan. You're absolutely right about that, Midoriya. He breathed heavily, his healing slowly fading from so much fighting. I admit that a battle of attrition was a good idea, but I really need to win if I want to achieve my goal. Izuku. And we need to win so he doesn't fulfill it, we differ with our wishes. The villain let out a laugh, finally cornered against the wall and up against probably the best hero alive. Donovan. I must say, all of this was fun. I enjoyed creating a megacity from a simple village. I loved seeing it rise from its ashes, seeing All Might defeat Shigaraki. That was unrivaled, except for you, who killed him. He stood up, healed and ready for his final trick. I would have loved for you to accept and give me one for all, but there was no way. Izuku. So you give up now? The villain laughed again, this time with a touch of madness. Donovan. No, it's not worth it. I'd end up in paradise where that idiot Dynamic is, and honestly, I'd rather be in hell than there. So, the best thing to do is blow myself up and take out everyone within a 6-kilometer radius. The heroes were shocked, and Kendo instantly grabbed Setsuna to go after her friends. If I'm not mistaken, Endeavor is half a kilometer away. I'll kill him, and you, and everyone else. Izuku. You're not strong enough. The villain smiled as his eyes lit up. Donovan. The third quirk is energy. I've been accumulating energy for over 100 years, and I'll become a chronic time bomb capable of aging everyone 500 years. Think fast, we don't want everyone to die. He said with a twisted smile as his eyes and body glowed violet. Now it's your turn. Izuku. Lemillion, get out of here. The blonde looked at him as if he were crazy. Mirio. I won't. We have to fix this and we'll do it together. Izuku smiled, making the blonde boy tense up. Izuku. I already solved it easily. Entangled the villain in many whips and pulled him towards him. There shouldn't be much time left if it works as I think it should. Battle Fist surely went to warn Endeavor, catch them. Mirio. But. Izuku smiled before jumping with the villain to the ground where he broke him instantly. Izuku. Well. He breathed slowly as he felt the power flow from the depths of his being. One for all. Fajin. Overload. His body was covered in a green aura as it vibrated intensely. Mirio. He won't. Before he could say anything, a green shooting star shot up into the sky, higher and higher. On land the battle stopped, the heroes managed to hold back the beasts, capturing most of them and overcoming the villains. Kendo soon arrived with her friends, and they were quickly heading towards Endeavor when they saw that green light rapidly rising into the sky. The Redite understood what was happening and simply shouted her sweetheart's name. Her friends quickly understood and panic overwhelmed them. If you don't hurry, everything you love will likely disappear. If he's not fast enough, he'll die. He risks his life to save all those who only saw a bright green dot disappearing into the sky, higher and higher. Yui. Izuku. She murmured, panicked that her beloved green-haired girl was in such danger. At that moment, a huge explosion was seen. A great purple light dazzled everyone within its range of vision. From UA to the coast, everyone saw that explosion that seemed to devour nothingness itself, and then there was only silence. The morning rays filtered into that room. So many things had happened in such a short time that it seemed that this day would never come, and it was better that it didn't. The last events were so bad that I didn't want to wake up. Pony. Iri-chan, wake up. Came a voice from outside the infant's room, who seemed to have the blanket stuck to her body. Iri. I'm not. She spoke listlessly, today was not a happy day. Pony. Iri-chan, I know this might be difficult, especially since you're a little girl, but. The blonde girl entered, looking at the little girl with the sheets up to her head. We need to go. Iri. Well. She said sadly and sleepily. The days seemed grayer after that news. Pony. Let's give you a bath and then we'll eat. She stood next to the girl who was looking at her seriously. Iri. Well. Picked up by her mother, they both left to get ready for the day. The morning felt cold despite the morning sun. The day was not the same given what was going to happen. It was not a fun morning. Setsuna. Are you ready, darling? She spoke, trying to relax the frowning and rather uncomfortable girl. Iri. Yes. She murmured. Kendo. Come on Iri-chan, you don't have to be like this. Her orange-haired mother kissed her forehead, leaving the little girl murmuring to herself. Yui. Iri-chan, let's get in the car. The little girl, with an adorable pout, went into her dark-haired mother's arms, ready to leave. We're leaving. Setsuna. Good luck. Spoke with a smile to her little girl who didn't want to smile. Ryoko. Still not over it. The silver-haired woman came out of the kitchen with a melon in her hand. Kendo. Can you blame her? The silver-haired girl shook her head. This was hard for the child. Setsuna. Where are Obara and Kinoko? She asked, not finding her friends in the morning. Kendo. Kinoko went to get flowers and then was going to go to church with Obara. She sighed at the sight of those two and her wish. Setsuna. They are impatient. She spoke as if it were a joke, but it wasn't a joke. Kendo. You're the same, you just know how to disguise it. The green-haired girl sighed in defeat at the orange-haired girl. Setsuna. Guilty. She raised her hand, agreeing with the orange-haired girl. Kendo. Well. She looked towards the window watching Eri arguing again with Yui, who was trying to get her to let go of a lamppost she was clinging to. Outside, mother and daughter stood in front of a car and the girl didn't seem to want to get in. There wasn't much time and the girl didn't want to leave. Yui. For the last time, Eri-chan, we need to go. She said sternly to the little girl, who clung to her mother's leg. Eri. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. She threw a tantrum, refusing to leave. Yui, for the last time we have to go, whether you like it or not, miss. The girl seemed about to cry at this impediment. Eri. I want my dad. She cried, quite stressed about what they were going to do. Izuku. What about me? Izuku got out of the car, looking at his daughter throwing a tantrum. Eri. I don't want to go to the dentist. He'll pull my teeth out. She cried with a pout, at which point Izuku came over to hug his daughter. Izuku. It's just to check your teeth, Eri-chan. You've been eating a lot of sweets lately, and you'll get cavities if you keep this up. Do you want that to happen? The girl shook her head with a pout. It's necessary to go to the dentist. You'll see, everything will be fine. Eri. But. Izuku stroked her head, causing her to continue pouting. Izuku. And then we'll go get an apple, okay? The girl looked at him with a smile. Eri-kai. The girl went with her father to the shocked dark-haired woman, or so it seemed. Yui. I'm surprised it worked, we tried all day yesterday and couldn't get her to go. Izuku kissed her on the cheek and went towards the vehicle. Izuku. A secret of mine that I'll keep until Eri-chan starts studying. His girlfriend sighed and followed the green-haired boy to the car. Yui. By the way, are you feeling better? Izuku smiled at her before showing her his new wound on his left arm, a scratch from his shoulder to his forearm. Izuku. Completely healed. Smiled at the dark-haired girl who hugged him. Yui. You really scared me that day. She murmured to Izuku, who tensed up for a moment. Don't ever do something like that again. Flashback. With that explosion that would erase everything in its path, the green light was too visible, the girls could not get close, thanks to Mirio who held them back in case they found something they shouldn't. Like the corpse of his beloved. Fortunately, Jiroda, Juzo, Kamakiri and Monoma were close enough to go to the point where Izuku was supposed to fall. Juzo. There. Pointed to a green dot falling at high speed. Jiroda. I'll take care of it. Changing into his beast form, the hero headed towards a building, propelling himself up to get close enough to his friend. Kamakiri. Now. The beast leaped out and grabbed Izuku in the air, sending him crashing into another building and hitting the ground in a painful thud. Monoma. Is he still alive? He approached Izuku and removed his metal mask. His suit was more or less intact, and on his left arm was a strange wound that made his skin more wrinkled and shiny. Izuku. Ga. Izuku woke up startling his friends, he looked around from the floor only looking at his friends. What happened? Please tell me, you didn't kiss me. Monoma. Not even in my nightmares, broccoli. His friends shared a smile as Izuku relaxed. You're crazy. Izuku. Tell me something I don't know. He closed his eyes, finally relaxed. Juzo. The Queen of England owns all the swans in her country. All eyes fell on the fanged one who looked at him as if they were mad. He said to tell him something he didn't know. Monoma. I can't find any flaws in his logic. Everyone started laughing while Izuku writhed in pain from time to time. Izuku. Sometimes you guys are hateful, you make me laugh even when I'm hurt. Jiroda. It will be nothing compared to what Kendo and the girls will do when they find out how hurt you are. There was silence for a moment while Izuku sweated on the ground. Izuku. Well. It was nice while it lasted. He was mentally making his will, it was pretty certain the redeed would leave him worse off. Monoma. I'll plan your funeral, calm down. The green-haired boy sighed at the good friends he now had. End of flashback. For 2 months, the third-year classes dedicated themselves to helping the heroes rebuild the city. The battle against the beasts had left several parts badly destroyed, and the wounded were quickly taken to hospitals, including Izuku, who fortunately survived the torment of girls who almost killed him with so many hugs. Nothing was known about the villain, not a speck of dust remained from that explosion. The beasts were revealed to be what they were, and Dr. Garaki agreed to help in exchange for reducing his sentence of 10 life sentences. And as the days passed and the reporters appeared, the truth came out on its own, revealing what Izuku had done both in his first year and now, and even the relationship he had with his classmates. There were many tears and quite a few parents angry with Izuku. Fortunately, the green-haired boy was the best at facing difficult situations and was now happy living with his girls and his daughter, ready to fight when needed. 5 long years later. 5 wonderful years of memories and experiences had forged a path of Japan's #1 hero, the mighty Ter. After that incident in which a villain detonated himself, he was recognized as a great hero, and his great feats during his years at UA, with the support of multiple heroes, including the #1 heroine of the United States in Endeavor, revealed him as the true victor against the evil known as All for One. A couple of months later he graduated from UA, and the rumor that he had a harem was not long in coming, since that green-haired hero was seen very close to his classmates. Nothing was said at the time, they were just rumors that Mount Lady and other heroes eager for gossip circulated. Peace reigned in Japan after he graduated, returning the crime rate to 1%, as villains feared encountering the green-haired hero on the streets. As for Izuku, things went well in these 5 years, starting with revealing his special relationship to his family and trusted people. Inko almost fainted, it is not known if from the emotion or for something else. Hisashi cried comically, accepting the relationship quite easily in the eyes of the girls. With the girls' parents, well, Kendo's father didn't have much of a problem accepting that his little girl was with a green-haired boy, mainly because he threatened her with a giant fist and a terrifying smile, seconded by his grandfather. He only wished that his little fighter would always be happy, otherwise that broccoli would suffer the consequences. Yui's parents were a little more difficult, or rather, Yui's mother had a little problem with communication. Fortunately, her father was aware and open-minded enough to let his daughter do what she wanted and be with whomever she wanted. He trusted his daughter. Ryuko's family was more flexible than Izuku expected and let her go very easily. According to the silver-haired girl's mother, Izuku gave off a rather kind aura that they liked very much. Something unexpected happened with Satsuna's mother. The woman wanted more than just an afternoon chat with her daughter's boyfriend. Satsuna had to take her boyfriend away before her mother took it the wrong way. With Kinoko's family, the problem was her overprotective younger brother and his refusal to let his beloved sister be with a broccoli. What sense did it make for a mushroom to be with a broccoli? The boy didn't see the point, and no matter how much his parents accepted it, he didn't. Pony's father didn't want his daughter in a harem, mainly because he thinks she won't receive the necessary affection. The blonde's mother argued that her daughter should stay with the Adonis of the next #1 hero. A little more and Izuku would become his girlfriend's stepfather. Weird, right? The real problem was with Abara's family. She is the daughter of a man very devoted to his religion, as are his wife and older brothers, so when her beloved and holy dove arrived accompanied by the broccoli boy and another girl, she cried out to heaven at such a barbaric situation, praying multiple times that it was a joke. Even Abara's mother cried when she saw her child corrupted by the evil of that filthy and disgusting being by her side. Abara was hurt by this, and even more so because her father wanted to forbid her from ever seeing the green-haired boy again or even from ever being a hero again. She couldn't bear it anymore, and amidst tears and pain, she left with the man she loved. The last thing she heard before leaving was a classic, "You'll regret your decision and you'll come back." Now, with nowhere else to go, she went to her boyfriend, who was sleeping in her arms. Soon after, Izuku moved from the apartment his parents bought to a much larger house, where he would be comfortable with his daughter and where, in the not-too-distant future, he would be with those he loved madly. He might never say it, either out of shame or not knowing how to say it, but he was completely in love with those who had appeared in his darkest hour and pulled him out of his filth. 2 years after graduating from UA and 1 year after moving in with his girlfriends, he married them. He didn't care if people called him hasty or crazy. He liked those girls so much that he couldn't wait any longer to be in a more serious relationship. The hero Ter's marriage was news for a long time due to his unusual situation. Many were happy for him, while others were jealous of Izuku and his girlfriends. The event, which initially was only for close family and friends, became a major event that attracted the press. 2 years later, Yui, Ryuko, and Abara's pregnancies were announced. Of course, Izuku almost died of joy upon hearing it. A girl, a boy, and twins. That's what the doctor said regarding his children. Finally, we arrive at the here and now. 5 years later, Midoriya Izuku had grown into a teenager with aspirations of becoming a journalist and researcher, to introduce the world to the coolest and least recognized heroes, and above all, to prevent more cases like that of her father. Izuku had quickly risen to #1, followed by Red Riot and in third place Phantom Thief, not bad for Monoma and his peculiar being. Another thing that happened was that his friends had also made their lives. Some left the country seeing opportunities in other places, and some even did something besides being heroes, like Manga, who was currently an actor, or Tetsu, who was an athlete when he wasn't a hero, along with his girlfriend from Shiketsu. Izuku. Alright. What's going on? He asked with a smile. His beloved wives had blindfolded him and were leading him through the Midoriya house to who knows where. Kendo. Patience, Izuku. She let out a giggle, as she was the one guiding Izuku towards the large courtyard they had in what could be considered more of a mansion than a house. Izuku. The waiting is killing me, Itsuka. Please tell me what's wrong. He asked nervously. Lately, his wives had been acting quite strange, and he already had a slight idea why. Kendo. And. We've arrived. He said, stopping in front of the surprise he had prepared. Go ahead, you can take off the blindfold. Izuku. Very well. Without waiting any longer, he removed that rag and looked at the place. But what? Surprise. His wives were there smiling, sitting at a table that Setsuna named after the next child, and in front were Pony and Kinoko, who had something in their hands. Izuku. Wait, if my cute pony and my little mushroom are sitting there, that means. He looked at his women, who smiled at him. Pony. Yes. She smiled at her husband, who remained motionless. Kinoko. We're next to have a child. She revealed to her Izuku, who approached to hug and kiss them. Izuku. That's the best news of the day. He smiled at everyone who was chatting. Setsuna. And when is it my turn? She pouted at her husband, who smiled at her. Izuku. How about now? He approached the green-haired girl, who blushed. Kendo. Don't do it here, remember Eri-chan is here, and we know Setsuna is very noisy. The green-haired girl stuck her tongue out indignantly at her friend. Ibarra. On the other hand, I'm happy to hear that you two will have a lovely baby. I wonder what she'll be like. She said, holding her child in her arms, a beautiful little girl with green hair, asleep without a care in her face. Kinoko. It doesn't matter what happens because I know I'll love him all the same. She lovingly stroked her belly, impatient for what might happen. Pony. I want her to have my eyes. She was honest with her friends. Ryuko. We'll see about that. Spoke with her child in her arms, a little boy with green hair like his father, but with his mother's gaze, of course. Kendo. What I do know is that I will love them as much as the others. She said with a black-haired child asleep in her arms. Yui. That's undeniable. Spoke with her child in her arms, exactly like the one Kendo had, the unruly twins nicknamed by Setsuna. Izuku. No matter what, this family is going to grow, and that can only be amazing. Izuku suddenly appeared next to his two pregnant wives, gently embracing them both. I love you all. Pony. And we love you too, Izuku. She stroked her husband's fluffy hair, who stayed there enjoying the day. Izuku. Thank you for not forgetting me. With a huge smile, he looked at his women, who smiled back at him lovingly. That's it, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.